Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 5299 to Chapter 5348. Jiao Jinfeng sat in the Exploration Sea Gang's main hall while Ning Xuesong and the others sat beside him. They didn't say anything. Jiao Jinfeng glanced at them and asked in a deep voice, "How do you feel after seeing the sect master today?" Upon hearing this, Ning Xuesong and the others were stunned. Then Ning Xuesong looked at Jiao Jinfeng and said, "Sect master, what do you mean?" "The sect master said that he wants us to join the sea exploring sect. Do you have any second thoughts?" Jiao Jinfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm not crazy. How would I dare to be disloyal? What I'm asking is, how do you feel about the sect?" "I feel that the sect master is so strong that he can kill us with a single glance." Ning Xuesong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He continued, "You're right. I also have the same feeling. It's as if a casual glance from the sect master can take our lives. That feeling is really terrifying." Jiao Jinfeng said, "No wonder the sect master was so confident. Look at the sea exploring sect, they just took down the trading company." "Ha ha ha. That's a trading company we're talking about. That's amazing. I really helped them." Everyone nodded in agreement. They knew that the trading firm was the strongest force in the entire spiritual world. But now, the sea probing sect had taken over the trading firm. This was truly shocking. Ning Xuesong said in a deep voice, "I don't know when the sect will be able to take down the 3 sections. Yesterday, the sect master said that once we take down the 3 sects, we'll be official disciples of the sea exploring sect. I can't wait." Just as he finished speaking, a voice was heard, "Don't worry, the army will arrive in the city today. They'll make their move tomorrow night." Along with this voice, a person came in from outside. This person was Lu Qingrui. Upon seeing Lu Qingrui, Ning Xuesong and the others immediately stood up and saluted him. Lu Qingrui waved his hand and directly entered the room. Jiao Jinfeng immediately gave up his seat and invited Lu Qingrui to sit there. Lu Qingrui waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. I called you here today to gather all the disciples and surround the city. At the same time, clear out all the empty rooms in the city. The sect's army is about to arrive." Upon hearing Lu Qingrui, Jiao Jinfeng immediately responded. Then he looked at Lu Qingrui and said, "Sect master, how many people will come this time? How many rooms do we need to prepare?" Lu Qingrui replied, "There will be a lot of people coming. The city won't be able to accommodate them. But you don't need to worry, just do your own thing." The group immediately nodded. Then Lu Qingrui turned and left. Lu Qingrui turned. "But the people still don't know about it." Jiao Jinfeng and the others nodded. Jiao Jinfeng and the others nodded. Then, they immediately called everyone from the sea exploring gang up and gave them tasks. Ning Xuesong and the others really did go to the city gates to keep watch. As for Jiao Jinfeng, she stayed in the city and commanded everyone to clean up the rooms. At this time, the other people in the Tri-Mountain City also felt that something was wrong. They wanted to leave the city but found out that the city had been surrounded by the sea exploring sect. If they wanted to leave, they could only force their way through. Because of this, most of the people became well-behaved. As for those who refused to submit and wanted to force their way through, they were directly captured by the sea exploring sect. Some were even beaten to death. This wasn't the end of it. Soon after, the people from the sea exploring sect gathered all of them in one area. Every room was occupied by several people, leaving all of their rooms empty. Just as they were feeling dissatisfied, they suddenly saw the transmission formation of 3 mountain city light up. Then a large group of armored cultivators appeared. After they appeared, one of them clapped his hand. And countless flying swords flew out. Then these flying swords quickly formed a large ship in the air. Then the group boarded the ship. Then a second group of people appeared from the transmission formation. They did the same thing. After they appeared, they immediately released their flying swords and formed a large ship. Then all of them boarded the ship. When they saw this, the dissatisfied people in the city shut their mouths and didn't dare to say a word. Although most of them were rogue cultivators, it didn't mean that they were idiots. The other party had already taken out large artifacts, and those who could do so were all great sects. In this case, if they were to act recklessly, then they would be courting death. Therefore, all of them became well-behaved. These rogue cultivators didn't dare to provoke the disciples of the great sects. If they encountered one or two great sects' disciples outside and were confident in killing them, then they would certainly make a move. This was because killing a great sect's disciple would give them a lot of benefits. Not to mention other things, the items inside the spatial equipment of the great sect's disciples would bring them a lot of income. But now, they were in the city, and there were so many people who even took out large artifacts. If they were to act recklessly, then they would be courting death. Therefore, all of them became well-behaved. Of course, some of these people were spies of the three sects. But even so, the Earth Lord was well-behaved. He didn't dare to act recklessly at this time. He believed that if he were to act recklessly at this time, then the other party would definitely kill him. At the same time, they were also puzzled. They didn't know who the other party was because they had never seen a large artifact before. They had never seen a large artifact that could be disassembled. Therefore, they didn't know which sect the other party was from and why they were here. Most importantly, they knew that this was the place of the trading company. But the other party came out from here. Could it be that they were from the trading company? Could it be that they wanted to attack the three sects? After thinking about this, the disciples of the three sects couldn't help but become anxious. They really wanted to know what was going on. Before long, groups of cultivators appeared in Tri-Mountain City. The city wasn't big to begin with. Now, it was even more crowded. Large artifacts stopped in mid-air. This made the people in the city even more surprised. Soon, the sky darkened. It was already night time. Some of the rogue cultivators in the city didn't watch the show and directly found a place to rest. However, Jiao Jinfeng and the others were very excited. They thought that the Sea Exploring sect was incomparably powerful. But now, they discovered that the Sea Exploring sect was much stronger than they imagined. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the strength of the Sea Exploring sect was enough to know. With so many large artifacts stopped in mid-air, if they still didn't understand the strength of the Sea Exploring sect, then they would really be stupid. In the end, Jiao Jinfeng and the others calculated that the number of disciples from the Sea Exploring sect was around 1 million. Jiao Jinfeng became even more excited. With so many Qi refining experts and deity realm experts, how strong was the Sea Exploring sect? He didn't even dare to imagine. The next day, the people from the Sea Exploring sect rested in Tri-Mountain City for a day. The disciples of the Sea Exploring sect rarely came out of the city. Aside from some people who lived in their rooms, the others lived in large artifacts. Some of them didn't even come out of their large artifacts. The people who lived in the city also rarely came out. In the entire Tri-Mountain City, aside from the places where the rogue cultivators gathered, the other places were very quiet. This made Jiao Jinfeng and the others even more surprised. They didn't think that the discipline of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples would be this good. On this day, the rogue cultivators of Tri-Mountain City were also looking at the people from the Sea Exploring sect. They really wanted to know what the Sea Exploring sect was doing. Why didn't they leave and why didn't they come out? This made them somewhat confused. They were all rogue cultivators, but in the eyes of the disciples of the great sects, they were nothing. Because of this, they were even more afraid. In the past, the disciples of the great sects had massacred a large number of rogue cultivators in order to cultivate some kind of martial arts or artifacts. Because of this, the rogue cultivators were even more worried. They were afraid that the people from the Sea Exploring sect would harm them. After being on edge for a day, the rogue cultivators trembled as they returned to their rooms to rest. But even when they were sleeping, they still didn't dare to sleep. If there was any movement, they would immediately wake up. Fortunately, there was no movement outside. However, these rogue cultivators didn't know that at this time, Zhao Hai had already led the army of the Sea Exploring sect out of Tri-Mountain City. They directly rushed towards the Shadowwind Ridge. All of their large artifacts were covered in illusion formations. Because of this, people outside couldn't see them. Soon, the army arrived at the periphery of the Shadowwind Ridge. When the army arrived at the periphery of the Shadowwind Ridge, Zhao Hai's mind moved as he sent out seals. The formations on the ground moved and formed a huge shield that covered the entire Shadowwind Ridge. Zhao Hai waved his hand as Xinquang immediately gave the order. The Sea Exploring Sect's army immediately spread out and surrounded the Shadowwind Ridge. Then along with the 10,000 swords ships, the army entered the range of the Shadowwind Ridge. When all of the large artifacts entered the shield, Zhao Hai gave the order to remove the illusion formations on the large artifacts. Then all of the large artifacts surrounded the Shadowwind Ridge. When the people of the Shadowwind Ridge saw Zhao Hai's group, they couldn't help but be startled. Then a bell rang in the Shadowwind Ridge. Then all of the disciples of the Shadowwind Ridge ran out. Then the large artifacts of the Shadowwind Ridge flew up. The large artifacts of the Shadowwind Ridge looked very special. They looked like coffins. It was very strange. As for the coffin in the lead, it was golden in color and was covered with red runes. The runes seemed to have been written with blood, making it look very strange. The coffin was about 100 meters long and 40 meters wide. The people of the Shadowwind Ridge were all standing on the lid of the coffin. Zhao Hai looked at the coffin and then at the people standing on top of it. A group of people wearing black robes was standing on top of the coffin. The leader was an old man who looked 70 or 80 years old. The old man's face was pale and bloodless. However, his lips were frighteningly red, as if he had just drunk blood. At the same time, his eyes were flashing with green light. His face was so thin that there was no flesh on it. He looked more like a ghost than a human. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and the others, then he opened his mouth and said, "Who are you? Why are you surrounding the Shadowwind Ridge? How did my Shadowwind Ridge offend you? Please speak clearly." The old man's words clearly indicated that he wanted to admit defeat. In fact, he had no choice but to admit defeat. The Shadowwind Ridge might be considered a decent sect in the vicinity, but compared to a sect that could take out thousands of large-scale Dharma artifacts at once, they were really too far behind. Therefore, he had to admit defeat right away. Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled faintly. "Are you the Wind ancestor?" "I'm the sect master of the Sea Exploring Sect, Zhao Hai." "Nice to meet you." While speaking, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the Wind ancestor. The Wind ancestor was the current sect master of the Shadowwind Ridge. His Dao name was inherited. Every sect master of the Shadowwind Ridge was called the Wind ancestor. This didn't mean that he was the founder of the Shadowwind Ridge. In fact, the founder of the Shadowwind Ridge had already passed away. When the Wind ancestor heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. At the same time, his expression became even more unsightly. He had heard about the Sea Exploring Sect before. He even heard about the existence of the Sea Exploring Sect. He always thought that the Sea Exploring Sect was an imaginary sect created by the trading firm. However, he didn't expect someone to claim that he was the sect master of the Sea Exploring Sect. The Wind ancestor wanted to see if this person was someone from the trading firm. However, when he looked at Zhao Hai, he was certain that he hadn't seen this person before. But after thinking about it, he understood that there were too many people in the trading firm. It was impossible for him to have seen all of them. In his opinion, Zhao Hai should be someone from the trading firm. Now that he was using the Sea Exploring Sect as a cover, the trading firm wanted to annex the Shadowwind Ridge. After thinking about this, the Wind ancestor's expression became even more unsightly. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Excellency, it's better if you state your true identity." "What's the Exploring Sect?" "It's obviously a name created by the Gold Spirit trading firm. It's just a cover-up." "Your Excellency is from the Gold Spirit trading firm, right? Tell me who you are." Zhao Hai looked at the Wind ancestor and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Ancestor, you're thinking too much. I'm indeed the sect master of the Sea Exploring Sect. My name is Zhao Hai. The Gold Spirit trading firm no longer exists. It has been annexed by the Sea Exploring Sect. We came here today in hopes that the Shadowwind Ridge would surrender to the Sea Exploring Sect." The Wind ancestor looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly sneered and said, "You want to destroy the Gold Spirit Trading Company? Do you think that I'm a rogue cultivator? You want to seize my Dao Foundation? You're mistaken. Do you think that you can seize my Shady Wind Ridge's Dao Foundation by relying on these large artifacts? Dream on." Zhao Hai looked at the Wind ancestor, then he smiled faintly and said, "Ancestor, you're really confident in yourself. But I don't know if you're relying on the Wind 8 Extremes formation of your Shady Wind Ridge or the teleportation formation that can teleport you to other places? Or do you think that you can stop my sea exploring sect with your own strength? Ah, I almost forgot. You can still rely on the giant corpse in your coffin. The giant corpse is indeed very powerful, but do you really think that you can stop my sea exploring sect's attack with just these things? Every time Zhao Hai mentioned something, the Wind ancestor's complexion turned ugly. By the time Zhao Hai finished, the Wind ancestor's complexion had become very ugly. The things that Zhao Hai mentioned were the foundation of the Shady Wind Ridge. But now, they were all revealed by Zhao Hai. This made the Wind ancestor very surprised, especially the teleportation formation and the giant corpse in the coffin. These two things were top secrets of the Shady Wind Ridge. Only the sect master of each generation knew about them. Even if the trading company's intelligence system was very powerful, it was impossible for them to know about these two things. But now, Zhao Hai was able to reveal them. Zhao Hai looked at the Wind ancestor and said, Wind ancestor, surrender. You have no hope of winning. Even if you forcibly awaken the giant corpse, you won't be able to subdue it. In the end, you will be devoured by the giant corpse. This giant coffin shouldn't belong to your Shady Wind Ridge, right? I don't know how you got it, but this giant coffin is actually used to suppress the giant corpse. If you release the giant corpse, not only will your Shady Wind Ridge be finished, I'm afraid that a giant corpse demon will appear in the entire spiritual world. Do you really want to do this? The Wind ancestor looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, What's wrong? Are you afraid? You're right. This coffin was acquired by the August Patriarch of the Shadow Wind Ridge by accident. The corpse inside the coffin is incredibly powerful, and once it's released, the entire world of magical spirits will be plunged into a rain of blood. Furthermore, the August Patriarchs of the Shadow Wind Ridge have been refining the coffin to control the corpse. Now that we've refined the coffin, we're the only ones who can control the corpse. If I die, the corpse will break free from its seal and wreak havoc in the world of magical spirits, and you'll be the greatest sinner in the world of magical spirits. Are you sure you want to do this? Zhao Hai looked at the Wind ancestor, then he smiled faintly and said, You're wrong about 3 things. First, your Wind Ridge didn't refine the coffin, so you have no way to control the corpse inside. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a small place. Second, although the corpse is strong, I have a way to deal with it. It's impossible for it to cause any chaos in the spiritual realm. This is because as long as it appears, it would be mine. I, Zhao Hai, started my career in these things. Therefore, no matter how strong it is, it's just a battle corpse that I can control. It can't threaten me at all. Third, even if the corpse causes a bloody storm in the spiritual realm, it has nothing to do with me. I forgot to tell you that I'm not a person from the spiritual realm, I'm the sect master of the Sword Spirit Realm Sea Exploring Sect. Therefore, even if the corpse kills everyone in the spiritual realm, it has nothing to do with me. What do you think? Zhao Hai looked at the Wind ancestor and smiled faintly. So what do you have to say? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Wind ancestor's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Are you really from the Sword Spirit Realm? How did you appear in the spiritual world? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I could have appeared here a long time ago, but I didn't. I sent some disciples to the spiritual world to gather information. They did a good job. Although the spiritual world has heard about the Sea Exploration Sect, you don't know what it is. Now, I'm ready. I came from the Sword Spirit Realm and destroyed the Gold Spirit Firm because I need information about the firm. This time, I'm going to destroy the Wind Ridge, the Elegant Wood Pavilion, and the Myriad Poison Sect. I'll use this place as a base to attack the spiritual world. I want to turn the spiritual world into my Sea Exploration Sect's territory. So no matter what you do, it's useless. You can only surrender. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Wind ancestor couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, You want to occupy the spiritual world with just you? Stop dreaming. Don't tell me you're not afraid that your Sea Exploring Sect will suffer too many losses here, and your nest will be destroyed? Zhao Hai looked at the Wind ancestor, then he smiled faintly and said, You're wrong. Nobody can destroy the Sea Exploring Sect's base. At the very least, it's impossible for the people in the spirit realm to do so. Moreover, the Sea Exploring sect has already taken over the Sword Spirit realm. There's only one sect left in the Sword Spirit realm. Because of this, I'm not worried about it at all. The Yin Wind Ancestor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So you're saying that you're going to destroy my Yin Wind Ridge today? I don't know how strong your sect is, but I can see that your ability to boast is first class. You dare to say that the entire Sword Spirit boundary is yours? Ha ha ha, how funny." In the past, the Sword Spirit boundary separated from the Arcane Spirit boundary, but the Sword Spirit boundary's strength is still there. They aren't any weaker than our Arcane Spirit boundary, yet you dare to say that your sect has unified the Sword Spirit boundary? Ha ha ha, how funny. Zhao Hai looked at the Yin Wind Ancestor and smiled. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. We're already at your gates, so it's impossible for us to let you go. Therefore, you only have two choices, surrender or die." The Yin Wind Ancestor sneered, "You're talking big. I want to see how you'll kill us." After saying this, he waved his hand and activated the barrier of the Shadowwind Ridge. At the same time, the giant coffin brought them back to the Shadowwind Ridge. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Then he turned to Xingfeng and said, "Let's begin. Break their barrier first. Leave the corpse to me." To be honest, the corpse is very good. It seems to be very useful. Xingfeng nodded and took out a green jade compass. The green jade compass in his hand moved a few times. Then, the people of the Shady Wind Ridge felt that there was a huge force outside their shield that was constantly attacking their shield. Before they could react, their shield had already exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the people in the Shadowwind Ridge discovered that all the formations in their sects were no longer usable. This made them startled. This was because if the transmission formations in their sects couldn't be used, then they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. In fact, what Zhao Hai said before wasn't wrong. Although there was a giant corpse in the Shadowwind Ridge, they couldn't refine the coffin, so they didn't have a way to control it. Because of this, they couldn't release the giant corpse. Even if there was a glimmer of hope to escape, they couldn't release it. If they released the giant corpse, then none of them would be able to survive. The Yin Wind Ancestor looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He discovered that Zhao Hai was right. They didn't have the qualifications to fight against Zhao Hai. They could only surrender or die. However, the Yin Wind Ancestor was also a ruthless person. He looked at Zhao Hai and shouted, "Zhao Hai, since you don't want me to live, then you'll die with me." After saying that, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the coffin. Then, he moved his hands and formed hand seals. Finally, he imprinted them on the coffin. After the hand seals were imprinted on the coffin, it began to tremble. Then, the lid of the coffin slowly revealed a crack. Roar! A loud roar came from the coffin. This roar seemed to be able to shake people's bodies and souls. Many people from the Sea Exploring sect felt their souls shake when they heard this roar. Their bodies went limp and they directly fell to the ground, unable to move. Only the cultivators above the 8th level of the Origin Refinement realm were slightly better off. However, their souls were also shaken and they had completely lost the ability to fight. Only the Supreme Elders were still able to stand on the spot. It was the same for the Shadowwind Ridge. Many disciples of the Shadowwind Ridge were paralyzed on the ground when they heard the roar. Some of them who were flying in the air directly fell to the ground and died from the fall. At this moment, rays of red light suddenly flew out of the coffin and landed on the bodies of the Yin Wind Ancestor and the others. The Yin Wind Ancestor and the others didn't even put up a fight before they turned into dried corpses. Their flesh, blood, and souls were all sucked into the coffin. Then, the red light shot towards the people of the Sea Exploring sect again. The person in the coffin let out another loud roar. The roar seemed to be filled with satisfaction and desire. At the same time, a huge pressure was emitted from the coffin. This pressure was so strong that it felt like a powerful demon god was watching this world. Zhao Hai hadn't appeared yet. However, when he saw the red light flying towards the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect, he couldn't help but snort coldly. He moved and appeared beside the coffin in the next moment. Then, he waved his hand and a huge spatial crack appeared, covering the coffin. The next moment, the coffin disappeared. The red light shooting towards the disciples of the sea exploring sect also disappeared. The pressure also disappeared. Zhao Hai stood in place and said in a deep voice, "Attack. If the Shadow Wind Ridge doesn't surrender, kill them all." Along with his command, the people of the sea exploring sect complied and rushed towards the Shadow Wind Ridge like wolves and tigers. The people of the Shadow Wind Ridge were startled. Almost all the experts of the Shadow Wind Ridge had been sucked dry by the giant coffin. They couldn't be more dead. If the sea exploring sect were to attack at this time, how could they resist? For a moment, the people of the Shadow Wind Ridge didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai calmly stood there as he looked at the people from the Shadow Wind Ridge. Some of them had already surrendered while some were still attacking. Zhao Hai looked at them but didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, his figure moved and returned to the 10,000 swords ship. Then he went back to his room and sat there with his eyes closed. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to return to the ship was because the giant coffin that he received had a reaction. After the giant coffin was sent to the space, the runes on the coffin began to emit bursts of golden light, blocking the space's energy. Then a prompt was heard from the space, "Unknown energy detected. This energy is hostile. Beginning to subdue. Estimated time to subdue, 1 hour and 32 minutes. Countdown begins." This discovery made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai didn't think that the space would take this long to subdue something. Because of this discovery, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the 10,000 swords ship and waited for the coffin to be subdued. Slowly, Zhao Hai understood why the space took so long to subdue the coffin. It should be said that the space wasn't subduing the coffin, instead, it was analyzing it. The blood-red runes on the coffin were very powerful. Now that the space was analyzing these runes, even the heaven and earth's runes were being analyzed. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that the runes that he was analyzing were very different from the runes that he used before. The runes that he used before were generally yang runes, runes that used yang energy. But this time, the runes that he was analyzing were of the yin attribute. The energy that these runes used was also of the yin attribute. Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be a yin and yang attribute in the runes. But now that he knew, this was undoubtedly the same as opening a door for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had been using a lot of yang attribute runes at this time. Even the golden runes that Zhao Hai was using were of the yang attribute. But now, he discovered a yin attribute rune. Moreover, the power of these runes wasn't any worse than the yang attribute runes. Yang attribute runes can be used to attack. They can be as sharp as a talisman, as heavy as a mountain, and as ropes that can trap an enemy. On the other hand, yin attribute runes can corrode like acid, devour blood like demons, and devour souls like ghosts. It can be said that these were two different types of attacks. But both of them were incomparably powerful. Zhao Hai slowly immersed himself in the runes, ignoring everything else. Soon, a prompt was heard from the space, "Subjugation complete." Along with the space's prompt, the runes on the coffin disappeared. Then the lid of the coffin opened and a huge battle corpse slowly sat up. This battle corpse was about a meter long, and the width between its shoulders was about 40 meters. Moreover, this battle corpse was different from ordinary battle corpses. Because ordinary battle corpses lost their vitality, their flesh and blood would shrink. Their muscles would shrink and disappear, making them look like skin wrapped around bones. But this battle corpse was different. Its flesh and blood didn't shrink, it still looked full of vitality. Besides its eyes, it didn't look like a corpse at all. However, this battle corpse had already been subdued by the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the coffin was used to suppress the battle corpse. It could also be said that it was used to control the battle corpse. But now that the battle corpse was subdued by the space, it was much easier for the space to subdue it. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space, "High-level lifeforms bloodline detected." Extracting bloodline and integrating it into the host's bloodline. Then Zhao Hai felt that a new bloodline had integrated into his own bloodline. The power of this bloodline was huge, it was even stronger than the bloodlines of the fire phoenix and the giant tortoise. This was truly inconceivable. Zhao Hai immediately began to quietly digest this new bloodline. At the same time, he also began to comprehend the new power of the rune. For Zhao Hai, this kind of yin attribute rune was a great inspiration. He needed to comprehend it properly and achieve the harmony between yin and yang. At the same time, the giant corpse entered the hell space. As soon as the giant corpse entered the hell space, all the ghosts inside the hell space became stronger. They were ghosts, they were different from humans. If a human wanted to become stronger, there were many ways to do so. However, no matter which method it was, they would still need to work hard on their cultivation. However, these ghosts were different. If they wanted to increase their strength, other than cultivation, this kind of bloodline inheritance was also very important. After Zhao Hai became stronger and stronger, these ghosts were no longer able to help Zhao Hai. In fact, most of the creatures inside the space were no longer able to help Zhao Hai. The only ones that could help Zhao Hai were Alien and Zerg. These two races could absorb genes and grow indefinitely. Since Zhao Hai didn't use the ghosts very often, their current strength was no longer enough to help Zhao Hai. Because of this, their bodies couldn't withstand the spatial pressure of the space. If they were to appear in the space, then they would immediately be destroyed by the spatial pressure. But now, it was different. The giant corpse was incomparably powerful, it could even be said that it didn't belong to this realm. Because of this, after the giant corpse entered the hell space, the strength of the ghosts inside immediately increased. As long as they cultivate for a while, they would become even more powerful. Then they would be able to rush out of the hell space and help Zhao Hai in battle. Zhao Hai also noticed this point, but he didn't care. He had two things to do right now, one was to absorb the giant corpse's bloodline, and the other was to comprehend the runes. Absorbing the giant corpse's bloodline was difficult. This was because the giant corpse's bloodline was very powerful, to the point that it surprised Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that the giant corpse's bloodline had a very strong devouring power. This power was devouring the other bloodlines that Zhao Hai absorbed, including the Phoenix bloodline, the giant tortoise bloodline, and even the Kuanping bloodline. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai didn't expect the giant corpse's bloodline to be this powerful. It was even able to devour the Kuanping bloodline. One must know that the Phoenix bloodline, the giant tortoise bloodline, and the Kuanping bloodline were the strongest bloodlines in Zhao Hai's body. Moreover, they were all divine beasts with boundless strength. Under such circumstances, the giant corpse's bloodline was actually able to devour their bloodlines. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai was observing the changes in his bloodline while analyzing the runes. At the same time, he was also deducing the Yin attribute runes. These Yin attribute runes were different from the Yang attribute runes that Zhao Hai used before. Zhao Hai was able to comprehend more Yang attribute runes and use them more smoothly. This was because Zhao Hai's Yang attribute runes were comprehended from low-level runes to high-level runes. Finally, under the stimulation of the heaven and earth runes, he was able to completely comprehend the golden runes. Because of this, his understanding of the golden runes was much more thorough. However, Zhao Hai hadn't come into contact with Yin attribute runes before. This also meant that he had no foundation in Yin attribute runes. It was like solving a math problem. You only know how to do calculus, but you don't know how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. It was like building a house. First, you build a beautiful roof, but you don't build the foundation and walls. You can't even call it a house. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to build the foundation and walls of the house through this beautiful roof. This would turn the house into a real house. However, this wasn't a simple matter. Zhao Hai could make his biological brain do this slowly while he himself could do other things. In fact, what Zhao Hai paid the most attention to was his bloodline. Zhao Hai's bloodline was a fusion of many bloodlines. Some of these bloodlines might not be strong, but each bloodline had its own characteristics. Although Zhao Hai fused them together, it was just a fusion. It was like he used glue to glue several pieces of metal together. Although they looked like one, they were actually different. Moreover, these pieces of metal were made of different materials. Gluing them together just made them look like one entity. In fact, they weren't really fused together. But now, the appearance of the giant's bloodline was different. The giant's bloodline was like a mixture of flame and fusing agent. Zhao Hai slowly melted all of the bloodlines and removed the impurities, leaving only the most essential parts. Finally, it fused with the giant's bloodline, making the giant's bloodline even more powerful. But at the same time, all of the pieces of metal became one entity. These pieces of metal were no longer glued together. Instead, they were refined into an alloy. This alloy can be said to be a new kind of bloodline. It had the advantages of all the metals while the disadvantages of the metals were refined. It can be said that only when these bloodlines were completely fused together, Zhao Hai's bloodline would be truly formed. This was the most important thing. While Zhao Hai was paying attention to these things, the battle in the Shadowwind Ridge was about to come to an end. Without the protection of the shield and the experts of the sect, even if the disciples of the Shadowwind Ridge were ferocious, in front of absolute strength, they could only be exterminated. How could they be an opponent of the Sea Exploring sect? In the end, they didn't even have any hope of resisting. Many of the disciples of the Shadowwind Ridge directly surrendered. These disciples of the Shadowwind Ridge were Devil Dao cultivators. They wouldn't risk their lives for the Shadowwind Ridge. Therefore, many of them quickly surrendered. Those who resisted were quickly eliminated. The Shadowwind Ridge finally became a part of history. When Wen Hai and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's ship and thought that Zhao Hai would report to them, they found that Zhao Hai had already returned to his room and closed the door. Upon seeing the closed door, Wen Hai immediately understood Zhao Hai's intention. He turned to Xingku and said, "Kur, stay here. Boss is in closed-door cultivation, don't let anyone disturb him. We'll take care of the rest." Xingku nodded and stood in front of the door while Wen Hai left. This wasn't the first time that Wen Hai had dealt with the aftermath of a battle. Therefore, he was very familiar with it and quickly dealt with the aftermath. The next morning, the Shadowwind Ridge was completely under the control of the Sea Exploring sect. Moreover, they didn't intend to return to Three Mountain City, so they decided to station themselves in the Shadowwind Ridge. However, Zhao Hai didn't come out of closed-door cultivation the next day. When Wen Hai and the others weren't worried, they had absolute confidence in Zhao Hai. Therefore, when Wen Hai directly commanded the Sea Exploring sect's army to attack the Elegant Wood Pavilion. The Elegant Wood Pavilion was a bit weaker than the Shadowwind Ridge. And since they didn't have the Jade Coffin, they naturally couldn't be a match for the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, the Sea Exploring sect was able to take over the Elegant Wood Pavilion. The Elegant Wood Pavilion was a bit weaker than the Shadowwind Ridge, and they didn't have the Jade Coffin. Naturally, they couldn't be a match for the Sea Exploring sect. The next morning after the Elegant Wood Pavilion was taken over by the Sea Exploring sect, Zhao Hai came out of seclusion. Now, his bloodline had completely turned into a bloodline. This bloodline had the devouring characteristic of the giant bloodline. At the same time, it was also mixed with a variety of other high-grade bloodlines. Now, Zhao Hai's body had become incomparably strong. However, his cultivation was suppressed in this layer. Although his body was incomparably strong, he couldn't exert all of his strength. But at the same time, nobody could damage his body. In other words, even if Zhao Hai did nothing and just stood there and let others hit him, they wouldn't be able to break his skin. Maybe they would even be killed by the recoil force. And his strength was the strongest in this layer. As long as he ascends to the next layer, his strength would immediately increase. Without the suppression of the power of law, his strength would only become stronger. As for the Yin attribute runes, Zhao Hai had already deduced a complete rune system for them. In other words, he had already deduced the foundation of the Yin attribute runes. However, because Zhao Hai's strength had just increased, he still couldn't restrain his aura. Anyone who saw him would know that he was a top expert. He was the kind of person who couldn't be provoked. Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. However, he also knew that he had to adapt to his new strength for a few days. Only then would he be able to control his strength and not be discovered. The people from the Sea Exploring sect were originally worried about Zhao Hai. But now that they saw that Zhao Hai had come out of seclusion and that his aura had become so strong, they were very happy. That night, their army came out of the cave and surrounded the Myriad Poison cult. When the army of the Sea Exploring sect appeared above the Myriad Poison cult, countless poisonous creatures suddenly appeared. Some of these poisonous creatures were big, while some were small. There were so many of them that it exceeded people's imagination. Among these poisonous creatures was a huge centipede that was nearly 100 meters long. This centipede was red in color and had a hard armor covering its body. It looked very powerful. Currently, a person was standing on the centipede's head. This person was an old woman. She wore flowery clothes and held a snake staff in her hand. She had green hair and stood there like a ghost. "Who are you people? Why have you surrounded our myriad poison cult?" the old woman loudly asked. Zhao Hai looked at the old woman and smiled faintly. Then, he said, "The Sea Exploring Sect Master, Zhao Hai, greets Granny Myriad Poison." Granny Myriad Poison wasn't the sect master of the Myriad Poison cult. She was very powerful and proficient in using poisons. She was a character who made people's expressions change. Granny Myriad Poison looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you from the Gold Spirit Trading Company?" "What? Does your Gold Spirit Trading Company want to start a war with our Myriad Poison cult?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You misunderstand, Granny. I'm not from the Gold Spirit Trading Company. I'm the sect master of the Sea Exploring Sect. I've come here today to ask the Myriad Poison cult to surrender to my Sea Exploring Sect. If the Myriad Poison cult doesn't agree, then don't blame us for being impolite." Granny Myriad Poison looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly said, "My Myriad Poison cult established itself by using poisons. Many people in the world can't tolerate us. If your Sea Exploring Sect really accepts my Myriad Poison cult, then it's hard to say what will happen in the end. You might even treat your sect as a heretical sect. Would you dare use us?" Zhao Hai looked at Granny Myriad Poison and laughed heartily. "There's nothing my Sea Exploring Sect doesn't dare to do in this world. Plus, the poisons your Myriad Poison cult uses are really sloppy and ordinary. They're far inferior to my Sea Exploring Sect's poisons." Granny Myriad Poison looked at Zhao Hai and said gravely, "I heard that a gang called the Sea Exploring Sect appeared in Tri-Mountain City. Their leader is very proficient in using poisons and has killed many people from our Myriad Poison cult. Is he one of your people? I'd like to see just how powerful your Sea Exploring Sect's poisons are." Zhao Hai looked at Granny Myriad Poison and smiled. "You can try. In fact, haven't you already tried? While I'm talking to you, you've already poisoned me with 56 different poisons. Haha. Interesting. You don't really think that these poisons can do anything to me, do you?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Granny Myriad Poison's expression changed. One must know that Zhao Hai had yet to fully control his strength. Therefore, his aura was very powerful. Anyone who saw him would know that he was an expert. But under such circumstances, Granny Myriad Poison still made a move against him. It could be seen that Granny Myriad Poison was very confident in her poisons. However, when Zhao Hai said how many poisons he used, Granny Myriad Poison's expression changed. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't wrong at all. He used 56 different poisons, not one more, not one less. She thought that her poisoning technique was superb and that no one would be able to detect it. However, she didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to see through it. How could she not be surprised? Zhao Hai looked at Granny Myriad Poison and said, "Since Granny has poisoned me with so many poisons, I naturally had to fight back. Now that Granny has been poisoned by 5 different poisons, I wonder if Granny has noticed?" When Granny Myriad Poison heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her expression changed. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would poison her. After Zhao Hai said this, she immediately began to inspect her body. However, she discovered that her spiritual qi seemed to have become rough. This was clearly a sign that she had been poisoned. This made Granny Myriad Poison even more surprised. She originally thought that Zhao Hai was lying to her, but she didn't think that Zhao Hai would really poison her. Zhao Hai looked at Granny Myriad Poisons and knew that she had discovered him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Granny Myriad Poisons, surrender. I'm not afraid to tell you that we have already captured the Shadowwind Ridge and the Elegant Wood Pavilion. You're the last of the 3 sects that we have to deal with. If you don't surrender, then don't blame us for being impolite. These poisons, as well as your Myriad Poison cult's formations, are just decorations for us." Granny Myriad Poison looked at Zhao Hai for a while before saying, "Zhao Hai, you're really powerful. My Myriad Poison cult is willing to surrender." Zhao Hai looked at Granny Myriad Poison's expression and smiled faintly. "All right, I can guarantee that as long as you surrender, I'll treat you all the same. I'll also treat you like the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect. However, I'm going to seal your cultivation right now. Do you have any objections? Granny Myriad Poison nodded and said, I don't. Disciples of the Myriad Poison cult, listen up. From today onwards, our Myriad Poison cult will surrender to the Sea Exploring sect. No one is allowed to resist. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Myriad Poison cult didn't say anything. However, their expressions didn't look good. But at this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a golden rune flew out. Then the rune grew bigger and bigger before it covered the entire Myriad Poison cult. At the same time, the disciples of the Myriad Poison cult discovered that their cultivation had been sealed. Upon discovering this, their expressions couldn't help but change. Then they all looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He actually sealed their cultivation with just a wave of his hand. This was too powerful. When Granny Myriad Poison saw Zhao Hai make a move, she was also startled. This was because she discovered that her cultivation had been sealed. One must know that she was someone who had comprehended the power of laws. However, Zhao Hai just released a rune that sealed the cultivation of everyone in the Myriad Poison cult. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect immediately flew towards the Myriad Poison cult. They gathered all the disciples that had fallen to the ground. At the same time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and Granny Myriad Poison flew towards his Myriad Sword ship. When Granny Myriad Poison arrived on Zhao Hai's Myriad Sword ship, she coldly snorted and said, Zhao Hai, are you really going to let your disciples enter my Myriad Poison cult? Don't blame me for not reminding you. My Myriad Poison cult's poison is everywhere. If your disciples enter my Myriad Poison cult and get poisoned in time, don't blame me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Granny is really confident in the Myriad Poison cult's poison. However, I have to tell you that you're too confident. I already said that your Myriad Poison cult's poison is only SOSO. Look. After saying that, Zhao Hai pointed towards the Myriad Poison cult. Granny Myriad Poison looked towards the direction that Zhao Hai was pointing at. She discovered that each of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples had a formation in their hands. Moreover, the color of these formations was constantly changing. Some of the formations in the hands of the disciples had already turned pure black. Granny Myriad Poison looked at the formation in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's a poison absorption formation. As long as there's any poison in the vicinity, it would immediately be absorbed by the formation. The darker the color of the formation, the more poison it absorbs. Hee, the Myriad Poison cult is indeed very interesting, specializing in poison arts. However, you've taken the wrong path. Poison is very strong, but in the face of absolute strength, poison can only be considered a minor path. Only by turning poison into a technique can poison become a major path. But you don't understand this, your poisons are too simple. Using an ordinary poison absorption formation to deal with it really makes me disappointed. You can't even use a poison absorption formation. When Granny Myriad Poison heard Zhao Hai, her expression couldn't help but change. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, poison absorption formation? With this kind of formation, what's the use of poison in the world? As long as a person has a poison absorption formation, poison would be useless. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you're wrong. Didn't I say that as long as you turn poison into a technique or law, then the poison would become a technique or law? At that time, formations would be useless. Therefore, I said that you're still far from it. Granny Myriad Poison didn't say anything. Granny Myriad Poison didn't say anything. The reason why she surrendered was because she had no other choice. Zhao Hai's aura was too strong. His aura alone was enough to suppress the entire Myriad Poison cult. And with the large artifacts of the Sea Exploring sect, the Myriad Poison cult was completely surrounded. Before coming to see Zhao Hai, Granny Myriad Poison had already tried to use all the formations of the sect. Because of this, Granny Myriad Poison had no choice but to surrender. Before long, the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect occupied the entire Myriad Poison cult. Then Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, everyone, listen to my order. Set up the formations. Everyone responded and immediately began to set up the formations of the Myriad Poison cult. Before long, a huge formation was set up. This formation was set up using the original formations as the core. Therefore, it didn't take long for the formation to be set up. After the sea exploring sect's disciples finished arranging the formation, Zhao Hai made a hand seal and sent it into the formation. Then the formation flashed and disappeared. However, Granny Myriad Poison couldn't help but stare. Although the formation only flashed for a moment, the aura it exuded made her heart skip a beat. The formation seemed to have turned into a beast that was staring at her, making her feel incomparably dangerous. After the formation was activated, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "All right, the tripartite formation has been activated. Now, the 3 mountains are under my control. With this as the foundation, I can use the entire sword spirit boundary." After he said that, he willed the Myriad Swords ship to descend to the Myriad Poison cult. Zhao Hai walked into the Myriad Poison cult and waved his hand, removing the restrictions on the disciples. Then he walked into the hall and looked at everyone before he said, "Send the order to the 3 Mountains City. From today onwards, this is the territory of our sea exploring sect. Go." Everyone complied, then they immediately went to relay the order. Zhao Hai turned his head to Granny 10,000 Poison and said, "Granny 10,000 Poison, you will be an elder of the sea-seeking sect from now on. However, you still need to learn some of the sect's rules. If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite in the future." Granny 10,000 Poison looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Granny 10,000 Poison, you are now an elder of the sea-seeking sect." Granny Myriad Poison nodded. At this point, she believed Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai said that the 3 sects had fallen into his hands. It seems like this was true. The sea exploring sect had caused a huge uproar in the spirit boundary. The disciples of the sect were very powerful. Now that they showed their banner, it meant that their goal wasn't small. Moreover, Zhao Hai just said that he would use the army against the spirit boundary. It seems like the spirit boundary was about to change. The establishment of the sea exploring sect, this news suddenly spread throughout the entire world of arcane spiritualists, throwing all of the sects and clans into chaos. 2 years ago, nobody had heard of the sea exploring sect. Nobody knew what kind of sect it was. But now, everyone in the spiritual world knew about the sea exploring sect. In the past year, the disciples of the sea exploring sect appeared in the spiritual world. They were very powerful and the various sects didn't do anything to them. This attracted the attention of the various sections. They investigated the matter of the sea exploring sect. But later on, they discovered that the sea exploring sect seemed to be related to the Gold Spirit Trading Company, so they stopped investigating. But now, the sea exploring sect appeared out of nowhere and was directly established in the 3 Northwest Mountains. This caused the entire spiritual world to be startled. They didn't know what was going on. But in any case, the 3 Northwest Mountains had now become the territory of the sea exploring sect. The Shady Wind Ridge, Elegant Wood Pavilion, and Myriad Poison cult had now been incorporated into the sea exploring sect. When the various sects discovered this, they immediately went to the Gold Spirit Trading Company. First, they asked the Gold Spirit Trading Company if they supported the sea exploring sect. However, the Gold Spirit Trading Company denied it. Although the various sects didn't believe it, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, the Gold Spirit Trading Company didn't do anything excessive. However, they quickly thought of another method, which was to collect information about the sea exploring sect. In fact, the various sects also wanted to use this method to test if the Gold Spirit Trading Company would give them information about the sea exploring sect. If the sea exploring sect was supported by the Gold Spirit Trading Company, then the Gold Spirit Trading Company wouldn't give them information. If the sea exploring sect wasn't supported by the Gold Spirit Trading Company, then the Gold Spirit Trading Company would give them information. The various large sects had originally thought that the Gold Spirit Trading Company wouldn't give them any information about the sea exploration sect. However, to their surprise, they had actually obtained some information about the sea exploration sect. However, none of the sects that had obtained this information believed the contents of the information. However, the various sects didn't believe the information given by the Gold Spirit Trading Company. The information about the sea exploring sect was too unbelievable. According to the information, this exploring sea sect was likely to have come from a secret realm that had never been discovered before. Moreover, the strength of this sect was very strong. Their sect was extremely powerful, with more than 1 million disciples and countless materials. There were even more than 1,000 large-scale power items and countless experts in the sect. After seeing this information, the various sects couldn't believe that this information was about the sea-exploring sect. In their opinion, the contents of this information were too exaggerated. If a sect had 1,000,000 disciples, then they could believe it. If a sect master was incomparably strong, then they could also believe it. Of course, whether this sect master was really that strong or not, they would have to fight him to know. What they couldn't believe the most was that according to the information, this sect master had more than 1,000 large artifacts. There was no way for them to believe this. What kind of concept was that? Even the 8 strongest sects in the spiritual world couldn't take out 1,000 large artifacts. Now, a sect that came from a secret realm had more than 1,000 large artifacts. This was really unbelievable. 1,000 large artifacts, what kind of concept was that? Every large artifact required an astronomical amount of materials. Ordinary sects simply couldn't afford it. This was also one of the reasons why some small sects didn't have large artifacts. Even if you had enough materials, you still needed the refining technique for large artifacts. If you didn't have the refining technique for large artifacts, you simply wouldn't be able to refine large artifacts. Because of all these reasons, there weren't many large artifacts in the spiritual world. It was also because of this that the various sects in the spiritual world didn't believe this information. The reason why secret realms were called secret realms and not realms was because they were smaller and didn't have as many materials. If a secret realm was large enough to support more than 1,000,000 people and could build more than 1,000 large artifacts, then it wouldn't be called a secret realm but a different realm. Up until now, no one had thought that the sea-exploring sect came from the sword spirit realm. This was because the sword spirit realm was too far away from the spiritual world. People in the spiritual world had almost forgotten about the sword spirit realm. Because of this, no one thought that the sea-exploring sect came from the sword spirit realm. However, in any case, the establishment of the Sequoia sect shook the entire spiritual world. Everyone knew that the Sequoia sect wasn't to be trifled with. Being able to take down the 3 sects without anyone noticing was already very powerful. However, what made them feel strange was that after the establishment of the sea-exploring sect, they didn't come in contact with the other sections. Nobody came out either. Even the rogue cultivators didn't come out of the sea-exploring sect's territory. Of course, outsiders didn't know that the moment the sea-exploring sect was established, the 3 mountains had already become its territory. All the rogue cultivators in the 3 mountains had become disciples of the sea-exploring sect. When the rogue cultivators heard that they could join the sea-exploring sect, they were very happy. Then they heard about the various benefits of the sea-exploring sect and naturally wouldn't leave. Afterward, the sea exploration sect began to make improvements to the 3 mountain city. The 3 mountain city still looked like a shopping center, but the management there was more standardized. Moreover, on the surface, the 3 mountain city still looked like the territory of the trading company. But in fact, it was under the control of the sea exploration sect. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted the 3 mountain city to look like a trading firm was to make people think that they had nothing to do with the trading firm. Zhao Hai's current actions were one in the light and one in the dark. He wanted to put the sea exploring sect in the light and make the other sects focus their attention on the sea exploring sect. The Gold Spirit trading firm was in the dark. Nobody knew that the Gold Spirit trading firm had already been taken over by the sea exploring sect. Therefore, they could use the Gold Spirit trading firm to inquire about more information. In any case, the Gold Spirit trading firm had been establishing shops all over the continent for quite some time. Therefore, it was normal for them to keep the Gold Spirit trading firm's shops. Although the sea exploring sect didn't touch the Tri-Mountain City, the other places were completely transformed. The 3 sects set up branches and academies in the shortest time possible so that the rogue cultivators could study in these academies. Although all the rogue cultivators in the 3 sects joined the sea exploring sect, there were still some who went to the 3 mountain city. Some of them were true rogue cultivators who wanted to make a living in the 3 mountain city. There were also some who were spies of other sects who came to inquire about information. Because of this, Zhao Hai sealed off 3 mountain city. In other words, you can enter 3 mountain city, but you can't leave. Leaving 3 mountain city is also possible, but you can only leave through the transmission formation. You can't leave 3 mountain city through the gates. In other words, if you're a rogue cultivator, you can come to the Three Mountains city, but you can only stay in the city. If you don't want to stay in the city, then you'll have to leave the territory of the three sections. If you want to leave through the city gates, then you can't go to the Three Mountains city. The overbearing behavior of the Sea Exploring sect caused a lot of dissatisfaction. However, the majority of these people were rogue cultivators. So even if they were dissatisfied, they couldn't do anything about it. Some rogue cultivators left while some stayed behind. They wanted to make a living in the Three Mountains city. The Sea Exploring sect paid special attention to those who stayed behind. This was because Zhao Hai suspected that those who stayed behind were spies of other sections. As for the underground trading hall in the Three Mountains city, it still existed, and trading was still going on. Anyone could come to this underground trading hall to trade, and no one would investigate what they were trading. Recently, a lot of good things had appeared in the underground trading hall. Some of the disciples and rogue cultivators around the Sea Exploring sect had all come here to trade. The actions of the Sea Exploring sect confused the other sections. They didn't understand why the Sea Exploring sect did this. Could it be that the Sea Exploring sect didn't want others to know their strength? But if that was the case, then why did they allow the Gold Spirit Trading Company to exist? Maybe they were afraid of the Gold Spirit Trading Company? But what kind of agreement did they reach with the Gold Spirit Trading Company? The other sects were unfamiliar with the Sea Exploring sect. Because of this, they were afraid of the Sea Exploring sect. However, the Sea Exploring sect didn't make any moves. They were still moving forward at their own pace. They were just moving forward step by step according to their own plan. After the establishment of the academy, the rogue cultivators began to learn the rules of the Sea Exploring sect. They began to understand what they needed to do, what they could get, and what they could learn in the academy. The Sea Exploring sect also began to give them tasks. When the rogue cultivators saw the amount of resources they could receive each month, they were all dumbfounded. When they heard that every disciple of the Sea Exploring sect had their own cultivation records, they didn't know what to say. Finally, when they found out that they could consult the teachers of the academy about cultivation at any time as long as they paid some contribution points, they all went crazy. There was no other way, they couldn't not go crazy. This news was too shocking. This was a good thing that they didn't even dare to dream about. Although they were rogue cultivators, they weren't completely ignorant. On the contrary, they knew very well what the other sects were like. They knew that the disciples of the various sects, especially those with low levels and mediocre strength, didn't have a good life. Although they could receive materials every month, although their cultivation method was better than theirs, and although it was more convenient and cheaper for them to buy medicinal pills, there really wasn't anyone to guide them in cultivation. Although there were elders who preached, they wouldn't focus on you. Unless you became a disciple of the elder and became a true disciple, but such a person was 1 in a million. But in the Sea Exploring sect, all of this wasn't a problem. Jiao Jinfeng was calmly sitting in his room, cultivating. After some time, he let out a long breath and slowly stopped his cultivation. His face showed a happy expression. His cultivation has improved again. Jiao Jinfeng stood up and walked outside. The place he was living in was a large courtyard. There were many rooms like the one he was living in. Each room was occupied by a disciple. This room was very big. There was a quiet room, a bedroom, a living room, and a washroom. There were a lot of rooms and they were very spacious. It was a very good place to live. Jiao Jinfeng looked at the scenery outside and couldn't help but let out a long breath. The smile on his face became even bigger. He was very happy, very happy. Joining the Sea Exploring sect was very good, much better than he expected. Jiao Jinfeng had always felt strange. Why did Lu Qingrui tell him that he would know how good the Sea Exploring sect was after joining? He didn't understand before, but now he completely understood. The Sea Exploring sect was very good, better than any other sect in the spiritual world. Setting up a cultivation file for them, adjusting the resources allocated to them according to their cultivation progress, having elders who could ask questions at any time, and setting tasks according to their strength. All of this made Jiao Jinfeng feel like he was in a dream. Jiao Jinfeng had never thought that she would one day live such a life. She would one day be able to cultivate like this. Now, Jiao Jinfeng somewhat understood why the disciples of the sea exploring sect were so strong. None of the disciples who were nurtured using such a method were weak. As soon as Jiao Jinfeng came out, she saw Ning Xuesong coming out of his room as well. When Jiao Jinfeng saw Ning Xuesong, she immediately said, "Xuesong, you came out. I think it's about time. Should we go? Since the sect master has some time today, let's go see him." Ning Xuesong smiled and said, "All right, let's go see the sect master. I haven't seen him for a while. I heard that he got a lot of rewards." Jiao Jinfeng laughed and said, "Do you want to see the sect master or do you want to go for his things? Be careful or the sect master will deal with you." Ning Xuesong also laughed loudly, and the two of them walked out together. The gang master they were referring to was naturally Lu Qingrui. Although they had joined the sea exploring sect and should have called Lu Qingrui senior brother, they still habitually called him gang master. Lu Qingrui didn't object. Jiao Jinfeng and Ning Xuesong were currently staying in the main hall of the Elegant Wood Pavilion. Lu Qingrui was also cultivating there. However, Lu Qingrui had been busy before. Now that they heard that he was resting today, the two of them wanted to visit him. The place where Lu Qingrui lived was quite a distance away from them. Of course, the place where Lu Qingrui lived was better than where they lived. Lu Qingrui's courtyard was independent and had a larger area. After some time, Jiao Jinfeng and the others arrived at Lu Qingrui's courtyard. Jiao Jinfeng went forward and knocked on the door. Lu Qingrui's voice was heard, "Come in." Jiao Jinfeng immediately pushed the door and went inside. As soon as the two entered the courtyard, they discovered that Lu Qingrui wasn't the only one present. Lu Qingsong was also present. Jiao Jinfeng and Ning Xuesong immediately gave Lu Qingrui a salute and said, "Greetings, sect master." Lu Qingsong also gave a salute. Lu Qingrui waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite with me." "Right, didn't I tell you not to call me gang master? You can just call me senior brother." Jiao Jinfeng smiled and said, "I still think it's better to call you gang master." "Gang master, I heard that you've been very busy recently? Do you finally have time now?" Lu Qingrui smiled and said, "Right, I have time now. Now that the sex matters are on the right track, I don't have to be as busy as before. Right, I've also received a long-term mission. I'll be teaching poison in the Elegance Wood Academy. If you want to take my poison classes in the future, you'll have to pay a fee." When Jiao Jinfeng heard Lu Qingrui, he couldn't help but stare. Then he became happy and said, "Gang master, you're a teacher now? Good, this is good. It seems like the sect recognizes your poison skills. This is a good thing. I heard that being a teacher is very good. Congratulations, gang master." Lu Qingrui smiled and said, "It's just a teacher. I'm also thinking about my future cultivation. After becoming a teacher, aside from teaching, I'll have a lot of time to cultivate." Jiao Jinfeng and the others nodded. Lu Qingrui looked at Jiao Jinfeng and said, "Jinfeng, you have to work hard. Don't think that you'll be fine after entering the sect. Yes, after entering the sect, even if you don't go out to do missions, you can still cultivate in peace. But for us cultivators, if we want to go further, we need more resources. Look at Little Song, he's already reached the Qi refining spirit realm, he's already caught up to you. You have to work hard." When Jiao Jinfeng heard Lu Qingrui, he immediately turned to Lu Qingsong and said, "Little Song, have you really reached the Qi refining spirit realm?" Lu Qingsong smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I've already reached the Qi refining spirit realm. I just reached it." Jiao Jinfeng smiled and said, "Your cultivation speed is really fast. It seems like it won't take long for you to surpass me. Right, gang master, is there any big movement in the sect recently? Do we also want to participate?" Lu Qingrui smiled and said, "The sect won't be making any big movements recently. We'll have to completely digest the territories of the three sects before we do anything else. So if you want to participate in a big movement, then I'm afraid you've made the wrong decision." When he heard Lu Qingrui, Jiao Jinfeng was somewhat disappointed. However, Ning Xuesong didn't mind. He looked at Lu Qingrui and said, "Gang master, although we have some understanding of the sect, we still don't know much about it. We want to know what kind of missions will give us more contribution points. Lu Qingrui smiled and said, "Don't think too much about shortcuts. That's impossible, especially the two stages of refining essence into qi and refining qi to spirit. In these two stages, the missions assigned by the sect are mostly related to your cultivation, especially some long-term missions. It seems that the contribution points earned are not many and the duration is very long. However, those missions are mostly for practicing a certain cultivation method, which can't be underestimated. For example, some mining missions are specially prepared for people who practice body cultivation. Moreover, our Sea Exploring sect attaches great importance to body cultivation. If your body cultivation fails, it will affect your future cultivation. Therefore, if you really want to take on missions, I think it's better for you to take on mining missions to improve your body cultivation. This will be very beneficial for you in the future." Jiao Jinfeng and Ning Xuesong nodded. The two of them didn't know about these things. Now that they heard Lu Qingrui, they understood. Lu Qingrui looked at the two and said, "Don't look down on me just because I specialize in poisons. In fact, my body cultivation isn't bad either. Moreover, I also know other techniques. This is a characteristic of our Sea Exploring sect. Disciples like us who are ordinary in every aspect have more things to learn. We strive to be proficient in one or two aspects while also understanding other aspects. But for someone like Little Song, it's different. If he performs particularly well in one aspect, then he'll only need to improve his abilities in that aspect. As for other aspects, he just needs to understand a little bit." Jiao Jinfeng and the others nodded as they looked at Lu Qingsong with envy. Lu Qingsong smiled embarrassedly and said, "Actually, there are a lot of things that I need to learn. However, I only need to understand a little about those things. The most important thing is still my own cultivation." Lu Qingrui replied, "That's right. You don't know about Elder Ding Chunming. He met the sect master after having a child. He was then guided by the sect master to cultivate his body cultivation, allowing him to have his current achievements. You're still young. As long as you work hard, even if you can't compare to Elder Ding Chunming, you won't be any worse than Che Rong." Lu Qingsong nodded. Lu Qingrui looked at Jiao Jinfeng and the others and said, "Jinfeng, since you've joined the Sea Exploring sect, then I have something to tell you. The Sea Exploring sect treats its disciples very well. However, there is one rule that cannot be violated, and that is betraying the sect. The sect master attaches great importance to this matter. No matter what your reason is, if you betray the sect, then the sect master won't let you off. Do you understand?" Jiao Jinfeng immediately replied, "Yes, sect master. We understand. Please rest assured." Lu Qingrui replied, "If you're really captured by the other sects, then you'd rather die than betray the sect. If you die while being captured by the other sects, then the sect master will certainly avenge you. If you have a family, then your family will be taken care of. But if you betray the sect, then you'll die without a doubt. You might not know the strength of the sect master, but I can tell you that if the sect wants to kill someone, then that person will die without a doubt." Jiao Jinfeng and the others immediately nodded. Then Lu Qingrui said, "Cultivate well. I think that in about a year, the Sea Exploration sect will be able to control this place. At the same time, we'll have a better understanding of the surrounding sects. When the time comes, we'll certainly make a move. The Sea Exploration sect's purpose in coming to the spiritual realm is to occupy it. Naturally, we won't wait for too long. Therefore, you can rest assured and focus on your missions. But in a year, the missions must be completed. That way, you'll be able to catch up with our expansion. When the time comes, you'll be able to make contributions. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Lu Qingrui, Jiao Jinfeng and Ning Xuesong's eyes lit up. Then they said, "Yes, we understand. Sect master, rest assured. After we return, we'll immediately set up a long-term mission. After a year, we'll be able to participate in the sect's operations." Lu Qingrui nodded and said, "The sect master likes to make plans before acting. He wants to pay the smallest price to achieve the greatest results. That's why the Sea Exploring sect has spent 2 years collecting information about the magical spirit world. What we need to do now is take one step at a time and annex the magical spirit world. We can't rush things. Therefore, there will be more battles to fight in the future. As long as you participate, you will be rewarded handsomely. Keep working hard. The two nodded at the same time. A year wasn't a long time for cultivators, and it was even shorter for a realm. However, this year felt a little long for the people of the spiritual world. Ever since the establishment of the Scouring Sea sect, it had become an independent kingdom. They rarely came into contact with the outside world and only operated their own territory. Moreover, they didn't expand outwards. However, they did take in many rogue cultivators as disciples. However, the great sects of the spiritual realm weren't clear about the strength of the Sea Scouring sect. It wasn't that they hadn't sent disciples to the Sea Scouring sect. However, after these disciples entered the Sea Scouring sect, it was like throwing stones into the sea. There was no movement or news coming out. This made the great sects very puzzled. As a result, the various sects couldn't help but ask the Gold Spirit Trading Company for some information about the Sea Exploration sect. However, the information they received was the same every time. The strength of the Sea Exploration sect hadn't changed much from the information they received from the trading company. It was just that the number of disciples had increased due to the addition of some rogue cultivators. However, the number of disciples they had added was the most ordinary disciples, which didn't have any impact on the fighting strength of the sect. This made the various sects very puzzled. Was the strength of the Sea Exploration sect really that strong? Although the various sects of the spiritual world seemed to be harmonious on the surface, they were secretly on guard against each other. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for them to take any action against the Sea Exploration sect. This gave the Sea Exploration sect a year to develop. Outsiders didn't know about this year, but the people of the three sects were very clear about the changes in themselves. Within the three sects, there was no longer a distinction between ordinary people and immortals. Everyone had become a disciple of the Sea Exploration sect. However, those ordinary people were now only outer disciples of the Sea Exploration sect. The ordinary people couldn't accept this arrangement at first. They couldn't believe that they had become a disciple of a sect. In the past, this was equivalent to entering an immortal sect. This made many of them think that they were dreaming. However, they slowly understood that they weren't dreaming. All of this was real. The ordinary people were gathered in some newly built towns. In these towns, there were already some small academies. Everyone had to study in these academies for a period of time. They also had to undergo tests. If they found someone with talent, they would become an outer disciple of the Sea Exploration sect. This method allowed the ordinary people to see the most real changes. In the beginning, these people didn't understand why the Sea Exploration sect was doing this. Although the resources given to them every month were small, there were a lot of people. Adding up the amount was too much. It seemed like the Sea Exploration sect was spending a lot of resources. However, what happened next made these people understand why the Sea Exploring sect did this. There were a lot of talented people among the commoners who had been buried. Now, these people had joined the Sea Exploring sect. Under the nurturing of the Sea Exploring sect, each and every one of them had increased their strength rapidly. Afterward, the Sea Exploration sect began to improve the spiritual fields in the areas under their control. The spiritual fields were transformed into spiritual soil. Everything that was planted had spiritual chi, which was good for cultivators. Moreover, the output had increased a lot. This way, the annual income of the Sea Exploration sect would also increase. This was something that the people who joined the Sea Exploration sect later on didn't expect. However, this wasn't the end. The Sea Exploration sect began to merge some of the smaller towns and started to use large artifacts to transport people to work. Although the living quarters of the people living in the big cities became smaller, their living environment was greatly changed. There were a lot of array tools in their homes. These tools were very good. Each tool had its own use, making their lives much more convenient. Being able to make such a big change in a place in a year was something that the other sects didn't dare to think about. The other sects didn't understand why there was no news about the disciples they sent to the Sea Exploration sect after entering the sect. They didn't know that some of these disciples wanted to pass on information to them, but in the end they didn't manage to do so. Instead, they were discovered by the Sea Exploration sect and were executed. More disciples saw the situation in the sea exploration sect and lost confidence in their original sect. Therefore, they directly reported their identity to the sea exploration sect and requested to join. The sea exploration sect was still able to accept such people and even gave them preferential treatment. Therefore, these disciples had already become a part of the sea exploration sect. Although the sea exploration sect had been officially established in the spiritual world for a year, the various sects in the spiritual world didn't know much about the sea exploration sect. They were more interested in exploring the sea exploration sect, but this didn't mean that the sea exploration sect would give them the time to do so. During this year, the sea exploration sect didn't just consolidate its internal affairs, it also carried out its own plans to collect information about the sects that bordered it step by step. There were only 2 sects that bordered the sea exploration sect. One of them was called the Cultivation sect, while the other was called the Western Deity sect. These 2 sects were located on a mountain. However, this mountain range was very long. In the spiritual world, this mountain range was called the Fire Dragon Mountain Range because it was actually a huge mountain range composed of active volcanoes. In this mountain range, there were more than 1,000 large and small volcanoes. 1/3 of them were active volcanoes that would erupt irregularly, while the remaining 2/3 were extinct volcanoes that would no longer erupt. The Cultivation sect and the Western Deity sect were located at the 2 ends of the Fire Dragon Mountain Range. The Cultivation sect was located at the south end of the Fire Dragon Mountain Range, while the Western Deity sect was located at the back of the Fire Dragon Mountain Range. The Fire Dragon Mountain Range was like a huge fence that completely separated the northwest from the center of the spiritual world. The Cultivation sect and the Western Deity sect were the 2 largest sects in the entire northwest. Their strength was incomparably powerful. It was said that the people of the Cultivation sect were best at using fire attribute techniques. They were also very good at refining tools. Because of this, the strength of the Cultivation sect was also very strong. Their sect's defensive formation seemed to be powered by the power of the earth fire. It was very powerful. Not only could it protect itself, but it could also counterattack with the earth fire. It was precisely because of this that no one dared to provoke them. As for the Western Deity sect, it was similar to the Cultivation sect. The people of this sect were also known for their proficiency in fire-type techniques. However, their forte wasn't refining tools, but alchemy. They were one of the few great alchemy sects in the entire spiritual world. The strength of the sect's disciples was also incomparably powerful. Their defensive formation was also powered by the power of the earth fire. The strength of these 2 sects wasn't bad. They weren't inferior to the other major sects in the spiritual world. It was precisely because of this that these 2 sects firmly controlled the Fire Dragon Mountain Range. However, these 2 sects couldn't be said to be allies. On the contrary, these 2 sects often fought with each other. It could be said that they were mortal enemies. However, the strength of these 2 sects was very strong, so no one could do anything to the other. When Zhao Hai and the others took over the 3 sects, they indeed had a perfect base. But if they want to attack the spirit realm, then they would have to break through the Kuan Mountain sect and the Western God sect. Otherwise, they would be stuck in the 3 sects, unable to move at all. Zhao Hai and the others had already taken over the 3 sections. It was precisely because of this that although the sea exploring sect had been established for a year and their performance was very eye-catching, the major sects didn't really pay attention to them. In the view of the major sects, even if the sea exploring sect was powerful, it would be very difficult for them to break through the defenses of the Cultivation sect and the Western Deity sect. Therefore, they weren't worried. On the contrary, the Western Deity sect and the Cultivation sect attached great importance to the sea exploring sect. In the past, these 2 sects also wanted to take over the 3 sections. However, although the 3 sects weren't very strong, once they were attacked by these 2 sects, they would unite and might even side with the other sect. This made the 2 sects wary. In the end, no one made a move. However, they didn't expect that the sea exploring sect would be able to take over the 3 sects in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of this that the 2 sects paid great attention to the sea exploring sect. After all, if the sea exploring sect could take over the 3 sects in one fell swoop, then their strength shouldn't be bad. Moreover, the sea exploring sect was so close to them that it had already become a threat to them. It was precisely because of this that the two sects sent the most disciples to the sea-exploring sect. However, the final result was the same. The disciples sent by the two sects almost didn't receive any news. However, they didn't know that the sea-exploring sect had already used a year to collect information about the two sections. The strength of the disciples of these two sects was very strong. However, their cultivation methods were somewhat different. The Kunchen sect's fire elemental techniques were mainly used to control fire. They were good at large-scale attacks. But at the same time, they also practiced various fire elemental techniques. Therefore, their sect didn't only have techniques to attack, they also had various instruments to attack. It could be said that their cultivation method was mainly based on attacking techniques, and other techniques were supplementary. On the other hand, the Western deity sect was a more interesting sect. The people of the Western deity sect worshipped fire. They regarded fire as their god. They called their techniques divine techniques. The techniques they used were different from ordinary techniques. The techniques they used were much more powerful. Moreover, the hand seals and incantations they used were also different from other fire tribute techniques. The strongest technique of the Western deity sect was a large-scale fire tribute technique. However, their single-target techniques weren't weak either. Moreover, the people of the Western deity sect almost didn't use artifacts such as flying swords. The only artifact they used was the fire god staff. The fire god staff was a special artifact that could store a variety of techniques. In addition to the fire god staff, they also had a type of artifact called the fire god lightning. This type of fire god lightning was a very powerful single-target artifact. It was very famous in the entire spiritual world. Moreover, this fire god lightning was a secret artifact of the Western god sect. Very few of them would spread outside. In addition to these, the two sects also had their own large-scale artifacts. The Kunchen sect's large-scale artifact was the Fire Cloud warship, while the Western deity sect's artifact was the Inferno war chariot. The Fire Cloud warship didn't have much to say. However, the Inferno war chariot was said to be a powerful artifact used by the immortals of the upper realm. It was a relatively famous artifact in the spiritual world. After understanding this, the sea-exploring sect began to prepare to send troops to the two sections. This was because Zhao Hai was very optimistic about the Fire Dragon mountain range. He wanted to take the mountain range and turn it into the sea-exploring sect's territory. He wanted to turn the volcano in the mountain range into a power source for the sea-exploring sect. Following Zhao Hai's order, the entire sea-exploring sect began to prepare. Not only did they prepare themselves, but they also prepared to make diplomatic preparations. After carefully analyzing the situation of the two sects, Zhao Hai finally decided to personally go to the Western deity sect. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Western deity sect was because the people of the Western deity sect were famous for their arrogance in the spiritual world. They looked down on everyone. The reason why they were like this was because a master had appeared in the Western deity sect a few years ago. He was originally a disciple of the Western deity sect. However, his talent was extraordinary. In just 100 years, he had reached the strength of a supreme elder. Finally, he successfully ascended to the upper realm and became an immortal. After an ordinary person ascended to the upper realm, it was difficult for them to take care of their own sect in the lower realm. This was because there was the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. After ascending to the upper realm, your strength would be suppressed. You wouldn't be able to help the lower realm even if you wanted to. However, this person from the Western deity sect was different. He was incomparably powerful. After ascending to the upper realm for 100 years, he began to bestow a lot of benefits to the Western deity sect. It was said that the Western deity sect also had a jade talisman that descended from the upper realm. The talisman contained his clone. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Western deity sect were very arrogant. They thought that with the jade talisman from the upper realm, they could run amok in the spiritual world. And in fact, they did so. Originally, the Western deity sect was not as good as the Kunchen sect. However, because they were related to the immortals of the upper realm, they suddenly became powerful. In less than 100 years, they had become one of the biggest sects in the spiritual world. They could even compete with the Kunchen sect. Speaking of which, the Western deity sect was also quite capable. The immortal who ascended really took care of them. The fire chariot was the refining method given to them by the immortal from the upper realm. The technique of worshipping fire was also taught to them by the immortal from the upper realm. It was precisely because of these things that the people of the Western deity sect were able to compete with the Kunchen sect. They even slowly gained the upper hand. Of course, this was also inseparable from the efforts of the disciples of the Western deity sect. It was precisely because of the situation of the Western deity sect that Zhao Hai was going to personally pay a visit to the Western deity sect. Of course, he could also send an envoy. This was a diplomatic means. After making the preparations, Zhao Hai left Wen Hai to prepare in the sea exploring sect. He sailed the myriad sword ship and took Ding Chunming, Long Ding Tian, Xing Chang, Che Rong, and 1,000 sea exploring sect cavalrymen to pay a visit to the Western deity sect. Before going to the Western deity sect, Zhao Hai first sent someone to the Western deity sect to inform them that he was going to pay a visit to the Western deity sect. The Western deity sect also agreed to Zhao Hai's visit. Zhao Hai stood at the bow of the 10,000 swords ship as he looked ahead and said, "We're about to enter the Western deity sect's domain. Chunming, this time, we need to lower our posture. Just say that we have enmity with the Kunchen sect. We'll attack the Kunchen sect together and take half of their territory. If the Western deity sect tries to make things difficult for us, we'll try our best to endure. Naturally, if they dare to go too far, we won't be polite." Chunming nodded and said, "You're right." Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Yes, young master, don't worry. We know what to do. But young master, I heard that there's an immortal jade talisman in the Western deity sect. Are we really going to be enemies with them?" Zhao Hai said, "Of course, we'll be enemies with them sooner or later. So what if they have an immortal's jade talisman? It's nothing more than an avatar from the upper realm. Even if it's an avatar, its strength would still be affected by the laws of the world. We'll just have to deal with them." When Ding Chunming heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "Yes, young master, I understand. But young master, if you ascend to the upper realm, then wouldn't you have to face the immortal of the Western deity sect? You'll be in danger at that time." Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming, then he smiled and said, "Chunming, you're really confident in me. Ha ha ha. But don't worry, I'll be fine." Ding Chunming knew that Zhao Hai's words meant that he already had an idea. Therefore, he didn't say anything else. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll listen to young master." Long Ding Tian and the others were standing behind Zhao Hai. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they naturally knew what to do. This time, the reason why Zhao Hai went to the Western deity sect was because he wanted to borrow the Western deity sect's strength to deal with the Kunchen sect. Then he would turn around and deal with the Western deity sect. In fact, he did this because he didn't want to use the Scouring Sea sect's strength to deal with the two sections. If he did that, then the two sects would go all out against him. In the end, the Scouring Sea sect would suffer more casualties. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to pull the Western deity sect to his side. Before long, the myriad sword ship entered the Western deity sect's territory. From afar, 10 huge fireballs could be seen flying towards the myriad sword ship. These fireballs were very large. When the fireballs got closer, Zhao Hai and the others were able to see the true appearance of these fireballs. These fireballs were actually war chariots. These war chariots were very square and had a row of huge wheels below. The number of wheels was probably no less than 20. On top of these wheels was a huge carriage. This carriage was square in shape, had a height of 20 meters, a width of 40 meters, and a length of more than 100 meters. On this carriage, one couldn't see any doors. Instead, there were many windows. Naturally, these windows were all made of red crystal. Moreover, one couldn't see the inside from the outside. Zhao Hai stood there and slowly reduced the speed of the myriad sword ship. At the same time, the 10 war chariots also slowed down. Before long, they arrived in front of Zhao Hai and surrounded Zhao Hai in the middle. Then one of the war chariots facing the myriad sword ship suddenly opened a door. This door was on top of the war chariot's carriage. Normally, it would be closed halfway, making it impossible to see the door. After the door opened, a man wearing a red robe could be seen inside the carriage. He was holding a wooden staff with a huge red gem embedded at the top. This man looked to be around 50 years old. He had sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes. He had a square face and looked very dignified. However, his hair and beard were all red. This made him look very dignified. When the old man appeared in front of the carriage, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Are you the sect master of the sea exploring sect, Zhao Hai?" This old man is Xianfei of the Western deity sect. "Greetings, sect master Zhao." Zhao Hai looked at Xianfei and smiled faintly. "Elder Xian, Zhao Hai is very polite." Elder Xian is the external affairs elder of the Western deity sect. "You're very busy. How could I trouble you to welcome me? Zhao Hai really can't go." Xianfei smiled and said, "Sect Master Zhao is too polite. Sect Master Zhao is the sect master. It's only right for me to welcome you. Sect Master Zhao, please. Our sect master is waiting for you." Zhao Hai also smiled and said, "All right. Thank you, Elder Xian. Elder Xian, please." Xianfei cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then he returned to the carriage and closed it. Then the carriage turned around and flew towards the Western deity sect. Zhao Hai's myriad sword ship quickly followed behind as they flew towards the main hall of the Western deity sect. Zhao Hai didn't enter the cabin. Instead, he stood on the deck and looked down at the sky. They weren't flying very high, and Zhao Hai's body was incomparably strong. Therefore, he could clearly see the appearance of the ordinary people below. Each and every one of them had a sickly complexion. It seems like they weren't living very well. When they saw the raging flame chariot and the myriad sword ship, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed. It seems like this was the rule of the Western deity sect. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. The Western deity sect really thought of themselves as immortals. Not only did the mortals worship them, they also didn't care about the life and death of the mortals. Perhaps in their eyes, the life and death of the mortals weren't important at all. Only the cultivators were important. However, in Zhao Hai's view, this method wasn't advisable. The reason why cultivators were called cultivators was because they weren't immortals. If you haven't reached immortality and you want to ascend, then wouldn't it be too arrogant to think that you're an immortal? Doing so would only do more harm than good to their cultivation. However, he didn't have any relationship with the Western deity sect. What the Western deity sect wanted to do had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only watch. Whether it was the raging flame chariot or the myriad sword ship, their flying speed was very fast. However, the distance between the Western deity sect and the sea exploring sect was very far. After flying for 2 days, they finally saw the Fire Dragon Mountain Range. When he saw the Fire Dragon Mountain Range, Zhao Hai understood why it was called the Fire Dragon Mountain Range. It turned out that everything on the mountain was red. Looking from afar, it really looked like a fire dragon lying on the ground. When they got closer, Zhao Hai could see that the Fire Dragon Mountain Range wasn't devoid of plants. It's just that all of the plants were red, making them look very beautiful. Moreover, the mountain range seemed to be very hot. Waves of heat waves distorted the air, making the mountain range look like it was burning. No wonder it was called the Fire Dragon Mountain Range. Soon, the 10 raging flame chariots and the myriad sword ship arrived at the Western deity sect. Upon seeing the Western deity sect, Zhao Hai was stunned. The Western deity sect was really big. There was a tall volcano crater, as well as some other craters around it. It seemed like the Western deity sect had occupied all of them. There were countless caves inside, and in the largest crater, there was a huge statue of a young man. The statue was wearing a robe, holding a staff in one hand and a flame in the other. The flame wasn't a fake flame, it was a real flame. Moreover, the temperature of the flame was very high. The statue was very huge, reaching a height of several hundred meters. Compared to the statue, the myriad sword ship seemed small. It could be seen how huge the statue was. When they got closer, Zhao Hai also saw the statue. The cultivator on the statue was really young. He looked like he was in his 20s, less than 30 years old. His eyes were slightly closed, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. However, that smile had a trace of arrogance, as if he was a high and mighty god. He was looking at everything with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. However, Zhao Hai's gaze was focused on the flame in the hand of the statue. The flame was very big and was constantly burning. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the flame actually contained a trace of the power of law. This was very powerful. A flame condensed from the power of law could actually keep burning. This was really amazing. At this time, the raging flame chariot stopped outside of a volcano. Then Xian Fei flew out of the chariot and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, please stop the ship here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the myriad sword ship stopped at the edge of a platform outside the volcano. This platform looked like a pier in the secular world, but this pier was on a mountain, and the myriad sword ship was also stopped in the void. Below the ship was the mountain. After stopping the ship, Zhao Hai brought Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian down from the ship and landed on the pier. Xing Feng and Che Rong didn't follow them down. The two of them had to stay on the ship to look after it. The 1,000 cavalrymen on the ship also didn't follow them down. They were supposed to guard the ship. As soon as Zhao Hai got down from the ship, Xian Fei immediately greeted him. Behind him was a row of cultivators. These people were dressed like Xian Fei. They were wearing red robes and had staves in their hands. Each and every one of them looked like immortals. Xian Fei cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, these are the elders of my Western deity sect. They have specially come to welcome you. Please come with me. The sect master is waiting for you under the statue." Then he introduced the elders to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quietly listened to Xian Fei's introduction. These elders that came to welcome him were ordinary elders of the Western deity sect. There weren't any elders with real power. It can be seen that the Western deity sect didn't care about Zhao Hai's face. However, Zhao Hai wasn't angry. He had lived for so many years. What kind of people hadn't he seen? How could he get angry over such a trivial matter? Therefore, he just smiled and greeted the elders. He didn't care about the faint smile on the elders' faces. After Xian Fei finished introducing the elders, he led Zhao Hai towards the crater. Before long, they arrived at the pier, which was also inside the crater. There was a carriage parked there. It was a red wooden carriage. In front of the carriage were two giant eagles. These two eagles were more than 10 meters long. They were red in color and looked very handsome. Xian Fei invited Zhao Hai to board the carriage. Then the two giant eagles flapped their wings and flew towards the crater. During this process, Zhao Hai was able to clearly see the statue. This wasn't a statue. After Zhao Hai saw the statue clearly, he immediately knew that it wasn't a statue. Or rather, it wasn't an ordinary statue. It should be said that it was a statue that had been refined with fire. It could also be said that it was a statue that had been cast. Statues were generally carved slowly with things like knives and axes. Even if a person's carving skills were superb, there would still be traces left behind. However, this statue didn't have any traces of carving. All the traces were polished very smoothly. It was precisely because of this that this statue looked so round and lifelike. Soon, the car stopped in the square below the statue. The square was now surrounded by a lot of people. Xian Fei opened the car door and invited Zhao Hai to get out. As soon as Zhao Hai got out of the car, he heard a burst of laughter. Then, a cultivator walked towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he was stunned. This person seemed to be about 40 years old. He looked very young. Most importantly, this person's appearance was somewhat similar to the statue. The cultivator cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Western deity sect master, Luo Guan, greets sect master Zhao Hai. This Luo didn't come out to meet you. Please forgive me, sect master Zhao Hai." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly said, "Sect master Luo is too polite. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to visit Zhao Hai." Luo Guan smiled and said, "As soon as the Sea Exploring sect was established, it took down 3 sections. This Luo admires your strength very much. It's an honor for sect master Zhao Hai to come to my Western deity sect." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Sect master Luo is too polite. I wonder what your relationship is with the immortal who ascended more than 100 years ago." Luo Guan smiled slightly and said, "It's my ancestor." Although he only smiled and looked like he didn't care, there was a hint of pride in his tone. Obviously, Zhao Hai's question had tickled his itch. Zhao Hai pretended to be stunned. Then, he quickly said, "So you are a descendant of an immortal. I have been disrespectful. Is this the statue of an immortal? Immortal Xinzuan deserves to be worshipped." When Luo Guan heard Zhao Hai say this, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Then, he said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, please. Come, burn the incense." As soon as he said this, a disciple immediately responded. Then, he picked up 3 incense sticks from a nearby table and handed them over to Zhao Hai. Each of the 3 incense sticks was as thick as an arm and incense wood was used at the bottom. Zhao Hai picked up the 3 incense sticks and slowly walked over to the statue. In front of the statue was a large cauldron. This cauldron was made up of 5 cauldrons. It was 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and about 20 meters tall. There were cloud and fire patterns on it, as well as the various forms of life in the world. It looked extremely mysterious. Zhao Hai walked to the large cauldron, held the 3 incense sticks in his hand, and bowed gently. The 3 incense sticks ignited without any wind. Zhao Hai bowed twice more. Then, the 3 incense sticks in his hand flew directly into the large cauldron. When the people of the Western deity sect saw Zhao Hai's actions, their expressions gradually softened. When the 3 incense sticks were inserted into the large cauldron, Zhao Hai stepped back. Luo Guan also stepped forward. However, the expression on his face was much gentler. The way he looked at Zhao Hai was even more intimate. He smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao, please follow me. I have already prepared food and wine in the main hall to welcome you. Please." Zhao Hai hurriedly replied, "Sorry to trouble you, Sect Master Luo. Please." After saying that, he followed Luo Guan forward. Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian followed behind him. The group walked into the main hall of the Western deity sect. The main hall of the Western divine sect was actually at the bottom of the crater. There was a huge cave here, and this cave was the main hall of the Western divine sect. The main hall was about 10 meters high, and there were huge pillars inside. In the middle of the main hall, there was a fire pit, and inside, there were also raging flames. In the innermost part of the hall, there was a platform about 2 meters high. On top of the platform, there was a large chair. This large chair was made of red jade, and the back of the chair was carved into the shape of a flame. It was very beautiful. Below the high platform, there were many small chairs. In front of each small chair, there was a small table. One of the small chairs was made of white jade. Among the other small chairs, it was like a crane among a flock of chickens. It was very different from the other small chairs. After Luo Guan entered the main hall, he walked up to the high platform and sat on the large chair. Xianfei led Zhao Hai to the small white jade chair and sat down. Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian stood behind Zhao Hai. Luo Guan sat there and looked at Zhao Hai. He said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Zhao's visit today really makes the entire Western deity sect feel extremely honored. Sect Master Zhao, please." After saying that, he picked up the teacup in front of him and toasted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also picked up the teacup on the small table in front of him and toasted Luo Guan. Then, the two of them drank a mouthful of tea. Just as they put down the teacup, a disciple immediately began to place the dishes on the small table. All kinds of wine and dishes were placed on the small table. In just a short while, the small table was filled. Luo Guan smiled and said to Zhao Hai, "Sect Master Zhao, come and try the specialty food of my Western deity sect. These foods are all grown by the sect's disciples on the volcanic Dragon Mountain. Even those demonic beasts were raised by us on the volcanic Dragon Mountain. They contain a large amount of fire spirit chi. Eating them can make the fire spirit chi purer. If it wasn't for the environment of the volcanic Dragon Mountain being blessed by the heavens, it wouldn't be possible to grow these spiritual beasts in other places." Zhao Hai smiled at Luo Guan and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Luo. Then, I will have a good taste." After saying that, he picked up the chopsticks and tasted the food on the table. The ingredients were very good, but the processing of the food was still a little lacking. Although the taste was alright, it destroyed some of the spiritual chi in the food and also the taste of the food itself. Zhao Hai didn't like it very much. However, he still tasted a few dishes. Then, he put down the chopsticks and said to Luo Guan, "The fruit is very good. The fire spiritual qi is abundant and the taste is very unique. It's very delicious. Thank you, Sect Master Luo." Luo Guan smiled and said, "It's good that Sect Master Zhao likes it. Although there are 3 mountains where the Sea Exploration Sect is located, there isn't anything special about them. When Sect Master Zhao returns, I will send some people to deliver some ingredients to Sect Master Zhao. I hope Sect Master Zhao doesn't dislike them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Luo." Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao is too polite. The fact that you chose my Western deity sect as your first stop shows that you think highly of my Western deity sect. In the future, the Western deity sect will naturally be a brother sect with the Sea Exploration sect. If the Sea Exploration sect needs anything, please don't hesitate to ask." Luo Guan's words were already probing. What brother sect? That was just a joke. The main point of his words was the second half. He wanted to know the purpose of the Sea Exploration sect's visit to the Western deity sect this time. Of course, Zhao Hai understood the meaning of Luo Guan's words. He immediately said, "If that's the case, this Zhao won't be polite. Sect Master Luo, my Sea Exploration sect originally had no relationship with the Kunshan sect. However, the Kunshan sect secretly sent people to assassinate an elder of my Sea Exploration sect. How can this enmity not be avenged? This time, I came to the Western deity sect to ask the Western deity sect to join forces with my Sea Exploration sect to deal with the Kunshan sect. If we can defeat the Kunshan sect with the combined strength of our 2 sects, then the Kunshan sect's main hall and the land on the mountain will belong to the Western deity sect. My Sea Exploration sect only needs the land below the mountain." This was something that Zhao Hai had already thought about. Although the area of the Kunshan sect's mountain wasn't as big as the land below the mountain, the land on the mountain was much more useful than the land below the mountain. After all, it was the main hall of the Kunshan sect. Moreover, the Kunshan sect had been operating for many years. There were also some spiritual fields and spiritual stone mines on the mountain. Therefore, the land on the mountain was much more useful than the land below the mountain. When Luo Guan heard Zhao Hai's words, he stared blankly for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh? The Kunshan sect actually attacked the Sea Exploration sect?" This Luo Guan really didn't think that they would be so bold. In fact, Luo Guan really knew about this matter. Moreover, it wasn't just the Kunshan sect. Even the Western deity sect had sent people into the Sea Exploration sect to assassinate Zhao Hai or some of the elders of the Sea Exploration sect. Of course, the Kunshan sect had done the same. Therefore, although Luo Guan looked stunned, he was just pretending. He knew about this matter. Zhao Hai replied, "It's true. My Sea Exploration sect and the Kunshan sect have no enmity in the past. But they actually attacked my Sea Exploration sect for no reason. How could my Sea Exploration sect tolerate this? Therefore, we must dispatch our troops this time. However, with the strength of my Sea Exploration sect, it's impossible for us to take down the Kunshan sect. However, if the Western deity sect and my Sea Exploration sect work together, we'll have a great chance of taking down the Kunshan sect. If my Sea Exploration sect dispatches troops alone, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for some time." Zhao Hai's words were actually hinting that the Sea Exploration sect wanted to dispatch troops to deal with the Kunshan sect. However, if the Sea Exploration sect were to dispatch troops to deal with the Kunshan sect alone, they might not be able to take down the Kunshan sect. In the end, both sides would suffer losses, which would only benefit the Western deity sect. Therefore, if the Western deity sect didn't dispatch troops, the Sea Exploration sect wouldn't dispatch troops either. Luo Guan wasn't a fool. He immediately understood the meaning of Zhao Hai's words. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Then how many troops can the Sea Exploration sect dispatch if our 2 sects dispatch troops together?" Zhao Hai didn't even think about it before replying, 200,000 Qi refinement realm and above disciples and 100 large artifacts. This number could be said to be a drop in the ocean for the Scouring Sea sect. It was pitifully small. However, for a sect like the Western deity sect, this number wasn't small. Of course, compared to the Western deity sect, this number was still considered small. However, the fact that the Scouring Sea sect didn't hesitate to dispatch so many troops was enough to make Luo Guan very surprised. Luo Guan glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "Does the Sea Exploration sect want to take down the Kunchen sect with such a small number of troops? I'm afraid that's impossible. As far as I know, the number of disciples in the Kunchen sect is no less than 10 million. The Sea Exploration sect only dispatched 200,000 disciples. How can they take down the Kunchen sect?" Zhao Hai replied, "To be honest, my Sea Exploring sect has suffered some losses in taking down the three sections. Additionally, the disciples of the three sects have yet to surrender. My Sea Exploring sect can't bring out too many people. However, we can still bring out 100 large artifacts. If we squeeze a little more, we can bring out 200,000 people. This is the most that my Sea Exploring sect can bring out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll be honest with you. 400,000 people? That's too little. However, if you can really take out 100 large artifacts, then we can try to attack the Kunchen sect." Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice. Of course, he didn't believe that Zhao Hai could only take out 400,000 people at most. However, Zhao Hai took out 100 large artifacts, which surprised him a little. One must know that their Western deity sect only had about 200 large-scale instruments. Refining a large-scale instrument was very troublesome. After all, it was too big. If one wanted to make a large-scale instrument, it would be impossible without a high level of refining. On the other hand, the Kunchen sect was a sect that specialized in refining artifacts. It was said that their sect had a lot of large artifacts, at least more than the Western deity sect. However, it wasn't that much more. Otherwise, the Kunchen sect would have attacked the Western deity sect a long time ago. Now that the Sea Exploring sect was willing to provide 100 large artifacts, this was a good thing. It could offset the Kunchen sect's advantage in large artifacts. Now, the Western deity sect would have more confidence in dealing with the Kunchen sect. In fact, Luo Guan said that the Kunchen sect had 10 million disciples. This was just an imaginary number. The number of disciples in the Kunchen sect might really exceed 10 million. However, many of these disciples were low-level disciples. Their strength hadn't reached the Qi refinement realm yet. In other words, they couldn't fly. Such disciples could only play a limited role in a war between two sections. In fact, the number of disciples in the Kunchen sect that could fight wouldn't exceed 2 million. If the Sea Exploring sect sent 400,000 troops, then in addition to the disciples of the Western deity sect, it wouldn't be impossible to destroy the Kunchen sect. Zhao Hai was very clear about the number of disciples that the two sects had. Because of this, he was able to say that the number of disciples he could provide was something that the Western deity sect could accept. As for the large artifacts, Zhao Hai didn't really care about them. For other sects, refining large artifacts would be very troublesome. However, for the Sea Exploring sect, refining large artifacts wasn't that troublesome. Their large artifacts were different from other large artifacts. Their artifacts didn't need to be refined as a whole. Because of this, refining them was naturally easier. Zhao Hai didn't care about the large artifacts that the Sea Exploring sect had. Now that Zhao Hai heard Luo Guan's words, he understood that Luo Guan had basically agreed to his plan. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy as he asked Luo Guan, "Sect Master Luo, does that mean you agree that both of us will send troops to deal with the Kunchen sect?" Luo Guan waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, attacking the Kunchen sect isn't a trivial matter. I can't make the decision alone. We still need to discuss this matter. Let's not talk about this today. Come, let's drink." Seeing that Luo Guan didn't want to talk about it, Zhao Hai also didn't say anything. He just nodded to Luo Guan and said, "Alright, let's not talk about it today. Let's drink." Then the atmosphere of the banquet became better. Both sides exchanged glasses and drank happily. After the banquet was over, Luo Guan arranged a place for Zhao Hai to rest. Zhao Hai also went to rest. It was a very large immortal cave. Moreover, the inside of the cave was very clean. It can be seen that this place was specially made to entertain guests. Zhao Hai also noticed that there weren't any surveillance or listening devices in the cave. It seems like the people of the Western deity sect also understood that if they installed surveillance or listening devices, It wouldn't be good if they were discovered. Therefore, they simply didn't install any. After Zhao Hai led Long Ding Tian and Ding Chunming into the cave, Zhao Hai asked the two to sit down. Then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, do you think that they will agree?" Ding Chunming replied, "They should." According to the intelligence analysis, the people of the Western deity sect are very arrogant. Moreover, they have been wanting to deal with the Kunchen sect for a long time. If the Kunchen sect's strength wasn't bad and their large artifacts weren't inferior to the Western deity sect, then the Western deity sect would have already made their move. Now that we've joined, although we didn't send a lot of disciples, we still have a lot of large artifacts. Under such circumstances, the Western deity sect has no reason to refuse. However, with the arrogance of the Western deity sect, they might ask for more benefits, such as land, mineral veins, and so on. Zhao Hai said, "These things don't matter. As long as we can destroy the Kunchen sect, then as long as they agree to send troops with us to destroy the Western deity sect, we can agree to their conditions." Ding Chunming also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Although there weren't any surveillance devices in the cave, there were still some things that couldn't be said. Therefore, Ding Chunming also said, "Then there shouldn't be any problem. I think that the people of the Western deity sect should agree to send troops. With our two sects joining forces, destroying the Kunchen sect shouldn't be a problem." Zhao Hai said, "I hope so. Alright, you guys go and rest. We'll see what the Western deity sect has to say." Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian nodded before they turned around and left. At this time, Luo Guan also arrived at his study room. Some of the elders of the Western deity sect also followed Luo Guan into his study room. After entering the study room, Luo Guan looked at the elders and said, "Everyone, take a seat. Let's see what you think about the proposal of the Sea Exploring sect." The elders sat down. Xianfei looked at Luo Guan and said, "Sect Master, the proposal of the Sea Exploring sect is very good. They're offering 400,000, which isn't a small amount. Most importantly, they can take out a large artifact. This is what we need. With these large artifacts, we don't need to be afraid of the large artifacts of the Kunchen sect. Moreover, our sect has more disciples compared to the Kunchen sect. If we don't count the large artifacts, we would have already dealt with the Kunchen sect." Luo Guan nodded and said, "I also know that this is possible. However, the proposal of the Sea Exploring sect seems to be a bit too good. Most importantly, if they have a lot of disciples, then wouldn't we have to face them after dealing with the Kunchen sect? I think we have to guard against this." The elders nodded. Elder Xianfei said, "We really have to guard against this situation. However, I don't think that the Sea Exploring sect would have a lot of disciples. Moreover, if we can really destroy the Kunchen sect, then we would be able to obtain their disciples. Our strength would then increase. When the time comes, we might even be able to deal with the Sea Exploring sect." Luo Guan's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Right, you're right. When the time comes, we might be able to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. I don't believe that the Sea Exploring sect is that strong." The elders nodded. Then another elder said, "If the Sea Exploring sect is as strong as the Gold Spirit Trading Company said, then I'm afraid that they would have already come out. Whether it's us or the Kunchen sect, we wouldn't be able to stop the Sea Exploring sect. But now, they're joining forces with us. This shows that they aren't as strong as the rumors say. This is an opportunity for us. If we can destroy the Kunchen sect and the Sea Exploring sect in one fell swoop, then our Western deity sect would be able to dominate the Northwest." When the elders of the Western deity sect heard this, their eyes lit up. They felt that what Luo Guan said was reasonable. Luo Guan nodded and said, "Alright, then let's do that. We agree to join forces with the Sea Exploring sect. First, we'll destroy the Kunchen sect. Then we'll send troops to deal with the Sea Exploring sect and sweep the entire Northwest." Everyone nodded. Then Luo Guan said, "However, we can't let the Sea Exploring sect take advantage of us. How about this, we'll tell them that 1/3 of the Kunchen sect's land will belong to them, but all the spiritual fields and mines will belong to us. Otherwise, we won't send troops. Let's see how they react." The others nodded. Then Xianfei said, "This will be a test. We'll see if the Sea Exploring sect is plotting against us." If they aren't plotting against us, then they'll certainly compete with us. But if they're plotting against us, then they won't compete with us. This is because they'll think that we've fallen into their trap. Therefore, everything will belong to them. Even if they agree with us now, they can still take it back later. Everyone nodded. Then Luo Guan looked at the others and said, "You're right. If they really compete with us, then it means that they aren't plotting against us. But if they don't compete with us, then we'll have to be careful of them." Everyone nodded. Afterward, Luo Guan said a few more words to everyone before allowing them to leave. They had already decided that they would talk to the sea exploring sect the next day and see how they would react. The next day, Luo Guan invited Zhao Hai to the Western Deity sect's conference room. After everyone sat down, Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, we've discussed it yesterday. We feel that your proposal is very good. We agree to send troops with your sea exploring sect to deal with the Kunshan sect." When Zhao Hai heard Luo Guan, he couldn't help but be happy. Then he immediately said, "That would be great. Many thanks, Sect Master Luo." Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao, please don't thank us. We still have conditions. We can send troops, but if we really destroy the Kunshan sect, your sea exploring sect will only get 1/3 of the Kunshan sect's land. Moreover, all the spiritual fields and mines will belong to my Western Deity sect. What do you think?" When Zhao Hai heard Luo Guan, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Luo Guan and said, "What does Sect Master Luo mean?" "This time, we agreed to send troops with the Western Deity sect. We're not asking the Western Deity sect to send troops together. It's true that my sea exploring sect has enmity with the Kunshan sect, but does that mean that the Western Deity sect doesn't have any enmity with the Kunshan sect? If that's really the case, I wouldn't have allied with the Western Deity sect. Since both our sects have contributed, why should the sea exploring sect get 1/3 of the Kunshan sect's land? Moreover, all the spiritual fields and mines will belong to the Western Deity sect. If the Western Deity sect really has such a request, then I don't think you have any sincerity in joining forces with us. We'll take our leave." Luo Guan really didn't expect Zhao Hai's attitude to be so unyielding. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, he immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao, you're wrong. The Kunshan sect has more than 10 million disciples. Your sea exploring sect has only sent 400,000 troops. The rest of the troops were all sent by my Western Deity sect. Are you saying that my Western Deity sect can't get those lands?" Zhao Hai looked at Luo Guan and said, "Sect Master Luo, there's no need to lie. Do you really think that I don't know how many troops the Kunshan sect has? You're not the only one who has a branch of the Jinling Trading Company. Our sea exploring sect also has one. Do you think that we can't buy information about the Kunshan sect? Our sea exploring sect has already shown enough sincerity. The land on the mountains of the Kunshan sect will belong to the Western Deity sect. We only want the land on the plains. Although there are some spiritual fields and mineral veins there, there's nothing we can do about the quantity and quality. Compared to the land on the mountains, who has the advantage? Everyone should be clear in their hearts. Our sea exploring sect didn't send a lot of troops this time, but we also sent 100 large artifacts. If we can't get a bit of mineral veins, our large artifacts will be damaged and we won't have anything to repair them. Is this reasonable?" Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "What Sect Master Zhao said is reasonable. Let's do it like this: the land at the foot of the mountain will belong to the Exploring Sea sect. However, the Exploring Sea sect can only keep 5 ore veins and 10 spirit fields. This is my bottom line. Sect Master Zhao Hai, you should know that even if the Kunshan sect doesn't have 10 million disciples, they still have several million. You only sent 400,000 troops, this is already a lot. What do you think?" Zhao Hai frowned when he heard Luo Guan's words. He thought for a while and said, "All right, but the mineral veins you give us can't be the ones that have been mined by the other party. We want new mineral veins and spiritual fields that are no less than 10,000 mu. This is also our bottom line." "Ha ha ha, all right. We'll do as Sect Master Zhao says. We'll give you 5 new mineral veins, 1 crystal mine, 4 iron mines, and 10 spiritual fields, no less than 10,000 mu. Sect Master Zhao, what do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a while and nodded. Alright, it's settled then. However, we'll need some time to prepare before dispatching our troops. We'll divide our troops into 2 groups and launch a pincer attack. This way, we'll be able to take down the Kunchen sect in one fell swoop. What does Sect Master Luo think? Luo Guan said, alright, let's do it this way. Dispatching an army isn't an easy task. We'll set a deadline of 1 month of preparation time. After 1 month, our 2 sects will dispatch our troops and eliminate the Kunchen sect. This time, I hope that our 2 sects can cooperate fully and eliminate the Kunchen sect in one fell swoop. If we can't, then everything we've discussed before will be in vain. What does Sect Master Zhao Hai think? Zhao Hai said, alright. Although I can't personally lead the troops during the attack, I'll send these 2 to follow me. These 2 are my guards and also elders of the Sea Exploring sect. They're very strong. With them leading the troops, there won't be any problems. Sect Master Luo can rest assured. While speaking, Zhao Hai pointed at Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian. When Luo Guan heard Zhao Hai's words, he glanced at the 2 and discovered that they were very strong. He nodded and said, alright, we'll do as Sect Master Zhao says. Zhao Hai sat in the cabin of the ship of 10,000 swords. Ding Chunming, Long Ding Tian, Shen Kuang, and the others were sitting opposite of Zhao Hai. Ding Chunming looked at Zhao Hai and said, young master, what should we do next? Should we split up and take down the Fire Dragon Mountain range in one fell swoop? Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and smiled faintly. Right, we're going to split up and take down the Fire Dragon Mountain range in one fell swoop. What do you think? What do you think? Long Ding Tian laughed and said, good, young master, this is great. We can finally vent our anger. Those guys from the Western Deity sect dared to be rude to young master. Moreover, they even proposed so many conditions in front of young master. They're really hateful. Shen Kuang and Che Rong didn't follow Zhao Hai. However, the 2 seemed to know something now. They looked at each other and then Shen Kuang said, foster father, those people from the Western Deity sect dared to be rude to you? Zhao Hai looked at Shen Kuang and smiled faintly. They're not rude. They're just looking at us with the eyes of a superior. There's no need to care about them. I've already talked to them. Chunming, Ding Tian, you 2 will lead 400,000 people and participate in the attack on the Kunchen sect. At the same time, I've also prepared a reserve force of 2 million people. You must take down the Kunchen sect in one fell swoop. But remember, we have to mobilize 100 large artifacts first before mobilizing the disciples. Ding Chunming said, rest assured, young master. I know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, leave the Western Deity sect's main hall to me. The main hall must have been bestowed with treasures from the upper realm. Moreover, there's also an avatar left behind by the upper realm. I must deal with all of these. As long as we take down the Fire Dragon Mountain in one fell swoop, the Northwest will belong to us. We'll be one of the largest sects in the entire spiritual world. Ding Chunming and the others nodded. However, they weren't too excited. For them, even if they took down the spiritual world, they wouldn't necessarily be excited, let alone the Northwest. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the 3 sects and began to prepare for the attack on the Kunchen sect. They had a month's time. In fact, they weren't just preparing to deal with the Kunchen sect, they also had to deal with the Western Deity sect. Just as Zhao Hai returned to the Sea Exploration sect, all the elders of the Kunchen sect were present in the conference hall. In the innermost part of the hall was an old man. This old man looked to be in his 60s. He had a head full of white hair, but his body was very sturdy. He was sitting there with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen asleep. However, all the elders of the Kunchen sect were looking at this old man. Nobody spoke. After a while, the old man slowly opened his eyes. He looked at everyone and said, I've received news that the sect master of the Sea Exploration sect, Zhao Hai, visited the Western Deity sect for a total of 2 days before leaving. What do you all think about this matter? Obviously, these elders already knew about this matter. When they heard the old man's question, one of them immediately said, Sect Master, this matter is likely to be directed at us. If the Sea Exploring sect really went out to visit a mountain, then there's no reason for them to go to the Western deity sect and not our Kunshan sect. Therefore, I think that they're here to deal with us. Another elder stood up and said, after Zhao Hai left, I heard that the Western deity sect began to gather their disciples. It seems like they're preparing for a big operation. I think that they're targeting us. In the past, we sent people to assassinate the elders and sect master of the Sea Exploration sect. However, it seems like they didn't succeed. This might be the Sea Exploration sect's way of retaliating against us. Sect master, we have to be on guard. Another elder stood up and said, Sect master, we should strengthen our defenses. However, we can also send people to visit the Sea Exploration sect and see their reaction. That way, we can confirm this information. The old man nodded and said in a deep voice, what you've said is very reasonable. Those guys from the Western deity sect haven't given up on killing me all these years. They think that once a person ascends to the upper realm and is bestowed with a treasure, they're invincible under the heavens. Everyone must listen to them. It's precisely because of this idea that they want to annex us. However, this Scouring Sea sect is too mysterious. We haven't figured out their strength, so we still need to be careful. It's fine to send someone to the Scouring Sea sect to test their attitude. This way, we can make preparations earlier. Gone Run, I'll leave the matter of sending a diplomatic mission to the Scouring Sea sect to you. An elder immediately stood up and responded. The old man replied, compared to the Western deity sect, I'm actually more afraid of the Sea Exploring sect. The origin of the Sea Exploring sect is mysterious, we don't know where they came from. Moreover, we don't know how strong they are. Such an enemy is the most terrifying. Therefore, I only have one thing to say about the Sea Exploring sect, which is to not offend them. This time, you're going to the Sea Exploring sect to see their attitude. If they meet you and are very polite, then we won't have to worry about anything. But if they refuse to meet you or are very rude to you, then we'll have to guard against them. Although the origin of the Sea Exploring sect is mysterious and their strength is unknown, the Kunshan sect isn't afraid of them. Although the Sea Exploration sect is mysterious, we won't be afraid of them. Everyone nodded. The old man looked at them and said, all right, then it's decided. Gone Run, you can go. Gone Run nodded and then immediately left. Then the old man turned to the others and said, you should also go and make arrangements. Gather the disciples and have them prepare. We don't want to wait for the Western deity sect to arrive at our doorstep while we're still unprepared. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter. However, the trading company had already begun to investigate the situation of the Western deity sect. He believed that it wouldn't take long before Zhao Hai learned about the Kunshan sect's movements. On this day, while Zhao Hai was dealing with the Sea Exploration sect's matters, Xianxia suddenly came in and said, Adoptive father, someone just reported that the Kunshan sect's emissary wants to see you. When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he stared for a moment before he smiled faintly and said, the Kunshan sect's information network is really fast. Moreover, they're very smart. They reacted quickly and even sent someone to request an audience. Invite them in. Xianxia nodded and then immediately went out. Before long, Xianxia led a person in. This person was around 40 years old and had an ordinary appearance. However, he had a temperament that made people not dare to underestimate him. Zhao Hai looked at this person and then smiled faintly and said, Kunshan sect? Gone Run immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Kunshan sect's elder Gone Run has seen sect master Zhao Hai. I've heard of sect master Zhao Hai for a long time. I thought that sect master Zhao Hai was a hero. But after seeing you today, I'm disappointed. Gone Run's words were very impolite. However, this was also one of his tactics. Zhao Hai looked at Gone Run and smiled faintly, you don't need to say that. It's useless to provoke me. Have a seat, I know why you're here. When Gone Run heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, I don't understand what sect master Zhao Hai means. This time, I came to the Sea Exploring sect in order to establish a good relationship with you. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, there's no need to lie in front of an enlightened person. You just heard that I went to the Western deity sect some time ago and then the Western deity sect began to gather their forces. It seems like they're about to take action. Because of this, you came here to see if my sea exploring sect has taken action. As for your previous words, did you say that I was rude? Hehe, I was rude. However, I can tell you clearly that we have already joined forces with the Western Deity sect to deal with your Kunshan sect in the near future. You should go back and make preparations. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ganran's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, I want to know why Sect Master Zhao Hai chose to ally with the Western Deity sect and not with my Kunshan sect. Zhao Hai looked at Ganran and said, it's very simple. It's because I'm allied with the Western Deity sect. The Western Deity sect has the courage to send troops to deal with your Kunshan sect. If I were to ally with your Kunshan sect, would your Kunshan sect have the courage to send troops to deal with the Western Deity sect? Ganran was silent for a moment. Just as Zhao Hai said, he really didn't have the courage. Thinking of this, Ganran couldn't help but sigh. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, forget it. It seems like we can only meet on the battlefield. Sect Master Zhao Hai, this one will take his leave. Zhao Hai looked at Ganran and said, take care. I won't be sending you off. Pass on a message to your sect master. Take a step back and you'll see the world. If your Kunshan sect still wants to preserve its orthodoxy, you can surrender to my sea exploring sect. Go. When Ganran heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, many thanks for Sect Master Zhao Hai's. Warning. The outcome of the battle is still unknown. This one will wait for Sect Master Zhao Hai in the Kunshan sect. After saying that, he turned around and left Zhao Hai's study. After Ganran left, Zhao Hai called Ding Chunming and the others over. Looking at Ding Chunming and the others, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I think everyone already knows about the Kuan Mountain sect's envoy. I've already told them about our plans to attack the Kuan Mountain sect. The Kuan Mountain sect has already made preparations. It seems like this will be a tough battle. Chunming, when we attack the Kuan Mountain sect, don't worry about the large artifacts. Let them attack with all their might, don't be polite to them. I believe that we will be able to capture the Western Deity sect very soon. Once we capture the Western Deity sect, we can directly capture the Kuan Mountain sect. Ding Chunming nodded and said, rest assured, young master. I promise to take down the Kunshan sect. No matter what kind of preparations they have, we can easily take them down. I'm confident in our sea exploring sect's disciples. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Go and get ready. This time, we must take the northwest in one fell swoop. Everyone responded with a roar. Sect Master, I heard that the Kunshan sect had sent people to the sea exploration sect. However, they left in less than half an hour and rushed back to the Kunshan sect. When they arrived at the Kunshan sect immediately began to prepare. The entire Kunshan sect has already entered a state of alert. Damn it. The people of the sea exploration sect must have exposed a flaw and allowed the people of the Kunshan sect to discover it. These people of the sea exploration sect are really incapable of accomplishing anything. Sect Master, what should we do next? Now that the Kunshan sect is prepared, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with the Kunshan sect. If we attack, I'm afraid the casualties will be huge. Don't worry. When it's time to attack, let the people of the sea exploration sect attack first. We'll see what they do. If they dare to shrink back, we'll deal with them at that time. If they attack with all their might, then our casualties will be lesser. In fact, the main factor is the large artifacts of the sea exploration sect. If the sea exploration sect is willing to part with their large artifacts, then our attack will be much easier. Yes, Sect Master. I understand. Then, I'll go and prepare now. A month passed in a blink of an eye. After a month of preparation, the sea exploration sect was fully prepared. Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian led 400,000 disciples of the sea exploration sect and 100 large artifacts to attack the Kunshan sect. After arriving there, they would first secretly build a transmission array so that the reinforcements of the sea exploration sect could arrive at any time. Zhao Hai would lead the remaining people of the sea exploration sect to attack the Western Deity sect. When the time comes, the entire northwest region would belong to the sea exploration sect. The reason why Zhao Hai was confident in taking down the Western deity sect was because he had absolute confidence in the sect's strength. The second reason was that both the Western deity sect and the Kunchen sect knew too little about the sea exploring sect. They simply didn't know the true strength of the sea exploring sect. This made them unable to make a correct judgment. Because of this, the sea exploring sect would be able to take them down. Ding Chunming's group set off first while Zhao Hai's group followed behind. Zhao Hai was very clear that the people from the Western Divine sect didn't trust them. They would certainly send people to keep an eye on them. Even if these people couldn't enter the sea exploring sect's territory, they would still monitor them from the outside. If they make any movements, the people from the Western Divine sect would immediately know. Because of this, Zhao Hai wouldn't directly attack the Western Divine sect with the Myriad Swords ship. Zhao Hai was prepared to use the same method he used to deal with the Gold Spirit Trading Company to deal with the Western Deity sect. That is, he would use the transmission formation to directly reach the Western Deity sect. Then from there, he would attack the Western Deity sect. However, the timing of this attack would have to wait. He would have to wait until the Western Deity sect and the Kunchen sect started fighting. Zhao Hai didn't move, but Ding Chunming and the others had already moved. Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian led an army of 400,000 troops and 100 large artifacts towards the Kunchen sect. Among these 100 large artifacts, some were the Myriad Swords ship of the Sea Exploring sect, while the others were the Elegant Wood Pavilion and the Yin Wind Domain's large artifacts. The Myriad Poison sect didn't have any large artifacts, they only had large beasts. However, the Sea Exploring sect didn't send any this time. Ding Chunming and the others rode large artifacts. It didn't take long before they arrived at the periphery of the Kunchen sect. Then they stopped and didn't immediately attack the Kunchen sect. Now that the Kunchen sect's defensive formation had been opened, it wouldn't be easy to attack the Kunchen sect unless the formation was broken. What made Ding Chunming and the others surprised was that the people from the Western Deity sect hadn't arrived yet. This made Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian very angry. Ding Chunming immediately reported this matter to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard about this, he immediately contacted the Western Deity sect and told them that if they didn't arrive, then the people from the Sea Exploring sect would return. Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian didn't expect this. The people of the Western Deity sect immediately replied to Zhao Hai, saying that their people were already on the way. However, because of the volcanic eruption, they took a detour. They believed that they would arrive soon. Zhao Hai also understood the Western Deity sect's plan. The people of the Western Deity sect were worried that the people of the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't arrive. Now that they heard that the people of the Sea Exploring sect had arrived, they immediately set off. Zhao Hai just sneered at the Western Deity sect's approach. From the way the Western Deity sect handled things, it could be seen that they weren't a big deal. If they were to compare, Zhao Hai would rather deal with the people of the Kunchen sect than the people of the Western Deity sect. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the people of the Western Deity sect to arrive outside the Kunchen sect. The people of the two sects were divided into two groups and surrounded the Kunchen sect. The people of the Kunchen sect were also prepared. All of their large-scale artifacts had been brought out. There were a total of nearly 400 large-scale artifacts. Ding Chunming looked at the large-scale artifacts of the Kunchen sect and said, "The large-scale artifacts of the Kunchen sect are really good." Ding Tian, what do you think? Long Ding Tian looked at it and said, "It's just that the shape is a little better." There's nothing much to say. Long Ding Tian wasn't wrong. This Kunchen sect's large-scale artifact was indeed very good. At the very least, the design was very beautiful. The large ships were all red in color, and there were even flames on the ships. It looked as though the entire ship was on fire, and it was very beautiful. Ding Chunming smiled faintly and said, "That's true. We will only know how strong they are after we fight." At this moment, a person flew over to where Ding Chunming and the others were. It was obvious that this person was from the Western Deity sect. He boarded Ding Chunming's ship and looked at Ding Chunming with an arrogant expression. "Elder Ding? Our Elder Yu has asked you to launch an attack on the Kunchen sect in 2 hours. Is there any problem?" Ding Chunming looked at the man and smiled faintly. "There's no problem, you can rest assured." That person nodded and immediately turned around and left. It seemed like he didn't want to say anything to Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming looked at that person and smiled. They really don't know the difference between life and death. There will be a time when they cry. Long Ding Tian smiled faintly and said, they dare to be so arrogant? I really don't know where their arrogance comes from. Could it be that they can be so arrogant just because someone ascended? Ridiculous. Ding Chunming smiled faintly and said, there's no need to care about him. Just do what we need to do. We will attack first and see how the Western deity sect reacts. I think the Western deity sect won't attack immediately. They will attack after we attack. When they attack, we will send a message to young master so that young master can make his move. Long Ding Tian nodded and said, how do you want to attack? Do we need to break the Kunshan sect's mountain protection formation first? Ding Chunming shook his head and said, there's no need. We will attack first. Actually, the most important thing is to let the Western deity sect participate in the battle. We don't need to wait for them to receive the news of the Western deity sect being attacked. Our mission is to delay the Western deity sect's people here. This time, the Western deity sect seems to have put in a lot of effort. Their number should be close to 2 million, right? There shouldn't be many people in their sect. It will be convenient for young master to make his move. Long Ding Tian nodded and said, alright, let's do it this way. We will let the Western deity sect make their move first. Then, we will let young master make his move. Once young master has taken down the Western deity sect, he can turn around and take down the Kunshan sect in one fell swoop. Ding Chunming glanced at the Kunshan sect and calculated the time. Then, he said in a deep voice, let all the disciples leave the large artifact. We will attack. Long Ding Tian immediately went to pass down the order. Soon, all the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect came down from the myriad sword ship and lined up behind the ship. After all the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect came down from the myriad sword ship, Ding Chunming said in a deep voice, myriad sword ship, prepare to attack. While speaking, they also left the myriad sword ship. The Sea Exploring sect's myriad sword ship became an empty ship. There wasn't a single person on the ship. However, this didn't mean that no one could command the ship of 1,000 swords. In fact, every ship of 1,000 swords had a green jade compass that acted as the command center. This command center didn't necessarily have to be placed on the ship of 1,000 swords. Anyone within 1,000 miles could command the ship of 1,000 swords. This was a technology that the Sea Exploring sect had developed in recent years. Ding Chunming calculated the time and felt that it was about time. He immediately said, myriad sword ship, attack. Following his order, all the myriad sword ships rushed towards the Kunshan sect. At this moment, an elder of the Western deity sect who was standing on the chariot couldn't help but nod his head when he saw the actions of the Sea Exploring sect. These people from the Sea Exploring sect are truly desperate. Although this kind of large artifact seems very imposing, it's also very dangerous. Those who stay on the ship will die if they aren't careful. Yet, they actually dare to charge like this. They are truly courageous. It seems like we have to pay more attention to the people from the Sea Exploring sect in the future. The elders of the Western deity sect beside him nodded. Because they were too far away from the Sea Exploring sect, they couldn't see the situation on the myriad sword ship. They thought that there were people on the myriad sword ship, which was why they said that. On the other hand, when the people from the Kunshan sect saw the large artifacts of the Sea Exploring sect rushing towards them, they didn't regret it. The large artifacts of the Kunshan sect also rushed towards them. The large artifacts of both sides were getting closer and closer before finally colliding with each other. Some of the Sea Exploring sect's myriad sword ships were immediately destroyed. However, some of the large artifacts of the Kunshan sect weren't spared and were all destroyed. The collision this time was very fierce. Half of the large artifacts of the Sea Exploring sect were destroyed. On the other hand, more than 30 of the large artifacts of the Kunshan sect were destroyed. However, this wasn't the end. The large artifacts of the Sea Exploring sect that could still move turned around and collided with the large artifacts of the Kunshan sect. The people of the Kunshan sect were also furious. They didn't think that the Sea Exploring sect would dare to collide with them. They immediately went forward and collided with the large artifacts again. In the end, the Sea Exploring sect's large artifacts were only left with more than 20 before they retreated. On the other hand, about 60 of the large artifacts of the Kunshan sect were destroyed. The remaining 20 celestial devices of the Sea Exploring sect were all ships of myriad swords. The celestial devices obtained from the Elegant Wood Pavilion and the Shady Wind Ridge were all destroyed. The celestial devices obtained from the Elegant Wood Pavilion and the Shady Wind Ridge were of no use to the Sea Exploring sect, so they naturally did not care about them. Therefore, before coming here, they had already installed the green jade compass on those celestial devices, intending to make them self-destruct. Elder Yu was stunned. He didn't expect the Sea Exploration sect's people to be so dauntless. After 2 consecutive assaults, nearly 100 large artifacts were destroyed just like that. This couldn't be called dauntless, but simply lunatics. Nearly 100 large artifacts were destroyed just like that. While Elder Yu was still in a daze, he discovered that the large artifacts of the Sea Exploration sect had already returned to the front of the Sea Exploration sect's disciples and were no longer attacking. The people of the Sea Exploration sect had also sent a message. When Elder Yu saw the message, his expression couldn't help but change. The message was actually very simple. The people of the Sea Exploration sect said that their first assault had been completed. Moreover, they asked Elder Yu why they didn't attack together with them. Elder Yu couldn't say anything when faced with such a situation. He could only reply and ask the Sea Exploration sect to attack together with them. This time, they promised to attack together with them. Ding Chunming immediately complied. Then, both sides sent out their large artifacts to attack the Kunshan sect. When the people of the Kunshan sect saw this, they didn't retreat. Instead, they continued to attack. The large artifacts of both sides clashed once again. Then, both sides retreated. This time, the myriad sword ship of the Exploring the Sea sect was almost completely destroyed. Elder Yu's heart ached for the loss of his sect's large artifacts. He didn't send out any more large artifacts to attack. Instead, he sent out his disciples to attack the Kunshan sect. The situation of the Kunshan sect wasn't any better. When they saw that Elder Yu and the others weren't sending out their large artifacts to attack, they also stopped sending out their large artifacts and sent their disciples to face the enemy. As for the disciples of the Sea Exploration sect, they gathered together and slowly moved forward. They were also prepared to participate in the attack. However, their speed wasn't fast. At this time, the people of the Kunshan sect and the Western Deity sect had already started fighting. Both sides weren't weak. Moreover, Ding Chunming and the others had also seen these people making their moves. Both sides were using fire attribute magic arts. Therefore, when they clashed, the sea of flames, fire dragons, fire phoenixes, and fireballs danced in the sky. The entire sky changed color. Ding Chunming didn't have any reaction. Instead, he turned to Long Ding Tian and said, "Has the message for the young master been sent out?" Long Ding Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, it has already been sent out. I think the young master has also started to take action. Alright, we don't need to be anxious. However, we still have to participate in the battle. We can't let the Western Deity sect see any flaws. The most important thing now is to let them continue fighting and not let them stop." Long Ding Tian responded and commanded the Sea Exploration sect's disciples to attack. All of the Sea Exploration sect's disciples gathered together and formed a battle formation as they charged forward. Every 1,000-man team had a protective barrier that allowed them to be unafraid of the enemy's magical attacks. This was one of the strengths of the Sea Exploration sect. In fact, Ding Chunming and the others could still take out a lot of large-scale artifacts. Although the previous few attacks had caused some damage to their large-scale artifacts, the Sea Exploration sect's large-scale artifacts were like the ship of 10,000 swords. They could be disassembled. As long as some of the damaged parts of the large-scale artifacts were replaced, they could immediately be used again. All the large-scale artifacts of the Sea Exploration sect had some cabins that were specially used to store some spare parts. As long as the spare parts were replaced, those large-scale artifacts could immediately be used again. However, Ding Chunming hoped that the people of the Kunshan sect and the Western Deity sect could exchange blows as soon as possible. Therefore, he allowed those large-scale artifacts to fly again. At this time, a few huge energy transmission arrays suddenly appeared in the periphery of the Western Deity sect. The coordinates of these transmission arrays were left behind by Zhao Hai the last time he came to the Western deity sect. Therefore, they were now in use. A large number of disciples of the Sea Exploration sect emerged from these energy transmission arrays. The first to come out was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took out an array disk and placed it on the ground. The array disk flashed and turned into a huge protective shield that covered the Western deity sect. Then, Zhao Hai threw out a rune that imprinted itself on the Western deity sect's mountain protecting great array. The mountain protecting great array of the Western deity sect shook for a moment before it stopped working. The shaking of the mountain protecting great array caused the entire Western deity sect to be shaken. The people of the Western deity sect ran out and discovered the army of the Sea Exploration sect. If it were any other time, the people of the Western deity sect wouldn't be so careless. However, because their army was on an expedition, there were only a few people left in the sect. Moreover, the mountain protecting great array of the Western deity sect was opened. They thought that nothing would happen. They didn't expect that the Sea Exploration sect would sneak up on them. As soon as the disciples of the Sea Exploration sect came out of the transmission array, they immediately gathered together and released the Myriad Swords ship. At this time, Zhao Hai also arrived on the Myriad Swords ship and calmly looked at the Western deity sect. Before long, Zhao Hai saw the sect master of the Western deity sect, Luo Guan. Luo Guan was standing on a fiery war chariot. He had an ugly expression on his face as he flew towards Zhao Hai. Soon, he stopped about 1 li away from Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai with a cold expression and said, "Zhao Hai, what do you mean by this? Why are you surrounding my Western deity sect?" Zhao Hai looked at Luo Guan's expression and smiled faintly. "Of course I'm here to destroy your Western deity sect. Do you still need to ask?" Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Zhao Hai, you want to destroy my Western deity sect? I think you're dreaming. My Western deity sect is incomparably powerful. How can you destroy it just because you want to?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You'll have to try to find out. Your Western deity sect's disciples are currently in the Kunshan sect. Moreover, the mountain protecting great array has been broken by me. I really want to know what you're relying on to stop the attack of my Sea Exploration sect's army. Is it because of the law of fire on the statue?" Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "The foundation of my Western deity sect isn't something that you can imagine. Even if you can see that it's a law of fire, can you deal with it?" After saying that, Luo Guan formed a seal with his hands and said, "With my bloodline, guide the divine fire." "Huh." Along with his voice, the divine fire on the statue's hand suddenly flew up and landed in front of Luo Guan. Luo Guan looked at the divine fire, then looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Zhao Hai, I originally wanted to destroy the Kunshan sect first before dealing with your Sea Exploration sect. I didn't expect that you would make the first move. Very well, then you can die." After saying that, Luo Guan's hand moved and the divine fire flew towards Zhao Hai. As it flew towards Zhao Hai, the divine fire turned into a fire dragon and rushed towards Zhao Hai. This fire dragon was very real. Even the scales on its body could be seen clearly. When the fire dragon arrived in front of Zhao Hai, it swallowed Zhao Hai in one gulp. Although it took a long time to describe, it actually happened in an instant. Luo Guan had just pointed forward when the divine fire turned into a fire dragon and swallowed Zhao Hai. When Luo Guan saw that Zhao Hai had been swallowed by the fire dragon, he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai, you really underestimate this divine fire. This divine fire was bestowed by the ancestor from the upper realm. It contains the power of the upper realm's laws. It's unknown how much stronger it is compared to the laws of our realm. You actually dared to provoke my Western deity sect? You really don't know life from death." After saying that, Luo Guan turned his head to look at the Sea Exploration sect's people. He saw that none of them moved, nor did they have any sad expression. Luo Guan thought that they were scared silly. He immediately shouted to the Sea Exploration sect's people, "Sea Exploration sect's people, listen up. Your sect master is dead, why haven't you surrendered?" Luo Guan thought that the Sea Exploration sect's people would immediately surrender. However, he quickly discovered that something was wrong. The Sea Exploration sect's people didn't have the slightest intention of surrendering. On the contrary, each and every one of them looked at him with pity. Luo Guan couldn't help but stare. he didn't know what was going on. But at this time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He felt that something was missing above his head. He couldn't help but look up. He couldn't help but be startled. He discovered that the fire dragon that was flying in the sky was slowly shrinking. The 100-meter-long and 10-meter-thick fire dragon was also slowly shrinking. At this time, it was only 50 meters long and less than 5 meters thick. Seeing this, Luo Guan couldn't help but stare. He wanted to control the fire dragon, but he discovered that it was no longer under his control. Before long, the fire dragon disappeared while Zhao Hai appeared in the sky. However, Zhao Hai's body was still on fire, making him look like a god of flames. At this moment, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the flames on his body directly entered his body and completely disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Guan and smiled faintly. Not bad, the grade of this flame isn't bad. It's a great tonic. Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai in shock. After a while, he stammered, Who are you? How did you break the divine flame? Tell me, who are you? Zhao Hai looked at Luo Guan and sneered. What a joke. As the master of a sect, don't you know that every realm has its own laws? Even if it's an item bestowed by a high immortal, its strength will be suppressed on this realm. At most, its strength will be on par with the people on this realm. That divine flame doesn't have any intelligence. It's just a manifestation of the power of Allah. It's already pretty good that it can exist on this realm for such a long time. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you actually think it's invincible? Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and took a deep breath. Then, he said, Of course I know that the power of the divine flame is suppressed. But even so, it's still an item from the high realm. It's not something that anyone can break just because they want to. How did you break the divine flame? Zhao Hai looked at Luo Guan and smiled faintly. I can't tell you that. You don't need to know. If you have any other means, then use them. You won't give up until you use them all. Luo Guan nodded. Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. Don't think that you're invincible just because you broke the divine flame. My Western deity sect has a high immortal's avatar that just descended. Zhao Hai, die. After saying that, Luo Guan moved his hand and took out a jade talisman. Then, he threw the jade talisman into the air and activated the jade talisman. In the sky, the jade talisman combusted without any fire. Then, it flew directly to the crater of the volcano and entered the huge statue. Then, a rumbling sound came from the statue's body. Then, the statue slowly opened its eyes. The eyes of the statue were originally slightly closed. Now that they were opened, they looked like the eyes of a living person. Then, the statue turned to look at everyone and said, Who woke me up? Luo Guan immediately said to the statue, Old ancestor, it was this disciple who woke you up. Now, my Western deity sect is facing an unprecedented crisis. Old ancestor, please take action and eliminate the enemies of the Western deity sect and ensure the safety of the Western deity sect. The statue slowly stood up from the crater of the volcano. When it stood up, it was much taller than the volcano. Then, the statue sized up Zhao Hai and the others and said in a deep voice, Who dares to attack my Western deity sect? But you? You've got guts. The aura of the statue was incomparably shocking, especially its incomparably huge body. It made people feel incomparably oppressed. It was as if it could shatter the world with a casual move of its finger. Zhao Hai looked at the statue and smiled faintly, Your Excellency has already ascended to the upper realm. Then, you don't have to care about the matters of the lower realm. Now, Your Excellency has sent down an avatar. I wonder why. How dare you? Why don't you kneel when you see an immortal? How can I not care about the Western deity sect and the inheritance of my orthodoxy? Boy, if you kneel down, I can spare you from death. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul. Zhao Hai looked at the statue and sneered, Your Excellency's tone is not small. Although your body is huge, it's just a projection. Moreover, your projection doesn't have much power in this world. How dare you talk to me like that? What Western deity sect is the place of your orthodoxy? I think it's the place where you collect the power of incense, right? In order to let yourself enjoy the power of incense, you actually cut off the path of a sex ascension. It's really the first time I've seen such a despicable person like you. The statue looked at Zhao Hai with a trace of surprise on its face. It looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Who are you?" Obviously, Zhao Hai's words just now had already reached its heart. It was precisely because of this that it was a little afraid. Therefore, it asked who Zhao Hai was. Otherwise, it wouldn't have asked such a question. Zhao Hai looked at the statue and sneered, "Who am I? You don't need to know. It's not easy for you to separate an avatar like this, right? If I were you, I would take back my avatar to avoid your avatar dying here and injuring your body. What do you think, Your Excellency? Boy, no matter how glib your tongue is, no one can save you. Die." After that, the statue waved its hand. The hand turned into a ball of fire and went straight towards Zhao Hai. When this fist came out, the space where Zhao Hai was standing turned into a sea of fire. Zhao Hai was submerged in the sea of fire. At this time, a loud shout came out from the sea of fire. Then, a huge giant stood up. This giant was really huge. Its height was about 1,000 meters. It wasn't any shorter than the statue. This giant was wearing clothes made of countless golden runes. It looked like a giant spirit that had descended to the mortal world. An avatar has such strength. Your strength is pretty good. If I'm not wrong, your avatar shouldn't be ordinary, right? He should be made of a special material, which is why he has such power. But it's a pity that you met him. The giant suddenly spoke. His voice and tone were very similar to Zhao Hai's. His appearance was also very similar to Zhao Hai's. The only difference was that he was bigger. In fact, this giant was also Zhao Hai's transformation. Zhao Hai absorbed the giant's bloodline. But if it was only the giant's bloodline, then it would be impossible for him to become this big. But don't forget that Zhao Hai's body also had the bloodline of the giant ape, the giant tortoise, the phoenix, and the giant rock. Each bloodline was very powerful. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to become this big after transforming. Zhao Hai felt that he could still transform. It's just that this layer suppressed his strength. After transforming, he couldn't become this big. After Zhao Hai said that, he looked at the divine elephant and coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand and a chain made of runes wrapped around the divine elephant. Because the divine elephant was too big, its movements weren't flexible enough. Because of this, it couldn't avoid the rune chain and got entangled. Although the divine elephant was entangled, it didn't care. It thought that as long as it exerted some strength, it would be able to break free from the rune chain. But when it tried to break free, it felt different. It felt that the rune chain was very tough, it couldn't move at all. Moreover, the chain was still shrinking. And in the process of shrinking, the divine elephant's soul was damaged. The divine elephant was startled. At the same time, it became angry. It immediately shouted, "You dare to plot against me? You're courting death." After it said that, endless flames emerged from its body. These flames carried the power of laws as they attacked the rune chain. However, the rune chain didn't suffer any damage. Zhao Hai looked at the divine elephant and coldly smiled. Then he opened his mouth and sucked. The flames entered Zhao Hai's mouth and were eaten by Zhao Hai as if they were candy. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent a palm towards the divine elephant's head. The divine elephant was now entangled by the rune chain and was still struggling. It simply couldn't escape Zhao Hai's palm. Zhao Hai's palm directly hit the divine elephant's head. Then a formation appeared on the divine elephant's head. When the formation appeared on the divine elephant's head, it immediately emitted bursts of golden light. Then it began to rotate. At the same time, the divine elephant issued a miserable scream. At the same time, the divine elephant also emitted bursts of golden light. But in the end, the golden light entered the formation and the rune chain. After some time, the divine elephant no longer emitted any golden light. The divine elephant also stopped struggling and stood there quietly. Its eyes closed as it turned into a divine elephant. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand as the rune chain and the formation entered the divine elephant's body. When the rune chain and the formation entered the divine elephant's body, a miserable scream was suddenly heard from the divine elephant. After some time, the scream stopped. Then the rune chain came out of the divine elephant's body and flew back to Zhao Hai's side. At the same time, the formation appeared on top of the divine elephant's head. Then the formation grew bigger and slowly covered the divine elephant's feet. Then it flew back to Zhao Hai's body. Then the giant Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Western divine sect. Then a golden light flashed and the giant disappeared. Zhao Hai returned to his normal size. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Guan and said, "Sect Master Luo, what other means do you have? Bring it on. How could you defeat an ascendant immortal? This is impossible. It's fake. It must be fake. You cannot defeat an ascendant immortal." Luo Guan stared blankly at Zhao Hai and muttered, "Impossible. Impossible. How could you defeat an ascendant immortal? This is impossible." Zhao Hai looked at Luo Guan's appearance and sneered, "I really wonder how you managed to cultivate to your current level. That immortal made you worship fire and offer incense to his statue. It's nothing more than to absorb the power of incense. But after worshipping for a long time, his shadow appeared in your heart and you became his followers. Followers like you, on the other hand, have been cut off from the path of ascension. Even if you rule over this realm, it's impossible for you to ascend. Your path to ascension has been cut off. Do you really think that someone like you can become a cultivator?" Luo Guan looked at Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes and said, "You dare to destroy the 10,000 years of foundation of the Western deity sect. You dare to destroy my immortal avatar. Today, the entire Western deity sect will fight you to the death. Kill." After saying that, he rushed towards Zhao Hai. Some of the other people in the Western deity sect also followed him, but most of them didn't move at all. In fact, many people in the Western deity sect were already very dissatisfied with Luo Guan. This Luo Guan was arrogant and never listened to others. He just relied on himself to become an immortal to hold the position of sect master of the Western deity sect. Moreover, he could indeed invite an immortal and receive rewards from him. Under such circumstances, the people of the Western deity sect had no choice but to admit that he was the sect master of the Western deity sect. Now that the immortal avatar was destroyed by Zhao Hai, and there were so many large artifacts surrounding them. There were even more disciples of the sea exploring sect surrounding them. Under such circumstances, how could they still follow Luo Guan? Zhao Hai looked at Luo Guan and coldly snorted, "You're courting death." Then he moved his hand and a rune flew out and landed on Luo Guan's body. Luo Guan snorted and then directly fell to the ground. Luo Guan was already dead. That rune was an offensive rune. Moreover, Zhao Hai's runes all carried the power of law. At this time, the other people of the sea exploring sect also made their move and blocked the people of the Western deity sect. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Western deity sect and said, "People of the Western deity sect, listen up. As long as you surrender, you can join our sea exploring sect and become a disciple. Luo Guan is already dead. If you don't surrender, you'll end up like him." At this moment, when everyone heard him say this, they were all stunned. Then, some people immediately surrendered, and some who were still stubbornly resisting were quickly killed. Before long, the people of the Western deity sect stopped resisting. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Western deity sect who still hadn't moved and said, "Among you people, is there anyone who can make a decision? Who can come out?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned. Then someone immediately flew out. Zhao Hai looked at this person and saw that it was actually someone familiar. It was Xianfei. After Xianfei came out, he first cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Sect Master Zhao Hai." Xianfei is very polite. "Among these people, I'm the one who makes the decision. I wonder if Sect Master Zhao Hai has any instructions?" Zhao Hai looked at Xianfei and said, "Alright, it's good that you're the one who makes the decision. Let me ask you, are you willing to surrender?" Xianfei looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I wonder if we can preserve the inheritance of the Western deity sect after we surrender." Zhao Hai looked at Xianfei and said, "If it's the inheritance of the flame worship, then forget it. Although the inheritance of the flame worship will increase one's offensive power, it won't allow one to live forever. Although such an inheritance must be preserved, the sea exploring sect will not allow disciples to cultivate it." Xianfei said, "Sect Master, you misunderstand. What we want to preserve is the true inheritance of the Western deity sect. The true inheritance of the Western deity sect is different from the inheritance of the flame worship. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if that's the case, then it's fine. The sea exploring sect has never rejected any kind of inheritance. If you really want to preserve the inheritance of the Western deity sect, we will also support you. Xianfei bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, thank you, sect master. We are willing to surrender. Zhao Hai nodded and laughed heartily. Good, it's good that you are willing to surrender. Wen Hai, take over the Western deity sect. If anyone dares to resist, they will be dealt with as traitors. Wen Hai nodded and immediately began to command people to enter the Western deity sect. Zhao Hai turned to Xianfei and said, Xianfei, cooperate fully with us in taking over the Western deity sect. Wen Hai, I will leave 500,000 people behind. I will take the rest to the Kunshan sect. Xianfei, send a few people to follow me and bring Luoguan's corpse. If the people of the Western deity sect and the Kunshan sect don't surrender, I won't be polite. Xianfei nodded and immediately called a few elders to follow Zhao Hai to persuade Elder Yu and the others to surrender in the Kunshan sect. At the same time, they also brought Luoguan's corpse. Zhao Hai glanced at the statue. His previous guess wasn't wrong. This statue was really a doppelganger mystic artifact. It allowed a person to place a trace of their soul inside the artifact and then command it to fight. There were countless restrictions inside the statue. Moreover, the material of the statue itself was also very good. It was a good item that could be used. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai waved his hand and put away the statue. Then, he led the army towards the Kunshan sect. This time, Zhao Hai brought 7 million troops to besiege the Western deity sect. He left 500,000 behind for Wen Hai, so he had 2 million troops in his hands. Now, all of these people were following Zhao Hai towards the Kunshan sect. This number wasn't small at all. However, the sea exploring sect also had a lot of large artifacts. Because of this, Zhao Hai's advance was very fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Kunshan sect. At this time, the battle in the Kunshan sect was still going on. The people of the Kunshan sect were still resisting the attacks of the Western deity sect and the sea exploring sect. Naturally, the sea exploring sect's attack didn't go all out. It seemed like their attack was very fierce, but in fact, they didn't go all out. They didn't even try to break the Kunshan sect's defensive formation. Now that the army had arrived, both sides stopped and retreated. Only Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian knew who these people were. Ding Chunming and Long Ding Tian looked at each other and smiled. Then Ding Chunming said, pass down the order. We'll converge with the army in a while. Long Ding Tian complied and sent someone to pass down the order. Elder Yu looked at the army behind them and quickly recognized them. They were the sea exploring sect's army because they were using the sect's large artifacts. However, the army's numbers and the number of large artifacts made Elder Yu feel incomparably shocked. Elder Yu's expression was very unsightly. He knew that he had been schemed against by the sea exploring sect. Not only them, all the people of the Western deity sect had been schemed against by the sea exploring sect. At this moment, Long Ding Tian and the others had also ordered their men to repair the large artifacts that the sea exploration sect could use. The large artifacts of the sea exploration sect flew up once again. Seeing this situation, Elder Yu and the others' expression became even more unsightly. They were now completely certain that the sea exploring sect's army was coming for them. At this moment, Zhao Hai's myriad swords ship arrived in front of Elder Yu and the others. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Yu and said, Elder Yu, I believe that you should know what's going on even if I don't tell you. Surrender. Elder Yu looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, dream on. I didn't expect the sea exploring sect to be such treacherous people. Don't think that you've won by surrounding us. The sect master will take revenge for us. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Yu and sneered, you can't be thinking that we're here to deal with you and leave the Western deity sect alone, right? Take a look at who they are. Take a look at who they are. After speaking, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Several elders of the Western deity sect walked to Zhao Hai's side. At the same time, a corpse appeared in front of Zhao Hai. It was Luoguan's corpse. Seeing the several elders and Luoguan's corpse, Elder Yu understood everything. His face couldn't help but sink. Next, he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, "Impossible. How could you defeat the sect master? My Western deity sect has an ascendant immortal soul clone. How could you defeat the sect master?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "The people of the Western deity sect have all surrendered to our Exploring Sea sect. If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite. Your families are now in my hands." When Elder Yu heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Despicable, you actually used your family to threaten us." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Yu, then he smiled faintly and said, "I just want you to stop resisting. Could it be that you think you can defeat the people of my sea exploring sect with just the people in your hands? Not to mention anything else, my exploring sect's large artifacts are enough to flatten you." Elder Yu looked at Zhao Hai's large artifacts and didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at him and sneered, "I'll show you something else. If you don't surrender, then I won't be polite." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and a huge statue appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Upon seeing the statue, Elder Yu's expression changed. At the same time, Zhao Hai made a seal and pointed at the statue. The statue suddenly moved. Upon seeing the statue move, Elder Yu's expression completely changed. Elder Yu used to be Luo Guan's confidant, and he had seen the might of this idol before. He was very clear about the might of this idol. It seems like Luo Guan must have used this idol before, but it was destroyed by Zhao Hai. Now that the idol had fallen into Zhao Hai's hands, and Zhao Hai was still able to make it move, they really didn't have any hope left. After thinking about this, Elder Yu couldn't help but turn silent. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Yu, then at the people behind him and said, "Everyone, the Western deity sect has been destroyed by my Exploring sect. I've already promised that as long as you join my Exploring sect, you will receive the same treatment as my Exploring sect. At the same time, you will retain the inheritance of the Western deity sect. Of course, this is the true inheritance of the Western deity sect, not this fire-worshipping inheritance. Although this fire-worshipping inheritance can increase the offensive power of your techniques, it will also make it impossible for you to ascend, cutting off your path to immortality. Therefore, this isn't desirable. If you surrender, then my previous words will still be effective. You will receive the same treatment as the Exploring sect's disciples." The disciples of the Western deity sect were silent. In fact, they didn't have any other choice now. If they didn't surrender, then they could only become rogue cultivators. Moreover, their families had all fallen into the hands of the Exploring sect. Now, it seemed like they had no other choice but to surrender. Elder Yu was also silent. He really didn't know what to do now. After a while, he sighed and looked at Zhao Hai. "If Sect Master Zhao Hai can guarantee that after we join the Exploring sect, you will treat us as your Exploring sect's disciples, then we will surrender." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Since the establishment of my Exploring sect, we have annexed no less than hundreds of sections. How could we lie to you about this kind of thing? As long as you join the Exploring sect, you will be a member of the Exploring sect. No one will look down on you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Elder Yu was silent for a moment. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Sect Master. We are willing to surrender." When the other elders saw this, they also bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Sect Master. We are willing to surrender." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Come to my ship. We'll discuss how to take down the Kunshan sect." Elder Yu and the others complied. Then they all boarded the Exploring sect's Myriad Swords ship and went to Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai's room was very big and could be converted into a conference room. Now that Elder Yu and the others had arrived, it didn't seem crowded at all. Ding Chunming and the others also entered the room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, what's the situation with the Kunshan sect? How long will it take for us to take them down?" Ding Chunming replied, "The Kunshan sect's large artifacts can only be regarded as ordinary. Their attack power isn't very strong. Although they have fire attribute magic, it shouldn't be difficult for us to deal with them. We have several times more large artifacts compared to them. As long as we break their large artifacts and their guardian formation, it shouldn't be difficult for us to deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Everyone is tired today. Let's rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll attack the Kunchen sect and take them down in one fell swoop." Ding Chunming and the others complied. Elder Yu and the others looked at Zhao Hai and the others. They were surprised when they heard that they were going to take down the Kunchen sect. Elder Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Lord, the Kunchen sect's large artifacts aren't easy to deal with. Their guardian formation is even more difficult to deal with. Sect Lord should be prepared." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. You'll know tomorrow. Take a good rest and help the Western Deity sect's people. Don't let them mess around. My exploring sea sect's punishment for betraying the sect is the most severe. I don't want them to commit such a heinous crime." Elder Yu and the others had just surrendered. Therefore, they couldn't say anything. They just nodded and then left with Ding Chunming and the others. When Elder Yu and the others returned to the place where the Western Deity sect's people were gathered, they found out that everyone's mood was very low. It wasn't strange for them to be like this. They were still people of the Western Deity sect a moment ago. But now, they had become people of the Exploring Sea sect. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Elder Yu didn't know what to do. But at this time, he suddenly discovered that they were covered by a huge shield. This shield didn't only cover them, it also covered the Kunchen sect. This made him feel very surprised. Elder Yu didn't know what was going on. He was even worried that this might be the work of the Kuan Mountain sect. However, he quickly discovered that it was impossible for the Kuan Mountain sect to do so. This was because Zhao Hai and the others were already accustomed to this situation. It was as if the shield didn't exist. This meant that the shield was made by the Sea Exploring sect. Naturally, Elder Yu felt relieved. Elder Yu called the people of the Western Deity sect together. After everyone arrived, Elder Yu looked at everyone and said, "I know that everyone still has a grudge about surrendering to the Sea Exploring sect. However, there's nothing we can do about it. Our Western Deity sect's main hall has already been captured. In this case, we have no other choice but to surrender. In fact, there's no difference whether you're a disciple of the Western Deity sect or a disciple of the Sea Exploring sect. Everyone can rest assured. Moreover, the strength of the Sea Exploring sect is much stronger than our Western Deity sect. Perhaps everyone will have a better time in the future." Everyone was silent. They knew this, but they couldn't figure it out. However, they didn't have any other choice. The Exploring Sea sect's strength was right there. If they don't surrender, then they wouldn't have a good time. Elder Yu looked at everyone, then he sighed and said, "It's better for everyone to think of themselves as members of the Exploring Sea sect. Now that everyone has surrendered, if you still don't think of yourself as a member of the Exploring Sea sect, then it would certainly arouse the disgust of the Exploring Sea sect. When the time comes, we won't have a good time." Everyone nodded in silence. At this time, someone came to report that the elders of the Western Deity sect who came with Zhao Hai requested an audience. Elder Yu immediately let them in. He wanted to know how the Exploring Sea sect managed to capture the Western Deity sect. One must know that the Western Deity sect had an ascendant immortal soul clone. How could the Exploring Sea sect capture the Western Deity sect? After meeting the elders, they told Elder Yu about how Zhao Hai attacked the Western Deity sect. When Elder Yu and the others heard that Zhao Hai personally made a move, not only did he break their sacred flame, he also destroyed the Ascendant Immortal Soul clone. Moreover, he even killed Luo Guan in one move. Although some of them didn't like Luo Guan, they still knew about Luo Guan's strength. Luo Guan was an expert who comprehended the power of laws. Yet, such an expert couldn't even take a single move from Zhao Hai. This was truly shocking. How strong was Zhao Hai? Could it be that he was strong to such an extent? Not to mention Zhao Hai and the others, the people of the Kunchen sect were also puzzled. Previously, the Ocean Scouring sect and the Western Deity sect had joined forces to attack them. Then, the Ocean Scouring sect's army suddenly arrived, causing both sides to retreat. Afterwards, the people of the Western Deity sect and the Ocean Scouring sect seemed to be confronting each other. However, there was one thing that they were certain of. The reinforcements from the Ocean Scouring sect and the Western Deity sect had arrived. The attack tomorrow would only be more fierce. Because of this, the people of the Kunchen sect didn't have a good night's rest. Everyone was preparing for the next day's battle. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up very early. Then they assembled their army along with the Western Deity sect's army. The two armies combined had a total of 5 million people. They surrounded the Kunchen sect so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, Zhao Hai didn't order them to attack immediately. Instead, he drove the myriad sword ship and arrived outside the Kunchen sect. Then he looked at the Kunchen sect and said, "The sect lord of the ocean scouring sect, Zhao Hai, is here. I asked the sect lord of the Kunchen sect to come and speak with me." The people of the Kunchen sect who were preparing for the battle stared blankly. Then they looked at each other before one of them immediately went to invite the sect lord. Before long, the sect lord of the Kunchen sect arrived. He was standing on a fire-cloud ship. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The Kunchen sect's sect lord, Wu Ming, greets sect lord Zhao Hai. May I know why sect lord Zhao Hai is looking for this old man?" Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and said, "Sect Lord Wu, you can see the current situation. Your Kunchen sect has no chance of winning. Why don't you surrender and avoid casualties?" Ha ha ha. When Wu Ming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I don't see how we'll lose. If you want to attack my Kunchen sect, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and smiled faintly, "Sect Lord Wu, the reason why we can't take the Kunchen sect is because of two things. One is our large artifacts, the other is your defensive formation. But to be honest, these two things are nothing in my eyes. Sect Lord Wu, take a look at this. Sect Lord Wu." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released the giant statue that he obtained from the Western Deity sect. However, this time, the statue had changed its appearance. It now looked like Zhao Hai. Moreover, the robe it wore was no longer a robe, but a warrior's robe. At the same time, after being improved by the space, the formation inside the statue had also changed. Zhao Hai could now integrate a trace of his spiritual force into the statue, turning it into an avatar of Zhao Hai. Moreover, the statue could now fly. When the statue stood between the sky and the earth, it gave people a huge pressure. When Wu Ming saw the statue, his expression changed. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and said, "Sect Master Wu, as you can see, this statue is now in my hands. I can use it to fight. I don't care about your Kunchen sect's large artifacts. As for your Kunchen sect's defensive formation, ha ha ha, I can break it with a flick of my finger. If you don't have these two things to rely on, then what can you use to fight us?" Wu Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said coldly, "Nonsense. How can you break my mountain guarding formation with just you?" Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and smiled. Then with a flick of his finger, a golden rune flew towards the defensive formation of the Kunchen sect. The defensive formation shook twice before it disappeared. Wu Ming didn't expect such a situation. He stared blankly at the defensive formation that disappeared. His face was pale. Just as Zhao Hai had said, the defensive formation was their greatest reliance. However, now that the defensive formation had been broken, what else could they use to fight against Zhao Hai and the others? Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and said, "Sect Lord Wu, it's not that the Sea Exploring sect doesn't have the strength to take down the Kunchen sect. We just don't want to kill too many people. If you don't agree, then don't blame us for being impolite." Wu Ming looked at Zhao Hai for a while before saying, "Are you in charge here? Don't you need to ask for the Western Deity sect's opinion? Even if you want to take over the Kunchen sect, will the people of the Western Deity sect agree?" Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and suddenly burst into laughter. "Sect Lord Wu, I think you've lost your mind from anger. Don't tell me you still don't understand what's going on after seeing this statue? If I hadn't destroyed the Western Deity sect, would the people of the Western Deity sect have agreed to let me take away their statue? Now, the Western Deity sect no longer exists. They have already been incorporated into the Sea Exploring sect. The corpse of the Western Deity sect's sect lord, Luo Guan, is right here. Don't tell me you don't believe me?" After saying that, Zhao Hai took out Luo Guan's corpse. Wu Ming's face couldn't help but change when he saw Luo Guan's corpse. He and Luo Guan were old rivals, so he naturally recognized Luo Guan's corpse. However, Wu Ming hadn't expected that Luo Guan would be killed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and said, Sect Lord Wu, let me tell you the truth. I must take down the Kunshan sect today. If you don't surrender, then we can only attack with all our strength. When the time comes, the Sea Exploring sect will suffer casualties, but the Kunshan sect's orthodoxy will be severed. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't surrender in 20 breaths, then we can only attack. The reason Zhao Hai said this was to put pressure on Wu Ming. 20 breaths was too short a time. If Wu Ming couldn't surrender in 20 breaths, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Wu Ming's face changed. Finally, he glanced at Zhao Hai and said, the matter of surrendering is too important. I can't make the decision alone. I'll have to discuss it with the sect lord and the elders. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and said, all right. Since you're saying this, it means that you have the intention to surrender. I'll give you 1 day to discuss it properly. If you don't reply after 1 day, then I'll assume that you're stalling for time. When that happens, don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Ming nodded. All right, I'll definitely give you an answer after 1 day. Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then, the Sea Exploring sect's army slowly retreated. However, they still maintained their encirclement around the Kunshan sect. After Zhao Hai and the others retreated, Wu Ming also retreated. Before long, they arrived at the Kunshan sect's meeting hall. All the elders of the Kunshan sect were present. However, everyone's expression wasn't good. The Sea Exploring sect was too powerful, so their expressions weren't good. Wu Ming looked at everyone and said, I think everyone is already aware of the current situation. If we don't surrender, then Zhao Hai won't let us off. Now, we only have 2 options. 1 is to fight to the death with the Sea Exploring sect. 2 is to surrender to the Sea Exploring sect and protect the orthodoxy of our Kunshan sect. After speaking, Wu Ming paused for a moment. Then he looked at the elders and said, everyone has seen Luo Guan's corpse. This time, the Sea Exploring sect used us to scheme against the Western Deity sect. After destroying the Western Deity sect, they turned their attention to us. However, I want to say that Zhao Hai's strength is definitely not ordinary. The Western Deity Shina's statue has only been activated once before. That time, it was when the Western Deity sect was on the verge of being destroyed. The moment the statue appeared, the Western Deity sect turned the tables. This is because the statue can only be used by an immortal's avatar. But now, the statue has fallen into Zhao Hai's hands and he can use it. This is enough to show that Zhao Hai's strength is very powerful. Therefore, everyone should think carefully about Zhao Hai's proposal. At this time, an elder said, Sect Master, do you mean to say that we should surrender to the Sea Exploring sect? If we really surrender to the Sea Exploring sect, then what about our Kunshan sect's 10,000 years of foundation? Sect Master, I think we should ask the 8 great sects for help. Wu Ming shook his head and said, it's too late. Since last night, our sect's transmission formation couldn't be used anymore. Now, we can't send any messages out. Today, Zhao Hai broke our sect's defensive formation with a snap of his fingers. We don't have any other choice. Wu Ming shook his head. Everyone stared before they turned silent. The Sea Exploring sect had placed a blade on their necks and sealed their mouths. Even if they wanted to ask for help, it was impossible. They had never encountered such a situation before. Therefore, they didn't know what to do. Wu Ming glanced at everyone and said, I know that surrendering is very difficult for everyone to accept. However, we have no choice but to do so. If we really go all out against the Sea Exploring sect, I'm afraid that the orthodoxy of our Kunshan sect will be severed. All the disciples of the Kunshan sect won't have any chance of surviving. Everyone knew that although Wu Ming's words were unpleasant to hear, they were true. If they didn't surrender, then there would only be one outcome. Their large artifacts couldn't suppress the other party, and their defensive formation was broken. It would be impossible for them to fight against Zhao Hai's group. However, emotionally speaking, they really couldn't accept this fact. But now, the path was in front of them. One was death, and the other was survival. They should know what to choose. After all, they were cultivators. After all, they were cultivators. As long as they could live, they wouldn't want to die. After all, they were pursuing the grand Tao of longevity and cherished their lives more than ordinary people. Because of this, even though they couldn't get over it, None of them were willing to risk their lives against the Scouring Sea sect. The Scouring Sea sect was very powerful. If they were to risk their lives against them, they would only be throwing away their lives in vain. Because of this, they remained silent. Wu Ming looked at everyone with a gloomy expression. How could he not understand what these people were thinking? These people didn't speak because they couldn't let go of their pride. Of course, they wanted to live. Wu Ming sighed and said, "Let me bear this eternal infamy. I, Wu Ming, have served the Kunshan sect all my life. Although I didn't make any great contributions, I also didn't make any mistakes. In this situation, I can only do my best for the Kunshan sect. I'll send someone to tell Zhao Hai that we're willing to surrender. This is the result of me standing against all opposition. You don't have to take it to heart." After he said that, he stood up and walked towards the back hall. However, his originally tall figure looked a little crooked. When everyone saw Wu Ming's appearance, they couldn't help but blush. Even their eyes turned red. However, they didn't say anything. This was the last thing Wu Ming could do for them. Naturally, they couldn't go against Wu Ming's good intentions. Zhao Hai didn't wait for long in his myriad swords ship before the Kunshan sect sent someone to tell him that they were willing to surrender. This made Zhao Hai very happy. He immediately took Ding Chunming and the others to the Kunshan sect. When he arrived, he saw Wu Ming leading the people of the Kunshan sect. They were waiting for him in front of the Great Hall. The expressions of these people weren't very good. However, when they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen the sect master. We are willing to lead the Kunshan sect to surrender to the Sea Exploring sect. We hope that the sect master can help us." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and nodded, "All right, there's no need to be polite. Everyone, get up. Let's go inside and talk." After he said that, he took the lead and walked towards the Great Hall. Everyone followed behind him. When they entered the Great Hall, Zhao Hai sat on the main seat. He looked at Wu Ming and Elder Yu before he said, "My Sea Exploring sect has its own rules. The rules of your two sects might be different. Therefore, you must learn the rules of the Sea Exploring sect. You must not violate the rules. If you do, then don't blame me for being impolite." Wu Ming and the others only thought that Zhao Hai was beating them, so they all complied. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. He then said, "Starting today, the area west of Fire Dragon Mountain will belong to my Sea Exploring sect. I know that your two sects might have some branches outside. So in the next period of time, all you need to do is to have those branches listen to my Sea Exploring sect's reorganization. Don't resist, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Wu Ming and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and said, "You will slowly learn about the Sea Exploring sect. However, I hope that you can take care of the disciples of the two sections. Don't think that the Sea Exploring sect only has this many people. We have hundreds of millions of disciples. These people are just a small portion. As for the whereabouts of the other disciples, I can't tell you right now. But I believe that you will know soon enough. You will rejoice in your decision today." Wu Ming and the others looked at Zhao Hai and complied. However, their expressions were still cold. It was obvious that they didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, arrange for the two sects to be fully taken over. I want to take control of the two sects in the shortest time possible. Do you understand?" Ding Chunming replied, "Yes, young master. Rest assured, I'll send the letter immediately." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Wen Hai might have already taken over the entire Western Deity sect. You need to cooperate with him. Also, in a few days, go to the middle of the Fire Dragon Mountain range and see if there's a volcano there. If the volcano is erupting, then it would be a good thing for us. We wouldn't need to worry about the sect's energy anymore. This matter needs to be done as soon as possible. The sect's formation needs to be established as soon as possible to prevent any changes." Wu Ming was sitting in his room in a daze. In front of him was a jade slip. He had been sitting there in a daze for a long time. The thing that made him stare blankly was the jade slip placed in front of him. How could a jade slip make Wu Ming stare blankly? What really made him stare was the contents of the jade slip. The contents of the jade slip in front of Wu Ming were the rules of the Scouring Sea sect. The rules of the sect made Wu Ming stare blankly for a long time. If other people were to know about this, they would certainly feel strange. However, this was the truth. After surrendering to the Scouring Sea sect, Wu Ming's heart was like dead ashes. He thought that he would carry an eternal infamy. He didn't care about what Zhao Hai said about surrendering to the Scouring Sea sect. In Wu Ming's opinion, this was just Zhao Hai fooling them. However, after reading the rules of the Scouring Sea sect, Wu Ming didn't think so. He had been in charge of the Kunshan sect for hundreds of years. Naturally, he could see a lot of things from the rules of the Scouring Sea sect. The rules of the Scouring Sea sect were very detailed. From punishment to rewards, disciples' obligations, disciples' benefits, and so on, they were all very detailed. After reading the contents of the rules, Wu Ming really didn't know what to say. He never thought that there would be a sect that could do things like the Scouring Sea sect. The Scouring Sea sect seemed to treat their disciples very well, surprisingly well. Therefore, after Wu Ming read the rules 5 times, he sat there in a daze for 2 hours. When he finally came back to his senses, he looked at the jade slip with a completely different expression. It was as if he had seen a piece of treasure. Wu Ming immediately took the jade slip and went out of his room. After going outside, Wu Ming immediately went to Zhao Hai's room. Since Zhao Hai was in the Kunshan sect, it was very easy for Wu Ming to find Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently in the Kunshan sect, so it was very easy for Wu Ming to find him. When he arrived outside of Zhao Hai's study, he saw 2 people standing outside of Zhao Hai's study. These 2 were Zhao Hai's disciples. Wu Ming immediately said to the 2, "Greetings. I want to see the sect master. Can I?" The 2 were naturally Xinquang and Che Rong. Xinquang looked at Wu Ming and smiled. "Elder Wu. Foster father is in his room. Let me inform him." Just as his voice fell, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "It's Elder Wu. Let him come in." Xinquang nodded, then he opened the door and let Wu Ming in. Wu Ming's expression changed. Wu Ming gave Xinquang a salute before pushing the door and entering. When he entered the room, he saw Zhao Hai sitting there, looking at a jade slip in his hand. It was clear that he was dealing with some matters. Wu Ming immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, sect master." Zhao Hai put down the jade slip and smiled at Wu Ming. "Elder Wu, why are you here? What's the matter? Come, take a seat." Wu Ming nodded, then he went to the desk and sat down. This desk was originally his, but now it was Zhao Hai's. Wu Ming didn't get angry. Instead, he took out the jade slip and said, "Sect master, I want to know if the contents of this jade slip are true." Wu Ming nodded, then he walked towards the desk and sat down. When Zhao Hai heard Wu Ming, he stared for a moment. Then he looked at the jade slip and smiled faintly. "Are you talking about the sect's rules?" "Yes, it's true." Wu Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect master, I don't understand. If we really follow what's written in the jade slip, then how will the Sea Exploring sect operate? If the sect gives so many things to the disciples, then wouldn't the sect's annual income be insufficient? If that's the case, then how will the sect operate?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No, in fact, the sect now has a surplus every year, a lot of surplus. The disciples of the sect have their own duties, and the ordinary disciples, whether it's studying, eating, or cultivating, they all need contribution points. Although they can get some contribution points by doing missions, it's still not as much as the sect's income, so the sect's annual income is a lot." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, the sect has a lot of contribution points every year." Wu Ming said, "But the sect's experts, are they willing to be teachers? Isn't it a waste of time to ask the disciples questions? How would they have time to cultivate?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No, everyone actually likes to be a teacher. This is because although your cultivation level is very high, the cultivation methods of the students you face might be very different from yours. You can get a lot of inspiration from these students' cultivation methods. Moreover, the process of teaching students is the process of revising what you've learned. This is only good for you." Wu Ming nodded. Then he stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Thank you for your explanation, sect master. In the future, Wu Ming will do his best to help sect master." Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and smiled faintly. "All right, Elder Wu will have to work harder in the future. Then he stood up and bowed to Wu Ming before turning around and leaving. After Wu Ming left, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He believed that as long as one was a cultivator, they wouldn't be able to refuse the offer of the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, as long as they joined the Sea Exploring sect, they wouldn't think about returning to their original sect. Then Zhao Hai took out his jade slip and looked at its contents. The contents of the jade slip were actually information about the entire spiritual world. The matter of the Sea Exploring sect taking down the Western Divine God sect and Kunshan sect had caused a huge uproar in the spiritual world. When the Sea Exploring sect took down the three sects, the people of the spiritual world were very surprised. However, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Although they paid attention to the Sea Exploring sect, it was mostly because of the relationship between the Sea Exploring sect and the trading company. Additionally, the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were very active in the spiritual world. Because of this, the other sects paid attention to the Sea Exploring sect. Although the Sea Exploring sect took down the three sects, the sects of the spiritual world didn't think that the Sea Exploring sect was that strong. Even the information given by the trading company wasn't credible. However, it was different this time. The two sects that the Sea Exploring sect took down weren't ordinary sections. They could be considered big sects in the spiritual world. However, the Sea Exploring sect was able to take down these two sects in just a few days. Just how strong was the Sea Exploring sect? This was really hard to imagine. It was precisely because of this that the people of the various sects of the spiritual world began to look at the Sea Exploring sect in a new light. It could also be said that they began to dread the Sea Exploring sect. One must know that the Sea Exploring sect had taken down the Western God sect and the Kunshan sect. In addition to the three sects in the northwest, the Sea Exploring sect had already taken over the northwest. The area of the Sea Exploring sect wasn't smaller than the biggest sects of the spiritual world. No one dared to underestimate such a force. The various sects immediately began to collect information about the Sea Exploring sect. However, it was very difficult to obtain information directly from the Sea Exploring sect. They could only buy information from the Gold Spirit Trading Company. This time, the information given by the Gold Spirit Trading Company finally changed. This time, the Gold Spirit Trading Company gave them the information that the Sea Exploring sect had Qi Refinement Realm and above. There were more than 4 million disciples in the Spirit Realm and above, and there were more than 1,000 large artifacts. This time, all the sects believed it. One must know that the Scouring Sea sect had annexed 5 sections. If the Scouring Sea sect itself was included, then the Scouring Sea sect would have disciples from 6 sections. It was normal for the 6 sects to have more than 4 million disciples at the Spirit Refinement Realm and above. Moreover, the Sea Exploring sect had a lot of large artifacts. Therefore, it was normal for the Sea Exploring sect to have more than 1,000 large artifacts. The various sects were now very afraid of the Sea Exploring sect. However, the Sea Exploring sect was still very calm and mysterious, making people unable to figure out their origins. In the past, some people suspected that the Sea Exploring sect was the influence of the trading company. But now, no one doubted it anymore. The influence of the trading company was very big. However, the people of the major sects didn't think that the trading company had the ability to swallow the 5 major sects in a short period of time. This was almost impossible. Because of this, the various sects now trusted the trading company even more. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't care about what the various sects thought of him. He was currently setting up the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation. The most important source of power for this defensive formation was the active volcanoes in the volcanic Dragon Mountain. In the past, even if Zhao Hai knew that the active volcanoes could be used as a power source, he wouldn't be able to use them. This was because the power of the eruption was too great. The destructive power wasn't something that he could use. But now, it was different. After obtaining the Heaven and Earth runes, Zhao Hai's understanding of formations had advanced. And with the addition of his avatar, Zhao Hai was now able to use the power of the active volcanoes. If the active volcanoes were used well, they would definitely become the Sea Exploring sect's largest energy source. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were in the middle of the volcanic Dragon Mountain range. This was the place where the active volcanoes were the most active. Zhao Hai stood on the myriad sword ship while Wu Ming stood beside him. Wu Ming didn't know much about the sea exploring sect, but he knew a lot about the volcanic Dragon Mountain range. Moreover, Zhao Hai valued him very much. One must know that both the Kunchen sect and the Western deity sect were experts in using fire. Now, Wu Ming had been transferred by Zhao Hai to the artifact hall as the deputy hall master. It can be said that his position was very high, which showed how much importance Zhao Hai attached to him. Wu Ming pointed at the volcanoes and said to Zhao Hai, "There's a fire vein underground. It's very active underground. Therefore, the volcanoes here often erupt. In the worst case, it would affect the entire volcanic Dragon Mountain range. Originally, the Western deity sect and the Kunchen sect would be affected by it. It's precisely because of the existence of this fire vein that this place is called the volcanic Dragon Mountain. People say that a fire dragon lives under this mountain." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't know about the fire dragons. I only know that if we can make use of these volcanoes, then our sea exploring sect wouldn't have to worry about refining pills or refining tools. We can also collect a lot of resources. Our sea exploring sect spirit gathering formation can directly convert fire element energy into crystals. This would be very beneficial to the cultivation of our sea exploring sect's disciples." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "There's actually such a method." Wu Ming couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Although he was the vice hall master of the sea exploring sect's refining hall, he had just joined. Therefore, he didn't know much about the true foundation of the sea exploring sect. Therefore, he was very surprised when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hall Master Wu, my seizing sea sect's ambition is to restore the spirit realm to its former glory. We want to unify the various realms that were separated from the spirit realm. When that time comes, my seizing sea sect will become the strongest sect in this layer. Therefore, my seizing sea sect will never set our sights on such a small place. Everything needs to be considered in the long term. Although you are now the hall master of the refining hall, you still know too little about the matters of the sect. You need to understand it well in the future. Otherwise, you might not be able to keep up with my seizing sea sect's progress. When that time comes, you might not be able to become a hall master." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hall Master Wu, my seizing sea sect's ambition is to restore the spirit realm's ancient glory. You might not be able to keep up with my sea exploring sect." Wu Ming immediately replied, "Yes. Please rest assured, sect master. I'll immediately work hard after I return." Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "I've already seen this place. Let's go back. After we've prepared for a while, it will be time for my sea exploring sect to conquer this volcanic Dragon Mountain." After saying that, he led Wu Ming back to the Kunchen sect's main hall. Currently, the sea exploring sect was reorganizing the two sects while building the mountain protecting formation. The mountain protecting formation of the sea exploring sect had always been covering their entire territory. Others didn't know about this, but the sea exploring sect had always been doing this. However, the mountain protecting formation of the sea exploring sect didn't have enough power. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to turn this active volcano into a power source was for the sake of the mountain protecting formation. The entire sea exploring sect was basically not open to the public. Only a few cities were open to the public. These cities allowed rogue cultivators and cultivators from other sects to enter and leave. However, they couldn't go to the wilderness. Almost all of the cultivators in the wilderness had been accepted as disciples by the sea exploring sect. If they weren't disciples of the sea exploring sect, they would be captured and interrogated to find out their identity before dealing with them. After Wu Ming and Zhao Hai returned to the Kunchen sect's main hall, he immediately began to understand the situation of the sea exploring sect. He wanted to know how deep the sea exploring sect's foundation was. This was the first time Wu Ming truly understood the sea scouring sect. The sea scouring sect controlled two worlds. Just the number of disciples at the spirit refinement realm and above exceeded 10 billion. And this was only the number of disciples. This didn't include the elders or the teachers in the academy. Such a number truly shocked him. Of course, after understanding the refining techniques of the sea exploring sect, he was even more shocked. The sea exploring sect could actually mass-produce a large-scale magic tool like the myriad swords ship. Moreover, the speed of production was far beyond his imagination. The most important thing was that the people of the sea exploring sect were doing something that Wu Ming didn't even dare to think about before. They were refining magic tools again. Or rather, they were decomposing magic tools. It was almost impossible to break down a magic tool. After a magic tool was refined, even if it was damaged, it could only be thrown away. There was no way to break it down. This was because when these magic tools were refined, all kinds of materials would be added. After the refining, these materials would be mixed together and become a whole, a new material. In this case, it was almost impossible to break down this new material and turn it into ordinary materials. It was precisely because of this that large refining sects like the Cultivation sect would have a special place to dispose of ruined or damaged magic treasures. In Wu Ming's opinion, those things were completely useless. However, the Sea Exploration sect was currently dissecting materials. They were taking some ruined dermic treasures and breaking them down into various materials. In Wu Ming's opinion, this was just too crazy. What surprised Wu Ming even more was that this method had actually made a lot of progress. The people of the Sea Exploring sect had already found a way to extract a material from those magic tools. This shocked Wu Ming greatly. Why did cultivators fight? Why did the great sects never have peace? What were they fighting for? In the end, it was just a competition for various materials. The cultivation world was only so big, and all kinds of materials were limited. It was impossible to mine them all. It was just like iron ore. If you mined it, others wouldn't be able to mine it. Even if the spiritual world was very big, it couldn't support so many people constantly mining. In addition, the weapons used by cultivators were all very high grade. The farming tools used by ordinary people might only need 100 gene of iron ore to be made into farming tools. The weapons used by cultivators, on the other hand, required tens of thousands of gene, or even hundreds of thousands of gene of iron ore to be refined into iron essence. Finally, they would need to add other things to make a weapon. Moreover, it wouldn't be a good weapon. It can be said that the cost of making a weapon was tens of thousands of times that of an ordinary person. However, it didn't mean that a cultivator's weapon couldn't be damaged. Cultivators also had a success rate when refining magic tools. Moreover, when they fought with others, the magic tools they used were almost all of the same level. In other words, even if one's magic tool was strong, the enemy's wasn't weak. It was precisely because of this that it was normal for their magic tools to be damaged. Once a magic tool was damaged, it couldn't be used anymore. It could only be thrown away, and it needed to be refined again. It needed to be refined again to refine things like iron ore. This was another kind of consumption. In this way, sooner or later, the iron ore would be depleted. At that time, no one would be able to use any magic tools. The Sea Exploring sect was now solving this problem. By decomposing the magic tools, they would obtain a lot of original materials. If these materials were refined again, they wouldn't have to use the original materials anymore. This way, the materials could be recycled. This was a great thing that would benefit the present and the future. If this matter was successful, the contribution to the cultivation world would be unimaginable. After Wu Ming found out about this matter, he immediately joined in. He even went crazy. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. It was good that Wu Ming was willing to participate in this matter. In the Sea Exploring sect's refining hall, a lot of people were still lacking when it came to controlling fire. With Wu Ming and the others joining in, this problem could be solved. After all, their control of fire was very strong. A month after Zhao Hai went to the active volcano of the volcanic Dragon Mountain, he finally made a large magic tool. Then Zhao Hai led Wu Ming and the others to an active volcano in the volcanic Dragon Mountain. When they arrived at the active volcano, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand and the statue appeared in front of him. Then he waved his hand and a huge disc array fell into the statue's hand. The statue took the disc array and flew towards the volcano. When the statue reached the top of the volcano, it directly fell down. At this time, Zhao Hai closed his eyes and focused all of his attention on the statue. At this time, he could see, hear, feel, and use spells with the statue. The statue had become his identity. When he focused all of his attention on the statue, the first thing he felt was heat. He seemed to be in a fire spell, and not far from his feet was magma. The statue took the huge disc array and slowly landed on the magma. Then with a thought, the disc array flew out of his hand. However, it didn't fall down, but instead floated about 30 meters above the magma. Then the statue quickly formed a seal and sent a seal to the disc array. The disc array began to emit a golden light and then slowly rotated. Then it rotated faster and faster. Finally, the rotation speed of the disc array was so fast that people couldn't see it clearly. At this time, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. When the disc array stabilized, the surrounding temperature also stabilized. Although the temperature here was still higher than outside, it was only a little higher. Basically, one couldn't feel the high temperature. At the same time, one could feel a huge force inside the disc array. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. He opened his eyes and had the statue return. At the same time, he turned to Wu Ming and the others and said, "It's done." When Wu Ming and the others heard Zhao Hai, they all cheered. In fact, they already saw that the flames of the volcano were slowly disappearing. However, they still couldn't believe it. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they completely believed it. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After the statue came back, he immediately took a formation plate and landed on the crater of another volcano. Using the same method, he sealed the crater of the other volcano. One by one, the statues slowly sealed the craters of the hundreds of active volcanoes. When all the volcanoes were sealed, the temperature in the surrounding air dropped. Although it was still hotter than other places, it was completely within the tolerable range. Everyone cheered again because this was their victory. They defeated the volcano and conquered it. The volcano was finally tamed by them. However, this formation was only the first step. If they want to truly use the volcano, then they still have a lot of things to do. Therefore, after everyone cheered for a while, they immediately began to get busy. They added several more formations on top of the first formation. These formations were actually the same as the first one. At this point, these formations weren't very useful. They were in order to prevent any problems from occurring with the first formation. Then they could immediately activate the other formations. This way, the volcano would always be under their control. After these formations were installed, they began to install other formations. These formations would use the power of the volcanoes. These formations were the foundations of a large city that Zhao Hai conceived. The volcanic dragon mountain was bustling with activity. The people of the sea exploring sect were doing their best to build a city. The place where they built the city was the original location of the volcanic dragon mountain, the place where the volcanoes were the most active. There were more than 300 volcanoes in the volcanic dragon mountain that erupted all year round. This was the most active place in the entire volcanic dragon mountain. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to control this place. More than 300 volcanoes would produce a lot of energy. If all of this energy was used, who would be their opponent in the future? It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to build a city here. He wanted to build a huge city here that would protect all of the volcanoes. However, such a big city was too big. It would require too much manpower and material resources. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He directly issued a task to the disciples of the body cultivating sect to build a city here. First, it was to build a city, and second, it was to allow them to cultivate. These disciples often needed to lift heavy objects while cultivating. It just so happened that they could come here to build a city. Not only would they be able to cultivate, but the city would also be repaired. This was a good thing. Of course, the body cultivating sect would only build the outer city. The core of the city would require the cooperation of the refining hall, the alchemy hall, the array hall, and many other halls. In these volcanoes, each volcano's crater would need to go through 36 arrays. A total of more than 1,000 arrays of various sizes would transform the energy into usable earth-fire energy. Every layer of these arrays would need to be guarded. Some of them were specially used to produce earth fire, while some were used to produce crystals. Just these arrays alone would take 3 months from the production to the installation. After these arrays were completed, the building could be built. The building wouldn't take a long time, but the volcanic dragon mountain still needed to be transformed. A variety of plants would be needed to turn the fire chi emitted from the volcanic dragon mountain into spiritual chi. At the same time, the fire chi energy would need to be converted into other types of energy. This would be the most thorough transformation of the volcanic dragon mountain. This would achieve the effect that Zhao Hai wanted. Right now, the construction of Fire Dragon Mountain had only just begun. The 32 formations at the mouth of the volcano had yet to be completed. Those body cultivators were only outside the mountain, improving the land on the mountain and installing some construction materials. However, all of the territories under the control of the Sea Exploring sect were under their control. Moreover, the academy, hall, and the city had to be reorganized. Everything was very busy. The entire Sea Exploring sect was like a sophisticated machine that began to operate at full power. The Sea Exploring Grandmaster's profound foundation was also displayed this time. There was no shortage of various materials, allowing the entire Sea Exploring sect to operate normally. Even if other sects wanted to inquire about the Sea Exploring sect during this period of time, it would be impossible for them to send people to the Sea Exploring sect. Time passed little by little. Everyone in the spiritual world was looking at the Sea Exploring sect, but the Sea Exploring sect didn't make any moves. After taking control of the Northwest, they had been building and doing their own things. Outsiders simply didn't know what they were thinking. It wasn't until a year after Zhao Hai's group took over the Northwest that the Sea Exploring sect calmed down a little. However, an incomparably huge city stood on top of the volcanic dragon mountain. This huge mountain city, named Volcanic Dragon City, shocked everyone in the spiritual world. This was a huge mountain city that included more than 300 volcanic craters. There were more than 300 skyscrapers in this mountain city, and each skyscraper was more than 100 stories high. They were like sharp swords that pierced the sky. This wasn't all. Originally, there were some plants in Volcanic Dragon Mountain, but because it was too hot, those plants were all of the fire attribute. Moreover, they didn't grow very well. But now, Volcanic Dragon Mountain was filled with green plants. Moreover, the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it look like a fairyland. Outsiders would only think that the clouds and mist here were very beautiful. Only those who lived in Volcanic Dragon Mountain knew that these clouds and mist weren't ordinary clouds and mist. They were actually clumps of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy could actually form clouds, showing how rich the spiritual energy here was. At the same time, after the Volcanic Dragon City was built, the spiritual energy in the entire Northwest under the control of the Sea Exploring sect became rich. Moreover, the entire Northwest was covered by the Sea Exploring sect's large formation. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others all moved to Volcanic Dragon City to live. There were no outsiders or businesses in Volcanic Dragon City, only the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. This place was equivalent to the current headquarters of the Sea Exploring sect. Afterward, the Sea Exploring sect didn't rush to expand. Instead, they began to improve all the land under the Sea Exploring sect. At the same time, they wanted to further improve the artifact separation technology. After Wu Ming joined the Magic Artifact Hall, he had always been very concerned about the magic artifact separation technique. Under his leadership, and with the earth fire available in Fire Dragon City, their magic artifact separation technique had made great progress. Now, their entire magic artifact separation technique could already separate more than 30 kinds of materials. However, there were too many Dharma artifacts in the cultivation world. It was not an easy task to separate all of the Dharma artifacts. Nevertheless, the fact that more than 30 kinds of materials could be separated was already a huge blessing for the cultivation world. This was because many of these materials were the most commonly used materials. These materials could be separated from artifacts under the right temperature with the help of some techniques. This would greatly reduce the consumption of these materials by the Sea Exploring sect. It was precisely because of this that all damaged artifacts and refined artifacts in the Sea Exploring sect had to be recovered. Even the Sword Spirit Realm and the Demon Spirit Realm had a cleanup operation. All the disciples of the sect had to go out and clean up the outside world. If there were any artifacts in the wild, they had to be recovered and rebuilt. Wu Ming had completely regarded himself as a member of the Sea Exploring sect. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone who had joined the sea exploring sect now regarded themselves as members of the sea exploring sect. This was mainly because the treatment of the sea exploration sect was too good. In addition, if you encountered any problems in your cultivation in the sea exploration sect, you could find someone to ask. All of this was too tempting. In addition to improving the volcanic Dragon Mountain, another place that needed to be improved was the Shadowwind Ridge. The Shadowwind Ridge was a sacred cultivation ground for devil cultivators. It was very suitable for devil cultivators to cultivate there. In the sea exploring sect, there were a lot of devil cultivators who cultivated devil cultivation methods. Therefore, that place also needed to be improved. In fact, the reason demonic Dao cultivation methods were called demonic Dao cultivation methods was because they required a lot of blood qi and yin qi during the cultivation process. These two things would unconsciously change a person's character, making them murderous and temperamental. This way, they would slowly become demonic Dao cultivators. On the other hand, demonic Dao cultivators from the sea scouring sect were different. They wanted to cultivate blood energy and had blood ponds. They also wanted to use yin energy to cultivate in places like the Shadowwind Ridge. Therefore, demonic Dao laws were similar to righteous Dao laws. Naturally, they couldn't be considered demonic Dao cultivators. In addition to this, what the sea exploring sect did the most was to raise the status of the commoners, turning them into outer disciples of the sect so that they could practice cultivation. Now, the sea exploring sect had taken control of the northwestern region. Although the northwestern region of the spiritual world was vast and sparsely populated compared to the central region of the spiritual world, there were still a lot of commoners here. Now, the sea exploring sect had turned all of these commoners into outer disciples of the sect, taught them cultivation, and tested them. All of this made the commoners very surprised. Then he won the hearts of the commoners. And with Zhao Hai's method of consolidating the villages and towns, the people of the sea exploration sect were able to experience a completely different way of life. Naturally, their lives were getting better and better. Zhao Hai's method of consolidating villages and towns into cities allowed the people of the sea exploration sect to experience a completely different way of life. Unknowingly, 2 years had passed since the sea exploring sect took control of the northwestern region. During these 2 years, the people of the other sects had more or less received some news and knew about some changes under the sea exploring sect's rule. However, they really didn't know what to say because these changes were so great that they didn't even dare to imagine it. The people from the various large sects had never thought that there would be so many geniuses among the commoners. Even more so, they had never thought that one day, the commoners would be able to sit on large artifacts and farm. This was simply a fool's dream. However, the sea exploring sect did it. They really did it. They gathered all the commoners to live in the city and then sent large artifacts to farm and harvest the land. They could also cultivate during normal times. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible in the other sections. Where did the sea exploring sect come from? Why did they do all this? How big was the impact of their actions? Could they bear it? These were the things that the people of the other sects wanted to know. Unfortunately, if the people of the other sects weren't from the sea exploring sect, they would never know about the sea exploring sect. If they were from the sea exploring sect and dared to spread this news, they would certainly die. The changes in the Northwest had caught the attention of the entire spiritual world. They really didn't know what was going on in the Northwest and how the sea exploring sect did it. When the sea exploring sect occupied 3 sects, the other sects didn't pay much attention to them. But now, they had no choice but to pay attention to the sea exploring sect. This was because the sea exploring sect's forces were expanding too fast. It had only been 3 years since the sea exploring sect appeared, but they had already occupied 5 sects' territories. Their territory wasn't inferior to any of the other sects, and their number of disciples wasn't inferior to any of the other sections. However, everyone knew that it was impossible for the sea exploring sect to stop. They would certainly continue to expand. It only took them 3 years to occupy such a large territory and obtain such great benefits. It would be strange if they didn't expand. Because of this, the sects near the sea exploring sect were very nervous. They were always on guard against the sea exploring sect. The sects further away from the sea exploring sect were also paying attention to the sea exploring sect. They wanted to know what the sea exploring sect wanted to do and how far they could go. In fact, the main reason why these sects didn't join forces to deal with the sea exploring sect was because they felt that the sea exploring sect's approach was also beneficial to them. The spiritual world hadn't changed much for so many years. The territories of the various sects had been divided. The small sects had their own alliances, and the medium sects had their own alliances. Even the major sects didn't dare to touch them. Therefore, it wasn't easy for the major sects to expand in the spiritual world. However, it was different now. The emergence of the sea exploring sect might be able to change this situation. The sea exploring sect was like a stone that was thrown into the stagnant pool of the spiritual world. It would affect the entire pool. Because of this, the major sects wanted to see what the sea exploring sect would do next. As long as there were changes in the spiritual world, the major sects could take advantage of the opportunity to make a move. The reason why they didn't make a move before was because the Northwest was too far away from them. In the eyes of the major sects, the Northwest was a barren land. Even if the sea exploring sect occupied the Northwest, it wouldn't affect the core area of the spiritual world. But now, the sea exploring sect had occupied the entire Northwest. If the sea exploring sect wanted to attack the other sects, it would stir up the entire spiritual world. At that time, the opportunity would come. It was precisely because of this that the major sects were paying attention to the situation of the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai didn't care that much. He was still moving at his own pace, neither too fast nor too slow. He had taken the Northwest, occupied the volcanic Dragon Mountain, and established the volcanic Dragon City. His foundation could be considered to have been laid. The next step was to plot against the entire spiritual world. After this battle, Zhao Hai also knew the fighting strength of the various sects in the spiritual world. Although they didn't fight much when he subdued the Kunchen sect and the Western deity sect, they knew some of the attacking methods of the spiritual world. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wasn't worried. The matter of plotting against the entire spiritual world was naturally on the table and ready to be implemented. Zhao Hai didn't care about what kind of reaction they would cause. After all, Zhao Hai knew very well that no matter what changes he endured, those sects would eventually merge into the sea exploring sect. The sea exploring sect's unification of the spiritual world was inevitable. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about how to make a move against the spiritual world, Xianxia suddenly reported that Wu Ming wanted to see him. This stunned Zhao Hai. He didn't know why Wu Ming was looking for him at this time. Could it be that their project had produced some results? At the thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately asked Xianxia to invite Wu Ming to his study. When Zhao Hai saw Wu Ming come in, he didn't get up to greet him. Instead, he smiled and said, "Hall Master Wu, why are you here? Is there something you need?" Wu Ming gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Sect Master, I heard that you want to seize the entire spiritual realm. Is that true?" Zhao Hai stared. But after thinking about it, he knew that this wasn't a secret. Moreover, a person like Wu Ming should know about this. Because of this, he didn't mind as he nodded and said, "Yes, I do have this idea. In the past 2 years, my sea exploring sect has already gained a firm foothold in the Northwest. It's time for us to dispatch troops." Wu Ming replied, "This time, I hope that Hall Master can delay the dispatch of troops for a few days. Before this, I had something to inform the sect master. But because I participated in the artifact separation project, I forgot about it. Now that I heard that the sect master wants to make a move on the spiritual realm, I thought that I should inform the sect master. Sect master should deal with this matter first before dispatching troops to the spiritual realm." Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming in confusion and said, "Oh? What is it?" Wu Ming replied in a deep voice, "It's about the secret territory. My sea exploring sect has a lot of secret territories, but the Western deity sect and Kunchen sect also have their own secret territories. I know that the Kunchen sect's secret territory is empty, so the sect lord can directly send people to take it over. As for the secret territory of the Western deity sect, this subordinate doesn't know anything about it. You'll have to ask the sect lord himself. Apart from these 2 secret territories, we also inadvertently discovered another secret territory. This secret territory is a little special, it's a very big secret territory. There are a lot of people inside, and they have formed their own sect and have been cultivating inside. When Zhao Hai heard Wu Ming, he stared for a moment before he immediately said, "Oh? There's such a thing? Then tell me, where is this mystic realm?" Wu Ming replied, "We've always called this secret realm the immortal realm. This is because the spiritual qi inside the realm is very abundant. The people inside the realm are also very strong. They're not like the people in the spiritual world who specialize in magic. They're just an ordinary qi refining sect. However, they have a lot of experts. Every 50 years or so, the secret realm and the spiritual world will be connected. Every time, they'll send their disciples to the spiritual world. However, their disciples have always been very low-key. Although they live in the spiritual world, they've never revealed their identities. It's very strange." When Zhao Hai heard Wu Ming, his curiosity was piqued. He looked at Wu Ming and said, "Alright, how big is the secret realm? Is it very big?" Wu Ming nodded and said, "Yes, this secret realm is very big. It has a population of about 10 million people. However, all of them are extraordinary cultivators. Regardless of whether they're men or women, they're all at the spirit refining or spirit realm. However, the people in the secret realm don't like fighting. They've always lived a very peaceful life. The disciples who come in contact with the outside world only investigate the spiritual world and trade with the people there. Right, they've also established a trading company called the Immortal Realm Trading Company. Has the sect lord heard of it?" Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he said, "Of course I've heard of it. Although the Immortal Realm Trading Company isn't as big as the Gold Spirit Trading Company, it's still one of the most mysterious powers in the spiritual world. Moreover, they produce things that other trading companies don't have, not even the Gold Spirit Trading Company. I didn't expect the Immortal Realm Trading Company to be a mystic realm organization." Wu Ming nodded and said, "That's right. This Immortal Domain Trading Company is a secret realm force. Our Kunshan sect accidentally discovered the entrance of this trading company. The entrance of this trading company appears once every 50 years. Every time it appears, the location is fixed. However, because the people inside are too strong, our Kunshan sect has never made a move against them. Recently, the entrance to the secret realm is about to open. Why don't Sect Master take down the secret realm first and then enter the spiritual diagram world?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's a good idea. In the past, the people in the secret realm didn't fight because they didn't think that the time was right. Or maybe they just don't like to fight. But in any case, our sea exploring sect needs to capture them. Otherwise, if they suddenly send troops while we're dealing with the spirit realm, we would be in a passive position." Wu Ming nodded and said, "I also have the same idea. If we can't destroy them, they might bite us in the back. Therefore, we might as well make the first move. Regardless of whether they like to fight or not, controlling them in our hands is the safest way." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai said, "Alright, it's settled then. When will the secret realm appear? Where is it located?" Wu Ming replied, "It'll appear in about a month. It's located at Qingping Mountain." Qingping Mountain? When Zhao Hai heard Wu Ming, he stared blankly. This was because he knew about Qingping Mountain. It was just a small mountain without any special features. He didn't think that the entrance to the secret realm would be Qingping Mountain. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ming and said, "Qingping Mountain doesn't have any special features. How can it be Qingping Mountain? There doesn't seem to be any caves or valleys there. Then where is the exit?" Wu Ming smiled and said, "In Qingping Mountain, there's a cave at the foot of the mountain. That cave was formed naturally, but later on, someone set up a mechanism behind it. Only by using a special method can the mechanism be opened. Inside the mechanism is a cave, which is the entrance to the secret realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's a mechanism, not a formation?" Wu Ming smiled and said, "Yes, Sect Master. It's a mechanism, not a formation. Moreover, Qingping Mountain doesn't have any special products. There aren't many ordinary people there. Therefore, nobody paid attention to it. Naturally, nobody discovered the entrance." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, I understand. After a month, come with me." Wu Ming nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then Wu Ming turned around and left. After Wu Ming left, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Wu Ming finally." thinks of himself as a member of the sea exploring sect. When Wu Ming surrendered, he didn't mention the secret territory of his sect, nor did he mention the secret territory of the Immortal Realm Trading Company. At that time, he didn't consider himself as a member of the sea exploring sect. But now, he already considered himself a member of the sea exploring sect. Therefore, he revealed the biggest secret in his heart. This was definitely a good thing for the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai was afraid that Wu Ming and the others wouldn't think of themselves as members of the sea exploring sect. If that was the case, then Wu Ming and the others might rebel in the future. One shouldn't think that Wu Ming and the others wouldn't dare to rebel just because the sea exploring sect was powerful. At the very least, Zhao Hai and the others still haven't clashed with the other sects of the spiritual world. Therefore, Wu Ming and the others weren't that confident in the sea exploring sect. Of course, the reason why Wu Ming said all this now was probably because they had witnessed the strength of the sea exploration sect, which was why they were acting this way. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Zhao Hai and Wu Ming arrived at Qingping Mountain. However, they didn't go down. Instead, they directly activated the illusion formation on the Myriad Swords ship so that outsiders wouldn't be able to see the ship. Zhao Hai was accompanied by Xingku and Che Rong. There weren't a lot of people here. Wu Ming looked at Green Flat Mountain and pointed to a large and shallow cave. Sect Master, that's the cave. Wu Ming nodded and said, that's the cave. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it opens once every 50 years. The people in the spiritual world should be able to contact the people in the secret realm. Right, do they have a transrealm transmission formation? If they do, then they don't need to use this place to contact each other. Wu Ming said in a low voice, they don't seem to have it. I remember that 50 years ago, they entered the mystic realm from here and contacted the people in the mystic realm. This proves that the mystic realm shouldn't have a transrealm transmission array. While they were talking, Zhao Hai saw a person's figure flying over. In the blink of an eye, the person arrived at Qingping Mountain. Then the person entered the cave and patted the cave. Then the cave shook and a large rock moved to the side, revealing the entrance. The entrance wasn't very big, only enough for 2 people to pass through. The person's figure flashed and directly entered the cave. Then the entrance closed. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, let's go down and take a look. Then with an intention, the 10,000 swords ship flew down and stopped in front of the cave. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the 10,000 swords ship. Then he went inside the cave and arrived in front of the big rock. Then he waved his hand, causing the rock to move to the side, revealing the cave's entrance. Xingku took the lead, followed by Zhao Hai and the others. He didn't expect that after entering the cave, there would be a completely different world inside. It was actually a natural karst cave. This karst cave was very large, and there were stalagmites and other things everywhere. It was very beautiful. Most importantly, there were many caves in this karst cave that led to different places. Zhao Hai pointed to a cave and the group walked in. Not long after, a sword light suddenly shot towards Xingku. Xingku waved his hand and a fire dragon blocked the sword light. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately said, friends from the Immortal Realm Trading Company, don't attack. We already know about this secret realm. We didn't come here with any evil intentions. We just want to have a chat with the people inside the secret realm. Who are you? How did you know about this place? I'm Zhao Hai, the sect master of the sea exploring sect. The Kunshan sect already knew about this place. Now that the Kunshan sect has merged with my sea exploring sect, I naturally know about this place. Please believe me when I say that I came here to have a chat with the people inside the secret realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come alone. Zhao Hai? You're the sect master of the sea exploring sect, Zhao Hai? The voice actually had a trace of surprise. Then the flying sword was taken back. Then the person inside said, Sect Master Zhao Hai, please come in. There wasn't any hostility in the voice. Instead, there was a trace of respect. This made Zhao Hai curious. Zhao Hai was bold because of his skill. Naturally, he wasn't worried that the other party would do anything to him. Therefore, he took over Shengqin and walked to the cave first. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at a large cave. The cave was very large and the ceiling was inlaid with several night pearls. The entire cave was very bright. There were stone tables, stone chairs, and other things in the cave. The layout was very good. At this moment, a cultivator was standing there with his hands down. He looked very respectful. This person looked to be around 40 years old. He was a rogue cultivator with fair skin and an extraordinary temperament. One could tell at a glance that he wasn't an ordinary rogue cultivator. When he saw Zhao Hai come in, he immediately stepped forward and bowed to Zhao Hai. Guyuyu greets Sect Master Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was surprised. He looked at Guyuyu and said, "Fellow Taoist, Gu is too polite. Why did you stop fighting after hearing my name?" Guyuyu nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Gu, you're too polite." Guyuyu quickly replied, "It seems that Sect Master Zhao Hai knows that I know a bit about the sea exploring sect. I've been wanting to meet Sect Master Zhao Hai for a long time." Zhao Hai looked at Guyuyu and said, "Oh? Why does fellow Taoist Gu want to see me?" Guyuyu replied, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, please take a seat. Let me explain." After inviting Zhao Hai to sit down, Guyuyu said, "After I heard about the sea exploring sect, I have been secretly collecting information about it. I won't hide it from you, Sect Master Zhao Hai. I have some friends in the Gold Spirit Trading Company, so I naturally collected some information. I already know that the sea exploring sect came from the Sword Spirit realm. Because of this, I want to meet Sect Master Zhao Hai." At this point, Guyuyu paused for a moment, then he sighed and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai might not know, but although my clan has been living in the secret realm for generations, we still know about the outside world. It's because of this that my clan doesn't dare to appear in the spirit realm. This is because my clan and the spirit realm aren't the same people." Guyuyu sighed. Speaking of this, Guyuyu continued, "In antiquity times, the Sword Spirit realm and the Sorcerer realm fought for Taoism. In the end, the people of the two realms worked together to divide the two realms into two independent realms. However, they didn't know that there were some small places that were separated into two realms and formed their own secret realms. We were originally supporters of the Sword Spirit realm. Our cultivation methods and ideas are different from those of the Sorcerer realm. Although we can come out of the secret realms, once we come out of the secret realms, we will directly enter the Sorcerer realm. If we appear in the Sorcerer realm and are discovered by the people of the Sorcerer realm that our cultivation methods are the same as those of the Sword Spirit realm, they will definitely not tolerate our existence. Therefore, for so many years, we can only survive in the secret realms. We only dare to send some disciples to the Sorcerer realm to inquire about information and dare not contact the people of the Sorcerer realm." When Zhao Hai heard this, he was stunned. Then he looked at Guyuyu and said, "I can't fully believe your words. Ever since my sea exploring sect took control of the Gold Spirit Trading Company, almost all of our disciples didn't send any information out. How did you know?" Guyuyu replied, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, in order to obtain more information, my clan spent several generations to send some disciples into the Gold Spirit Trading Company. They wouldn't do anything to harm the company and only wanted to gather information. This time was the same. They wouldn't do anything to harm the sea exploring sect. But when they heard that the sea exploring sect came from the Sword Spirit realm, they were very excited and used some method to send information to me. Only then did I know about the sea exploring sect. Moreover, we didn't use transmission formations to send information, but a kind of demon beast. Therefore, it's normal that Sect Master Zhao didn't discover it." When Zhao Hai heard this, he nodded and said, "You used a demon beast? Then it's no wonder. If you used a technique or transmission formation to send information, we would have discovered it. But if you used a demon beast, it would have been very difficult. Alright, let's not talk about this matter. Since you know that we came from the Sword Spirit realm, what do you think?" Guyuyu replied, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, the reason why I'm in such a hurry to return to the secret realm is to tell the people there that my clan naturally wants to return to the Sword Spirit realm." Zhao Hai was surprised. He looked at Guyuyu and said, "Do you really want to return to the Sword Spirit realm? I heard that the spiritual chi in the secret realm is very rich. Moreover, the people of the secret realm are very strong. Why do you still want to return to the Sword Spirit realm?" Guyuyu immediately replied, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, although the secret realm is good, it has cut off our path to immortality. Ever since we entered the secret realm, no one in my clan has been able to ascend. No matter how strong we are, no matter what kind of genius we are, we would all die of old age in the secret realm. It's because of this that we want to return to the sword spirit realm. Zhao Hai looked at Gu Yueyu and said, if you can't ascend in the secret realm, you can go outside. If you want to ascend, then you'll naturally be able to ascend outside. Gu Yueyu shook his head and said, that won't do. Unless we cultivate outside for more than 100 years, we won't be able to ascend outside. The elders of my clan have already tested this. Zhao Hai replied, since you know about my sea exploring sect, then you should know that my sect has unified the sword spirit realm and conquered the monster spirit realm. We're now sending troops to deal with the sword spirit realm. If you really want to return to the sword spirit realm, then you can only join the sea exploring sect. Moreover, you'll be divided into different halls. Will you agree? Gu Yueyu replied, this is also the reason why I'm in such a hurry to return to the secret realm. I want to report this matter to the elders and let them decide. However, I believe that the elders will agree. My clan has been thinking about returning to the sword spirit realm for many years. They will certainly agree. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the cave. Then, a cloud of black fog slowly appeared. Finally, the black fog became bigger and bigger. Then, a spatial crack slowly appeared within the black fog. Gu Yueyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Zhao Hai, our secret realm has a restriction that only disciples can enter and exit. Therefore, I can't invite you in right now. Let me enter the secret realm and report this to the elders. Then I'll invite you in. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, please. Gu Yueyu cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before his figure flashed and entered the secret realm. Wu Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, are we really going to let him in? What if he doesn't come out? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if he doesn't come out, then we'll go in ourselves. There's no need to worry. We'll just wait here and see how they react. Although Wu Ming didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he didn't ask. He knew that Zhao Hai was very strong. There were some things that he shouldn't ask. Zhao Hai and the others waited outside for 2 hours. Suddenly, a figure flashed out of the spatial rift. It was Gu Yueyu. When he came out, he immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, everyone, please follow me into the secret realm. The elders are waiting for you at the entrance. Please. Zhao Hai also stood up. Gu Yueyu took out several formations and gave them to Zhao Hai. Then the group entered the spatial rift. Upon entering the spatial rift, Zhao Hai discovered that there were countless people standing in front of the spatial rift waiting for him. Each and every one of them had an excited expression on their faces. The ones leading them were old men with white hair and beards. When Zhao Hai appeared, without waiting for Gu Yueyu to introduce him, one of the old men immediately said to Zhao Hai, is this Sect Master Zhao Hai? This old man is Xianxia. Greetings to Sect Master Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly returned the greeting and said, greetings to Elder Shuj. Zhao Hai is very polite. I'm really sorry to trouble Elder Shuj to welcome me. Xianxia excitedly replied, Sect Master Zhao Hai is too polite. For my good clan to be able to meet Sect Master Zhao Hai is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Sect Master Zhao Hai, please come with me. Then he led Zhao Hai forward. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he followed Xianxia into the mystic realm. The spiritual qi inside the mystic realm was very rich. Inside the mystic realm, one could see a lot of houses. Most of these houses were made of stone or wood. There were also a lot of people inside the mystic realm. All of them were curiously looking at Zhao Hai's group. The area of the mystic realm wasn't small. There were mountains and rivers as far as the eye could see. Living here didn't make them feel crowded at all. Even if more people came, the mystic realm would still be able to accommodate them. On a mountain in the mystic realm, there was a row of relatively better houses. One of them was an ancestral hall, and next to it was a very large house. The words Assembly Hall were written on the roof of the house. Zhao Hai and Xianxia entered the conference hall. Inside, Xianxia invited Zhao Hai to sit in the main seat. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Zhao Hai, my good clan was originally a cultivation clan of the Sword Spirit sect. But due to the conflict between the Sword Spirit realm and the Arcane Spirit realm, the two realms shattered space and my clan fell into the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 years have passed. My clan has always wanted to return to the Sword Spirit realm but didn't have the chance. Now that we finally have the chance, I ask Sect Master Zhao Hai to take us in. Zhao Hai looked at Gu Xuantong and said, Patriarch Gu, the Sword Spirit realm has been unified by my sea-seeking sect. My sect is currently attacking the Arcane Spirit realm. If you want to return to the Sword Spirit realm, you can only join my sea-seeking sect. Your clan will be divided into different branches of my sect. Do you agree? If you agree, then your clan can return to the Sword Spirit realm. Zhao Hai thought that Gu Xuantong wouldn't agree. After all, their clan has been living in the mystic realm for a long time. They shouldn't be willing to separate. However, Gu Xuantong didn't even think about it and directly said, we are willing. My clan is willing to return to the Sword Spirit realm and agree to any conditions. Moreover, my clan has some understanding of the sea-seeking sect. The sect is very powerful and has a very special management method. My good clan is willing to join the sea-seeking sect and become its disciples. Sect Master Zhao Hai, please rest assured. Zhao Hai was surprised that Gu Xuantong agreed so quickly. Zhao Hai looked at Gu Xuantong and found that he wasn't joking. Then he nodded and said, all right, then from today onwards, the Gu clan will be a member of my sea-seeking sect. Zhao Hai now understood why the Gu clan agreed to join the sea-exploring sect so quickly. It was because they knew about the management of the sea-exploring sect. At the same time, their path to immortality had been cut off for more than 10,000 years. This kind of hope made them agree to join the sea-exploring sect. After agreeing to the Gu clan joining the sea-exploring sect, Zhao Hai immediately built a transboundary transmission formation in the secret realm. This allowed the secret realm to be connected to the outside world. Then he immediately established a connection with the outside world. Afterward, the Gu clan moved out of the secret realm. At the same time, Zhao Hai also sent people to the secret realm and took over the entire place. At the same time, the Gu clan also merged with the Immortal Domain Trading Company. This gave Zhao Hai another source of information. After dealing with the Gu clan, it took 2 months. In these 2 months, in addition to taking over the Gu clan's territory, Zhao Hai also took over the secret realms of the Kunchen sect and the Western Deity sect. The Kunchen sect's secret realm was easy to deal with. Wu Ming directly told Zhao Hai where the transmission formation was. Zhao Hai directly sent people to receive it. On the other hand, the secret realm of the Western Deity sect was a bit troublesome. This was because very few people knew about the secret realm. Only Luo Guan and a few others knew about it. After Luo Guan died, even fewer people knew about it. Only a few elders knew about it. For some reason, these elders didn't tell Zhao Hai the location of the secret realm. When Zhao Hai asked, they apologized and told him the location of the secret realm. Zhao Hai also knew that the people of the Western Deity sect were different from the Kunchen sect. The Kunchen sect was a sect. If they were destroyed, then they would naturally have no hope. On the other hand, although the Western Deity sect was a sect, they had a backer. Their backer was an immortal from the upper realm. In this case, some people in the Western Deity sect would always have a fluke mentality. They hoped that one day, the immortal from the upper realm would send down a divine technique to destroy Zhao Hai and restore their Western Deity sect. Because of this, a lot of people in the Western Deity sect didn't really want to join the sea-exploring sect. The reason why they joined the sea-exploring sect was because they were forced by the situation. They didn't want to join. They were even thinking of learning from the sea-exploring sect's management experience. If their Western Deity sect could recover in the future, they would also manage the sect like the sea-exploring sect. Zhao Hai naturally knew what they were thinking. However, he wasn't afraid of them. The people of the Western Deity sect were scattered. Moreover, they didn't have any real power. It was impossible for them to cause any trouble in the sea-exploring sect. As for whether they would cause trouble in the future, Zhao Hai believed that they wouldn't. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because he believed that after a few generations, the people of the Western Deity sect wouldn't remember the Western Deity sect. They would only think of themselves as the people of the sea exploring sect. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the immortal from the Western deity sect. Even if there was an immortal from the upper realm, he wouldn't ascend. Once he ascends, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. When the time comes for him to meet the immortal from the Western deity sect, he wouldn't know who would kill who. After dealing with all of these matters, Zhao Hai began to prepare for the invasion of the spirit realm. He felt that it was time to attack the spirit realm. The reason for this was because the 5 ghost mountains had already sent him a message. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to attack the spirit realm. Ever since Zhao Hai learned about the 5 ghost mountain, he attached great importance to it. He sent a lot of disciples to the mountain to investigate the situation. He even sent some disciples directly into the Yin Ghost Cave. In the end, although the disciples couldn't reach the bottom of the cave, they were able to feel strange energy fluctuations. They were almost certain that the cave was indeed connected to another plane. After receiving this news, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. It was confirmed that this place was connected to another realm. As long as they destroy the arcane spirit realm, then they would be able to attack the other realms. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to attack the spirit realm as soon as possible. This way, they would be able to prepare before attacking the other realms. Because of this, Zhao Hai called Wenhua and the others over to Fire Dragon City. After everyone sat down in the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I think everyone knows about our current situation. I'm preparing to launch an all-out attack on the spiritual realm. What do you think?" Wenhua nodded and said, "I'm sure everyone knows about our current situation." Wenhua replied, "We should have done this a long time ago. Boss, we're already slow this time. With the strength of the sea exploring sect, we don't need to be as careful as before. We can just send our troops." Zhao Hai looked at Wenhua and said, "What you said makes sense. But taking it slow has its benefits. If we attack the spirit world directly, then it would take a lot of time to digest it. Like now, we can take it slow. After we conquer the spirit world, we don't need to digest it anymore. Isn't that good?" When Wenhai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're right. But taking it slow has its benefits." When Wenhai nodded and said, "That's true. But boss, if we attack with all our strength, are we going to take the spiritual realm in one fell swoop?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that would be difficult. The 8 great sects haven't made a move yet. They seem to be waiting. This makes me curious, I don't know what they're waiting for. But in any case, the 8 great sects are the strongest forces in the spiritual world. It wouldn't be easy for us to deal with them. What I mean is that we should first swallow the surrounding sections. Although they are already prepared, it shouldn't be difficult to swallow them." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that this will be difficult. Grandmaster, it's not difficult for us to take over the surrounding sections. But right now, those sects are starting to guard against us. Most importantly, they have already joined forces with the other sections. A slight move on one part will affect the whole situation." The person who spoke was Bao Yan. At this time, Bao Yan was still in the firm. However, Zhao Hai had already reformed the firm. Bao Yan was now in charge of the entire firm. This was equivalent to being in charge of the Sea Exploring Sect's intelligence network in the spiritual realm. Because of this, Bao Yan was also present in this meeting. Zhao Hai looked at Bao Yan and said, "Then tell me, which sects have joined forces with these sects?" Bao Yan nodded, then he said, "Sect Master, in fact, every force in the spiritual realm has their own allies. The 8 great sects are powerful, but they don't have any allies. But sometimes, the 8 great sects will join forces. In addition to the 8 great sects, there are also 126 medium sects and 360 small sects. These 126 medium sects are divided into 5 alliances, while the 360 small sects are divided into 5 alliances. It can be said that the entire spiritual realm is now controlled by the 8 great sects and the 10 alliances. The Northwest used to be an outpost, so those sects didn't want to ally with them." Hearing Bao Yan, Zhao Hai's interest was piqued. He nodded and said, "Then you can continue. The sects around us belong to the alliance." Bao Yan nodded and said, "Alright, tell me about the alliance." Bao Yan nodded, then he said, "Currently, there are 5 sects that are close to the Sea Exploring sect. These 5 sects belong to 3 alliances. The Wind Controlling sect and the Ice Crystal sect belong to the West Small Sect Alliance, which is the abbreviation of the Northwest Small Sect Alliance. As for the Stone Man sect and the Wind Spirit sect, they belong to the Spirit Small Sect Alliance. The Spirit Small Sect Alliance refers to the Elven Small Sect Alliance. The reason why they gave it this name is because the sects in this alliance are proficient in Stone Man, Wind Spirit, Water Dragon, and other transfiguration techniques. They call these techniques Elven techniques, which is why they call this alliance the Spirit Small Sect Alliance. The sect master of this alliance is called the 10,000 Flower sect. He belongs to the Wood Spirit Alliance, which is a medium sect alliance. The Wood Spirit Alliance's sects are proficient in wood element techniques, which is why they gave it this name. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the West Small Sect Alliance, the Spirit Small Sect Alliance, and the Wood Spirit Small Sect Alliance. That's interesting. You mean to say that because our Sea Exploring sect attacked the 5 sects, they were already on guard against us? Therefore, their alliances are also on guard against us? Bao Yan nodded and said, yes, sect master. The alliances that these sects belong to have sent some experts to the mountains of their sections. If we attack them, the people from these alliances will immediately take action and fight with us. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, this is a bit interesting. A few people from the alliance can actually do this? Stationing troops in the territories of other sects? Hee. In other words, if we dispatch troops, then the entire spiritual realm would be mobilized? Bao Yan nodded and said, yes, sect master. If we dispatch troops, then the entire spiritual realm would be mobilized. I'm afraid that it would be chaotic. It's hard to say what would happen in the end. Therefore, if we dispatch troops this time, it's best to be prepared for a full-scale war. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you are the most familiar with the situation in the spiritual realm. Then tell me, if we attack, which sect should we attack first, or the 5 sects together? Bao Yan thought for a moment before he replied, sect master, with the strength of the Sea Exploring sect, we can attack the 5 sects with all our strength. Moreover, attacking the 5 sects would certainly cause chaos among the 3 alliances and the entire spiritual world. Although it would be difficult for the Sea Exploring sect to occupy the spiritual world, I'm afraid that the other sects wouldn't be idle either. At that time, we can slowly deal with the other sects, making it easier for us. Zhao Hai understood what Bao Yan meant, so he said, all right, then we'll do as you say. We'll attack the 5 great sects and cause chaos in the spiritual realm. The 8 great sects were very concerned about our Sea Exploring sect, but they didn't make any moves. I think they want to cause chaos in the spiritual realm so that they can fish in troubled waters. After all, they still don't know that the Sea Exploring sect came from the Sword Spirit realm. They also don't know the strength of the Sea Exploring sect. Perhaps they think that this is an opportunity for them to grow stronger. Then we'll do as they say and cause chaos in the spiritual realm. When the time comes, we'll deal with them. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, Wen Hai, take 1 million people and attack the Myriad Flower sect. Chun Ming, take 1 million people and attack the Stone Man sect and the Wind Spirit sect. Ding Tian, take 1 million people and attack the Wind Rider sect and the Ice Crystal sect. Everyone nodded, then Zhao said, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, attack on time. Remember my words, when you attack, you must go all out. But when you occupy the territory, you must control it well. Absolutely do not give them any chance to come back. Once we occupy the territory, it will be ours. It will be absolutely impossible for them to take it back. Do you understand? Everyone responded with a roar. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Go and prepare. I'll lead my people and be your backup. If you need any reinforcements, immediately inform me. I'll personally lead my people to support you. The group nodded before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Zhao Hai led Xinquang and Che Rong back to Sky City to see Laura and the others. He hadn't seen them for some time, so naturally he wanted to meet them. Laura and the others had been very busy recently. After Zhao Hai conquered the 5 great sects, Laura and the others naturally had to take care of the logistics and receiving work. At the same time, the halls had also begun to replace people in order to take over the spirit realm. Because of this, they were very busy. However, Laura and the others still liked this kind of life. In the past, when they were inside the space, they could only study formations by themselves. It was really boring. But now, they have a lot of people to manage. Although they were very busy, they were also very fulfilling. Because of this, they were very happy. Zhao Hai and the others were very happy. After staying in Sky City for 2 days, Zhao Hai returned to the spirit realm. He wasn't worried about attacking the 5 great sects. Whether it was Wen Hai or Ding Chunming, both of them had led troops to battle many times. Moreover, their targets were small sections. Even if they had the support of other sects, they would still be able to take them down easily. What Zhao Hai wanted to do at this time was to see how the other sects would react to this move. If the spirit realm were to fall into chaos, then their opportunity would come. Perhaps they would be able to reduce their casualties in exchange for the spirit realm. The Sea Exploring sect didn't feel anything about this expedition. They didn't even bother with any ceremony. Zhao Hai only said a few words before Wen Hai and the others set out. The Sea Exploring sect's movements were being watched by the entire spirit realm. Now that they were sending troops with great fanfare, the other sects were naturally able to see it. When they saw that the Sea Exploring sect dared to attack 5 sects at the same time, the entire spirit realm was shaken. This was especially true for the alliance of the 3 sections. They immediately sent troops to support the 3 sections. When they moved, the other alliances also moved. The 8 great sects also followed suit. The situation of the entire spirit realm became tense. The situation in the spiritual world was in complete chaos. The army of the Sea Exploring sect hasn't reached the 5 sects yet, but the spiritual world was already in chaos. All the major sects and alliances began to move. Although the 5 sects that were connected to the Sea Exploring sect were divided into 3 forces, the situation wasn't that simple. For many years, the spiritual world was like a pool of stagnant water. The reason why it became stagnant was because the various forces had reached a balance. Balance meant peace, but it also meant that there was no development. Therefore, although there were some small conflicts in the spiritual world, even the 8 great sects couldn't gain any advantage. But now, the Sea Exploring sect was a stone that broke this balance. Although they hadn't really gone to war with the 5 sects, it was already like a stone falling into a pool of water, causing ripples. In this case, the people of the spiritual world began to move. Large and small forces began to move. The 3 alliances wanted to deal with the Sea Exploring sect, but the other forces wanted to deal with them as well. In a short time, the spiritual world was surging like a storm. When the people from the 3 alliances saw that the other powers had begun to move, they became afraid. They didn't expect that the other powers would react so strongly. This was especially true for the 8 great sections. The 8 great sects had already begun to prepare their troops, preparing their horses and preparing to send out their troops. The people of the 3 alliances weren't fools. When they saw this situation, they knew that things weren't good. If they went to war with the Sea Exploring sect, then the other forces would certainly make a move against them. When that time comes, they would have to face multiple enemies. At that time, not only would they not be able to stop the Sea Exploring sect, their sects would also be in danger. After thinking about this, the people of the 3 alliances immediately came up with a solution. They immediately withdrew the people who went to support the 5 sections. They even sent a letter to the 5 sects, telling them to withdraw and give up their territories to the Sea Exploring sect. They also told them to not have any conflicts with the Sea Exploring sect. But how could the people of the 5 sects leave? If they left their own sects, then they would become rootless duckweeds. It was no different from surrendering to the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, the people of the 5 sects didn't leave, but the people of the other sects did. However, the people of the 5 sects didn't think about why the people of the Sea Exploring sect hadn't attacked yet. Could it be that the people of the Sea Exploring sect were being held back by something? No, the people from the Sea Exploring sect hadn't been stopped by anything. The main reason they hadn't arrived yet was because Zhao Hai had asked them to slow down. Ever since the Sea Exploring sect sent out their troops, the spirit realm had been in an uproar. Naturally, Zhao Hai was aware of this. However, he didn't expect the people of the spirit realm to be so impatient. As soon as he made a move, the entire spirit realm began to move. However, it was precisely because the entire spirit realm was moving that Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, he directly ordered Wen Hai and the other 3 armies to not be in a hurry to deal with the 5 sections. Instead, they should move forward slowly. At the same time, he was also observing what the other forces were doing. However, the actions of the 3 alliances behind the 5 sects made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't think that the other party would do this. They actually ordered the people of the 5 sects to withdraw. If the people of the 5 sects really withdrew, then it would be great. He would be able to directly take over their territories and digest them for a while before attacking again. However, the people of the 5 sects didn't want to leave. They were still in their own sections. Moreover, they looked as if they were ready to fight to the death with the Sea Exploring sect. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to salute and withdraw his troops. With the strength of the 5 sects around him, it was impossible for them to stop the army of the Sea Exploring sect. Even if the 5 sects wanted to go all out, they wouldn't be able to do so. The place where a sect was located was the foundation of a sect. If they withdrew, then they would be finished. Without a place to settle down, they would only be able to live under someone else's roof. Their days wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai wanted to let the people of the 5 sects know that they can join the Sea Exploring sect. After joining the Sea Exploring sect, the people of their sects would receive the same treatment as the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. At the same time, the sect master of their sect would still be in charge of their territory. If they don't agree, then they would be dealt with. Zhao Hai had the strength now, so he wasn't afraid of the other party. It can even be said that he wasn't worried at all. At this time, the 5 sects didn't have any reinforcements. It was impossible for the 5 sects to fight the Sea Exploring sect with their own strength. Therefore, what Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to use peaceful means before resorting to force. The Wanhua sect was a small sect in the Wood Spirit Alliance. Although they were considered a mid-level sect, they were relatively small among the mid-level sections. They were also relatively close to the Kunshan sect and the Western Deity sect. These 2 sects were very powerful and often attacked the Wanhua sect. Because of this, the Wanhua sect had been unable to develop. Now, they were facing the Scouring Sea sect. Although the Scouring Sea sect had just appeared, their fighting strength was much stronger than that of the Western Deity sect and the Kunshan sect. In the face of such a situation, the Wanhua sect could only seek help from the Wood Spirit Union. However, these reinforcements weren't sent for nothing. Although they were allies, no matter which sect sent troops to rescue them, the Wanhua sect would still have to give them some benefits. Moreover, the reinforcements would have to be taken care of by the Wanhua sect. Their treatment must be the same as when they were in the sect. Because of this, the Wanhua sect's burden was actually very heavy. But even so, the Wanhua sect could only take care of them because they were too worried about the Sea Exploring sect. Later on, the Sea Exploring sect really sent troops. When they heard that the Sea Exploring sect had sent troops to deal with them, the people of the 5 sects were shocked. They immediately asked for help. However, what happened next made the people of the 5 sects feel like dying. They hadn't expected that the Sea Exploration sect had only just dispatched their troops and hadn't even dealt with them yet, but the other sects had already begun to move. It seemed as if they were waiting for them to start fighting with the Sea Exploration sect. In this case, the people of the alliance had no choice but to withdraw their reinforcements. They even asked them to give up their territory and leave. But how could the people of the Wanhua sect be willing to do so? If they lost their territory, then the Wanhua sect would cease to exist. Therefore, the people of the Wanhua sect didn't leave. It must be said that the Wanhua sect was a very strange sect. The people of the sect mainly used plant-type spells. Among them, illusions were the best. Moreover, there were a lot of female disciples in the sect. In the spiritual world, their fighting strength wasn't very strong, but they weren't weak either. Now, the entire Wanhua sect was determined to fight to the death. They were just waiting for the Sea Exploring sect to attack. However, the Sea Exploring sect didn't attack. This made them very puzzled. Just as the 10,000 Flower sect was feeling puzzled, a large magic artifact suddenly arrived at the 10,000 Flower sect. The person standing on the magic artifact claimed to be an envoy from the Sea Exploring sect and wanted to see the sect master of the 10,000 Flower sect. This made the entire 10,000 Flower sect nervous, but they still agreed in the end. It was Wenwenhai who had come to the Wanhua sect this time. Wenwenhai led two people into the Wanhua sect along with the disciples of the Wanhua sect. The Wanhua sect was located in a valley. This valley was called the Wanhua Valley. There were all kinds of flowers in the valley. Some were as small as rice grains while others were as big as millstones. There were even flowers that were a few meters wide. This was really shocking. As Wenwenhai walked forward, he looked at the scenery in the 10,000 Flower Valley. This place was really too beautiful. He couldn't see any exposed soil at all. There were countless flowers everywhere. This was a world of flowers. He couldn't even see where the other party's cave was. Not long after, they arrived at a flower wall in the valley. The reason why it was called a flower wall was because it looked like a mountain wall, but it was full of flowers. Moreover, the flowers were in full bloom and were very beautiful. When they arrived at the flower wall, a disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Swords immediately took out a jade tablet and shone it on the flower wall. Some of the flowers on the flower wall actually flashed at the same time. After that, the flower wall slowly rose forward, revealing a huge hole inside. When Wenwenhai saw this design, he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't notice before that one of the flowers on the flower wall was actually fake. When a fake flower was placed among the real flowers, it would be very hard for ordinary people to notice it. Before long, Wenwenhai followed the 10,000 Flower Valley disciple into the cave. Inside the cave, there were flowers everywhere. However, these flowers were all glowing. This made the entire cave very bright, it didn't feel dark at all. This cave was very big. There were even small bridges and flowing water in this cave. On the walls of the cave, one could see some caves. However, the doors of these caves were all made of flowers. They were very beautiful. In the innermost part of the cave, there was a large hall. The area of this hall wasn't very big, but it was very unique. The entire hall was made out of flowers. This hall wasn't made out of soil, instead, it was made out of flowers. It was made out of vines of a very large flower, making it look very imposing. However, when Wenwenhai saw this hall, he couldn't help but think of the plant masters in the lower realms. Wenwenhai didn't forget that Zhao Hai was a plant master. In the lower realms, Zhao Hai also used a lot of halls like this. But after ascending to the upper realms, he didn't use it as much. The disciple leading Wenwenhai looked at Wenwenhai in confusion. He didn't understand why Wenwenhai stopped in front of the hall and looked at the 10,000 Flower Hall with a nostalgic expression. One must know that the 10,000 Flower Hall was unique in the spiritual world, so it was impossible for him to see it anywhere else. So why was he looking at the 10,000 Flower Hall with such a nostalgic expression? It was very strange. However, the disciple didn't think much about it. He just shouted towards the hall, "Envoy of the Sea Exploring sect, Wenwenhai requests an audience." After he finished speaking, he stood there and quietly waited for a reply. Wenwenhai also recovered. He quietly looked at the hall, waiting for the other party to summon him. "Fellow Taoist Wen, please come in." A gentle and pleasant voice was heard. Upon hearing this voice, Wenwenhai was stunned. This was because this voice belonged to a woman. He didn't know that the sect master of the Wanhua sect was a woman. However, Wenwenhai didn't act impolitely. Instead, he followed another disciple of the Sea Exploring sect into the hall. After they entered the great hall, they saw a woman sitting on a large chair made of flowers. This chair was very large and very beautiful. It was covered with flowers. The woman was wearing a sky blue robe. She looked as beautiful as a flower fairy as she sat there. Aside from this woman, there were also a lot of people in the hall. All of them were looking at Wenwenhai with cold eyes. Wenwenhai looked at these people and smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fist towards the woman and said, "Elder Wenwenhai of the Sea Exploring sect greets the sect master." The sect master of the Wanhua sect was called Hua Yufeng. She was very beautiful and looked to be around 30 years old. This was the age where women were the most charming. Her skin was very white, but there was also a healthy pink color to it. Her face was like white jade, her eyes were bright and her teeth were pearly white. Her eyes were sparkling, and her hair was black. Hua Yufeng looked at Wen Wenhai and smiled faintly. Elder Wen doesn't need to be polite. Please take a seat. Then she pointed towards a chair on the side. Wen Wenhai didn't act polite. After thanking her, he sat down. Hua Yufeng looked at Wen Wenhai and said, I wonder why Elder Wen has come to my sect today. Wen Wenhai knew that this was just an opening statement. The other party should already know his intentions, but she deliberately asked this question. Wen Wenhai didn't intend to beat around the bush, so he directly said to Hua Yufeng, I'm here to persuade you to surrender. When Hua Yufeng heard Wen Wenhai's words, she was stunned. She thought that Wen Wenhai would be polite. She didn't expect that Wen Wenhai would directly say that he was here to persuade them to surrender. She couldn't help but look at Wen Wenhai and said, Elder Wen is an honest person. However, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. My Wanhua sect has no intention of surrendering. Moreover, my Wanhua sect has already decided to die. Elder Wen, you don't need to waste your time persuading us. Wen Wenhai looked at Hua Yufeng and said, I wonder why Sect Master Hua wants to fight to the death with my exploring sect. Moreover, you know that you can't win. Why do you want thousands of disciples to die? Hua Yufeng looked at Wen Wenhai and said calmly, it's not for anything else but for our orthodoxy. Our Wanhua sect's orthodoxy has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Now that it has been passed down to me, I can't let it end in my generation. For our orthodoxy, the entire Wanhua sect will not hesitate to fight. Even if our bodies are crushed, we are willing to do so. Wen Wenhai looked at Hua Yufeng and smiled faintly. I think Sect Master Hua has some misunderstandings about my Sea Exploring sect. Although my Sea Exploring sect has taken down the 5 sects, the orthodoxies of the 5 sects still exist and will become one of my Sea Exploring sect's orthodoxies. In other words, the orthodoxies of the 5 sects did not end when they were merged into my Sea Exploring sect. We will not force the people of the 5 sects to recultivate our Sea Exploring sect's orthodoxies, nor will we stop the orthodoxies of the 5 sects from being passed down. My sect master has said that the 3,000 great ways all lead to the same destination. It is only to seek the great way of the elder. The orthodoxies of the 5 sects of the Northwest have become important inheritances of my Sea Exploring sect. If the Wanhua sect is also merged into my Sea Exploring sect, the legacy of the Wanhua sect will also be important inheritances of my Sea Exploring sect. We will not let the legacy of the 10,000 Swords sect be severed. Hua Yufeng smiled faintly. Wen Wenhai looked at Hua Yufeng and said, I think Sect Master Hua has some misunderstanding about my Sea Exploring sect. Although my Sea Exploring sect has taken down the 5 sects in one fell swoop, the orthodoxies of the 5 sects still exist and will become one of my Sea Exploring sect's orthodoxies. In other words, the orthodoxies of the 5 sects did not end when they were merged into my Sea Exploring sect. My sect master has said that the 3,000 great ways all lead to the same destination. It is only to seek the great way of the elder. The orthodoxies of the 5 sects of the Northwest have become important inheritances of my Sea Exploring sect. If the Wanhua sect is also merged into my Sea Exploring sect, the legacy of the Wanhua sect will also be important inheritances of my Sea Exploring sect. Hua Yufeng quietly listened to Wen Wenhai's words. When Wen Wenhai finished speaking, she continued, Elder Wen's words may make sense, but this 10,000 flower valley is the foundation of my 10,000 flower sect. If we lose it in my hands, how can I face the ancestors of my 10,000 flower sect? Moreover, most of the disciples in my 10,000 flower valley are female. In today's cultivation world, there are more men than women. If my female disciples seek refuge with the Scouring Sea sect, the consequences will be unpredictable. Elder Wen Wenhai looked at Hua Yufeng and smiled, so this is what Sect Master Hua is worried about. Now I can give Sect Master Hua a guarantee. Disciples of the 10,000 flower sect who join my Scouring Sea sect are my disciples. If someone dares to take over, the rules of my Scouring Sea sect will not be for show. Moreover, Sect Master Hua said that the 10,000 flower valley is the foundation of your 10,000 flower sect. This is very true, but also incorrect. If a place is your foundation and the sect perishes, then what use is this place to you? If you keep the disciples of the 10,000 flower sect and pass down the teachings of the 10,000 flower sect, then the 10,000 flower sect will exist forever. This is the right path. Hua Yufeng looked at Elder Wen Wenhai and said, Elder Wen, I don't understand. Why must you persuade my 10,000 flower sect to surrender? Moreover, the Scouring Sea sect sent troops to deal with our 5 sections. Why hasn't anyone come yet? When Wenhai looked at Hua Yufeng and smiled, Sect Master Hua, you should know that our Scouring Sea sect was originally going to deal with the 10,000 flower sect and the other 5 sects directly. However, as soon as our army left the sect, we heard that a storm was brewing in the spirit world. The various factions were becoming restless, so our sect master directly ordered our army to slow down and see what the other sects would do. Unexpectedly, the reinforcements of the 5 sects immediately retreated. Our sect master found it very strange when he heard that. However, he also knew that the 5 sects had no reinforcements and couldn't be a match for our Scouring Sea sect. Furthermore, our Scouring Sea sect didn't conquer the 5 sects for fun. If we can reduce the casualties on both sides and take the 5 sects into our Scouring Sea sect, then why not? Because of this, our Scouring Sea sect sent me to persuade them to surrender. Moreover, our Scouring Sea sect has also sent several other emissaries to the other 4 sects to persuade them to surrender. This isn't to say that our Scouring Sea sect doesn't have the strength to attack the 5 sections. We just don't want the 5 sects to suffer too many casualties. Hua Yufeng looked at Wen Wenhai and asked, then how many disciples does the Scouring Sea sect have? How many large artifacts do you have? Wen Wenhai said, I can't tell the sect master how many disciples we have. Just the number of disciples we've sent to attack the Myriad Flower sect is over 1 million. We have 300 large artifacts. If the sect master doesn't believe me, the Scouring Sea sect's army will reach the Myriad Flower sect's territory in a few hours. You'll know when the time comes. Hua Yufeng looked at Wen Wenhai and asked, what if my Myriad Flower sect refuses to surrender? How will the Scouring Sea sect treat us? Wen Wenhai looked at Hua Yufeng and said, if the Myriad Flower sect refuses to surrender, then our Scouring Sea sect will only take the territory and not the people. Now that things have come to this, there's no need for me to hide anything. Our Scouring Sea sect is interested in the entire spiritual world. We won't stand in the way of a single sect's disciple. Hua Yufeng looked at Wen Wenhai and said, in other words, if our Myriad Flower sect refuses to surrender, then the Scouring Sea sect will kill every single one of us? Could it be that your sect master isn't afraid of killing too much and getting entangled in karma? Ha ha ha, sect leader Hua knows that our sect leader has killed countless people in his life. Up until now, he has already killed countless people. He wouldn't mind killing a few more people. Is your sect master a bloodthirsty person? A demonic cultivator? No, how could my sect master be a demonic cultivator? However, my sect master has a principle, and that's not to be a friend or an enemy. If it's a friend of my Scouring Sea sect, then we won't be rude. But if it's an enemy, then we'll kill without mercy. My sect master won't let any of his enemies go. Hua Yufeng didn't speak anymore. She could see that Wen Wenhai wasn't joking. In other words, if their Myriad Flower sect refused to surrender, then even if they vowed to fight to the death, then the Scouring Sea sect wouldn't show any mercy. Even if they fought to the last person, they would still kill the last person. They wouldn't be polite to annihilate their sect. Hua Yufeng glanced at the elders in the hall, then she turned to Wen Wenhai and said, Elder Wen, please go back. This matter is related to the future of our Myriad Flower sect. It's a matter of utmost importance. Therefore, I can't make a decision on my own. I'll have to discuss it with the elders before making a decision. Wen Wenhai nodded and said in a deep voice, all right. However, my Scouring Ocean sect cannot wait for too long. The limit is 3 days. If I don't receive a reply from the Myriad Flower sect within 3 days, it will be equivalent to saying that the Myriad Flower sect refuses to surrender, and my Scouring Ocean sect will directly attack. After he said that, Wen Wenhai stood up and cupped his fist towards Hua Yufeng. Then he turned around and walked out. Hua Yufeng didn't blame Wen Wenhai for his rudeness. She could see that Wen Wenhai was very strong, he had the strength of a supreme elder. As for the two people behind him, although they didn't speak, they also had the strength of a supreme elder. They might even have comprehended some laws. If they wanted to keep Wenwenhai here, then they would suffer heavy losses. Because of this, Hua Yufeng didn't want Wenwenhai and the others to stay. She also didn't blame Wenwenhai for his rudeness. Instead, she directly let Wenwenhai leave. Now, she had to seriously consider Wenwenhai's proposal. After Wenwenhai left, Hua Yufeng looked at the elders in the hall and said, "The Scouring Sea-Sect's words are very clear. Everyone, tell me, will we fight or surrender?" The elders were silent for a while, they didn't know what to say. Hua Yufeng looked at the elders and didn't know what to say. She knew the current situation better than anyone else. Wenwenhai didn't lie to her. If the Sea Exploring Sect sent 1,000,000 people to attack them, then they wouldn't be able to defend themselves. The number of disciples in the sect was less than 1,000,000, how could they defend themselves? But if they really wanted to surrender, then Hua Yufeng was still worried. She was worried that Wenwenhai's words wouldn't count. If Wenwenhai didn't mean what he said, then they would be finished. It was precisely because of this that Hua Yufeng didn't agree to Wenwenhai's request to surrender on the spot. However, Wenwenhai only gave them 3 days. If they didn't surrender after 3 days, they would be finished when the Sea Exploring Sect's army arrived. Although they were already prepared to die, now that there was a glimmer of hope, how could they want to die? Because of this, Hua Yufeng's heart began to waver. In fact, there were 2 things that Wenwenhai said that moved her the most. 1. Was that the Sea Exploring Sect could inherit the Myriad Flower Sect's orthodoxy. The most important thing for a sect was the inheritance of their orthodoxy. If the Sea Exploring Sect could inherit their orthodoxy, then they would be willing to surrender. The other reason was what Wenwenhai had said. People were the most important. If people died, what was the point of having the 10,000 Flower Valley? Previously, Hua Yufeng had wanted to defend the 10,000 Flower Valley to her death. However, after hearing Wenwenhai's words, she hesitated. Because of this, Hua Yufeng was having a headache. She didn't know if they should surrender or fight. But now, the elders didn't speak, which made things even more difficult for her. Hua Yufeng looked at the elders and said, "Elders, I think everyone has heard Wenwenhai's words. Now, let's make a decision. Do we surrender or not?" Everyone pondered for a moment. After some time, an elder opened his mouth and said, "We can surrender, but we must make the Sea Exploring Sect guarantee that they can do what they said. If they can't, then we would rather die than surrender." The other elders also nodded. Hua Yufeng looked at them and nodded, "All right, then I'll go and inform Wenwenhai. For this matter, Wenwenhai's agreement isn't enough, I need Zhao Hai's agreement." Naturally, no one objected and they all agreed. Only then did Hua Yufeng send someone to deliver the letter to Wenwenhai. Wenwenhai wasn't surprised when he received Hua Yufeng's letter. He had already guessed that this would happen. Then he replied to the Wanhua sect and asked them to wait while he informed Zhao Hai. Then he told Zhao Hai about this matter. After Zhao Hai received Wenwenhai's letter, he immediately went to Wenwenhai. Then he personally led the army into the Wanhua sect's territory. However, he didn't besiege the Wanhua sect. Instead, he led Wenwenhai to the Wanhua Valley. Now that the Wanhua Valley's defensive formation had been opened, the people of the Wanhua sect were on high alert. Although they saw Zhao Hai coming to the Wanhua Valley, they didn't immediately come out to greet him. Instead, they stayed in the valley and coldly looked at Zhao Hai's group. They were very surprised to see the Sea Exploring Sect's army in the Wanhua Valley. Therefore, they were very cautious. However, under their watchful gazes, the Sea Exploring Sect's 10,000 swords ship sailed directly into the Wanhua Valley, as if it didn't see the defensive formation at all. The people of the Myriad Flower Valley watched in shock as the Sea Exploring Sect's 10,000 swords ship entered the Myriad Flower Valley. However, the Myriad Flower Valley's protective array didn't react to the ship's entry at all. When Zhao Hai entered the Wanhua Valley, the people of the Wanhua Valley exclaimed. Then they immediately organized themselves and surrounded the 10,000 swords ship. Zhao Hai looked at them and then waved his hand. The 10,000 swords ship immediately split apart and was received by Zhao Hai into the space. In the sky above the Wanhua Valley, there were only 4 people, Zhao Hai, Wenwenhai, Xinquang, and Che Rong. When the disciples of the Wanhua Valley saw this, they were startled. However, they still surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Wanhua Valley and smiled faintly. "See Exploring Sect Master, Zhao Hai, has come to see Sect Master Hua. Please come out." When the people of the Wanhua Valley heard Zhao Hai's name, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that this person would be the sect master of the Sea Exploring Sect. Wasn't this sect master of the Sea Exploring Sect too common? However, at this time, Hua Yufeng's voice was heard. "Sect Master Zhao's personal arrival is the Wanhua Sect's honor. I wonder why the army is accompanying you." Along with her voice, Hua Yufeng flew out of the Wanhua Valley along with the elders of the Wanhua sect. Each and every one of them looked coldly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Hua Yufeng and smiled faintly. "The Wanhua sect intends to merge with the Sea Exploring Sect. From now on, the Wanhua Valley will belong to the Sea Exploring Sect." Sect Master Hua said that you didn't believe Wen Hai's words, but I can tell you that Wen Hai's words are my words. What he agrees to is also what I, Zhao Hai, agree to. As long as your Wanhua sect merges with my Sea Exploring Sect, my Sea Exploring Sect will regard you as a disciple of the Wanhua sect. The Wanhua sect's orthodoxy will be passed down to you. Nobody would dare to be rude to the female disciples of the Wanhua sect. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Hua Yufeng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Hua Yufeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then how does Sect Master Zhao Hai intend to deal with us?" Zhao Hai said solemnly, "In the future, Sect Master Hua will be the Hall Master of the Sea Exploring Sect's Wanhua branch. However, 2/3 of the elders will be transferred to other places while 2/3 of the disciples will be transferred to other branches. At the same time, my Sea Exploring Sect will send more disciples and elders to the Wanhua Valley to manage the Wanhua branch together with you." Hua Yufeng was stunned when she heard Zhao Hai's words. Then, she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, are you trying to separate our Wanhua Valley? If the Sea Exploring Sect tries to harm our Wanhua Sect at that time, we won't even have the strength to resist." Zhao Hai looked at Hua Yufeng and smiled faintly. "Sect Master Hua, do you think you still have the strength to resist?" Zhao Hai's question stumped Hua Yufeng. Hua Yufeng discovered that Zhao Hai was right. They didn't have the strength to resist now. Zhao Hai looked at Hua Yufeng and said solemnly, "Sect Master Hua, you said before that as long as our Sea Exploring Sect agrees to your conditions, you can merge into our Sea Exploring Sect. Now, I've agreed to all your conditions. However, the rules of our Sea Exploring Sect are as such. If we don't separate your Wanhua Sect's people, how can your Wanhua Sect be considered as surrendering to our Sea Exploring Sect? Wouldn't that be a country within a country? Our Sea Exploring Sect will never allow such a situation to occur." Hua Yufeng didn't say anything. Instead, she glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai's words are reasonable. What you've said is also human nature. Forget it. I don't want to see any casualties among my Wanhua Sect's disciples. From today onwards, my Wanhua Sect will officially merge with the Sea Exploring Sect. Everything will be governed by the Sea Exploring Sect's rules." Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh heartily when he heard Hua Yufeng's words. Good. It's good that Sect Master Hua has agreed. Wen Hai, pass down the order. The sect's disciples will officially take over the Wanhua Sect. Remember, the Wanhua Sect's disciples are now my Sea Exploring Sect's disciples. If anyone dares to be disrespectful, they will be dealt with according to the sect's rules. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the 10,000 Flower Sect's Guardian Formation to shake. Then the Guardian Formation was destroyed, causing the barrier to disappear. Hua Yufeng and the others' expressions changed when they saw Zhao Hai's move. They really didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so powerful. With just a wave of his hand, the Wanhua Sect's protective formation was broken. Zhao Hai didn't care that much. After having Wen Hai pass the message, he followed Wen Hai and the others into the Wanhua Valley and the Wanhua Palace. Hua Yufeng and the others naturally followed behind. They had already surrendered and the army of the Sea Exploring Sect had arrived. Even if they wanted to regret, it was too late. Zhao Hai's move wasn't just to break the protective formation. It was also a display of his strength. Even if Hua Yufeng wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, she would have to think about it carefully. While Zhao Hai and the others were persuading the Wanhua Sect to surrender, Ding Chunming and the others also went to persuade the other 4 sections. The other 4 sects were easier to persuade compared to the Wanhua sect. There was no other way. Their strength was inferior to the Wanhua sect. Without reinforcements, they wouldn't be a match for the sea-exploring sect. Just like this, the spiritual world was in turmoil because of the sea-exploring sect's army. The sea-exploring sect had already captured the 5 sects without shedding a drop of blood. This caused the people in the spiritual world to be stunned. Then they became angry. They wanted to use the sea-exploring sect as an excuse to take advantage of them. However, they didn't expect the sea-exploring sect to be the first one to take advantage. How could they not be angry? But even if they were angry, it was useless. The 5 sects had surrendered to the sea exploration sect. They couldn't even use this as an excuse to deal with the sea exploration sect. In just a short time, the sects in the spiritual realm were furious. However, regardless of whether they were angry or not, the sea exploring sect had already captured the 5 sects. It was impossible for them to take the 5 sects back from the sea exploring sect. Moreover, other people weren't qualified to take the 5 sects back from the sea exploring sect. The 3 alliances behind the 5 sects wanted to snatch the 5 sects back, but they were surrounded by enemies. If they dared to move, then these enemies would pounce on them and bite them. Because of this, they didn't dare to move and could only wait. After obtaining the 5 great sects, Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack the spirit realm. Just like Zhao Hai said before, after obtaining the 5 great sects, he immediately digested the spirit realm. Then he would move forward step by step. Sooner or later, the entire spirit realm would belong to them. Moreover, if they didn't make a move, the other sects would. Now that the spiritual world was in chaos, the sea exploring sect was only pressuring them with their aura. They didn't go all out to fight. If the sea exploring sect went all out, then the people in the spiritual world would see the sea exploring sect's ambition. They might even join forces to deal with the sea exploring sect. But if the sea exploring sect went one step at a time, it would give the other sects some time. When the time comes, the other sects would start killing each other. It would be hard to say what would happen in the end. After the 5 sects surrendered to the sea exploring sect, the other sects finally understood how terrifying the sea exploring sect was. They also understood that the sea exploring sect could have taken them down a long time ago. The reason why they didn't make a move was because they didn't want to suffer too many casualties. They couldn't help but rejoice in their decision. The current situation in the spiritual world was just as Zhao Hai thought. Although they didn't attack, it didn't mean that the other sects wouldn't attack. Previously, the other sects were already prepared to attack. However, they didn't expect that the Wood Spirit Alliance and the other 2 alliances would abandon the 5 sects and go all out to defend. This made the other sects take advantage of the sea exploring sect. In the end, the sea exploring sect took down the 5 sects without expending a single soldier. This made the other sects angry in their hearts. In the end, someone couldn't help but make a move. The first to fail was the Fire Spirit Alliance, one of the 5 mid-sized sections. The Fire Spirit Alliance and the Wood Spirit Alliance had always been at odds with each other. The various sects in the alliance were also at odds with each other. Now, although the Wood Spirit Alliance didn't support the 10,000 Flower Valley and its strength wasn't damaged, the Fire Spirit Alliance couldn't wait any longer and began to attack the Wood Spirit Alliance. The people of the Wood Spirit Alliance were fully prepared. As soon as the Fire Spirit Alliance arrived, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Little did they expect that their actions would be like a fuse that ignited all of the major powers in the world of arcane spirits. Almost all of the major powers in the world of arcane spirits were fighting one another at the same time, and they were all attacking one another. Compared to the chaos in the spiritual world, the sea exploring sect was the calmest. The various forces in the spiritual world were fighting each other, but no one dared to touch the sea exploring sect. This was because the strength of the sea exploring sect was there. Now, no sect in the spiritual world dared to underestimate the sea exploring sect. They also believed the information bought from the Gold Spirit Trading Company. The strength of the sea exploring sect was indeed very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to take down 10 sects in a short time. Now that the various forces were fighting each other, Naturally, no one was willing to provoke the sea exploring sect at this time. The sea exploring sect was just watching coldly from the sidelines. They didn't intend to send troops for the time being. Seeing this situation, the other sects didn't care about the sea exploring sect anymore. Even the sects close to the sea exploring sect began to move. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and really didn't know what to say. The various sects in the spiritual world were really short-sighted. Could it be that they still hadn't discovered the ambitions of the sea exploring sect? That's impossible, right? If they were still fighting like this after discovering the ambitions of the sea exploring sect, then they would really be courting death. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about their life and death. He really didn't want to attack the spiritual world now. He would first let the people in the spiritual world fight for a while before he came forward to clean up the mess. The sea exploring sect was now fully digesting the 5 sects that they just obtained. At the same time, they were quietly observing the situation in the spiritual world. They weren't in a hurry at all and were just waiting for the right opportunity to attack the spiritual world. Zhao Hai also thought about it. When they attacked, the situation wouldn't be like this. Zhao Hai was going to wait for them to attack the spiritual world together and take it down in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai sat in the main hall of Fire Dragon City and looked at the people in front of him. In addition to Wen Wenhai's group, Wu Ming, Hua Yufeng, and the other 4 sect masters were also present. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I don't need to tell you about the situation in the spiritual world, so I won't say more. The 5 sects have been merged into my sect for 3 months. Now that the spiritual world is in chaos, it's a good time to send troops to deal with them. Although it's only been 3 months, the hatred between the various sects and alliances has already been formed. Even if they want to unite in the future, I'm afraid it's impossible. Although we might attract some hatred, we don't need to be afraid of them. Therefore, I'm preparing to send troops to deal with the spiritual world." Everyone nodded and didn't say anything. People like Hua Yufeng and the others who had just surrendered weren't used to the sea exploring sect style of meeting, so they didn't say anything. As for Wen Wenhai and the others, their faces were filled with joy, but they also didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "To deal with the spiritual world, I'm preparing to send troops from 2 sides. One side is here. Wenhai will command the troops here. Chen Ming, Ding Tian will stay here to help Wenhai. I'll go back to the merchant city and attack the spiritual world from there." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Wenhai stared for a moment before he said, "Boss, if we use the merchant city to send troops, then the spiritual world will know about our relationship with the merchant city. At that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to use the merchant city. It would be very difficult for us to get information about the other sects in the future. Boss, do you really want to do this? As long as we use an illusion formation in the city, people outside wouldn't know about the turtle. Naturally, they wouldn't suspect the firm. Even if they suspect the firm, we can just withdraw all of our people from the firm. Although we would lose our source of information, don't forget that the Immortals Realm is still here. We can use the Immortals Realm to inquire about information. In the past, the Immortals Realm and the Gold Spirits Realm have been fighting each other to the death. Nobody would have thought that the Immortals Realm would belong to us. When the time comes, we can use the Immortals Realm to inquire about information." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Immortals Realm has always been in conflict with the Gold Spirits Realm. Nobody would have thought that the Immortals Realm would belong to us. When the time comes, we can use the Immortals Realm to inquire about information." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Immortals Realm is still here." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before nodding. They really forgot about the Immortals Domain. The Gu family had been operating the Immortals Domain for many years before slowly establishing the Immortals Domain. Naturally, the Immortals Domain was very useful. Although it couldn't compare to the Gold Spirits Domain, it was still enough to inquire about information. Moreover, the Immortals Domain's domain used to do business in the past. Therefore, no one would suspect them if they continued to do business. Seeing that everyone nodded, Zhao Hai continued, "This time, we need to take our time in dealing with the spirit race. Step by step, we need to be steady. What we're doing now is to become the enemy of the entire spirit race. Even if the spirit race is blinded by greed, sooner or later, they will see through our intentions. When that time comes, they will certainly go all out to deal with us. If we don't stabilize the rear, then it might cause even more trouble. Therefore, we can't be too anxious. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, we'll be facing the entire spirit race in the future. When Wen Hai nodded and said, alright, boss, you can rest assured. We'll take things slowly, there's no need to rush. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wen Hai and said, it's because of the Gu family's help. Although most of the Gu family's people have gone to the Sword Spirit Realm, we've also transferred a lot of people from the Sword Spirit Realm. At this point, we have more than 20 million disciples. You can lead 20 million people, but you can't reveal all of them at once. Otherwise, the entire spiritual realm would go all out to deal with us. Therefore, you can only reveal 2 million people. This way, when I attack the spiritual realm, the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't be surprised if I reveal 3 million people. When the time comes, we'll be able to conquer the spiritual realm in one fell swoop. Once we conquer the spiritual realm, the Sea Exploring sect would gain another realm. Then we can explore the 5-Ghost Mountain and see what kind of realm lies behind it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Wen Hai and said, since we have the support of the spiritual realm, the Sea Exploring sect would gain another realm. Then we can explore the 5-Ghost Mountain and see what kind of realm lies behind it. Wu Ming and the others didn't know about this matter. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Of course, they knew about the 5-Ghost Mountain. According to legend, below the 5-Ghost Mountain was the entrance to the devil's residence. Although this was just a rumor to scare people, they didn't believe it. They believed that below the 5-Ghost Mountain, there might be a supreme devil Dao artifact. Because of this, they never thought about exploring the 5-Ghost Mountain, because a devil Dao artifact was useless to them. It was precisely because of this that they felt strange. They didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, Wu Ming and Sect Master Hua, you might not understand what I mean. But I can tell you now. Below the 5-Ghost Mountain, there might be a spatial passage that leads to another plane. My Sea Exploring sect has already sent people to investigate it. Although they didn't reach the bottom of the 5-Ghost Mountain, they are almost certain that the 5-Ghost Mountain leads to another plane. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, 5-Ghost Mountain. The expressions of Wu Ming and the others changed. They were natives of the spiritual realm. After so many years, they didn't think that the 5-Ghosts Mountain would be a spatial passage. But now, the Sea Exploring sect was able to find it. This made them very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, alright, let's talk about this after we take over the spiritual realm. That spatial passage is connected to the spiritual realm. This means that it was originally a part of the spiritual realm. What our Sea Exploring sect needs to do is to restore the spiritual realm to its former glory. We need to make the spiritual realm the most powerful realm in the world. Therefore, as long as it's a part of the spiritual realm, we need to conquer it and make it a part of the spiritual realm. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, after I leave, Wen Hai will be in charge of this place. Chen Ming, you need to help Wen Hai. Remember, you need to be steady. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai stood up and said, alright, then I'll leave this place to you. I'll be leaving. Then he led Xingke and Che Rong out of the room. When Wen Hai and the others escorted Zhao Hai to the transmission formation. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, Wen Hai led everyone back to the conference room. When they arrived at the conference room and everyone sat down, Wen Hai turned to everyone and said, I think everyone already knows about the sect lord's instructions. I don't want to say anything more. Since the sect lord has given us this task, we need to complete it. With our current strength, there shouldn't be any problems in carrying out the sect lord's plan. I hope that everyone can help me in the future, so I won't say any more polite words. Then when Wen Hai continued, alright, then I'll have to thank everyone. We don't need any plans. Once the sect master starts moving, it won't be too late for us to make our move. What we need to do now is to understand the situation around us. Once we're done, we can choose a sect to attack. But since the sect master doesn't want me to go all out, then we can only choose one sect to attack. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Then Ding Chunming said, it's better to attack one sect at a time. This way, we won't attract too much attention. Once we take down a sect, we'll be able to digest it. In the end, those big forces will have no choice but to take the initiative to attack us. This way, we'll have the upper hand." When Wenhai smiled and said, "Right. The sect master's intention is very clear. He doesn't want to have too many casualties. What we need to do is very simple. Every time we take a step forward, we'll extend our formation. This way, we'll always be under the protection of the formation. Even if they send more people to attack us, we won't be afraid." Everyone nodded. By now, Wu Ming had a complete understanding of the sea exploring sect. Thus, he said, "Elder Wen, I won't join in the fight. I have too many things on my hands." When Wenhai nodded and said, "Of course, you can't go. The sect master said that what you're doing is a great contribution to the sea exploring sect. Therefore, you can't go. Even if you want to go, it's still good." Wu Ming smiled and said, "It's my honor to receive the sect master's attention. Alright, the matter of your Shanli Empire sending troops has nothing to do with me. I'll be heading back. I've wasted a lot of time today." After he said that, he turned around and left. When Wenhai didn't call him back, he knew that Wu Ming's mind was focused on the decomposition of artifacts. He simply wasn't in the mood to care. Therefore, when Wenhai didn't say anything. After Wu Ming left, when Wenhai turned to Hua Yufeng and said, "Hall Master Hua, how is the transformation of the 5 sects' spiritual fields going? How long will it take to transform the spiritual fields?" Hua Yufeng immediately replied, "The spiritual fields of the 5 sects aren't small. It won't be easy to transform all of them. I think it'll take about a month." When Wenhai said, "Although the transformation of the spiritual fields isn't a big deal, it's related to the harvest of the sea exploring sect. It's related to whether the outer disciples can eat their fill. We can't give up on this. You can continue to transform the spiritual fields, but you can't relax." Hua Yufeng nodded. Then when Wenhai turned to the others and said, "Everyone, start organizing the army. As long as the sect master makes a move, we can immediately move. Alright, let's adjourn. Everyone can go prepare." Everyone nodded before turning around and leaving. The Clear Wind sect was a coastal sect in the spiritual world. It wasn't a small sect. It was one of the mid-sized sects and a member of the Wind Spirit Alliance. The Clear Wind sect was also one of the core members of the Wind Spirit Alliance. Although it wasn't a big sect, it had a lot of Qi refinement and spirit realm disciples. In addition, they were located in the South Sea, so they could obtain some special resources from the sea. Therefore, the Clear Wind sect's days had been pretty good. However, the Clear Wind sect's days weren't very good recently because the Wind Spirit Alliance was at war with the Earth Spirit Alliance. As a member of the Wind Spirit Alliance, they naturally had to participate in this war. However, because they were an alliance, although they would act as one, what they meant by act as one wasn't to gather all of their armies and act together. Instead, it meant that they would all act at the same time. Furthermore, they each had their own target. The Clear Wind School's target was the Earth Spirit Alliance's Jade Pestle School. The Jade Meow sect was also an important sect in the Earth Spirit Alliance. The strength of this sect was also very strong. Therefore, even though the Light Wind Alliance was on the offensive side, it wouldn't be easy to take down the Jade Meow sect. To be honest, the Clear Wind sect didn't want to start a war with the Jade Immortal sect. The two sects were equal in strength. Even if they started a war, they wouldn't gain any advantage. Therefore, they didn't want to start a war with the Jade Immortal sect. However, even if they didn't want to start a war, it didn't mean that others didn't want to. The Jade Immortal sect wanted to start a war. In fact, if the Clear Wind sect didn't get the news first and started the war first, they would be the ones defending instead of the Jade Immortal sect. It could be said that in this war, the Jade Immortal sect was more prepared than the Clear Wind sect. However, there was no other way. The Clear Wind sect got the news first, so they started the war first. The Jade Immortal sect could only defend. Although the Clear Wind sect was fighting with the Jade Immortal sect, they were very careful. The main defensive gate had been opened, and the disciples of the other halls had all returned to the sect to defend. The Clear Wind sect wasn't located on the spiritual world's continent. Instead, it was located on an island outside the spiritual world's continent. This island was very close to the spiritual world's continent. One could see the island from the spiritual world's continent. Now, the Clear Wind sect would arrange for disciples to patrol the island every day to prevent enemies from sneaking up on them without them noticing. Lin Xianrong was a disciple of the Clear Wind sect. His mission today was to patrol the Clear Wind Island. There were 9 other people with him. They were in teams of 10. Every 2 hours, they would patrol the Clear Wind Island. Just as Lin Xianrong and the others were flying forward, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something flying towards them from afar in the sea. Moreover, it was not small, because he felt that the thing was very far away from him, but he could already see it. Lin Xianrong immediately stopped and looked at the distant sea. To be precise, he was looking at the place where the sea met the sky. He wanted to see what was coming. As for his group, when they saw Lin Xianrong stop, the others also stopped. One of them was puzzled as he asked, "Junior brother Lin, what's wrong? What are you looking at?" As he spoke, he looked in the direction Lin Xianrong was looking. At this time, the black dot was getting closer to them, but they still couldn't see what it was. However, the person who spoke to Lin Xianrong immediately said, "What is that? Send a warning to inform the sect." Someone immediately responded. Then, he took out a talisman and tore it. As soon as the talisman was torn, a bright light soared into the sky. This was to remind the people on the island that there was a situation and that they needed to be vigilant. Sure enough, as soon as the light appeared, the island's alarm bell immediately rang. Then, everyone on the island moved. Even the Clear Wind sect master flew up. At this time, the black dot was getting closer and closer to them. They could already see that the black dot was actually a huge turtle. Although it was still far away, everyone in the Clear Wind sect understood that this giant turtle was too big. Even though it was so far away, they could already see the appearance of the giant turtle. Just thinking about how big this giant turtle was made them feel scared. As the giant tortoise got closer and closer, they could clearly see the giant tortoise. The giant tortoise was incomparably huge. Its body was covered with rocks, except for the top of its head. There was no rock, but someone had built a house there, and a person was standing on top of the house. It was getting closer and closer. However, the entire Clear Wind sect was dumbfounded as they stared blankly ahead. Although they were already mentally prepared and knew that the giant tortoise would be huge, they still felt a burst of despair when the giant tortoise flew above the Clear Wind Island. Not because of anything else, but because this giant turtle was really too big. This giant turtle was actually bigger than the Clear Wind Island. Facing such a behemoth, the people on the Clear Wind Island really felt that the end of the world was coming. Zhao Hai was standing on top of the giant turtle's head. On top of the giant turtle's head, he had already built a house. This house wasn't very big, and he was now standing on top of the house. The giant turtle was now at the side of the Clear Wind Island. Then, it fell from the sky and directly fell into the sea. However, the giant turtle was really too big. The coastal sea water didn't even reach its feet. Zhao Hai stood on the roof and looked at the Clear Wind Island. The people on the Clear Wind Island also looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then, he waved his hand and the Clear Wind Island's protective array was broken. Then, another huge shield directly covered the Clear Wind Island. On the other hand, the people on the Clear Wind Island were all stunned. They didn't think that their sect's protective array would be broken. This was too amazing. The Clear Wind sect master flew directly to a place about 100 meters in front of Zhao Hai. He stopped there and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you? Why did you come to my Clear Wind Island? Why did you break the protective array of my Clear Wind Island?" If it was a weaker person, the Clear Wind sect master would have killed him. But now, he didn't dare to do so. He could only look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the Clear Wind sect master and smiled faintly. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm really sorry. I'm the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect, Zhao Hai. I came here today to ask the Clear Wind Island to surrender to my Sea Exploring sect. If the Clear Wind Island doesn't surrender, then don't blame me for being impolite." When the Clear Wind sect master heard Zhao Hai's introduction, he stared blankly. Then his expression changed as he said, Are you the sect master of the sea exploring sect, Zhao Hai? Although the sea exploring sect had been ignored by the various sects of the spiritual world, this was only because they didn't provoke them. This didn't mean that the sects didn't attach importance to the sea exploring sect. In fact, there were many spies outside the sea exploring sect. If there was any movement from the sea exploring sect, all the sects in the spiritual world would immediately know. Zhao Hai looked at the Clear Wind sect's sect master and smiled faintly. Right. What do you think of my proposal? If you don't surrender to the sea exploring sect, then don't blame me for being impolite. The Drifting Wind sect's sect master looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, although I don't know where you got this giant turtle, it's impossible for you to rely on it to deal with my Drifting Wind sect. My Drifting Wind sect only has cultivators who die in battle, not cultivators who surrender. Zhao Hai looked at the Clear Wind sect's sect master and smiled faintly. Alright, then don't blame me for being impolite. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The Clear Wind sect's sect master immediately became alert. He thought that Zhao Hai was going to use a technique on him. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would wave his hand and large artifacts would suddenly appear on the turtle's back. These large artifacts were the Sea Exploring sect's myriad sword ships. Although the Sea Exploring sect hadn't appeared in the spiritual world for a long time, all the sects in the spiritual world knew about these myriad sword ships. One after another, the myriad sword boats flew out from the back of the giant turtle, followed by groups of disciples from the Sea Exploring sect. More and more people came out, and slowly, the entire Cool Breeze Island was surrounded. When the Clear Wind sect's sect master saw this, his face turned pale. The reason why he dared to speak so boldly to Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai seemed to be alone. Aside from him and the turtle, there was no one else around him. Therefore, the Clear Wind sect's sect master believed that there shouldn't be a problem dealing with this man and the turtle. Therefore, he dared to speak so boldly. However, when he saw that the number of Sea Exploring sect disciples seemed to be greater than the Clear Wind sect's, the Clear Wind sect's sect master didn't know what to do. He knew all too well that the Drifting Wind sect had no chance of making a comeback with the current strength of the Exploring Sea sect. However, he had already spoken out. If the Drifting Wind sect didn't resist now, it would be equivalent to slapping their own faces. He was really unwilling to accept this. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the Clear Wind sect's sect master. He smiled faintly and said, Sect Master Zhang, I'm giving you one last chance. If you still don't surrender, then don't blame the Sea Exploring sect for being impolite. Is the Clear Wind sect going to surrender or not? The Clear Wind sect's sect master's surname was Zhang, and his name was Zhang Yuan. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, the anger in his heart was aroused. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, My Clear Wind sect only has cultivators who die in battle. There are no cultivators who surrender. Come, I want to see how strong your Sea Exploring sect is. I want to see if you can destroy my Clear Wind sect. Zhao Hai laughed and said, Alright, then I won't be polite. After he said that, Zhao Hai's mind moved, and the giant turtle turned around and rushed towards the Clear Wind Island. Seeing this, the Clear Wind sect's sect master's expression couldn't help but change. He really didn't think that Zhao Hai would make such a move. He actually made the giant turtle rush towards the island. This was too terrifying. Their Clear Wind Island wasn't even as big as the giant turtle. Even if the giant turtle didn't have any other abilities, it was still able to grow to this size. This meant that its defense was very strong. If it rushed towards the island, then the Clear Wind Island would be finished. It would only take a few hits for the island to fall into the sea. The disciples on the island who couldn't fly would all die. You dare! Zhang Yuan roared as a magic staff suddenly appeared in his hand. This magic staff was made of wood. The wood looked inconspicuous, it looked like a withered branch on the ground. Then, Zhang Yuan waved his staff, and a green light shot towards the giant turtle. When the green light hit the giant tortoise, it suddenly turned into a huge tornado and wrapped the giant tortoise inside. Then the disciples of the Clear Wind sect all flew up. They held magic staffs in their hands as they attacked the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. There were also a few elders gathered around Zhang Yuan. They were all grand elders of the Clear Wind sect. They were prepared to deal with the giant tortoise. Roar! A huge turtle roar came from the tornado. Then, the tornado became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. They saw the giant turtle opening its mouth and sucking in air. It turned out that the reason why the tornado completely disappeared was because the giant turtle sucked him into its mouth. Zhang Yuan and the others' expressions changed. Although the attack just now wasn't Zhang Yuan's full strength, it was still very powerful. Yet, it was broken by the giant tortoise. Zhang Yuan was very surprised. At this time, Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Yuan with a dignified expression. He looked at the staff in Zhang Yuan's hand and said, I didn't think that Sect Master Zhang would have such a divine artifact. It's just an ordinary attack, but it's actually supported by the staff. Interesting, very interesting. Zhang Yuan nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhang Yuan coldly snorted, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, don't be so proud. My clear wind sect isn't something that can be easily taken down by you. Prepare to die. After he said that, his body suddenly emitted an azure light. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan disappeared and reappeared beside Zhao Hai. Then the magic staff in his hand attacked Zhao Hai. This was the power of law. Zhao Hai was sure that Zhang Yuan was using the power of law. However, he didn't expect Zhang Yuan to use it on himself. Just like the defensive laws, the power of law was used to increase one's speed. It increased one's speed infinitely, making one incomparably fast. Zhao Hai stood there without moving. In fact, even if Zhao Hai wanted to move, he wouldn't be able to. This was because his speed was too fast. The opponent simply didn't give him the opportunity to move. The magic staff flashing with azure light was about to hit Zhao Hai's body. But at this time, a golden rune suddenly appeared in front of the magic staff. The golden rune flashed and blocked the magic staff. Zhang Yuan coldly snorted. In the next moment, his figure disappeared once again. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's figure appeared beside the elders of the Clear Wind sect. It was as if he was standing there and didn't attack Zhao Hai at all. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Yuan, his eyes shone as he said, Good. Sect Master Zhang is really formidable. Your law of speed is truly formidable. If I, Zhao Hai, wasn't careful, then I'm afraid I would have been killed. Formidable, truly formidable. Zhang Yuan nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, You're right. Zhang Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Zhao Hai is also very powerful. You actually have such a powerful defensive technique. You're the one who's truly powerful. Technique? Ha ha ha. Sect Master Zhang, your eyesight really isn't that good. What I just used wasn't a technique. Look carefully. After he said that, golden runes appeared on Zhao Hai's body. These golden runes were on his skin. However, these golden runes weren't stationary on his skin. Instead, they were constantly moving. This made Zhao Hai look like a person made of runes. In the next moment, the golden runes disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Yuan and smiled faintly, Sect Master Zhang, do you understand? Zhang Yuan didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Understand what? Understand that your defense is invulnerable? Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Yuan's expression and smiled faintly, It seems like Sect Master Zhang doesn't understand. Alright, then I'll demonstrate it to Sect Master Zhang. After he said that, Zhao Hai pointed his finger forward. A rune flew out from his hand and instantly turned into a golden broadsword. Then it slashed towards Zhang Yuan. This attack was filled with an indomitable aura. It was as if the world would be cut apart by this attack. Moreover, its speed was incomparably fast. When Zhang Yuan saw the appearance of the broadsword, his expression couldn't help but change. In the next moment, an azure light flashed on his body as he dodged the attack. Then, the broadsword slashed towards Greenwind Island. A loud explosion was heard as a huge crack appeared on the island's mountain. The power of laws? Zhang Yuan appeared on the spot. He looked at Zhao Hai in shock. He now understood what Zhao Hai meant. The reason why Zhao Hai said that his eyesight wasn't good was because each rune on Zhao Hai's body represented a law. How many laws did Zhao Hai's runes represent? When he thought of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At the same time, Zhang Yuan also noticed the situation of the battle between the Drifting Wind sect and the Sea Exploring sect. The Drifting Wind sect's disciples were very powerful. But when they attacked the Sea Exploring sect's disciples, they found out that they simply couldn't win. Their attacks were very powerful, but the Sea Exploring sect's disciples were facing them in battle formations. Moreover, their battle formations were protected by shields. Although their attacks were very fierce, very few of them could break through the shields. Even if they managed to break through the shields of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples, the Sea Exploring sect's disciples would immediately use spells or artifacts to disperse their attacks. Moreover, the Sea Exploration sect had large dermic artifacts. These dermic artifacts were incomparably powerful. Every single one of them could launch an attack on the Clear Wind sect. Although the Clear Wind sect also had some large dermic artifacts, their numbers were too few. This was because most of their large dermic artifacts had been used to attack the Jade Venom sect. It was precisely because they didn't have many large-scale magic tools that their large-scale magic tools were sunk by the large-scale magic tools of the Sea Exploration sect as soon as they entered the battlefield. Afterward, the large-scale magic tools of the Sea Exploration sect were able to move unhindered within the Clear Wind sect. No one could stop them. Facing this situation, the Drifting Wind sect's disciples didn't know what to do. Although the sect's elders wanted to block the large artifacts, they couldn't. There were too many of them. Moreover, they found out today that the large artifacts of the Sea Exploring sect could be broken down. They could split into 10,000 swords and fuse into a large ship. It could be said that the Drifting Wind sect had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Zhang Yuan was very anxious, but he and the other elders couldn't do anything to help. Zhao Hai glanced at these people and sneered. Zhang Yuan, is the Drifting Wind sect going to surrender or not? If you don't blame me for being impolite. This was the last time Zhao Hai would ask them to surrender. He hadn't let the giant tortoise attack before. If the other party didn't surrender, he would use the giant tortoise to attack. The Drifting Wind sect doesn't surrender. Zhang Yuan clenched his teeth and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Yuan and said, Zhang Yuan, I admire your integrity. However, I won't be merciful to you. My Sea Exploring sect has never been merciful to our enemies. Prepare to die. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the giant tortoise rushed towards the Drifting Wind Island. At the same time, the Sea Exploring sect's disciples also launched an attack. At this time, Zhao Hai also flew towards Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan and the other elders saw Zhao Hai's actions, they all moved and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's mind moved and a huge red statue suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, the statue moved like a real person and punched towards Zhang Yuan. The statue was very huge, and when it punched out, it attracted the heaven and earth's yuan qi. A huge fiery red fist flew towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's expression changed and he dodged to the side. At this time, the giant also attacked the other great elders. The great elders also dodged nimbly. The people of the Drifting Wind sect cultivated wind-attributed techniques. Therefore, the laws they comprehended were also related to wind. Therefore, their speed was very fast. Right now, the few of them were like a few small birds that were attacking a large bird statue. Although their attacks couldn't do anything to the statue, the elephant couldn't do anything to them for a while. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. To be honest, the Drifting Wind sect's laws were very formidable. It was said that all martial arts under the heavens were invincible, and speed was unbreakable. This was the truth. The speed of the statue wasn't slow. However, it couldn't keep up with the people of the Drifting Wind sect. Fortunately, its defense was very strong. The people of the Drifting Wind sect couldn't do anything to it. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to waste time like this. Zhao Hai moved his hand and a giant suddenly appeared beside him. The giant cupped its fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he pointed towards the people of the Drifting Wind sect and said, "Kill them." The giant nodded. Then his figure moved and rushed towards the people of the Drifting Wind sect. This giant was about 100 meters tall. Such a tall person would generally give people the impression that he was very clumsy. However, this wasn't the case. In fact, this giant's speed was very fast, and his strength was also very great. When he joined the battle, the people from the Clear Wind sect immediately felt the pressure. The people of the Drifting Wind sect could attack the statue because their speed was faster than the statue. However, the giant that joined the battle was different. This giant was very fast and his strength was also very great. He was actually able to keep up with the people of the Drifting Wind sect. This made the situation very dangerous for the Drifting Wind sect. Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He also didn't let the other supreme elders of the Sea Exploring sect take action. This was because Zhao Hai wanted to test the strength of the statue and the giant. Good, their fighting strength was very formidable. The statue was even stronger. Moreover, it could control fire. It would be very useful in a large-scale attack. Moreover, Zhao Hai also had an idea that he hadn't tested yet. He didn't plan to test it right now. He could leave it for later. On the other hand, the giant's strength and speed were formidable. In fact, he also had corpse poison on his body. However, Zhao Hai didn't let him use it. In fact, the giant's strength couldn't be fully displayed. This was because the giant's strength was suppressed in the spirit realm. One must know that the giant was a creature from the upper realm. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength in this realm. But even so, he could still dominate this realm with his strength. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with what he saw. However, Zhang Yuan and the others were now in a very dangerous situation. With the addition of the giant, it would be very difficult for them to attack the statue. Moreover, the giant would cooperate with the statue. If they didn't use the power of law several times, then they would be in danger right now. Zhang Yuan glanced at Zhao Hai from time to time. They wanted to attack Zhao Hai, but they didn't have the opportunity to do so. Zhao Hai was standing there with golden runes flashing on his body. If they want to attack him, then they would have to break through his runes first. However, with their current strength, it wouldn't be easy to break the runes on Zhao Hai's body. Every rune on Zhao Hai's body represented the power of Allah. It would be very difficult for them to break through so many of them. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan thought of a possibility. When Zhao Hai revealed his runes and showed them the might of the runes, Zhao Hai might have done it on purpose. Zhao Hai's runes didn't actually represent the power of laws. He just didn't want them to attack him, so he made it seem like the runes represented the power of laws. After thinking about this, Zhang Yuan immediately contacted the other elders and prepared to attack Zhao Hai together. The other elders were also forced into a difficult situation by the giant and the statue. They also wanted to make a last stand, so they all agreed. Then they began to deliberately move the battlefield towards Zhao Hai. However, they moved very slowly, afraid that Zhao Hai would discover them. Zhao Hai had experienced a lot of things, so when he saw Zhang Yuan's actions, he immediately knew what they wanted to do. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "I didn't think that Sect Master Zhang would actually want to play with me. But it's useless. Just die." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a rune flew towards Zhang Yuan. Then several more runes flew towards the other elders of the Drifting Wind sect. When Zhang Yuan and the others saw Zhao Hai's actions, their expressions couldn't help but change. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would discover them as soon as they made a move. This made them very surprised. However, they didn't have time to think about anything else. Zhao Hai's runes had already arrived. Whether or not Zhao Hai's runes were the power of Allah, they didn't dare to face the runes. If the runes were the power of Allah, then the consequences would be unimaginable. However, they still underestimated the power of the runes. Before the runes broke out, they were still under Zhao Hai's control. No matter how they tried to hide, the runes would follow them and attack them. But when Zhang Yuan and the others discovered this, it was already too late. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a huge red fist directly hit Zhang Yuan's body. This fist was much bigger than Zhang Yuan's body. This fist directly hit Zhang Yuan's body, turning him into a meat patty. Zhang Yuan was dead. The other supreme elders were also dead. The other disciples of the Sea Exploring sect also killed a lot of disciples of the Clear Wind sect. The Clear Wind sect was about to be destroyed. Zhao Hai looked at the Clear Wind sect and coldly snorted. Then he said, "Clear Wind sect, listen up. Your sect master and supreme elders are all dead. If you don't surrender, then my Sea Exploring sect will make sure that the Clear Wind sect doesn't leave a single person alive." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the disciples of the Clear Wind sect couldn't help but panic. Then some of them directly surrendered while some of them resisted. In the end, all of the Clear Wind sect's disciples who resisted were killed. The ones who remained were merged into the Sea Exploring sect. Zhao Hai directly annexed the entire Clear Wind sect. Then he heard from the Clear Wind sect's disciples that there were still some people from the Clear Wind sect attacking the Jade Venom sect. Zhao Hai immediately used Zhang Yuan's name to have those people return to the Clear Wind sect. When those people returned to the Clear Wind sect, Zhao Hai immediately had them surrender. When the Clear Wind sect's disciples saw the situation, some of them directly surrendered. However, there were still some who would rather die than surrender. Zhao Hai fulfilled their wishes and killed them all. Just like this, the Clear Wind sect was completely merged into the Sea Exploring sect. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to take a good rest after taking over the Clear Wind sect. He wanted to completely digest the Clear Wind sect before attacking the other sects of the spiritual world. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that just a few days after he took over the Clear Wind sect, the Jade Venom sect's army actually came to attack the Clear Wind sect. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. He didn't expect the spiritual world to be in such a mess. The Jade Celestial sect had sent quite a number of people this time. There were at least 1 million disciples and 100 large-sized ritual implements. The large-sized ritual implement of the Jade Celestial sect was also very strange. It really did look like a jade pendant. The outer layer was actually serrated. It looked very interesting. Before the Clear Wind sect's mountain protecting ground array could be set up, Zhao Hai and the others led the myriad sword ship towards the Jade Pao sect's army. Very quickly, the Jade Pao sect's army stopped about a mile away from Zhao Hai's army. Zhao Hai stood on the myriad sword ship and looked at the leader of the Jade Pao sect. He was a cultivator in his 50s. His hair was black and he wasn't tall. However, he was very strong. His entire body looked squarish. This kind of person must be very strong. The Jade Pao sect's man also looked at Zhao Hai. He knew everyone in the Clear Wind sect and knew the large-sized ritual implement of the Clear Wind sect. However, he didn't recognize Zhao Hai or the large ritual implement under Zhao Hai's feet. Therefore, he was puzzled. However, he didn't act polite and asked, "Who are you? Where's Zhang Yuan? Tell him to come out." Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Pao sect's elder and smiled faintly. "I don't know who you are in the Jade Pao sect. Can you tell me your origin?" "Ha ha ha, what can this old man not say? This old man is the Jade Pao sect's hall master of the battle hall. Jiang Ao, who are you?" Zhao Hai looked at Jiang Ao and said, "So it's Hall Master Jiang. Please excuse my lack of respect. I am the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect, Zhao Hai. The Clear Wind sect has been merged into my Sea Exploring sect. May I ask why Hall Master Jiang is here?" Hearing Zhao Hai's self-introduction, Jiang Ao was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such an identity. He stared blankly at Zhao Hai and said, "You are the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect? How is this possible?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. I am Zhao Hai. Could it be that there are people in the spiritual world who are impersonating me?" Jiang Ao looked at Zhao Hai and took a deep breath. Everyone in the spiritual world was monitoring the Sea Exploring sect. Who would have thought that the Sea Exploring sect would suddenly appear in the Southern Sea? This was too shocking. Jiang Ao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao, I've heard a lot about you. I would like to ask why the Clear Wind sect was suddenly merged into the Sea Exploring sect. Can Sect Master Zhao teach me? When I was about to head to the continent, the Clear Wind sect suddenly sent people to attack me. In order to take revenge, I had no choice but to exterminate the Clear Wind sect. Now, the Clear Wind sect's sect master and supreme elder are all dead. The remaining people have all agreed to merge into my Sea Exploring sect. Does Elder Jiang have any objections?" When Jiang Ao heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't believe that the Clear Wind sect would be stupid enough to send people to attack them when they saw that Zhao Hai was about to go to the spiritual world's continent. This was clearly an excuse. But in any case, the Clear Wind sect had already merged into the Sea Exploring sect. Moreover, Zhang Yuan and the others were all dead. It could be said that the dead told no tales. In this case, Zhao Hai could say whatever he wanted to say. Jiang Ao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't know earlier. Please forgive me, Sect Master Zhao. We will immediately take our leave." "Slow down, Hall Master Jiang. This is my Sea Exploring Sect's territory. Do you think you can come and go as you please?" When Jiang Ao heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression changed. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. He was worried that Zhao Hai would use this matter as an excuse to deal with the Jade Feather sect. But he didn't think that Zhao Hai would really do so. The reason why Jiang Ao was so worried was because the excuse that Zhao Hai used to deal with the Clear Wind sect was really unbearable. Zhao Hai was a person who could find an excuse to cause trouble. But now, he was shouting in the other party's territory. Wasn't this giving the other party something that could be used against him? Wasn't this courting death? It was precisely because of this that Jiang Ao wanted to leave immediately. However, he didn't think that he would be too slow. Zhao Hai had no intention of letting them go. Therefore, he directly said that this was the Sea Exploring Sect's territory. "Do you think you can come and go as you please?" Jiang Ao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, please forgive us. Previously, the Clear Wind sect attacked my Jade Feather sect. This time, my Jade Feather sect came to take revenge. We didn't know that this place was now under the Sea Exploring sect's control. Please don't blame us." "Is that so? Why do I remember that I have already announced my identity? But there are still people who are doubting my identity. Is my identity that easy to be doubted? Men, take them down for me. Kill anyone who dares to resist." The surrounding Sea Exploring sect's disciples responded with a roar. Then, they directly charged towards the people from the Jade Feather sect. The people from the Jade Feather sect didn't expect that Zhao Hai would make a move just like that. They immediately prepared to resist, but it was already too late. There were countless experts in the Sea Exploring sect. How could they be a match for the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect? Before long, Jiang Ao and the others were captured. Zhao Hai looked at Jiang Ao and smiled faintly. "Hall Master Jiang, I'll have to trouble you for a few days. After a few days, I'll go to the Jade Feather sect and personally meet your sect master to take them away." Jiang Ao's face was now ashen. He was very clear that Zhao Hai would definitely not let the Jade Feather sect go. He would definitely use them as an excuse to attack the Jade Feather sect. With the current strength of the Jade Feather sect, they wouldn't be able to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. The Jade Feather sect was finished. The Jade Feather sect wasn't very far from the Clear Wind sect. The Clear Wind sect was on the sea, while the Jade Feather sect was on the land by the sea. The two sects were connected, and because of this, they had been in constant conflict because they were fighting for territory. Now that the Sea Exploring sect had occupied the Clear Wind sect's territory, Jiang Ao didn't believe that the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't attack the Jade Feather sect next. But now that he was captured, there was nothing he could do. To be honest, he didn't have any thoughts of resisting. The battle just now had allowed him to see the fighting strength of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples. He knew that the Jade Feather sect would be defeated, so he really didn't have any thoughts of resisting. In the next few days, Zhao Hai was dealing with the matters of the Clear Wind sect. Because the higher-ups of the Clear Wind sect had been swept clean, those who dared to resist were also swept clean. Because of this, the Sea Exploring sect was able to easily take over the Clear Wind sect's territory. It didn't take long before the Clear Wind sect's territory was taken over. After taking over the Clear Wind sect's territory, Zhao Hai directly led the army towards the Jade Feather sect. During the few days after the Sea Exploring sect took over the Clear Wind sect's territory, the news of them taking over the Clear Wind sect spread in the spiritual world. While the people in the spiritual world were still in shock, the people from the Sea Exploration sect in Volcanic Dragon Mountain also made their move. They directly took over a sect near the Sea Exploration sect without any excuses. When the people in the spiritual world saw how arrogant the Sea Exploring sect's people were, they all became angry and cursed them. The alliances and large sects directly sent letters to the Sea Exploring sect and asked them to withdraw from the sect they had occupied. But at this time, Zhao Hai directly led the army into the Jade Feather sect. The Jade Feather sect now knew that the people they had sent to the Clear Wind sect had all been captured by Zhao Hai. Now that they saw Zhao Hai leading the army into the Jade Feather sect, they immediately became cautious. Therefore, all the disciples of the branch hall gathered in the main hall, ready to fight to the death with the Sea Exploring sect. But at this time, Jiang Yan returned to the Jade Feather sect. As soon as he returned, he immediately went to see the sect master, Wang Yuntian. Wang Yuntian was over 450 years old this year, but he looked like a man in his 30s. Although he was big and burly, he was very quick-witted. Although they had been fighting with the Clear Wind sect for so many years, they had never suffered any losses. If one thought that he was a rough person based on his appearance, then one would be the one to suffer in the end. Wang Yuntian looked at Jiang Yan, who was standing in front of him. Before Jiang Yan could speak, Wang Yuntian said, "Did Zhao Hai ask you to come back and persuade us to surrender? Tell me, what kind of conditions did he give us?" Jiang Yan said with an ashamed expression, "Sect master, I originally wanted to die, but he threatened me with the lives of the captured disciples. I had no choice but to come back. It was my fault, sect master. I have let down the Jade Feather sect. Don't say such useless things. Tell me what Zhao Hai's conditions are. I want to know why he is so confident that you can persuade us to surrender. Sect master, don't you want to go to war with the Sea Exploration sect?" Jiang Yan looked at Wang Yuntian. He could tell that Wang Yuntian really wanted to surrender to the Sea Exploration sect, which was why he asked this question. Wang Yuntian glanced at Jiang Yan and said, "Then tell me, how does the Sea Exploration sect compare to our Jade Venerable sect?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Our Jade Venerable sect can't compare to the Sea Exploration sect. They're too strong. The number of Sea Exploration sect disciples in the South Sea should be about half of the Sea Exploration sect's disciples. In this case, we're no match for them. They're too strong." Wang Yuntian nodded and said, "You just came back from the Sea Exploration sect, so you might not know what happened. I'll tell you now. The Sea Exploration sect's people in the volcanic Dragon Mountain were also mobilized. They directly took down the Fire Dance sect. Now you understand, the Sea Exploration sect's strength is much stronger than you and I imagined." Wang Yuntian paused for a moment and then sighed, "Can't you see the current situation in the spiritual world? The spiritual world is going to change. All the forces in the spiritual world are moving. The forces in the spiritual world will definitely be reshuffled. The final winners will probably be the 8 great sects and the Sea Exploration sect. Alliances like ours will probably fail in the end because we're an alliance and they're just a sect." Wang Yuntian looked up at the ceiling impatiently. His eyes were full of contemplation. After a while, he continued, "The strength of an alliance is generally not a match for a sect. This is because only one person has the final say in a sect, but an alliance is made up of many sections. Can the sect masters of these sects really sacrifice their own sect's interests for the sake of the alliance? I'm afraid not many people can do that, right? To put it bluntly, they're just a plate of loose sand. They can usually scare people, but they can't do it. Because of this, they can only fail in the end. Only the 8 great sects and the Sea Exploration sect can succeed." At this point, Wang Yuntian glanced at Jiang Lian and continued, "No one can truly understand the strength of the Exploration Sea sect. However, the fact that they were able to take down so many sects in such a short period of time is enough to see how powerful they are. Therefore, we can be sure that their strength is definitely not weaker than the 8 major sections. In this case, it would be a good choice for us to surrender to the Exploration Sea sect." Jiang Yan listened to Wang Yuntian in a daze. After a while, he looked at Wang Yuntian and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai said that if the Jade Miao sect surrenders, you can become the Hall Master of the Jade Miao branch of the Sea Exploration sect. However, more than 2/3 of the elders and disciples in the sect will be transferred away and the new disciples will be under your control. At the same time, a new deputy hall master and some elders will be arranged to help you manage the branch. However, the orthodoxy of the Jade Miao sect will be passed down and will not be suppressed. Our disciples will also receive the same treatment as the disciples of the Sea Exploration sect." Wang Yuntian nodded and said, "That's understandable. The Sea Exploring sect would never allow a force that isn't under their control to exist in the sect. They transferred our disciples to the other branches, and then transferred people from the other branches to the sect. This way, they would be able to take control of the Jade Venom sect in the shortest time possible. I can see that the Sea Exploring sect is already very proficient in this matter. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Yuntian and said in a deep voice, yes. Although we have been locked up by the Sea Exploration sect these days, it can be seen that the Sea Exploration sect has completely controlled the Clear Wind sect. They are indeed very strong. Wang Yuntian said, now, the Sea Exploration sect has occupied 12 new sections. If we surrender, then they will occupy 13 new sections. From this, it can be seen that the Sea Exploration sect won't be polite and will kill us. If we don't surrender, then the Jade Meow sect will be finished. Although the Clear Wind sect has merged with the Sea Exploration sect, their sect master and supreme elders are all dead. It can be said that some of the Clear Wind sect's inheritances have been severed forever. From this matter, it can be seen that the Sea Exploration sect won't be polite and will kill us. If we don't surrender, then the result will be the same. It seems like we can only surrender. Jiang Yan didn't say anything and just quietly listened. Wang Yuntian sighed and said, I've already discussed this with the sect's elders. It's good that you're here. I'll go with you to the Sea Exploration sect. Our Jade Meow sect will surrender. Jiang Yan could hear the boundless sadness in Wang Yuntian's words. He couldn't help but look at Wang Yuntian. He discovered that Wang Yuntian's eyes had a trace of moisture, but it quickly disappeared. Jiang Yan's eyes couldn't help but turn red as tears fell down. He looked at Wang Yuntian and said, Sect Master, we'll fight them. Wang Yuntian had already recovered. When he heard Jiang Yan, he couldn't help but glare and said, nonsense, what fight? If we fight, then the orthodoxy of the Jade Meow sect will be severed. If we die in the future, how can we face the ancestors of the Jade Meow sect? Jiang Yan didn't say anything. Wang Yuntian said, let's go. I'll personally go with you to see Zhao Hai. Jiang Yan nodded and led Wang Yuntian outside. Zhao Hai looked at the person standing in front of him. This person was the sect master of the Jade Meow sect. Although he looked like a boorish person, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a glint in his eyes. He wasn't as simple as a boorish person. Zhao Hai smiled and said, if Sect Master Wang can surrender to my Sea Exploring sect, then the two sects would be spared from war. Naturally, that would be for the best. Sect Master Wang, please take a seat. Wang Yuntian expressed his gratitude before sitting down. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Yuntian and said, Jiang Yan should have already told Sect Master Wang what I wanted to say, so I won't say any more nonsense. Sect Master Wang, these are the rules of the Sea Exploration sect. Please take a look. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it to Wang Yuntian. Wang Yuntian nodded, then he took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. But when he saw the sect master, he couldn't help but be surprised. After some time, he put down the jade slip and turned to Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, may I ask how many disciples the Sea Exploring sect has? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wang Yuntian and said, Sect Master, may I ask how many disciples the Sea Exploring sect has? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's hard to say how many disciples my sect has right now. However, I'm certain that there are more than 10 billion disciples at the spirit realm and above. Moreover, I've occupied the entire sword spirit realm and the demon spirit realm. Every day, there are new disciples at the spirit realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't want too many disciples to die and I'm not in a hurry to take over the spirit realm, I'm afraid that the spirit realm would have fallen into my hands by now. With the strength of the spirit realm, they simply can't stop my Sea Exploration sect's attack. Wang Yuntian was completely stunned. After a while, he stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master's strength is extraordinary. I admire you. It's my Jade Feather School's fortune to be able to join the Sea Exploration sect. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I can see that you're a smart person. Remember your words. I won't mistreat any of the Sea Exploration sect's disciples. However, I hate disobedient disciples the most. If you dare to disobey me in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Do you understand? Wang Yuntian immediately replied, yes, I understand. Please rest assured, Sect Master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you need to cooperate fully. Have the Jade Turtle sect merge with the Sea Exploring sect as soon as possible. I think that our actions here would make the other forces of the spiritual world move as well. It wouldn't be long before all the forces of the spiritual world unite to deal with us. Zhao Hai nodded. Wang Yuntian nodded and said, "Please rest assured, Sect Master. I will cooperate fully and let the Jade Feather School merge with the Sea Exploration Sect as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can leave now. I'll send someone to follow you into the Jade Feather School and take over the Jade Feather School. From now on, you'll be the Hall Master of the Jade Feather School. The territories of the Jade Feather School and the Clear Wind School will be under your management." When Wang Yuntian heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would put the Clear Wind School's territories under his management. This meant that the territory he would be in charge of in the future would be bigger than when he was the Jade Feather School's sect master. This was very rare. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Yuntian and said in a deep voice, "Because the Clear Wind School didn't surrender, their sect master and supreme elder are all dead. There's no one left in the Clear Wind School who can call the shots. Naturally, their territories will be under your management. But remember, don't suppress the inheritance of the Clear Wind School. Although the sect master of the Clear Wind School didn't surrender, I admire his integrity very much. Moreover, the cultivation method that the Sea Exploration Sect's disciples choose isn't up to them, nor is it up to you to decide. It's up to their innate talent." Wang Yuntian immediately replied, "Yes, please rest assured, Sect Master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said to Wang Yuntian, "I'm not very familiar with the situation in the South Sea. What do you think our next move should be?" Wang Yuntian wasn't surprised by Zhao Hai's question. If he had as much influence as Zhao Hai, then he would have already sent troops and destroyed the entire spiritual realm. He wouldn't be like Zhao Hai, dealing with the sects one by one. Naturally, the casualties of their disciples would be very heavy. Wang Yuntian pondered for a moment before replying, "Sect Master, I think our next step would be to deal with the Cloud Jade sect. This sect belongs to the Southern Minor Sect Alliance. Aside from the Southern Minor Sect Alliance, it doesn't have any relations with the other major sections. It's better for our Sea Exploring Sect to avoid conflict with the 8 major sections. That way, the 8 major sects won't take the lead to deal with us. As long as the 8 major sects don't take the lead, the other small and medium sects won't have the ability to unite all the sects in the spiritual world to deal with us. That way, we can deal with them properly." Zhao Hai looked at Wang Yuntian with satisfaction. This Wang Yuntian was a smart person, he understood Zhao Hai's words very well. The sect that he proposed was very good. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, then our next target will be the Cloud Jade sect. However, the volcanic Dragon Mountain will also make a move. Therefore, I said that the people in the spiritual world will definitely make a move against us." Wang Yuntian thought for a moment and then said, "As long as we don't provoke the 8 great sects, the 8 great sects wouldn't make a move against us for a while. Only the other alliances would deal with us. We can use this as an excuse to deal with those alliances in one fell swoop. The 8 great sects shouldn't make a move against us right now because we're very strong. If they do, their losses would be too great. The 8 great sects have already made arrangements, they will certainly gather all the people they had arranged before and then deal with us. Therefore, this period of time is our opportunity. So they'll make a move against us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If that's the case, then it's a good thing. We'll have an easier time in the future." Wang Yuntian replied, "Yes. But Sect Master, although we don't need to worry about the alliances, they'll still make a move if we really push them too far." Zhao Hai replied, "All right, so we're not in a hurry right now. Let's take it slow. If the alliances want to deal with us, then let them deal with us. When the time comes, we'll see who can deal with who. Although I care about the lives of my disciples, I don't want them to develop a fear of battle. When the time comes, they'll have to fight to the death." Wang Yuntian nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Sect Master, what should I do next?" Zhao Hai replied, "First, let's deal with the matter of merging the Jade Venom sect into the Sea Exploration sect. Then we'll talk about other things." Wang Yuntian nodded, then Zhao Hai had him leave. After Wang Yuntian left Zhao Hai's room, he immediately returned to the Jade Feather sect and began to arrange for the Jade Feather sect to merge with the Sea Exploring sect. After knowing the details of the Sea Exploration sect, Wang Yuntian didn't regret merging the Jade Venom sect into the Sea Exploration sect. He also didn't think about revealing the fact that the Sea Exploration sect came from the Sword Spirit boundary. He knew that it wouldn't do him any good. If Zhao Hai finds out that he was the one who leaked this information, then he would be dead. If the 8 great sects were to know that the Sea Exploring sect was from the Sword Spirit realm, then the 8 great sects would immediately join forces to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. Although the Sea Exploring sect would still be able to take down the 8 great sects, the losses they would suffer would be huge. According to Zhao Hai's character, if the losses were huge, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of the person who spread the news. When the time comes, whoever spread the news would be out of luck. The reason why Wang Yuntian was so sure that the 8 great sects would go all out to deal with the Sea Exploration sect was because the Sword Spirit boundary was separated from the Arcane Spirit boundary due to their different ideologies. If the 8 great sects were to know the Sea Exploration sect's true identity, then they would surely attack the Sea Exploration sect. They didn't want to be ruled by the Sea Exploration sect. Thinking of this, Wang Yuntian suddenly thought of a possibility. His body swayed in the sky, almost falling to the ground. At the same time, his face turned pale. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Zhao Hai told him about this matter to see if he was loyal, to see if he would tell others about this matter. Perhaps this was a test for him. If he really did tell others about this matter, then he would be dead. Cold sweat dripped down Wang Yuntian's forehead. He was truly afraid. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so scheming as to use this method to test him. After returning to the Jade Xian sect, Wang Yuntian immediately gathered everyone in the Jade Xian sect and informed them of the Sea Exploring sect's decision. The people of the Jade Pao sect had already expected this to happen, so no one objected. The merger of the Jade Xian sect into the Sea Exploration sect was unexpectedly fast. It didn't take long for the Jade Xian sect to completely merge with the Sea Exploration sect. This was inseparable from the fact that the Jade Xian sect was very cooperative. Just as the Jade Feather sect merged with the Sea Exploring sect, the army of the Sea Exploring sect at the Fire Dragon Mountain destroyed another sect. In a short period of time, the Sea Exploring sect had destroyed 4 sections. This was something no one expected. Before the people of the spiritual realm could react, Zhao Hai had already sent troops to destroy the Cloud Jade sect. He wasn't polite at all. No one was surprised that the Cloud Jade sect was annihilated. The Cloud Jade sect was just a small sect. They had resisted before, but they were dealt with by the Scouring Sea sect in just a few moves. Therefore, the Cloud Jade sect would merge with the Scouring Sea sect without any suspense. Another sect was destroyed. Although it was only a small sect, the great powers of the spiritual world couldn't sit still. The Scouring Sea sect's development was too fast, beyond their expectations. The spiritual world sect master didn't know what to do. The Sea Exploration sect's attitude made them feel afraid. They didn't understand what the Sea Exploration sect wanted to do. Did they want to unify the entire spiritual world? However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He had obtained 3 sects, so he needed to stabilize himself before dealing with the other sections. He didn't want the other sects to come after him. In fact, some of the major forces in the spiritual world were already discussing how to deal with the Seaquake sect. In fact, the various sects in the spiritual world originally wanted to fish in troubled waters. They wanted the Seaquake sect to stir up the waters so that they could take advantage of the situation. But now, they found that it seemed that except for the Sea Exploration sect, the other sects didn't have any advantages. This made them very surprised. However, just like what Wang Yuntian said, the big sects of the spiritual world were already prepared. They just didn't want to eat like the Sea Exploration sect. They also wanted to leave a good reputation for themselves. To put it bluntly, they wanted to be a prostitute while also wanting to establish a monument to their chastity. But now, when the big sects saw the Sea Exploration sect, they suddenly understood that their method wouldn't work on the Sea Exploration sect. The Sea Exploration sect didn't care about how they ate, they would eat until they were full first. If they were to pretend to be refined, then they wouldn't even be able to eat. After thinking about this, the big sects immediately took action. In just a short time, some small and medium-sized sects of the spiritual world changed their masters. Many sects directly joined the 8 great sects and became branches of the 8 great sects. In this way, the Great Ten Alliance was dismembered in an instant. The small and medium-sized sects of the Great Ten Alliance that didn't join the 8 great sects immediately understood that they had been schemed against by the 8 great sects. The 8 great sects were certainly preparing to make a move after some time. They wanted to make the other sects join them. This way, the Great Ten Alliance would be finished. When the time comes, the 8 great sects would directly destroy the Great Ten Alliance and take over the spiritual world. However, the people of the 8 great sects didn't expect the Sea Exploration sect to appear out of nowhere. The people of the 8 great sects were strong enough to take over so many sections. If the 8 great sects didn't make a move, then they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Because of this, the 8 great sects made their move in advance. Because of this, the Great Ten Alliance knew that there were a lot of sects in the alliance that had already surrendered to the 8 great sects. If the 8 great sects didn't jump out today, then the alliance wouldn't have known. After thinking about this, the people of the Great Ten Alliance immediately stopped fighting. The leaders of the Great Ten Alliance immediately gathered together to discuss what to do next. In their opinion, if they don't unite, then they would be finished. The 8 great sects, along with the Sea Exploration sect, were preparing to dismember them. If they don't unite, then they would immediately be eaten. It was precisely because of this idea that the members of the Great Hydrogen 10 Alliance discussed for a few days and finally decided that the members of the Great Hydrogen 10 Alliance would unite and form a new alliance called the Spiritual Realm Alliance. This name was very impressive, but they had no choice but to do so. This was because there were too many sects in this alliance. Moreover, this time, they weren't going to fight alone. They were going to work together and fight together. They were going to fight the 8 great sects and the Sea Exploration sect. The people of the Spiritual World Alliance also understood that if they wanted to survive in the future, then they could only fight with their lives on the line. Whether it was the Sea Exploration sect or the 8 great sects, if any of them dared to deal with them, then they would fight with their lives on the line. They didn't believe that the Sea Exploration sect or the 8 great sects would really go all out just to eliminate them. In that case, they might lose everything in the end. The changes in the spiritual world confused many small and medium-sized sections a moment ago. The Great Ten Alliance was fighting to the death, but in the next moment, it had suddenly become a large alliance. Just a while ago, it was attacking other small and medium-sized sects and couldn't take down a single one of the 8 great sections. All of a sudden, so many small and medium-sized sects surrendered on their own accord. What the F***ck was going on, but regardless of whether they knew what was going on or not, they discovered that there were only 10 forces left in the spiritual world. Moreover, they had to choose one to join. If they didn't join, then they would be eliminated in minutes. For the sake of their own orthodoxy, the small and medium-sized sects began to ponder. Which force should they join? The 8 great sects were undoubtedly very influential. They were the top forces in the spiritual world. Moreover, it hadn't been a year or two. At least a few thousand years had been like this. There wasn't much change. It was fine to join any of the 8 great sects. After all, their foundation was there. Although the Union of the Sorcerer Worlds was a newly formed alliance, it was by far the most powerful organization in the world of sorcerer spirits. There were far too many sects, big and small, to begin with. In fact, the Union of the Sorcerer Worlds accounted for more than half of the population of the world of sorcerer spirits. Most importantly, it was an alliance. Once you joined, you would be a member of the alliance. You would have a say in things. It wouldn't be like joining the 8 great sects, where you would become a subordinate of a sect and become a home master. Therefore, there were many sects in the world of sorcery who were still waiting to see what would happen, but they still wanted to join the alliance. The last one was the Sea Exploring sect. The origin of the Sea Exploring sect was too mysterious. Up until now, the information they received was that the Sea Exploring sect came from a secret realm. But what kind of secret realm could have such a sect? Wasn't the strength of this sect too strong? After coming out for less than a year, the Sea Exploring sect had already conquered more than a dozen sections. Moreover, as soon as the army arrived, the sects were taken down in a matter of minutes. It was as if they didn't spend too much time attacking. This made people unable to figure out their true strength. This was the most frightening aspect of the Sea Exploring sect. The people from the other sects felt strange. How did the Sea Exploring sect train their disciples? They had already swallowed 15 sections. These 15 sects had countless disciples. But why couldn't they bribe their disciples? Of course, it was also possible that they bribed those disciples. However, the other sects still didn't get any information. Whether it was the 8 great sects or the Spiritual World Alliance, they sent a lot of disciples to the Sea Exploring sect. But as soon as the spies entered the territory of the Sea Exploring sect, they immediately disappeared like clay oxen entering the sea. How could the Sea Exploring sect do this? One must know that those spies were sent by the most loyal people of the sections. How could they not send any information back? What the hell was going on? Outsiders didn't know what was going on, but the people of the Sea Exploring sect knew. Every day, several disciples of the sect would be executed for betraying the sect. Moreover, these disciples were executed with evidence. Even if they sold the information to the enemy's spies, what benefits they got, when the enemy's spies leaked the information, and even the Sea Exploring sect itself. Because of this, there was only one way to deal with the captured disciples, and that was to execute them. There was no need to doubt it. Because of this, there was only one way to deal with the captured disciples, and that was to execute them without any hesitation. The way the Sea Exploring sect handled things made the surrendered disciples feel bitterly disappointed. However, they weren't disappointed in the Sea Exploring sect. This was because the conditions of the Sea Exploring sect were very good, much better than their original sections. Some of the surrendered disciples even sneered at the traitors. Now that the Sea Exploring sect gave them such good conditions, they still wanted to betray the sect. Were they fools? Did they have such conditions in their original sects? Even if they joined the other sects, would the other sects give them such conditions? Just how much did you want to betray the Sea Exploring sect? Of course, not all of them were blind people who wanted to sell the information of the Sea Exploring sect for a good price. There were some who were really smart. They went to the Sea Exploring sect's territory and inquired about the situation there. They discovered that being a disciple of the Sea Exploring sect was much better than being a disciple of their own sect. Therefore, some of them decided to abandon the dark and seek the light. They directly went to the Sea Exploring sect and told them about their plans before asking to join the Sea Exploring sect. The Scouring Sea sect would accept such people and give them good treatment. Of course, they would only be treated as ordinary disciples of the Scouring Sea sect. The most important thing was that these people weren't treated well by the other disciples of the Scouring Sea sect. However, they were still considered to have joined the Scouring Sea sect and received benefits. However, the small sects didn't know about this. Even the 8 great sects didn't know about this. They might have discovered that the Sea Exploring sect had some connection with the Gold Spirit Trading Company. Otherwise, the people of the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't have come from the sea. Moreover, when they first investigated the Sea Exploring sect, they also discovered that they were related to the Gold Spirit Trading Company. However, the Gold Spirit Trading Company denied it and they believed it. But now, it seems like the Sea Exploring sect and the Gold Spirit Trading Company were related. Moreover, the entire spiritual world was in chaos. No matter which sect it was, they didn't want to have a force that could inquire about their secrets. Therefore, the great sects began to guard against the Gold Spirit Trading Company. However, they didn't make a move against the Gold Spirit Trading Company. Instead, they just reduced their transactions with the Gold Spirit Trading Company. Zhao Hai also noticed this situation. However, he didn't order the Gold Spirit Trading Company's branches to return. He just told them not to inquire about the news. The people of the Gold Spirit Trading Company didn't inquire about information, but this didn't mean that they couldn't collect information. Although the great sects had reduced their transactions with the Gold Spirit Trading Company, they had been doing business with the Gold Spirit Trading Company for so many years. It was impossible for them to suddenly abandon the Gold Spirit Trading Company. Therefore, they still needed to do business with the Gold Spirit Trading Company. And as long as they did business with the Gold Spirit Trading Company, the Gold Spirit Trading Company would be able to collect some useful information. War was never a simple matter, even in the cultivation world. In order to fight, cultivators needed to prepare more medicinal pills, especially for wounds. In addition to that, they also needed to prepare more magic artifacts. Magic artifacts were not indestructible. When cultivators fought, it was normal for magic artifacts to be damaged. Thus, if they wanted to start a war, they just needed to see if the sect had any large transactions recently. If a sect began to prepare a large number of medicinal herbs or magic artifacts, it meant that the sect might start a war. This was very important information. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't let the Gold Spirit Trading Company withdraw. Of course, he also made some preparations. If the people of the Gold Spirit Trading Company really wanted to withdraw, they could do so at any time. Even if the sects opened their defensive formation, they wouldn't be able to stop them. As for the other trading company controlled by Zhao Hai, the Immortal Realm Trading Company, they were much more low-key. Moreover, they didn't collect much information and didn't trade much with the sections. Therefore, the sects didn't pay too much attention to the Immortal Realm Trading Company. They only knew that the Immortal Realm Trading Company wasn't to be trifled with. With these two spy agencies covering the entire spiritual world, the secrets of the various sects in the spiritual world couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't prepare to attack. Now that the various forces in the spiritual world had merged, it wouldn't be easy to attack any of them. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very clear that he would become a public enemy no matter what he did. Therefore, he planned to let the people of the Sea Exploring sect behave for a while and see if there were any changes in the various sections. In the end, some of the small and medium-sized sects in the spiritual world made their choice. Most of them joined the Spiritual World Alliance. Some of them joined the 8 Great Sects. After all, the 8 Great Sects had been in the spiritual world for a long time and had a foundation. A lot of small sects thought that joining the 8 Great Sects would be safer. Naturally, there were also some sects that joined the Sea Exploring sect. There were more than a dozen small sects in total. The reason why these sects joined the Sea Exploring sect was because they were neighboring the Sea Exploring sect. They were worried that if they didn't join the Sea Exploring sect, they would immediately be attacked. At this time, the situation in the spiritual world was very clear. The Spiritual World Alliance had single-handedly occupied 60% of the land and disciples. The 8 Great Sects occupied the remaining 30% and 50% of the land and disciples. The Sea Exploring sect occupied at most half of the land and disciples. This was already a lot. This was because the 8 Great Sects weren't as strong as the Sea Exploring sect. On the other hand, the Sea Exploring sect had been very calm recently. They didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Zhao Hai just wanted to see what kind of movements the spiritual realm would make. Needless to say, the forces of the spiritual world really did make a move. First, the Spiritual World Alliance finally elected an Alliance Master and 10 Vice Masters. This might seem like a lot of Alliance Masters, but compared to the number of sects in the Spiritual World Alliance, the difference was huge. However, with the Alliance Master and the Vice Alliance Masters, the situation would be different. With the Alliance Master and the Vice Alliance Masters, they would have a unified command in the future. This was different from the past. The 8 Great Sects were also very well behaved. However, there were rumors that they were secretly forming an alliance. However, due to the current situation of the trading firm, the information they gathered was greatly reduced. Therefore, the Sea Exploring sect didn't receive any detailed information. If the 8 Great Sects formed an alliance, then the Sea Exploring sect would become the weakest force in the spiritual world. Of course, this was just looking at the surface. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He knew that whether it was the Spiritual World Alliance or the 8 Great Sects, they were all paying attention to the Sea Exploring sect. If the Sea Exploring sect were to make a move now, they would definitely be attacked crazily. Therefore, he couldn't act rashly. He could only wait. However, while Zhao Hai could wait, the people from the Spiritual Realm Alliance couldn't. The people from the Spiritual Realm Alliance were now very proud. Whether they were an alliance or not, they were now the most powerful force in the spiritual realm. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. As the most powerful force in the spiritual world, how could they not expand? Furthermore, as the leader of the Sorcerer World Alliance, it was only when he was expanding that he could unite the members of the Sorcerer World Alliance. That was the only way he could gain authority. Normally, when there was nothing going on, no one would give a damn about a leader like him. It was precisely because of this that the Alliance Master and the Vice Masters of the Spiritual World Alliance believed that the Spiritual World Alliance should expand. The target of their expansion was the Sea Exploring Sect. Why didn't they deal with the 8 great sects? It was very simple. The 8 great sects had been in the spiritual world for a long time. Over the years, the 8 great sects had accumulated a lot of power in the spiritual world. If they were to attack the 8 great sects, their momentum would be weaker by 30%. Moreover, the people of the Spiritual World Alliance were very clear that although their current force seemed to be stronger than the 8 great sects, if they were to really go against the 8 great sects, no one knew who would win in the end. The people of the Spiritual World Alliance were very clear that there were still many sects in their alliance that were flirting with the 8 great sects. If they were to really attack the 8 great sects, it would be hard to say whether those sects would help them attack the 8 great sects or help the 8 great sects attack them. On the contrary, attacking the Sea Exploring Sect wasn't such a worry. The Sea Exploring Sect was a newly emerged force. Although their momentum was very strong, the Sea Exploring Sect obviously didn't have any friendship with the other sections. Almost all the sects that they obtained were taken down by them. Even those who surrendered to the Sea Exploring Sect did so because the Sea Exploring Sect was too powerful. They weren't like the 8 great sects, who had already taken those sects under their banner. As long as they spoke, those sects would immediately surrender to them. Therefore, after some consideration, the people of the Spiritual World Alliance finally decided to attack the Sea Exploring Sect. Although they still hadn't figured out the true strength of the Sea Exploring Sect, they were confident in dealing with the Sea Exploring Sect. In their opinion, how could their alliance, which had gathered more than half of the Spiritual World Alliance, not be able to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect? Therefore, they directly targeted the Sea Exploring Sect this time. However, although the people of the Spiritual World Alliance wanted to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect, they didn't directly divide their forces to attack the Sea Exploring Sect. Instead, they targeted the forces of the Sea Exploring Sect in the South Sea. They attacked the South Sea while defending the Sea Exploring Sect in the volcanic Dragon Mountain. The reason for this adjustment was because the Sea Exploring Sect in the volcanic Dragon Mountain was behind them. Volcanic Dragon Mountain could be used as a defensive line. It wouldn't be easy for them to break through that defensive line. On the other hand, the Sea Exploring Sect in the South Sea was different. They were almost defenseless. Naturally, it was much easier to deal with them. Because of this, the Spiritual World Alliance formed an army. Then this army was divided into 3 groups. One group went to the Sea Exploring Sect in the volcanic Dragon Mountain to defend, one group went to the Sea Exploring Sect in the South Sea to attack, and the last group was to guard against the 8 great sects. Although the Spiritual World Alliance was now the largest force in the spiritual world, they were still very afraid of the 8 great sects. Because of this fear, they needed to have an army to guard against the 8 great sects. This was to prevent the 8 great sects from suddenly attacking the Sea Exploring Sect. The sects in the Spiritual World Alliance were very clear that the 8 great sects were capable of doing such a thing. This was because the 8 great sects also wanted to expand. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Sea Exploring Sect, the 8 great sects might have slowly swallowed all the other sects. The sudden appearance of the Sea Exploring Sect disrupted their plans and allowed the other sects to discover the conspiracy of the 8 great sects. Therefore, they formed the Spiritual World Alliance. However, they also knew that the 8 great sects hadn't given up, so they must guard against them. Li Yongpeng sat quietly in his large instrument. He was the sect master of the Ginseng Tree sect and also the leader of the Spiritual World Alliance. The reason why he could become the leader was that he was known for his impartiality throughout the spiritual world. Although the Ginseng Tree sect wasn't one of the 8 major sects of the spiritual world, it was second only to the 8 major sections. Moreover, if the small and medium-sized sects had any problems, they liked to ask him to come forward and mediate. Therefore, he slowly gained prestige among these small and medium-sized sections. This time, these small and medium-sized sects were going to form an alliance. He was the leader of the alliance. The large instrument of the Ginseng Tree sect was very strange. It turned out to be a big tree. It was really a big tree with roots, branches, and leaves. On this big tree, there was a wooden house. Li Yongpeng was in the wooden house. There were also a few people sitting in the wooden house. These people were all full of momentum. At a glance, one could tell that they weren't easy to deal with. They were also the sect masters of other sects in the Spiritual World Alliance. Of course, they were also the deputy leaders of the Spiritual World Alliance. At this time, a deputy leader said to Li Yongpeng, "Leader, the territory of the Sea Exploration sect is in front. It seems that they have also received the news and have opened the mountain guarding great array. Speaking of which, the people of the Sea Exploration sect are really powerful. They actually installed the mountain guarding great array in their territory in such a short time. I heard that it was the same for the volcanic Dragon Mountain. They have already installed the mountain guarding great array a long time ago." Daoist Fu is right. They didn't just install the mountain guarding great array in volcanic Dragon Mountain. As long as they occupy a territory, they will immediately install the mountain guarding great array. The people of the Sea Exploration sect are very timid. But their mountain guarding great array has just been installed not long ago. Its power shouldn't be that great, right? We now have so many large instruments. We should be able to break their mountain guarding great array very quickly. Li Yongpeng nodded and said, "It should be possible. However, we can't take it lightly. We still haven't figured out how strong the Sea Exploring sect is. Most importantly, the sects that they occupied were conquered by themselves. Although this proves that they have no relationship with those sects, it also proves that they are very powerful." Li Yongpeng nodded and said, "That's right." Daoist Fu and the others nodded. They didn't dare to underestimate the Scouring Sea sect. It could be said that the current situation of the spiritual world was due to the Scouring Sea sect. In the past, there were undercurrents in the spiritual world, but on the surface, everyone was on good terms. However, the appearance of the Sea Probing School immediately stirred up the waters of the spirit world and changed it into something else. The fact that the Sea Probing School could stir up the waters of the spiritual world wasn't just because the spiritual world was on the verge of exploding. It also proved that the Sea Probing School had the strength to stir up a storm. Li Yongpeng looked at everyone and said, "This time, we've brought more than 10 million people to attack the Sea Exploring sect. With so many people, we can definitely capture the Sea Exploring sect in one fell swoop. However, we still need to be careful. After all, we're only an alliance. It wouldn't be a good thing for any sect to lose too many disciples. If things go wrong, everyone might complain." All of them nodded. They were the sect masters of their respective sections. Naturally, they were also the deputy leaders of the alliance. They were very clear about the real situation of the Spiritual World Alliance. Although the Spiritual World Alliance was now the largest force in the spiritual world, it wasn't very stable internally. There were some who didn't agree with the deputy leaders and even Li Yongpeng as the leader. It was precisely because of this that Li Yongpeng wanted to use it against the Sea Exploration sect. Other than wanting to expand his territory and seize power, there was also another important goal, which was to divert the conflict between the two sections. He wanted to use this war to shift the internal conflict of the alliance to the outside world. He wanted to turn the internal conflict of the alliance into a conflict against the Sea Probing School. An alliance was an alliance. It couldn't be like a sect where the sect master issued an order and the people under him had to carry it out. The alliance couldn't do that. The power of the alliance's leader wasn't very great. If the sect masters under him didn't listen to him, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. After all, he had a sect behind him. If he was forced into a corner, he might run to the enemy's side. It was precisely because of this that the alliance's current situation wasn't very good. Sometimes, war could solve a lot of problems. With so many problems in the alliance, Li Yongpeng thought of a way to solve them through war. Daoist Fu and the others also understood this. They also felt that Li Yongpeng's idea was good. Therefore, they all agreed with Li Yongpeng's idea. This was the reason why the alliance sent troops to the Sea Probing School. Although they wanted to deal with the Sea Exploring sect in order to shift the internal conflict, if they caused too many losses to the Sea Exploring sect, then this shift of conflict would be considered a failure. If things went wrong, it might even increase the conflict. Because of this, Li Yongpeng had to be extra careful. Seeing that everyone agreed with him, Li Yongpeng opened his mouth and said, "Let's do it this way. Tomorrow, we'll launch a probing attack against the sea probing school. We'll see how strong their shield is. If it's very strong, then we'll be careful. If it's just average, then we'll attack with all our strength and try to take down the sea probing school as soon as possible. Everyone nodded. Li Yongping's method was very good. They couldn't find any problems with it. Therefore, they all agreed. Li Yongping looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Then I wonder which sect will be responsible for the attack tomorrow. Tomorrow's probing attack will definitely not have any casualties. Of course, the losses won't be too great. Which team do you think is suitable?" Daoist Fu and the others didn't speak. They really didn't know which team to send. This was because the sect might not agree to it. If there were any losses, then they might cause a ruckus. Li Yongping looked at them and couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, "All right, if everyone can't think of it, then I'll invite all the sect masters to have a meeting. We'll discuss it together." Daoist Fu and the others agreed this time. They didn't want to take the responsibility. It was better to have everyone discuss it together. If something were to happen in the future, then they wouldn't be blamed. However, they didn't think that as a vice sect master, if he didn't have the ability to take responsibility, then what was the point of having him as a vice sect master? Li Yongping looked at them and could only sigh in disappointment. Then, he directly invited the representatives of the other sects over. It was impossible for all the other sects to send their sect leaders to lead the troops. Some of them only sent their representatives. Of course, these representatives were all powerful elders in their sects, and their status was not low. After everyone arrived, Li Yongping looked at everyone and said, "We're already outside the Sea Exploring sect. Tomorrow, we'll launch a probing attack on the Sea Exploring sect to see the actual situation. At the same time, we'll also see how many large artifacts the Sea Exploring sect has and how strong their mountain protecting great array is. This probing attack might not have great results, but at the same time, there won't be too many losses. I wonder which sect is willing to take on this attack." Upon hearing Li Yongping's words, everyone went silent. They didn't want their own sect's disciples to take part in this mission because it was obvious that there wouldn't be any benefits and people would die. Although there wouldn't be too many deaths, every disciple was painstakingly cultivated by their sections. Any loss would cause them heartache. Therefore, they didn't want to take on this mission. Looking at them, Li Yongping's expression couldn't help but change. He then said, "Everyone, the attack on the Exploration Sea sect is an operation that all sects will participate in. In the end, we will distribute the loot according to each sect's contribution. Previously, I've already selected some people from each sect to form a monitoring group. Therefore, the members of this monitoring group will record how much effort each sect contributes during the attack. It's impossible for you to only take advantage and not suffer losses. Therefore, if everyone doesn't want to participate in this attack, then our ginseng tree sect will carry out this attack. However, the first merit will belong to our ginseng tree sect. Let me put it bluntly, if we obtain good things in the future, don't say that our ginseng tree sect took too much when we distribute the loot." When they heard Li Yongping's words, the sect's representatives were stunned. Then, their expressions changed. If the rewards were really distributed according to merit, then if they didn't contribute, then they wouldn't get anything in the end. Wouldn't they have followed in vain? The people from these sects couldn't sit still any longer. Li Yongping looked at the appearance of these people and couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. To be honest, he didn't expect these people to behave like this. Each and every one of them only wanted to take advantage and not suffer losses. If everyone thought like them, then why would they attack the Sea Exploring sect and form an alliance? Everyone should just go back to sleep and wait for others to deal with them bit by bit. Li Yongping already saw the nature of these people. However, he had no other choice. He didn't want to surrender to the Sea Exploring sect, nor did he want to surrender to the 8 great sects. Therefore, he could only be the leader of the alliance and deal with these people. Maybe he could protect himself. Otherwise, the ginseng tree sect wouldn't have any way to deal with the Sea Exploring sect or the 8 great sects. Needless to say about the strength of the 8 great sects, the strength of the Sea Exploring sect was already very shocking. Li Yongping believed that if the Sea Exploring sect were to fight with any of the 8 great sects, then the one who would lose in the end wouldn't be certain. But what was the Spiritual Realm Alliance? In Li Yongping's view, the Spiritual Realm Alliance was a big fat pig. Perhaps it was very strong. If it did not make a move, it would be quite scary. But once it made a move, he realized that it was not as strong as he had imagined. But no matter what, this pig was big enough. As long as he could get this pig to put in some effort, it would be difficult for him to pull down his opponent. So now, he could only think of ways to get them to put in some effort. Zhao Hai was calmly sitting in his room. Wen Wenhai and the others were sitting opposite him. At this time, there was no war in volcanic Dragon Mountain. Therefore, Wen Wenhai and the others also came to the South Sea. Wen Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what should we do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We won't do anything. We'll just defend and let them attack. I don't believe that the 8 great sects will be idle while we fight the Spiritual Realm Alliance here. Even if they form an alliance, I'm afraid they'll want to bite a piece of meat off the Spiritual Realm Alliance. As long as we drag the Spiritual Realm Alliance here, the 8 great sects won't just sit still. I want to see what the 8 great sects will do when they send troops to deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance." When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, can't we just send troops and destroy the Spiritual Realm Alliance? If we work together, we should be able to wipe out the Spiritual Realm Alliance in no time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. I know that if we send troops together, we'll be able to destroy them quickly. In fact, our enemies aren't them at all. But don't forget, we saw an outsider in the spiritual realm. Counting the demonic sword sage and the sword spirit realm and the demon spirit realm's law crystal, we now have 3 outsiders. Moreover, not only did we provoke an outsider, we also provoked an ascender. Ascenders have great influence on the lower realms. We can quickly occupy the spiritual realm, but what will happen in the end? In the future, I'm afraid we'll have to spend a lot more time digesting those people. If those people from the outside world or the upper realm want to deal with us, we'll have internal instability. That's why we're not in a hurry now. If the people from the Arcane Spirit Office want to play with us, then we'll play with them. I'd like to see what they can do to us." When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment. Then their expressions changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would think this far, that he had already thought of this. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to worry. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we take the spirit realm. Let's take it slowly." Wen Wenhai and the others nodded. Then Wen Wenhai said, "Boss, what do we do now? Do we wait for them to attack?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, we'll wait for them to attack. We'll wait for them to attack us." Wen Wenhai didn't say anything else. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to defend his territory while the people of the spirit race were in chaos. Once the people of the spirit race were in chaos, then they would find an opportunity to destroy the spirit race. Wouldn't this be better? As for when the Spiritual Realm Alliance would fall into chaos, what if it didn't? Actually, this was even simpler. If the Spiritual Realm Alliance didn't fall into chaos, then the Sea Exploring Sect would find a way to make them fall into chaos. The next day, the Spiritual Realm Alliance sent an army to attack them. This time, there were about 100,000 people attacking them. It was obvious that they were formed by the alliance of many sections. Among them, there were about 50 large artifacts. When Wenhai and the others saw this, they knew that the Spiritual Realm Alliance was probing them. When Wenhai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Probing us? Pass down the order. 100 myriad sword ships are to prepare and activate the formation. If they really manage to break into our protective formation, we'll use the ships to ram them." Someone immediately complied and went to prepare. At this time, the defensive formation wasn't fully opened. The giant turtle also wasn't revealed. However, the defensive formation was an illusion formation. With the addition of a shield, the Spiritual Realm Alliance couldn't see the Sea Exploring Sect. Naturally, they couldn't see the giant turtle. Originally, the defensive formation of the Sea Exploring Sect could attack the enemy before they even got close. The range was 200 li outside of the formation. As long as the enemy came within 200 li, they could attack. Moreover, there were many energy weapons that could be used to attack the enemy. It was completely guaranteed that half of the enemy would die before they even got close to the formation. However, the Sea Exploring sect didn't use these. They just set up a shield and added an illusion formation. This way, the enemy wouldn't know how powerful they were. They would think that there was still hope of breaking through the shield and continue to attack. To put it bluntly, the Sea Exploring sect was afraid that the enemy would stop attacking or run away. If that happened, their follow-up plan wouldn't be so easy to complete. The Spiritual Realm Alliance also had a lot of large artifacts. However, they were still very careful. This time, they only sent 50 large artifacts to attack the Sea Exploring sect. He waited until those large artifacts carefully flew to the periphery of the Sea Exploring sect before he discovered that the Sea Exploring sect didn't send any large artifacts to attack them. Although they didn't know what was going on, their courage slowly increased. Those large artifacts started to accelerate, preparing to attack the Sea Exploring sect's great protective array. However, just as they were about to rush in front of the Sea Exploring sect's protective shield, a row of large ship horns suddenly emerged from the shield. The large magic artifacts collided directly with the horns of the large ships. Boom! 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 After a series of loud noises, more than half of the large artifacts of the Spiritual Realm Alliance were directly hit and sunk. The remaining ones were also injured and hurriedly retreated. Although it was unknown how many large artifacts of the Sea Exploring sect were injured, they certainly wouldn't be in a good condition. Li Yongping stood on a large tree in the Ginseng Tree sect and watched the attack. When he saw that half of the large artifacts had sunk after the first attack, and the remaining large artifacts had all retreated, Li Yongping couldn't help but have a headache. Even if the people of these small sects usually had large artifacts, they would keep them in their hands like treasures. They would rarely use them. It was precisely because of this that these sects weren't very familiar with the battle tactics of large artifacts. They had suffered a big loss as soon as the battle started. This was really something that couldn't be helped. The problem wasn't how big of a loss they had suffered. They were an alliance. Yesterday, he had provoked these sects to fight. Now that they had lost so many people, it would affect the other sections. If things went wrong, the other sects wouldn't fight anymore. Thinking of this, Li Yongping couldn't help but smile bitterly. He then turned his head to the people around him and said, "Don't let the large artifacts attack anymore. Gather the supreme elders of several sects and let them attack with the power of law." The other party used a defensive formation to protect themselves, but they can't resist the power of law. If they still have large artifacts inside, I'm afraid that their large artifacts will be destroyed. We must win this round, otherwise, no one will dare to fight. The person next to him responded and immediately went to pass on the order. Before long, the supreme elders of several sects were gathered. Although there weren't many, only 20 of them, in Li Yongping's opinion, it was enough. Li Yongping then transferred some large artifacts from several sections. Then he personally led the supreme elders onto one of the large artifacts. Then he had the large artifacts slowly move forward. It didn't seem any different from before. When the large artifacts arrived about 5 li away from the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation, they began to accelerate slowly. It seems like they wanted to use these large artifacts to attack the defensive formation. However, their acceleration wasn't very fast. Especially when they were about 2 li away from the defensive formation, the speed of the large artifacts actually slowed down. But at this time, Li Yongping and the others simultaneously used their power of law to attack the defensive formation. As soon as the defensive formation of the Sea Exploring sect encountered the power of law, a big hole was directly created. Behind the big hole, one could see the large artifacts. However, these large artifacts were all hit by the power of law and were sinking. Then, Li Yongping waved his hand and the large artifacts all turned around outside the defensive formation of the Sea Exploring sect and retreated. It seemed like they were demonstrating to the people of the Sea Exploring sect. One had to admit that Li Yongping's move was very beautiful. It greatly boosted the morale of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. The army of the Spiritual Realm Alliance cheered. Wen Wenhai, who was standing inside the defensive formation, had an ashen face. To be honest, he had underestimated the enemy a little. In his opinion, the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance outside were just a bunch of filthy people. It was impossible for them to do anything to the sea exploring sect. Therefore, Wen Wenhai hadn't really taken them seriously. However, Li Yongping's move had sunk 10 of their large artifacts and injured a lot of people. He had even killed some of the sea exploring sect's disciples. How could Wen Wenhai not be angry? Wen Wenhai's face was ashen. Ding Chunming, who was standing next to Wen Wenhai, didn't look too good either. He said coldly, I didn't expect that the Spiritual Realm Alliance would have some skill. They actually came up with such a method. It seems like we really have to be more careful in the future. If anything happens, it won't be easy to explain to the young master. It's fine. This way, they will be even more convinced that they can take us down. Hee hee. Following a burst of laughter, Zhao Hai flew over from behind them and landed on the ship of the 10,000 swords. Wen Wenhai, Ding Chunming, and the others quickly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Greetings, young master. We were too careless. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. You just didn't expect the other party to use such a method. Don't worry about it. It's just a few 10,000 swords ships, we didn't lose many disciples. However, we still need to be careful in the future. Don't treat the other party as fools. It seems like the other party really wants to take us down this time. Hee hee. Interesting. The Alliance Master is a smart person. When we meet him in the future, we need to have a good chat with him. Wen Wenhai also regained his calm. The reason why he was angry was because he hadn't suffered such a big loss in a long time. Now that he suddenly suffered a loss, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Now that he's back to normal, he nodded and said, This person is indeed a smart person. I think he did this to raise morale. After all, they are an alliance, it's impossible for them to be so curious. Losing more than 20 large artifacts would have a huge impact on their morale. I think they would also want to raise their own morale, so they came up with this move. Zhao Hai nodded and said, You're right. It seems like they want to boost their morale. But if they do this, we'll have to be careful when we face them in the future. We'll have to guard against their large artifacts. That's why I said that they're smart. But it doesn't matter, we'll just change the formation to an illusion formation. I want to see how they'll break our illusion formation. If they can't break our formation, then their morale would slowly decline. If they really lose, then I think the 8 great sects wouldn't let this opportunity slip by and would certainly deal with them. Wen Wenhai nodded and said, Yes, boss. I'll immediately make the arrangements. I also want to know if they can break our illusionary formation. After he said that, Wen Wenhai turned his head and gave an order. Then he immediately had people remove the formation's barrier. At the same time, the illusion formation was also adjusted. At this time, Li Yongping returned to the army of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. He looked at the formation of the Sea Exploring Sect and suddenly discovered that the formation's barrier had disappeared. Li Yongping couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the Sea Exploring Sect's barrier would be so weak that it would be broken by him. Then he discovered that the situation of the Sea Exploring Sect had changed. Before, there was still a barrier with smoke inside, making it impossible to see what was inside. But now, the barrier had turned into a forest. There wasn't a single person inside, it was just a forest. Normally, there wouldn't be anything to look at in a forest. However, the appearance of this forest made people feel strange. Li Yongping was very clear that it was impossible for this place to be a forest. Even if there was a forest before, it should have been destroyed. But now, there was a forest, an intact forest. Most importantly, there wasn't a single person from the Sea Exploring Sect in this forest. Illusion formation. The formation techniques of the spiritual realm were a bit better compared to the spiritual realm. Therefore, people were able to see that this was an illusion formation. Li Yongping looked at the illusion formation and couldn't help but knit his brows. Generally, illusion formations wouldn't be used on a large scale. This was because the larger the formation, the easier it would be to have flaws. And once there are flaws in the formation, it would be very easy for people to break it. Because of this, the range of an illusion formation wasn't large. Li Yongping had never seen an illusion formation with such a large range. Illusionary killing array. This is definitely not an illusionary killing array, but an illusionary killing array. Li Yongpeng said as he looked at the sea exploring sect's array. Li Yongpeng was also an array Dao expert. He had sensed a trace of killing intent from the sea exploring sect's array, which was why he had said this. The people standing beside Li Yongpeng were stunned when they heard Li Yongpeng's words. Then, Li Yongpeng said, I really didn't expect that the people from the sea exploring sect would be so formidable. They actually managed to set up an illusionary killing array. How impressive. The person standing beside Li Yongpeng was stunned when he heard Li Yongpeng's words. Then, he said, Alliance Master, how can you be so sure that this is an illusionary killing array? Why can't I see it? Li Yongpeng glanced at them and said, It's good that you can't see it. This sort of illusionary killing array is very difficult to set up. Moreover, its lethality is also very formidable. It's one of the most difficult arrays to break. Everyone was stunned. Then, one of them said, Then what do we do? Alliance Master, do we have a way to break this illusionary killing array? Li Yongpeng said, The illusionary killing array isn't that easy to break. If you don't understand the illusionary killing array, you won't be able to break it. It seems like we've really met our match this time. The people around fell silent. Then, Li Yongpeng ordered, All right, let's retreat for today. Wait for us to make some preparations before we think of a way to break this illusionary killing array. Everyone agreed. However, some of them looked unconvinced. Li Yongpeng knew that there were a lot of people who weren't convinced by him. However, he didn't care. It would be great if those who weren't convinced by him dared to fight. He would let them have a taste of the power of the illusionary killing array. Li Yongpeng knew how powerful the illusionary killing array was. It was filled with killing intent. Those who didn't understand the illusionary killing array would be entering the gates of hell. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing in the illusionary killing array. When he saw that the people from the Spiritual Realm Alliance had retreated, he was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but smile and said, I didn't expect to really meet the other party this time. Looking at their reaction, they should have recognized that our array is an illusionary killing array. Therefore, they didn't dare to attack. Haha. Interesting. Very interesting. Wenhai, you didn't suffer a loss. If I had met him, I would have suffered a loss too. When Wenhai smiled bitterly and said, Boss, don't make fun of me. This is the first time I've suffered a loss like this. Although the loss wasn't big, it wasn't a small loss. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He knew what Wenhai was thinking. Wenhai was angry because he lost in the intelligence competition. Zhao Hai didn't care about those losses. With the strength of the sea exploring sect, those losses were nothing more than a drop in the ocean. They simply didn't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Spiritual Realm Alliance and said, Don't worry about them, just watch them. Go back and rest. If they can really break our illusion formation, then I would like to meet the person who broke it. If he joins my sea exploring sect, then I'll have him join the magic formation hall. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Spiritual Realm Alliance. When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, Boss, are you admiring talents again? However, if he can really break our illusionary killing formation, then he really is qualified to enter our sea exploring sect's formation hall. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Let's go back. We'll play with them here. Don't worry too much about it. The group nodded. Then they left some people to watch while the others turned around and went back. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he called Wenhai, Ding Chunming, and the others over. Then he looked at the group and said, Have the firm bring me the details of the alliance's new leader. I want to see what kind of person he is. Ding Chunming nodded and said, I want to see what kind of person he is. When Wenhai nodded, then he said, Boss, what if the 8 great sects don't make a move for a while and just want to see us suffer? What should we do then? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Then we'll show them that both sides suffer. When that time comes, the 8 great sects will make their move. If they don't make their move, then we'll just eliminate them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Then we'll show them that both sides suffer. At that time, the 8 great sects will act. Li Yongpeng followed the group back to their camp. Then everyone went to Li Yongpeng's treehouse. Although the treehouse was small, it was only relatively speaking. In fact, the treehouse wasn't that small. Everyone could still hold a meeting inside. However, compared to the other large artifacts, the treehouse was considered small. Li Yongpeng looked at everyone and said, "Today, when we fought with the sea exploring sect, we lost 1 and 1-1. It can be considered a draw. But in general, we still had some advantages. Although they defeated us in the first round, they also lost some of their large artifacts. But on the second day, we won. However, this doesn't mean anything. Compared to our battle with the sea exploring sect, this battle is just a small matter." The sea exploring sect also understood this point, so they changed their defensive formation into an illusory killing formation. Li Yongpeng paused for a moment before continuing, "When I was young, I wandered around the spiritual world and inadvertently obtained a formation inheritance from ancient times. This formation inheritance mentioned the illusory killing formation. The illusory killing formation is a combination of illusory and killing formations. Its main illusory and auxiliary killing formations. It's a very powerful formation in ancient times. But it's very difficult to break this formation because it's very difficult to set up and even harder to break. In the spiritual world, I'm afraid that only a few people can set up the illusory killing formation, and even fewer people can break it. Even I can't do it. Those who can break the illusory killing formation are usually from the major sections. I don't know if there's anyone in our alliance who can do it, but I'd like to ask, which sect has a formation expert who can break the illusory killing formation? Please ask him to come immediately. Alliance Lord, is it true that the illusory killing formation is so powerful? Could it be that you're afraid and don't dare to attack them? Is that why you exaggerated the illusory killing formation?" A sect master suddenly said. Li Yongpeng glanced at the other party. The other party was the sect master of the Golden Arrow sect. The Golden Arrow sect was good at using metal attribute spells, and metal attribute spells were known for their offensive power. In addition, the Golden Arrow sect was considered a mid-level sect. He had always been unconvinced by the Ginseng Tree sect. Now that Li Yongpeng had become the Alliance Lord, although this was agreed upon by most of the sects, he was still unconvinced. Li Yongpeng glanced at the other party and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Jean, what are you talking about? I'm leading people to attack them directly today. I'm not afraid of them. However, this illusory killing formation is really powerful, so we have to be careful. I don't believe it. Tomorrow, I'll take my disciples to try it out and see if the illusory killing formation is as strong as you said. I hope the Alliance Lord will agree." Li Yongpeng glanced at Sect Master Jean and said, "Sect Master Jean, I'm not joking, nor am I exaggerating. The illusory killing formation is really powerful. If you go, you might be trapped in the formation. It won't be too late for you to go in after we think of a way to break the formation. There's no need for that, Alliance Leader. Just take it as me testing the illusionary killing array for everyone. Tomorrow, I'll bring my disciples to test the illusionary killing array and see how strong it is. At that time, everyone will be able to think of a way to break it." Sect Master Jean didn't like Li Yongpeng, so the more Li Yongpeng didn't let him go, the more he wanted to go. Li Yongpeng looked at Sect Master Jin's appearance and impatiently turned to the other vice sect masters and said, "What do you think?" "I think it's better to wait. When the array formation experts of the various sects arrive, we'll think of a way to break the illusory killing formation. Then, it won't be too late to deal with the sea exploration sect." The other Vice Alliance Masters didn't really believe Li Yongpeng's words either. Taoist Master Fu said, "Alliance Lord, I think we should let Sect Master Jean give it a try. Just treat it as a test of the illusory killing formation." The other vice leaders also nodded. Li Yongpeng looked at these people, his killing intent flashed. However, he didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I'll ask Sect Master Jean to give it a try tomorrow." When Sect Master Jean heard Li Yongpeng's agreement, he said, "All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll take my disciples to try out the illusory killing formation of the sea exploration sect." Li Yongpeng didn't say anything else. He was happy that Sect Master Jean wanted to throw his life away. He simply didn't care. Therefore, he said, "All right, I wish Sect Master Jean a victory." Sect Master Jean could also hear the dissatisfaction in Li Yongpeng's words. However, he didn't care. He just smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Li Yongpeng looked at Sect Master Jin's appearance and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He then looked at everyone and said, although Sect Master Jin wants to break the formation, we still need to make some preparations. Each sect master, please invite all your experts. Also, if any sect masters have any tools to break the formation, please take them out. This time, our Spiritual Realm Alliance and the Sea Exploration Sect are going to have a life and death battle. We can't afford to be careless. If we really suffer a loss, the people of the 8 great sects will pounce on us. Therefore, everyone must be careful. Everyone nodded. They agreed with Li Yongpeng's words. What Li Yongpeng said was right. This time, the battle between them and the Sea Exploration Sect was related to the life and death of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. If they were really defeated, the people of the 8 great sects wouldn't let go of this opportunity and would certainly come to deal with them. At that time, if the Sea Exploration Sect was added as an enemy, then their situation wouldn't be good. Therefore, they must use the shortest time possible to take down the Sea Exploration Sect. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Not only did they have to take it down, they also couldn't afford to lose too much. Otherwise, they would give the 8 great sects an opportunity. Therefore, the sects couldn't hide anymore. If they had any good things, they would take it out and use it. Sect Master Jin calmly sat on his sect's large artifact. His sect's large artifact was very special. It was shaped like a bow and arrow, not like a sword. This made it unique in the entire spiritual world. Their sect's magical treasures didn't have any special characteristics other than their incredible speed. In the world of magical spiritualism, there was no sect whose large-scale magical treasures were as fast as theirs. Because of that, their large-scale magical treasures were very famous in the world of magical spiritualism. Although Sect Master Jin didn't get along with Li Yongpeng, he wasn't a reckless person. Now that he was about to attack, he was very careful. Li Yongpeng said yesterday that the illusory killing formation was mainly made up of illusions while killing was secondary. In other words, once they enter the formation, they would fall into an illusion. Therefore, they must be prepared in advance. Sect Master Jin turned to a disciple beside him and said, pass down the order to all the arrows. Prepare the directional needles. There must be no mistakes. If something goes wrong after entering the formation, all arrows are allowed to break through. The disciple nodded and immediately went to pass down the order. Before long, the order was passed down. They used small transmission formations to pass down the order, so the speed was very fast. When Sect Master Jin found out that all the arrows were ready, he opened his mouth and said, let's go. With that, the golden arrow under his feet flew straight towards the Sea Exploring Sect's illusionary killing array. At this moment, when Wenhai was standing on the myriad sword ship. He was about 10 li away from the illusionary killing array. This was the Sea Exploring Sect's tactic. Once an enemy enters the illusionary killing array, they would fall into an illusion. 10 li was enough for them to be attacked several times. When the time comes, they would directly attack these people, and they would be dead for sure. This time, when Wenhai really didn't dare to underestimate these people. Yesterday, they had suffered a loss. Today, they didn't want to suffer a loss again. Meanwhile, Sect Master Jin and the others were about to enter the illusion array of the Sea Exploring Sect. When Wenhai glanced at the large artifacts of Sect Master Jin and the others and told Ding Chunming, who was standing beside him, "Old Ding, did you see that? There is such a large artifact. Speaking of which, this thing is really fast." The large artifacts of the Golden Arrow sect were very peculiar. They were in the shape of a huge arrow with a sharp tip at the front and feathers at the back. The center of the arrow was hollow and could fit a person inside. However, the impact of such a large arrow was very strong and difficult to deal with. Ding Chunming said in a deep voice, such a large artifact, in addition to being fast and having a strong impact, its other main aspects aren't very good. However, this is enough. I think that we can get a few of these artifacts in the future. If we use them to attack the enemy, it would be very good. When Wenhai nodded and said, yeah, if we use it to attack the enemy, it would be very good. At this time, the golden arrow had already rushed into the illusion array of the Sea Exploring Sect. Sect Master Jin's expression was solemn as he turned his head to look at the directional needle installed inside the golden arrow. This directional needle was actually similar to a compass. However, its function was completely different. This directional needle was actually divided into two parts. One was a directional disc while the other was a directional needle. The directional disc was a special disc array. When it was installed in a place, it would emit a special energy that would attract the directional needle. The directional needle would then point towards the directional disc array. This way, no matter where the disciples of the Golden Arrow sect were, they would be able to follow the directional needle and return to the directional disc array. This was the use of the directional needle. All of the golden arrows of the Golden Arrow sect were equipped with directional needles. The directional disc array was installed in a place that they had chosen in advance so that they wouldn't get lost. Before Sect Master Jean and the others entered the Sea Exploring Sect's illusory killing array, they had already installed the directional compass in the camp. This way, even if they were in the illusory killing array, they could still follow the directional compass and return to the camp. Naturally, they would be able to escape from the illusory killing array. It was precisely because of this guarantee that Sect Master Jean dared to enter the illusion array of the Sea Exploring Sect and dared to challenge Li Yongpeng. Now that they had entered the illusion array of the Sea Exploring Sect, Sect Master Jean couldn't help but look at the directional needle. When he saw the directional needle, his expression changed. This was because the directional needle was now spinning rapidly without any intention of stopping. He had never encountered such a situation before. Sect Master Jean said, "Stop, stop." The golden arrow slowly stopped. Sect Master Jean stared at the directional needle and discovered that the directional needle was still spinning, as if it couldn't find the target at all. Upon seeing this, Sect Master Jean immediately said, "Quick, contact the other arrows and see what their directional needles look like. Quick." A disciple immediately responded and directly used the transmission array to contact the other arrows. However, there was no reply for a long time. Sect Master Jean was stunned. Then, he immediately said, "Contact them and see what's going on. Why aren't they replying to us?" At the same time, he also looked outside. In the middle of the golden arrow, there were windows on both sides. The windows were inlaid with crystals that allowed them to see the outside. In the middle, there was a little protrusion that allowed them to see the situation in front of them. Sect Master Jean was now looking outside through the protrusion. However, he found that the surroundings seemed to be a forest. There was nothing else. Just now, they had bumped into a few big trees, but they didn't feel any vibration. In other words, the big trees they had bumped into were all fake. They weren't real trees. At this moment, Sect Master Jean saw a snow-white beam of energy shooting towards their golden arrows. This beam of light was very thick, just like a sharp white sword. This caused his expression to change, but he also knew that it was impossible for him to dodge. This was because the beam of light was simply too fast. Soon, Sect Master Jean watched helplessly as the white beam of light pierced the golden arrow. But then the energy beam disappeared. Nothing happened to the golden arrow. It turned out to be an illusion, not a real energy beam. Sect Master Jean was relieved at first. But then his expression became more dignified. To be able to create such a realistic illusion, one could see how powerful this illusion formation was. At this time, Sect Master Jean discovered that a myriad sword ship of the Sea Exploring Sect had appeared in front of them. The ship was rushing straight towards them. Upon seeing this, Sect Master Jean immediately said, "Quick, move forward. Full speed ahead." Although Sect Master Jean thought that it might be an illusion, he didn't dare to bet on it. If the myriad sword ship was real, then if they just stood there and let the ship crash into them, then they would be injured. Therefore, he didn't care if the ship was real or not. Even if it was an illusion, he could still break it. Sect Master Jean thought that he had found a way. He directly let the golden arrow hit the ship. In his opinion, as long as all the illusions were broken, the Sea Exploring Sect wouldn't have any chance to attack them. Then there was nothing to be afraid of in this illusion formation. Sure enough, it was as Sect Master Jean had thought. The myriad sword ship was also an illusion. It was simply fake. When they collided with the myriad sword ship, they directly passed through the hull of the myriad sword ship. Sect Master Jean let out a sigh of relief. Then he said, "Pay attention and move forward at full speed. I don't believe that we can't break through their illusion formation with the speed of our golden arrow. Full speed ahead." The disciples of the Golden Arrow sect responded and then rushed forward with all their strength. At this time, several beams of light shot towards the Golden Arrow. Sect Master Jean shouted, "Activate the Golden Arrow shield. Don't care about the energy beams. Just charge forward." The disciples responded. The Golden Arrow immediately lit up with a golden shield. At the same time, they ignored the energy beams and rushed forward with all their strength. It didn't take long before the energy beams hit the Golden Arrow. The first two energy beams were illusions, but when the third energy beam hit the Golden Arrow, a boom was heard. Then the Golden Arrow shook, and the energy shield on the Golden Arrow dimmed a lot. Then, the fourth energy beam hit the arrow. The arrow shook again and the energy shield dimmed a lot. Then, the fifth, sixth and seventh energy beams hit the Golden Arrow. When the seventh energy beam hit the Golden Arrow, the energy shield on the Golden Arrow was completely shattered. Sect Master Jin's face turned ugly. However, he didn't have any other choice. He could only rush forward. Just as he was still rushing forward, two 10,000 swords ships suddenly appeared beside their golden arrows and collided with them in the middle of the golden arrows. When he saw this, Sect Master Jin's face changed. The center of the golden arrow was the weakest spot. If they were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, it was too late for him to do anything. This was because the two myriad sword ships were too close to the golden arrow. The golden arrow simply couldn't avoid them. However, the first myriad sword ship was an illusion. After colliding with the golden arrow, it directly passed through it. However, the second myriad sword ship was real. Sect Master Jean heard a loud explosion. Then, the golden arrow was hit by the myriad sword ship and was split in two. At this time, many disciples of the Golden Arrow sect died from the collision. The other disciples were also sent flying out of the Golden Arrow. Naturally, Sect Master Jean was the same. The Golden Arrow was broken in two and couldn't be used anymore. If they stayed inside the Golden Arrow, they would fall to the ground along with it. When Sect Master Jean and the others came out, they were immediately attacked by energy beams. There were even flying swords that appeared and attacked them. Some of these energy beams and flying swords were real while some were fake. However, regardless of whether they were real or fake, you couldn't see them with your eyes. Even if you used your spiritual force to sense them, you still couldn't sense them. You could only block them regardless of whether they were real or fake. However, even with Sect Master Jin's strength, it was impossible to block all of these attacks. Before long, all of them were injured. Sect Master Jean looked at the seemingly endless energy beams around him with an unsightly expression. Most of the disciples who had come with him had already died. The remaining ones were all here. Sect Master Jean knew very well that this couldn't go on. If this went on, they would all die here. Therefore, he shouted, "Scouring the Sea Sect is a coward. You don't dare to fight me head-on. You only know how to use arrays to deal with me. Truly a coward." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice was heard. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. I really didn't expect that you would actually dare to challenge me. Very well, as you wish." Then, Sect Master Jean felt the surrounding scenery change. He discovered that not far ahead, there was a myriad sword ship of the Scouring. The Sea Sect. There were a few people standing on the myriad sword ship. These people were all quietly looking at Sect Master Jean. Sect Master Jean looked at these people and said, "People of the Scouring the Sea Sect, do you dare to come out and fight me?" Wen Wenhai looked at Sect Master Jean and smiled faintly. Then, he turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Old Ding, do you want to fight this round or should I? Let's take care of him and save him the trouble of shouting over there." Ding Chunming glanced at Sect Master Jean and sneered. "With his strength, he won't even be able to withstand a single blow from me. You do it." Wen Wenhai wasn't angry. He knew that if they really fought, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming only knew one law, which was the law of power. However, his strength was publicly acknowledged as the second strongest in the entire Scouring the Sea Sect. Of course, the first was Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was only natural that Ding Chunming didn't want to fight. When Wenhai glanced at Sect Master Jean and said solemnly, "All right then, I'll take this round." After saying that, his figure moved and appeared in front of Sect Master Jean. He looked at Sect Master Jean and said, Sect Master Jean, right? Please. Sect Master Jin's expression changed when he saw that Luo Yunyang didn't take him seriously. Then, he said, alright, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Sect Head Jean waved his hand and a golden arrow appeared in his hand. He pointed the arrow at Wen Wenhai and said, come. When Wen Wenhai saw Sect Master Jin's expression, he immediately said, Sect Master Jean, since you've already reached this point, why don't you surrender to our Scouring Sea sect? As long as you do that, we definitely won't make things difficult for you. Furthermore, we can even allow you to preserve your Golden Arrow sect's legacy and pass it down. What do you think? Stop dreaming. You think your Sea Exploration sect can make our Golden Arrow sect surrender? Our Golden Arrow sect will never surrender. Don't waste your time. When Wenhai looked at Sect Master Jean and said solemnly, Sect Master Jean, is there really no room for discussion? How about this? Why don't we use this battle as a wager? If you lose, you'll take your Golden Arrow sect members and surrender to our Scouring Sea sect. If you win, I'll let your Golden Arrow sect members leave and we definitely won't make things difficult for you. How about that? Sect Master Jean was stunned when he heard Wen Wenhai's words. Then, he turned his head and looked around. Finally, he said, other than us, where are the other disciples of our Golden Arrow sect? Wen Wenhai said, they're dead. Do you think those disciples are as strong as you? If it weren't for you, your group would all be dead. Sect Master Jin's eyes turned red when he heard Wen Wenhai's words. You killed my Golden Arrow sect's disciples and you still want me to surrender? Dream on. Wen Wenhai looked at him and said, you can't say that. I killed your Golden Arrow sect's disciples because they were our enemies. Is there a need for us to show mercy to our enemies? I'm giving you a chance to surrender now because I want you to surrender to our Scouring Sea sect. If you don't surrender, it won't just be you. Everyone in your Golden Arrow sect will die and the legacy of your Golden Arrow sect will be severed. Do you really want that to happen? Ha ha ha. You want to sever the legacy of my Golden Arrow sect? Stop dreaming. Even if I die, the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance will still exterminate you all. When Wenhai looked at Sect Master Jean and said, the person who will exterminate my Scouring Sea sect hasn't even been born yet. Do you really think your motley crew of Spiritual Realm Alliance can do it? I'm not mocking you, but I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. Come on, let me see how strong a man like you who refuses to surrender is. After saying that, when Wenhai moved and a long saber appeared in his hand. He pointed the long saber at Sect Master Jean. Sect Master Jean looked at Wen Wenhai and said, alright, let me see how strong you are. After saying that, he pointed the golden arrow in his hand forward and a golden light shot towards Wen Wenhai. Wen Wenhai's eyes narrowed. Sect Master Jean actually used the power of law. It seemed like Sect Master Jean really wanted to take his life. However, Wen Wenhai wasn't someone to be trifled with. The long saber in his hand slashed forward, and a white light flew out. The white light and the golden light immediately collided with each other. With a bang, the two lights completely disappeared. However, the shockwave spread in all directions, making everyone's clothes fly up as if they were blown by a strong wind. When Sect Master Jean saw Wen Wenhai blocking his power of law, he stared. Then he snorted and waved the golden arrow in his hand. Countless golden arrows appeared around him and shot towards Wen Wenhai. When Wen Wenhai saw the golden arrows, he couldn't help but faintly smile. Then he waved the long saber in his hand as a bright white energy surrounded him. Therefore, the arrows that were shot towards him were all blocked by the white energy. Then Wen Wenhai's figure moved and rushed towards Sect Master Jean. On the other hand, Sect Master Jin's figure moved as he retreated. At the same time, the golden arrow in his hand moved forward. Then another golden arrow appeared in front of him and shot towards Wen Wenhai. Wen Wenhai raised his long saber and blocked the arrow. However, he quickly discovered that there was another golden arrow behind the golden arrow. Wen Wenhai coldly snorted as he raised his long saber and rushed forward. Wen Wenhai knew that Sect Master Jean wanted to use these arrows to slow him down. However, Wen Wenhai wasn't going to stop just like that. Instead, he increased his speed. These arrows simply had no effect on him. At this point, when Wenhai understood that although the golden arrow in Sect Master Jin's hand looked like a melee weapon, it wasn't. The golden arrow wasn't a melee weapon at all, it was a staff. It's just that the shape was different. When Sect Master Jin saw that this move was useless against Wenhai, he coldly snorted. Then his figure flashed to the side, creating a distance between him and Wenhai. Then he waved the golden arrow in his hand. Suddenly, a giant arrow appeared beside him. This giant arrow had a diameter of more than 10 meters. Then Sect Master Jin waved his hand and the giant arrow shot towards Wenhai. Wenhai looked at the giant arrow shot by Sect Master Jin. Then he waved his long saber and chopped down. A loud explosion was heard as the golden arrow was chopped to the ground by Wenhai. However, Wenhai also stopped. It was clear that the power contained in the arrow was very strong. Wenhai looked at Sect Master Jin. Sect Master Jin sneered, then he loudly said, "How does it taste? Have a taste of my metal storm." Then Sect Master Jin waved his hand. Suddenly, countless metal boomerangs appeared around him. After these boomerangs appeared, they immediately shot towards Wenhai. The boomerangs spun. Although their speed wasn't very fast, they were still very difficult to deal with. Moreover, these boomerangs were all revolving around Wenhai. Although Wenhai didn't let them get close, the boomerangs were getting stronger and stronger. Upon seeing this, Wenhai couldn't help but sneer, "You want to deal with me with this level of skill? You're still far from it." After he said that, he fiercely thrust his sword forward. His sword seemed to have turned into a huge magnet as it sucked all the boomerangs in the surroundings towards his sword. The boomerangs were all pierced through by his sword, just like skewers of meat being skewered on his sword. Then Wenhai threw the boomerangs on his saber. Then his figure moved as he rushed towards Sect Master Jin. Sect Master Jin waved his hand as a large sword appeared beside him. After this sword appeared, it slashed towards Wenhai. However, Wenhai's figure flickered as he dodged the sword. In the next moment, he appeared beside Sect Master Jin. The long sword in his hand slashed towards Sect Master Jin. Sect Master Jin was taken aback. However, one could see that he wasn't completely incapable of close combat. The golden arrow in his hand shot towards Wenhai. The speed of this attack was very fast, and the power behind it wasn't small either. However, Wenhai was a veteran of hundreds of battles. He had seen all kinds of situations. How could he be pierced by this arrow? Wenhai's saber knocked against the golden arrow, causing it to deviate. Then his saber slashed towards Sect Master Jin's body. Pfff. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed as Sect Master Jin was cut in half by Wenhai's blade. Although his body was very strong, Wenhai's energy had destroyed all of his vitality. He directly fell from the sky and died. Wenhai put away his saber and coldly looked at the people of the Golden Arrow sect. Then he said, "I'm just playing with him. He really thinks that he's my opponent. Are you willing to surrender?" Wenhai's last sentence was directed towards the disciples of the Golden Arrow sect. When the disciples of the Golden Arrow sect heard Wenhai, they couldn't help but look at each other. Then a few disciples directly threw down their weapons and said, "We're willing to surrender." However, there were still some who didn't. Wenhai looked at those who didn't throw down their weapons and said, "What's wrong? You don't want to surrender?" The disciples of the Golden Arrow sect looked at Wenhai. Then one of them said, "Elder, if we surrender, can we still be disciples of the Scouring Sea sect?" Wenhai nodded and said, "Of course. If you surrender, you'll be disciples of the Scouring Sea sect. You'll receive the same treatment as the disciples of the Scouring Sea sect. How about it?" When the disciples heard Wenhai's words, they immediately threw down their weapons and said, "We're willing to surrender." They had no choice but to surrender. Their sect master was killed, and the other party was holding a saber to decide whether they would surrender or not. If they didn't surrender, then they would die. If they didn't want to die, then they could only surrender. Seeing that they had all surrendered, Wenhai waved his hand and said, "Take them away and clean up the battlefield." The disciples of the Scouring Sea sect immediately complied and took the people away. At the same time, they began to clean up the battlefield. Some of the large artifacts on the battlefield had to be taken away, and then sent to Mount Fire Dragon to be broken down again. They would be able to obtain a lot of good materials. Now, Wu Ming and the others could already break down more than 50 kinds of materials. After the people of the Golden Arrow sect surrendered, Wen Wenhai turned to look at the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. The people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance were also looking at them. When Wen Wenhai fought with Sect Master Jean, the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance were able to see it. Because of Wen Wenhai's illusory formation, the scene of the battle was magnified. Therefore, the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance were able to see Wen Wenhai kill Sect Master Jean and the Golden Arrow sect surrender. Li Yongpeng looked at the situation of the illusory formation. When he saw the Scouring Sea sect's illusory formation turn into a forest, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, "The Scouring Sea sect's illusory formation is stronger than I imagined. It seems like it's really hard to deal with." Upon hearing Li Yongpeng, Daoist Fu couldn't help but ask, "Alliance Master, are you saying that Sect Master Jean isn't dead? That was just a trick made by the illusory formation to deceive us? So that we can save Sect Master Jean and the others?" Li Yongpeng shook his head and said, "No, the scene just now was real. Sect Master Jean was really killed. The Scouring Sea sect did this to show us that Sect Master Jean and the others are dead. The reason why I said that the illusory formation is hard to deal with is because it can magnify the situation of the battle. This is something that ordinary illusory formations can't do. From this point, it can be seen that the other party's illusory formation is very strong and difficult to deal with." Daoist Fu's expression turned ugly. He looked at Li Yongpeng and said, "So Sect Master Jean is really dead? He was killed by the Scouring Sea sect? But why didn't Sect Master Jean stay in the large artifact? Why did he come out and fight with the Scouring Sea sect?" Li Yongpeng glanced at Daoist Fu and said, "Their large artifact must have been destroyed, so they had no choice but to come out. The disciples of the Golden Arrow sect are also injured. It seems like the Scouring Sea sect has already attacked them with an illusory formation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. It seems like the Scouring Sea sect is really hard to deal with." Daoist Fu didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the Scouring Sea sect's Feng Ji and said, "I really didn't expect Sect Master Jean to die like this. What will happen to the Golden Arrow sect in the future? Without Sect Master Jean, they only have 2 Supreme Elders left. It seems like we have to inform the Golden Arrow sect." Li Yongpeng sighed and said, "I'll have to trouble Daoist Fu to inform them. I've always been at odds with the Golden Arrow sect. If I inform them, the people of the Golden Arrow sect might think that I want to kill Sect Master Jean. Daoist Fu, please help me explain this matter." Daoist Fu nodded but didn't say anything. In the conference hall of the Spiritual Realm Alliance, Li Yongpeng was sitting on the leader's seat. He glanced at the representatives of the various sects and said, "I'm sure everyone is aware of what happened after the Golden Arrow sect's battle today. The image of sect leader Jean being killed on the illusion array of the Sea Exploring sect should be real. What do you all think?" Everyone went silent. Li Yongpeng tried to stop Sect Master Jean several times before, but Sect Master Jean didn't listen. Now that Sect Master Jean was killed, no one could be blamed for it. It could even be said that Li Yongpeng didn't have any merit. However, the death of a sect master was very damaging to their morale. Moreover, they didn't know how to deal with the illusion array of the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, no one spoke up. Li Yongpeng looked at them and said, "Everyone knows about the current situation, so I won't say anything more. Tell your formation experts to come here as soon as possible. If you have any artifacts that can break the illusion formation, it's best to take them out. If we don't break the illusion formation, we won't be able to defeat the Sea Exploring sect." Everyone nodded. They now believed Li Yongpeng's words. Although the Golden Arrow sect's Golden Arrow sect was a very special large-scale artifact with obvious advantages and disadvantages, it wasn't easy to keep all of them in the illusion formation. Moreover, Sect Master Jean was a Taisheng elder-level expert who had comprehended the power of law. Yet, he was still killed by someone. This was truly shocking. They didn't dare to underestimate this illusion-killing array anymore. Li Yongpeng looked at everyone and said, "When the formation experts of the various sects arrive, we'll think of a way to break the illusion formation. Then we'll attack the Sea Exploring sect. Right, I wonder what's the situation at Volcanic Dragon Mountain. Is there any news? Daoist Fu replied, this poor Daoist has been in contact with that place. There's really nothing going on there. Fire Dragon Mountain has always been very safe. The Sea Exploring sect hasn't come out to attack. I suspect that the Sea Exploring sect has already transferred their main forces here. Fire Dragon Mountain doesn't have any troops left. When Li Yongpeng heard Daoist priest Fu, his eyes lit up as he said, this is interesting. What do you think if we attack Volcanic Dragon Mountain? If the Sea Exploring sect doesn't have many soldiers left at Fire Dragon Mountain, we might be able to take it. When Daoist Fu and the others heard Li Yongpeng's words, their eyes lit up. Then, Daoist Fu said in a deep voice, that's a good idea. Sect Master, I think you should send a letter to Jin Yuan and the others and tell them to attack. The Jin Yuan that Daoist Fu mentioned was a deputy alliance leader of the Spiritual World Alliance. He was a monk, and Jin Yuan was his Dharma name. He was currently in charge of the Spiritual World Alliance's army at Mount Volcanic Dragon. Li Yongpeng nodded and said, in a while, I'll send a letter to Grandmaster Jin Yuan and have them attack Volcanic Dragon Mountain. Let's see if there are any troops from the Sea Exploring sect there. I think that no matter how strong the Sea Exploring sect is, it's impossible for them to have more troops than us. If they don't have any troops from the Sea Exploring sect, then we might be able to break in. At that time, the Sea Exploring sect might send some troops to rescue them. Everyone's eyes lit up as they nodded. Then Li Yongpeng said, all right, let's adjourn. Let's wait for the formation experts of the various sects to arrive. Once we return, we shouldn't lower our guard. The Sea Exploring sect has fewer people compared to us. They might launch a night attack. We need to be on guard against them. Everyone nodded before they withdrew. After everyone left, Li Yongpeng immediately sent a letter to Jin Yuan. He wanted Jin Yuan to lead the Spiritual World Alliance to attack Volcanic Dragon Mountain. This was to test the strength of the Sea Exploring sect. Jin Yuan and the others didn't oppose Li Yongpeng's proposal. In fact, they were very happy. Because they were close to Volcanic Dragon Mountain, they were sent here to guard against the Sea Exploring sect's army. If the Sea Exploring sect doesn't attack from here, then they wouldn't have any contribution. But if they attack, then it would be different. If they can defeat the Sea Exploring sect and capture Volcanic Dragon Mountain, then their contribution would be huge. Moreover, in Jin Yuan's opinion, the possibility of this happening was very high. One must know that the Sea Exploring sect's attention was now focused on the South Sea. It was hard to say how many troops they could leave behind in Volcanic Dragon Mountain. If they leave a small number of troops behind, then they would be able to capture Volcanic Dragon Mountain. Jin Yuan's Spiritual World Alliance's army was made up of more than 20 sects. In total, it was an army of more than 2 million people. They were under Jin Yuan's command along with several vice leaders. Jin Yuan and the others were actually dissatisfied with Li Yongpeng's decision to divide the army. This was especially true when they were placed here. This was because there was no war in Volcanic Dragon Mountain. Naturally, there wouldn't be any contribution. If there was no contribution, then there would be no benefits. Naturally, they wouldn't be happy. However, there was no other way. These sects were relatively close to the Sea Exploring sect. Because of this, they naturally came here. Since Li Yongpeng said so, nobody could say anything. Now that Jin Yuan heard that they could fight, he immediately invited the representatives of the other sects. Then he announced this matter in front of everyone. The representatives of the other sects were also very happy. Jin Yuan looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, all right, I've told everyone about this matter. Although the Sea Exploring sect's army is now in the South Sea, and there might not be many troops in Volcanic Dragon Mountain, we still need to be careful. What do you think? Everyone nodded. Then one of them opened his mouth and said, Alliance Lord, Volcanic Dragon Mountain was taken by the Sea Exploring sect before the Southern Sea. I think that they're placing more importance on this place than the Southern Sea. But don't forget that the Western Deity sect and the Kunshan sect are experts in refining artifacts and alchemy. These are all things that they need. Therefore, they wouldn't give up on this place. Therefore, they must have left an army here. I'm afraid that our attack won't be easy. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan and the others nodded. They weren't fools, they immediately understood what the person said. Fire Dragon Mountain was a treasured land. Between the Kunchen sect and the Western deity sect, one was proficient in refining tools, while the other was proficient in alchemy. These two things were needed by cultivators, especially in times of war. Because of this, the Xianxia sect wouldn't give up on this place. They would rather give up on the South Sea than give up on this place. Thinking about this, the excitement on Jin Yuan's face couldn't help but weaken. Then Jin Yuan looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, tell me, if we were to fight, how would we be able to take this place down?" The sect master who spoke before said, "Alliance Lord, I'm just testing the waters. I think the Sea Exploring sect should be very nervous about this place. If we attack them, they would certainly send some troops to reinforce this place. This way, the South Sea would be easier to fight. Moreover, as long as we make a big commotion, the Alliance Lord wouldn't know what we're doing here. What do you think?" Jin Yuan looked at the sect master who spoke. This sect master was called Yurini, the sect master of the Daoi sect. The Daoi sect was just a small sect, but this small sect was very popular. Yurini used to have some prestige in these small sections. Although he wasn't a vice alliance lord, everyone had a good impression of him. In other words, he was a smooth and slick person. Jin Yuan also had a good impression of him. Now that he heard Yurini, Jin Yuan's eyes lit up. Then he looked at the others and said, "What do you think? What do you think of Reni?" Everyone nodded. Then another vice alliance lord said, "Reni's words make sense. However, I think that we should launch a probing attack first. If the Sea Exploring sect doesn't have enough troops to defend this place, then it's not impossible for us to take them down. After all, the merit of holding them back isn't as great as the merit of taking down the Sea Exploring sect. Moreover, if we take down Volcanic Dragon Mountain, then we might be able to make a small profit. The two sects in the Volcanic Dragon Mountain should have a lot of good things." Jin Yuan nodded and said, "Alright, then it's decided. Let's launch a probing attack first. Then we'll look at the situation before making a decision. I think the first attack should be 200,000 people. 200,000 people isn't a lot, but it's also not a small number. We can test the strength of the Sea Exploring sect in Volcanic Dragon Mountain. What do you think?" Everyone nodded. Then Jin Yuan said, "Alright, we'll assemble the army today and attack tomorrow. 200,000 people and 100 large artifacts. I think the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation is pretty good. If we don't send enough large artifacts, then I'm afraid we won't be able to break through the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation." Naturally, no one objected. They also saw the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation. It was a fiery red shield. Although they didn't attack the sect, the shield looked very thick. Therefore, they couldn't afford to be careless. If they couldn't even threaten the shield, then the other party wouldn't care about them. Naturally, they wouldn't pay attention to them. They wouldn't even be able to pin down the enemy. Seeing that no one objected, Jin Yuan immediately dismissed the meeting and had everyone prepare. Jin Yuan was different from Li Yongpeng. He didn't send people from his sect to act alone. Instead, he selected people from the various sects to form an alliance of 200,000 people. Then they would attack the Sea Exploring sect. At the same time, everyone else would follow behind. They wanted to see the strength of the Sea Exploring sect. If the Sea Exploring sect's strength wasn't enough, then their army would attack. If the Sea Exploring sect was very strong, then the others could only make a big fuss and act as a restraint. Therefore, only by understanding the Sea Exploring sect's strength could they decide what to do next. This was the key. The army quickly arrived near the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation. Seeing the fiery red barrier, Jin Yuan ordered, "Attack." 100 large artifacts directly rushed towards the Sea Exploring sect's barrier. When they were about 2 li away from the barrier suddenly burst into flames. The temperature of the flames was very high. The cultivators on the large artifacts couldn't bear it and immediately retreated. Although they retreated, their faces were blistered and their hair was burnt. Ordinary cultivators weren't afraid of fire. Of course, this was referring to ordinary flames. Cultivators had shields, and their bodies were very strong. Because of this, ordinary flames were simply useless to them. but now, the fire made them feel very scared. The temperature of the fire was too high. The barrier on their bodies was broken in an instant, and they also suffered some light injuries. Fortunately, these injuries were only light injuries. After eating some medicine to force out the fire poison, they quickly recovered. Although their injuries were fine, they didn't know what to do. Their attack ended just like that. They didn't even reach the edge of the barrier before they were forced back. What should they do now? Jinyuan was standing on a large artifact. His artifact looked like a huge vajra with thorns on both sides. It looked very strange. However, Jinyuan's expression wasn't very good. He looked at the others and said, "I didn't expect the sea exploring sect's barrier to be this strong. I didn't expect the flames to be this strong. Does anyone have any methods to deal with them?" Everyone was silent for a moment. They didn't have any good ideas because they were forced back when they were still 2 miles away from the barrier. Fortunately, their large artifacts weren't fast. Otherwise, they would have rushed into the bonfire. If they couldn't break the barrier, then they would have been cremated. But Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do, but he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. Zheng Yuan looked at everyone and frowned. "If we really don't have any way to attack, then I'm afraid we won't even be able to contain them. However, it seems like attacking won't be easy. Within 2 li of the barrier, there should be a restricted area. Once we get there, we'll be attacked. It seems like we can only attack from 2 li away. It's impossible for the large artifacts of the various sects to withstand the fire for a long time. Therefore, we can't use our large artifacts. Why don't we use talismans or spells to attack? If that doesn't work, then we can use law power to attack." Hearing Zheng Yuan's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they all nodded. This was a good idea. The large artifacts of each sect were all very precious. If they really lost some of them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, each sect was reluctant to lose them. But Zheng Yuan's method of attack not only wouldn't damage the large artifacts, it would also reduce the risk to the minimum. Naturally, they were happy to do so. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zheng Yuan continued, "If you want to break the barrier, then it's not good if everyone's attacks are too scattered. It's best if we concentrate our attacks in one place and use the same technique. This way, we'll be able to better display the power of the technique. Everyone, gather together and attack the barrier with your own sect as a unit. Then, under the command of one person, everyone will attack at the same time. It's best if several sects cooperate and attack the same spot. After one sect finishes attacking, another sect will immediately attack, without any pause in between. Understood? Do you understand?" "Yes, Alliance Lord. I'll immediately give the order." Someone immediately responded and then went to give the order. The representatives of the various sects didn't oppose Zheng Yuan's arrangement. Zheng Yuan's arrangement could indeed pose a threat to the sea exploring sect's barrier. However, as for how big the threat would be, that would depend on the situation. Before long, the 200,000 people responsible for attacking the sea exploring sect's barrier once more. This time, their speed was even slower. When they were 2 li away from the barrier, all the large artifacts stopped. The cultivators stopped as well. Then they divided themselves into groups according to their sections. Then each sect selected a person to give the order to attack the sea exploring sect's barrier using techniques and talismans. All kinds of techniques were sent towards the sea exploring sect's barrier. This time, there were no flames on the barrier. However, the barrier didn't react at all when the techniques hit it. It was as if they were scratching an itch. This was very surprising. After attacking for a day, there was still no effect. They didn't even see anyone from the sea exploring sect. This made Zheng Yuan and the others feel disheartened. When they returned to the camp, Zheng Yuan gathered the people of the various sections. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has seen today's attack. It's basically useless. We didn't even see anyone from the sea exploring sect. It seems like they're very confident in their barrier. Everyone, what do you think we should do tomorrow?" Everyone thought for a moment before Yurini said, "Alliance Lord, we didn't see anyone from the sea exploring sect today. This can only mean 2 things. First, they're confident in their barrier. Second, they don't have many people here. At this point, Urini paused for a moment before he continued, Alliance Lord, it's impossible for the sea exploring sect to give up on Volcanic Dragon Mountain. Therefore, they must have left some people to guard the mountain. However, we've been attacking for a whole day. Although the results weren't very good, if the sea exploring sect had a lot of people, then they wouldn't just let us attack. Now that they haven't sent anyone, it can only mean that they don't have a lot of people here. Jin Yuan said solemnly, I also know that this is our chance, but the problem is that we can't break their shield. Even if we have a chance, it's useless. Urini said, Alliance Lord, how is it useless? Since they didn't come here to check, this is our chance. It's impossible to damage their shield with ordinary techniques, but we can use law energy. Invite the supreme elders of the various sects and have them attack the sea exploring sect's shield with law energy. As long as we can break the sea exploring sect's shield, we can rush in and attack. Moreover, in addition to law energy, we can also use large artifacts to attack. All of our large artifacts have shields. We can arrange some people in the large artifacts. These people don't need to do anything else, they just need to add a few more shields to the large artifacts. This way, the large artifacts will be able to withstand the flames. For a while. Then, we can use the large artifacts to attack the sea exploring sect's shield. Sooner or later, we'll be able to break the sea exploring sect's shield. When Jin Yuan heard this, he nodded and said, Your idea is very good. Using law energy to attack or adding shields to the large artifacts are all good methods. How about this, we'll gather a batch of formations from the various sections. These formations must be boundary formations and defensive formations. Then, we'll install these defensive formations on the large artifacts and attack the sea exploring sect's shield. What does everyone think? Everyone nodded. Then Jin Yuan said, Tomorrow, we'll attack like today. But at the same time, the various sects must send us their formations. This way, we can paralyze the enemy. Alright, let's take a rest. We'll continue the attack tomorrow. Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. They had to return to their sects and transfer some formations to prepare for tomorrow's attack. They weren't worried at all. Today, they didn't see anyone from the sea exploring sect. Just like Urini said, the sea exploring sect might not have any troops here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to not send troops to guard this place. As long as they can break through this place, they would be able to capture the Volcanic Dragon Mountain. They heard that the sea exploring sect had built a large city in the Volcanic Dragon Mountain. If they can really capture that place, then they'll be rich. It was precisely because of this that everyone was very happy. They began to prepare for the attack on the sea exploring sect. The next morning, the people of the various sects woke up. After having their breakfast, the army began to head towards the sea exploring sect's barrier. However, they discovered that an army had already arrived inside the barrier. Although the number wasn't a lot, only about 100,000 or so, it was still people who had arrived. However, Jin Yuan and the others weren't surprised. In their opinion, it was normal for the sea exploring sect to come. If they didn't come today, then it would be abnormal. However, this time, the sea exploring sect only sent 100,000 people. This proved that they didn't have many people here. As long as they break through the shield, then they can directly eliminate these people. After thinking about this, the people from the various sects became excited. Even when they attacked, they were filled with excitement. This made Jin Yuan very happy. Although he was the deputy alliance lord, it was impossible for him to keep his word. If the sects didn't contribute, then even if he had a good idea, it would be impossible for him to do anything to the sea exploring sect. Now that the people from the various sects were so excited and putting in so much effort, then there was hope for them to capture the sea exploring sect. Naturally, Jin Yuan was happy. However, today, they only came to paralyze the sea exploring sect. Therefore, their attack was just like yesterday. They used techniques to attack the sea exploring sect's shield. Because it was useless, the people from the sea exploring sect didn't fight back. They just looked at them from inside the shield. Although they were far away, the people from the Spiritual Realm Alliance felt that the sea exploring sect's people were looking at them as if they were a group of fools. However, the people from the Spiritual Realm Alliance didn't care. In their opinion, the people from the Sea Exploration sect were the real fools. They were just trying to deceive the people from the Sea Exploration sect. Once they attacked, the people from the Sea Exploration sect would know how powerful they were. In this incomparably harmonious atmosphere, another day passed. Jin Yuan looked at the people standing in front of him and said, "The Alliance is currently at war with the Sea Exploring sect. Our group received orders to attack the enemies in Volcanic Dragon Mountain as much as possible. It would be best if we could eliminate them. However, the enemy's formations are very powerful. You are all formation masters of your respective sects, so I'll give you 2 tasks. The first is to arrange defensive formations on the large artifacts of your sects, increasing their defensive capabilities. The second is to study the flaws of the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formations. It would be best if we could find the flaws in their formations so that we can eliminate them. Can you do this? Can you do it?" "Yes. Alliance Lord, please rest assured. We will do our best to find the flaws in the Sea Exploring sect's formations and eliminate them," a cultivator said loudly. Hearing this, Jin Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll take action now. You guys follow the large artifacts and set up the defensive formations. Then we'll charge into the formation. Go." Those people responded, then turned around and left. After they left the room, they went straight to the various large artifacts. Then, they immediately set up the formations that they brought. After they finished setting up the formations, the various large artifacts rose into the air and rushed towards Volcanic Dragon Mountain. The others followed them and flew towards Volcanic Dragon Mountain. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation. The large artifacts immediately charged towards the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation. This time, their charge was very fast and didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The large artifacts were filled with cultivators. These cultivators were ready to reinforce the large artifacts at any time. Soon, these artifacts arrived within 2 li of the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation. The defensive formation of the Sea Exploring sect immediately burst into flames. Then a large fire started burning the formation. Jin Yuan and the others were nervously looking at the large artifacts. They wanted to see if their plan would succeed. Under their watchful eyes, the large artifacts crossed the distance of 2 li in the blink of an eye and directly reached the protective shield. In the process, the protective shield of the large artifacts had already been broken. Fortunately, there was still one more layer left. However, under the impact of so many large artifacts, the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation didn't have any effect. When the large artifacts rushed towards the defensive formation only shrank a little before bouncing back. Just as the large artifacts were about to withdraw from the Sea of Flames, countless fire dragons suddenly appeared on the defensive formation. These fire dragons roared and directly entangled the large artifacts, making them unable to withdraw. Then, another layer of the defensive formation of the large artifacts was broken. At this time, the cultivators on the large artifacts hurriedly added more defensive formations to the large artifacts. However, the defensive formations they added wouldn't last long. Even if they added more defensive formations to the large artifacts, the defensive formations wouldn't last long. Very soon, the large Dharma artifacts turned into balls of fire. Miserable shrieks could be heard coming from the balls of fire. It was obvious that the people on the large Dharma artifacts were done for. Jin Yuan and the others had ashen complexions as they looked forward. Although there weren't a lot of people who died this time, the miserable screams were like hands slapping their faces, causing them to feel incomparable pain. Jin Yuan's face was ashen as he shouted, "Gather all the supreme elders of the various sections. Hurry!" Following Jin Yuan's order, the supreme elders of the various sects immediately gathered. Their faces were all ashen, because some of the disciples who had died before were also from their sections. How could they not be angry? Jin Yuan didn't waste any time. He immediately shouted, "Let's go up and use the power of laws to attack the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation. I don't believe that the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation can block our attack." Everyone nodded. They were all stifled with anger. They also wanted to break the Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation and attack it with all their might. They wanted to kill all the disciples of the sea exploring sect. Soon, they flew to a place about 2 miles away from the sea exploring sect's defensive formation. Then, everyone used their power of laws to attack the sea exploring sect's defensive formation. Streaks of nomological law power struck the protective barrier, causing holes to appear on the sea exploring sect's protective barrier. Seeing this, Jin Yuan and the others were very happy. They had been helpless against the sea exploring sect's defensive formation for the past few days. Now that they finally have a way, they were naturally happy. However, their happiness only lasted for a moment. Soon after, they saw that the holes that they had created were quickly burning. Then, the holes disappeared one by one. Seeing this, Jin Yuan and the others were stunned. One must know that they had just used the power of laws. They were very clear that the power of laws was very useful in breaking a sect's defensive formation. Moreover, a sect's defensive formation would be broken as long as it had a hole. However, the sea exploring sect's defensive formation didn't break. Instead, it slowly recovered. This was too strange. Jin Yuan's complexion was ashen as he ordered everyone to attack again. However, just like the first attack, although the barrier was riddled with holes, it quickly recovered. Seeing this, Jin Yuan had no other choice but to give the order to retreat. Inside the defensive formation, the number of sea exploring sect members didn't increase. There were still 100,000 of them. However, they seemed to be watching a show. They just stood there and didn't make any movements. When Jin Yuan saw the appearance of the sea exploring sect, he couldn't help but snort. Then he retreated. He was really angry today. He now understood that the sea exploring sect was mocking them. After returning to the camp, Jin Yuan immediately summoned the representatives of the various sections. At the same time, he also called the formation masters of each sect. After everyone was present, Jin Yuan looked at the formation masters and said, "Everyone, do you have anything to say? Have you found a way to break the defensive formation of the sea exploring sect?" The formation masters looked at each other before shaking their heads. They really couldn't find a way to break the formation. This was because the sea exploring sect's defensive formation seemed to be invulnerable. They really didn't know how to break it. At this time, the spirit cultivators of the South Sea also attacked the sea exploring sect's illusory killing formation. However, this time, there were a lot of formation masters following the attack. They were prepared to understand the illusory killing formation of the sea exploring sect before breaking it. However, they quickly retreated because the illusory killing array was too powerful. Those who entered the illusory killing array quickly lost contact with them. The others didn't dare to enter the illusory killing array anymore. At the same time, the various sects used all their formation-breaking artifacts. However, they still couldn't do anything to the illusory killing formation. The formation was still the same, it didn't seem to be affected at all. Upon seeing this, Li Yongpeng couldn't do anything. He immediately retreated to the camp and held a meeting to study how to break the illusory killing formation of the sea exploring sect. Jin Yuan and the others had no way to break the formation of the sea exploring sect. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a solution. In the end, Jin Yuan had no choice but to dismiss the meeting. Jin Yuan really didn't have any good methods right now. They had already used all the moves they could use, but none of them worked. This made them really speechless. Jin Yuan didn't know what to say. Jin Yuan was also very impatient. He thought that they did a good job, but in the end, this was the result. He really didn't know what to do. However, Jin Yuan didn't care too much about this situation. After all, they weren't the main attackers, they were just cooperating. The main battlefield was still the South Sea. Because of this, Jin Yuan decided that if they couldn't break the sea exploring sect's barrier, then they would make their momentum bigger. Tomorrow, their 2 million people would rush to the sea exploring sect's barrier and attack it. If they could break the barrier, then that would be the best. If they couldn't, then it wouldn't matter. In any case, Li Yongpeng and the others wouldn't be able to say anything if they were to attack it. Jin Yuan was now very curious. He really wanted to know what the formation of the sea exploring sect was made of. It could actually defend such a large area. One must know that the sea exploring sect occupied a large area. However, their defensive formation was able to cover the entire area. This was too astonishing. While Jin Yuan was thinking about this, it was already midnight. Just as Jin Yuan was about to rest, he suddenly heard a burst of battle cries. Then, the battle cries became louder and louder. In the end, it became an earth-shattering battle cry. Jin Yuan was startled. He immediately rushed out of his room. But as soon as he rushed out, he was dumbfounded. This was because the sky was filled with the sea exploring sect's 10,000 sword ships. Their numbers completely exceeded their imagination. Moreover, there were also countless cultivators from the sea exploring sect. These people were currently heading towards their camp. Their numbers were much more than the number of people in their camp. Upon seeing this, Jin Yuan was taken aback. He immediately thought of a situation. The sea exploring faction had blocked Li Yongping's attack in the South Sea. They wanted to attack the entire Spiritual Realm Alliance from here. All along, they had thought that the South Sea was the main focus of the Sea Exploring Faction Alliance. They did not expect that the Sea Exploring Faction Alliance was just a feint. This was their main target. While Jin Yuan was thinking about this, the other cultivators of the Spiritual Realm Alliance also arrived. They came out of their rooms and saw that the Sea Exploring Sect's army had already arrived. Moreover, it was a huge army. This made them panic. Even if they were cultivators, they still panicked. It was inevitable that there would be deserters from the various sections. When a deserter appeared, it would drive the people around him. Soon, countless deserters would appear. And when these people fled, it would drive the entire army into chaos. In the end, the entire army was in complete chaos. Jin Yuan wanted to maintain the order in the beginning so that these people would turn around and resist. However, he soon discovered that this was impossible. These people were now scared out of their wits. They simply couldn't resist. Therefore, he could only follow them and run. In this way, overnight, the army that the Spiritual Realm Alliance placed in Volcanic Dragon Mountain to fight against the Sea Exploring Sect actually dispersed. Some disciples simply didn't know where they went. Many people didn't even notice that they didn't encounter many attacks. In other words, the Sea Exploring Sect didn't send a lot of people to attack them this time. On the other hand, the person who organized the attack on the Sea Exploring Sect was Long Dingtian. Long Dingtian was also sent here by Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard that Fire Dragon Mountain was being attacked, he immediately sent Long Dingtian over. The battle here was completely under Long Dingtian's command. This included the first day where they didn't send anyone and the second day where they only sent 100,000 people. Even tonight's attack was under Long Dingtian's command. However, Long Dingtian only ordered the Sea Exploring Sect's army to pressure the Spiritual Realm Alliance's army. He ordered them to shout kill, but he didn't order them to actually kill. Long Dingtian had his reasons for doing this. He believed that the Spiritual Realm Alliance's people would definitely flee in the face of such a large army. If they didn't chase after these people, they would think that the Sea Exploring Sect used an illusion to deceive them. In fact, the Sea Exploring Sect didn't have that many troops. This way, they would have the courage to continue fighting with the Sea Exploring Sect. This was also a way to numb the enemy. Sure enough, it was as Long Dingtian had expected. When the Sea Exploring Sect's army pressed forward, those fellows were really afraid and fled. The army of 2 million people was really defeated. Under such circumstances, Long Dingtian and the others didn't even need to make a move and directly defeated the enemy's army. Facing such a situation, Long Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but wonder if they could directly flatten the Spiritual Realm Alliance if they were to attack with all their strength. The next day, everyone in the Spiritual Realm knew that the Sea Exploring Sect's army had directly defeated the Spiritual Realm Alliance's army. This matter also shook the entire Spiritual Realm, especially the various sects of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. They were even more flustered. They suddenly discovered that the Sea Exploring Sect's army seemed to be able to drive straight into Volcanic Dragon Mountain and directly flatten the entire territory of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Even Li Yongping and the others were affected. The people of the various sects of the Spiritual Realm Alliance all had the intention to retreat because they were worried that their sects would be attacked. Seeing this situation, Li Yongping was also very impatient. Although he wanted to organize the various sects of the Spiritual Realm Alliance to counterattack, he was very clear that if he organized these people now, not only would he not get any benefits, but it would also arouse the dissatisfaction of these sections. In the end, he could only let these people retreat and think of other ways to deal with the sea exploring sect. This time, the various sects of the Spiritual Realm Alliance dealt with the sea exploring sect. It could be said that they had a strong start but a weak finish. They didn't achieve anything and just left the matter unsettled. This also showed that the Spiritual Realm Alliance wasn't a successful organization at all. Therefore, before the Spiritual Realm Alliance could think of a way to deal with the sea exploring sect, the 8 major sects took action together. The 8 major sects directly attacked the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Almost all the sects that they attacked surrendered at the sight of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Only a few of them resisted. This made the Spiritual Realm Alliance very dangerous. At this time, the sea exploring sect naturally didn't stay idle. They also sent troops from the South Sea and Volcanic Dragon Mountain to capture several sects of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. The Spiritual Realm Alliance originally had more than 100 sections. But now, nearly half of them were gone. In the end, only about 50 sects were still resisting. The remaining sects also knew that if they didn't resist, they would really be finished. Therefore, the people of these sects immediately gathered together to discuss how to resist. The place where they gathered this time was the Ginseng Tree sect. Li Yongping still had prestige, so everyone could only count on him as the alliance leader of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Li Yongping looked at the sect leaders of the various sects and sighed. Everyone, our Spiritual Realm Alliance has now reached a very dangerous level. To be honest, I really don't want to see this situation. But now that it has happened, we have to find a way to solve it. But this is also an opportunity for our Spiritual Realm Alliance. Li Yongping looked at the group and said, although our Spiritual World Alliance was an alliance, we couldn't be considered as a whole because of the location of the sections. But now, it's different. The remaining sects are now united. This way, we can mobilize our troops and fight as one. Zhao Hai nodded and said, our Spiritual World Alliance is an alliance. But because of the location of the sects, we couldn't be considered as a whole. Our Spiritual World Alliance was divided by the 8 sections. But now, it's different. When everyone heard what Li Yongping said, they were stunned at first. Then, they immediately reacted. This was really the case. Although the Spiritual Realm Alliance was an alliance in the past, the 8 major sects actually divided them because of the location of the sections. Therefore, when the 8 major sects attacked them, they couldn't concentrate their forces to deal with the 8 major sects. This was because the 8 major sects had too many places to attack. They could even attack the center of the Spiritual Realm Alliance from all directions, making it impossible for them to organize an effective defense. However, the current situation was different. Now that the Spiritual Realm Alliance's territories were connected, the remaining sects' territories were united. Although their territories were less than half of their original size, they were still connected. This way, they could concentrate their forces and set up defenses at the borders of their territories. For them, this wasn't a bad thing. Li Yongping looked at the excited people and said, in the past, the territories of the 8 major sects and the sea exploring sect didn't border each other. Therefore, they didn't have any conflicts and could deal with us. But now, it's different. The territories of the 8 major sects are now connected to the sea exploring sect's territory. Whether it's the 8 major sects or the sea exploring sect, they aren't easy to deal with. In the past, they could attack us if they wanted to expand their territory. But now, they can only attack other sects if they want to expand their territory. This is definitely a good thing for us. As long as they fight, we don't have to worry about them anymore. Everyone nodded. In the past, between the sea exploring sect and the 8 major sects, the territories of the 8 major sects and the 8 major sects weren't close to each other. Naturally, the territories of the 8 major sects were close to each other. However, there were still some sects in other directions that could be invaded. However, things were different now. Apart from 2 of the 8 great sects and the Sea Exploration sect that bordered the territory of the Sea Exploration sect alliance, the remaining sects no longer border the territory of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. In other words, the number of enemies the Spiritual Realm Alliance was facing had increased from 9 to 3. Li Yongping continued, what we need to do now is not to attack anyone, but to defend. As long as we defend well in 3 aspects, then we don't have to worry about anything. I think the most dangerous one is the sea exploring sect. This is because the strength of the sea exploring sect seems to be stronger than the 8 major sects. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. This time, the 8 major sects and the sea exploring sect attacked the Spiritual Realm Alliance together. However, the 8 major sects benefited the most. On the other hand, the sea exploring sect didn't benefit much from this operation. Moreover, the status of the 8 major sects in the spiritual realm was deeply rooted. Now that they had gained the support of so many other sects, their strength was absolutely formidable. But now, Li Yongpeng said that the sea exploring sect was stronger than the 8 major sects. This really surprised everyone. They didn't understand why he would say this. Li Yongpeng glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I believe that everyone is aware of the situation of the 8 great sections. Although we may not be able to fully understand the 8 great sects, we have a rough understanding of them. However, we do not know the strength of the sea exploring sect. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that everyone should not forget that the sea exploring sect has some kind of relationship with the Gold Spirit Trading Company. All this while, we seem to have overlooked this matter. The Gold Spirit Trading Company used to be a faction that was even stronger than the 8 great sections. If the sea exploring sect is not a faction created by the Gold Spirit Trading Company, it is likely that they have a cooperative relationship with the Gold Spirit Trading Company." Upon hearing Li Yongpeng's words, everyone reacted. Wasn't it true? The strength of the sea exploring sect and the Gold Spirit Trading Company was very powerful. If these 2 forces were to join forces, then their combat power would really surpass the 8 major sects. While Li Yongpeng was speaking, a voice suddenly came from the sky. "Everyone from the Spiritual Realm Alliance, I'm Zhao Hai. I request an audience." As soon as they heard this voice, Li Yongpeng and the others were stunned. Then, their expressions changed. They were now in the Ginseng Tree sect. The Ginseng Tree sect was fully prepared for this conference. There were even disciples guarding outside. But now, they didn't hear any alarm, yet Zhao Hai was allowed to enter the Ginseng Tree sect. How could this not surprise them? Li Yongpeng's expression changed. Then, he moved and flew out of the hall. The others quickly followed. When they arrived outside the hall, they saw 3 black spots in the sky. The 3 people were standing there while the disciples of the Ginseng Tree sect stood motionless below. It was obvious at a glance that they had been restrained. Li Yongpeng looked at the disciples, then he looked at the 3 people in the sky and said, "Sect Master Li Yongpeng, please forgive me for not going out to meet you. I hope you can forgive me. May I know why Sect Master Li Yongpeng came to the Spirit Realm Alliance today?" Zhao Hai stood in the air with Xinquang and Che Rong behind him. When he heard Li Yongpeng's words, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he said, "Zhao Hai greets Alliance Master Li. I heard that you were discussing how to deal with us, so I came to listen." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Yongpeng and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. They really didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so bold as to come here. They also didn't expect Zhao Hai to say such words after coming here. Zhao Hai's words were equivalent to falling out with them. Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Zhao, why do you have to deceive us? What's your purpose? Please speak frankly." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, I came here to talk to you." "I don't know if I can?" Li Yongpeng said in a deep voice, then, "Sect Master Zhao, please." He wanted to see if Zhao Hai dared to come down. One must know that there were dozens of sect masters gathered here. In addition to the supreme elders of the Ginseng Tree sect, there were a lot of experts here. As the sect master of a hostile force, Zhao Hai would be in danger if he came down. Zhao Hai smiled slightly. With a move, he led Xinquang and Che Rong to Li Yongpeng and the others. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Zhao Hai greets everyone." Li Yongpeng and the others were silent for a moment. They really thought that Zhao Hai would dare to come down. If it were them, they wouldn't dare. Just this point alone made them admire Zhao Hai. Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao, please." Zhao Hai cupped his fists again. When he put his hands down, the disciples of the Ginseng Tree sect could immediately move again. However, all of them looked at Zhao Hai with unkind expressions. Zhao Hai ignored them and followed Li Yongping into the hall. Then, Li Yongping arranged a seat for Zhao Hai and invited Zhao Hai to sit down. After Zhao Hai sat down, Li Yongping looked at the others and said, "We just said that the strength of the Exploring Sea sect might be stronger than the 8 great sects. We have to focus on defense. Does anyone have any opinions on this?" When everyone heard Li Yongping, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Li Yongping would actually discuss this matter. It was as if Zhao Hai didn't exist. Even Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he smiled faintly, as if he didn't take this matter seriously. He just sat there quietly. Of course, Li Yongping did this on purpose. He wanted to see how Zhao Hai would react after hearing this. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai's reaction would be so calm. Now that he saw that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he continued, "Right now, our spiritual realm alliance is facing 3 enemies. One is the Exploring Sea sect, and the other 2 are the Violent Wind sect and the Deep Earth sect of the 8 great sects. The Violent Wind sect and the Deep Earth sect border the territory of our spiritual realm alliance. They are the 2 sects that are most likely to attack us. I think everyone knows about these 2 sections. Alliance Masterly, can you allow me to say something?" Zhao Hai's voice suddenly sounded. Li Yongping stared blankly for a moment before he rejoiced inwardly. However, he didn't show any reaction on his face. He just turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao, please speak your mind." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "In fact, the Spiritual Realm Alliance is currently facing 2 enemies. One is our Sea Exploring sect while the other is the alliance of the 8 major sects. The 8 major sects have already formed an alliance. Moreover, they have also reached an agreement, which is the Land Exchange Agreement. The 8 major sects would send troops together to take over the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Then they would use the Land Exchange Agreement to divide the Spiritual Realm Alliance's territory and then deal with our Sea Exploring sect. In fact, our Sea Exploring sect and the Spiritual Realm Alliance have a common enemy. However, our Sea Exploring sect doesn't have any plans to attack the Spiritual Realm Alliance." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Actually, the Spiritual Realm Alliance and the Spiritual Realm Alliance have a common enemy." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Yongping's expression changed. Li Yongping looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Where did Sect Master Zhao Hai hear this from?" Zhao Hai replied, "I bought this information from the Gold Spirit Trading Company." Li Yongping looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, is this information true? Did the 8 major sects really join forces?" An alliance of the 8 major sects was the situation that Li Yongping didn't want to see the most. If it was true, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai replied, "There's no need for this one to deceive Alliance Masterly. The 8 major sects have indeed joined forces. However, they have already set their sights on the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Although they aren't prepared to deal with our Sea Exploring sect, I'm very clear that once they deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance, they will deal with our Sea Exploring sect next. Therefore, I came this time to cooperate with the Spiritual Realm Alliance to deal with the 8 major sects." Li Yongping had already forgotten about the idea of leaving Zhao Hai aside. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I wonder how the Sea Exploring sect is going to form an alliance with us." Zhao Hai replied, "It's very simple. Our Sea Exploring sect and the Spiritual Realm Alliance will form an alliance from today onwards to deal with the 8 major sects. The territories of the 8 major sects are now bordering the territories of our volcanic Dragon Mountain. We can dispatch troops from there to deal with the 8 major sects. As for our territories in the South Sea, I guarantee that we won't expand from today onwards and won't make a move against the Spiritual Realm Alliance. In the future, we will deal with the 8 major sects together. What do you think?" Li Yongping pondered for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, this matter isn't something that I can make a decision on my own. You should know that the Spiritual Realm Alliance is an alliance. I can't make a decision on my own. We need to discuss this matter before making a decision. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, that's not a problem. I came here this time for this matter. Sect Masterly, you can discuss this matter as much as you want. We won't disturb you any longer. If you agree, then you can send someone to deliver a letter to me." If you don't agree, then that's fine too. We will still make a move against the 8 major sects. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist towards Li Yongpeng and the others before turning around to leave. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, Li Yongpeng and the others stared. Then one of them stood up and said, Zhao Hai, where do you think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, I came here today to discuss the alliance with you. I'm going back to wait for your reply. What's wrong? Do you want to make a move against me? So what if I make a move against you? Don't forget that this is our territory. Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly, you're right, this is your territory. However, I'm a messenger. If you make a move against me, that's the same as making a move against a messenger. It won't sound good. I don't care if it sounds good or not. As long as we keep you here, the Sea Exploring sect will have no leader and won't be a threat to us. At that time, the 8 major sects will make a move against your Sea Exploring sect and not us. Moreover, what you said just now sounded good. You want to form an alliance with us to deal with the 8 major sects together. But who knows if you'll deal with us after dealing with the 8 major sects? I don't see any benefits in this alliance. No benefits? Dealing with the 8 major sects together is the biggest benefit. If the 8 major sects really destroy our Sea Exploring sect and then turn around to deal with you, can you stop them? You said that after dealing with the 8 major sects, our Sea Exploring sect will deal with you. I'm afraid that after dealing with the 8 major sects, you'll turn around to deal with me. If you don't want to form an alliance, then forget it. Do you really think that our Sea Exploring sect is afraid of you? When the sect master heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, I want to experience your strength, Zhao Hai. After saying that, his figure moved and he waved the staff in his hand. A bright light shot towards Zhao Hai. He used the power of law. It seems like he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the person and sneered. Then he flicked his finger and a rune flew out. The rune collided with the power of law. In the end, both the rune and the power of law disappeared. Then Zhao Hai flicked another rune towards the sect master. The sect master wanted to dodge the rune, but he didn't expect the rune to turn around and hit him. The sect master's expression changed. He immediately waved his law and another bright light shot towards the rune. However, the rune turned around and dodged the light. It hit the sect master's body and sent him flying. The sect master lay on the ground motionlessly. The light that hit the rune was aimed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there and didn't move. The rune hit him and disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the sect master lying on the ground. Then he coldly snorted and said, the matter of the spiritual realm alliance isn't something you can decide. I'll wait for your answer. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll seal your cultivation for 3 days. If there's a next time, you won't be so lucky. After saying that, Zhao Hai led Xinquang and Che Rong out of the hall and disappeared. Li Yongpeng and the others naturally heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and the sect master. They didn't think that the sect master would be a match for Zhao Hai. Moreover, they didn't think that the battle would end so quickly. When Zhao Hai left, they reacted and immediately went to the sect master's side. The sect master was lying on the ground. His face was pale and his eyes were wide open. It was clear that he could still hear people talking but he couldn't move. Li Yongpeng couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he wanted to save the sect master. But in the end, he discovered that he couldn't do it. They couldn't break the seal on the sect master. In the end, Li Yongpeng had no choice but to send the sect master to the guest room while the others stayed in the hall. After everyone sat down, Li Yongpeng looked at them and said, everyone heard what Zhao Hai said. I want to hear everyone's opinion. What do you think about what Zhao Hai said? Everyone was silent for a while. After some time, a cultivator opened his mouth and said, Alliance Lord, Zhao Hai is right. If the 8 great sects were to join forces, then whether it is us or Sea Exploring sect, we wouldn't be their match. Therefore, it is normal for Sea Exploring sect to join forces with us to deal with the 8 great sects. Li Yongpeng nodded, then he said, everyone heard the conversation between sect master Jing and Zhao Hai. His worries aren't unreasonable. If we join forces with the Sea Exploring sect to deal with the 8 great sects, then there's no guarantee that the sea exploring sect wouldn't immediately turn around to deal with us. What do you think? Alliance Lord, I actually think that what Zhao Hai said just now makes sense. If they want to turn around to deal with us, then we might as well turn around to deal with them. If we can really eliminate the 8 great sects, then with our strength, can't we deal with the sea exploring sect? The reason we can't take down the sea exploring sect now is because we have to divide our forces to deal with the 8 great sects. If we can deal with the 8 great sects, then we can concentrate our forces to deal with the sea exploring sect. I don't believe that we can't deal with the sea exploring sect by then. But if you can think of this, then the sea exploring sect should be able to as well. If they can think of this, why would they still want to cooperate with us? They have no choice. Even if the sea exploring sect is stronger than any of the 8 great sects, can they be stronger than an alliance of the 8 great sects? If they don't cooperate with us, then the 8 great sects will deal with us. If we really lose, then the 8 great sects will gather all their forces to deal with them. I'm afraid they won't be able to stop them. But I've always been worried about the sea exploring sect. I always feel that they are more dangerous than the 8 great sects. That can't be helped. Although the sea exploring sect is very dangerous, they have shown goodwill to us and want to form an alliance with us. If we don't agree, then I'm afraid they will treat us as an enemy. If we face the 8 great sects and the sea exploring sect at the same time, then the situation won't be good. We can form an alliance with the sea exploring sect, but there must be conditions. When we attack the 8 great sects, they can't do nothing. If they just want to stand aside and watch the fun, then wait for us and the 8 great sects to suffer losses, then jump out to take advantage of the situation. That's absolutely impossible. We can't agree. If we find out that they don't do anything, then our alliance will immediately cease to exist. Only in this way can we be at ease. Alright, this alliance was proposed by the sea exploring sect first. If we put forward some conditions, they should agree. Alright, it's settled. I'll send someone back to the sea exploring sect. We can agree to the alliance, but they must also agree to our conditions. Everyone, gather and see what conditions we have. Let's raise them together and then I'll send someone to discuss with the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai was sitting in his study with a person sitting opposite him. This person was the representative of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. This time, he brought a bunch of conditions from the Spiritual Realm Alliance to discuss with the sea exploring sect. But in general, they still agreed to form an alliance with the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai scanned the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual force. His face was calm. After some time, he looked at the representative of the Spiritual Realm Alliance and said, "Are these the conditions that you've proposed?" The representative had an arrogant look on his face as he said, "Correct. These are the conditions of our Spiritual Realm Alliance. Our alliance said that if the sea exploring sect agrees to these conditions, then we can form an alliance. If you don't, then there's no need for an alliance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll agree to these conditions. Isn't it just that the sea exploring sect doesn't have to do anything when we dispatch troops? This is nothing. We'll just attack with all our strength. You don't have to worry about this. You can go back and report. Tell Alliance Masterly that from today onwards, we're in an alliance." As soon as the representative heard Zhao Hai, his face flashed with joy. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Then this one will take his leave." Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After the representative left, Zhao Hai put away the jade slip and smiled faintly. They really don't know life from death. Then Zhao Hai called Wen Hai and the others to his study. He looked at them and said, "The people from the Spiritual Realm Alliance just came to discuss an alliance with me. However, they proposed some conditions. Take a look." Then he handed the jade slip to Wen Hai. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Wen Hai's expression turned ugly. He handed the jade slip to Ding Chunming and said, "Boss, these guys from the Spiritual Realm Alliance are too much. Do they think that we won't be able to survive without them? They really don't know life from death." After Ding Chunming and the others looked at the contents of the jade slip, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. There were a lot of things in the jade slip. Some of them were about Zhao Hai and the others sending troops together. However, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't refuse. If the Sea Exploring Sect didn't send troops, then they would break off their alliance and attack the Sea Exploring Sect. In any case, the tone of the Jade Slip was very impolite. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. Isn't this better? If they're impolite, we'll make them think that we want to form an alliance with them. Then, we'll deal with the 8 great sects and the 8 great sects. At that time, the spiritual realm would naturally be ours. And our losses wouldn't be too big. What's there to be angry about? When Wenhai coldly snorted and said, if it weren't for the fact that we don't want to lose too many disciples, we would have already destroyed them. Sect Master, do you really think that they can deal with the 8 great sects by sending troops with us? Those guys from the Spiritual Realm Alliance aren't that strong. Zhao Hai smiled and said, even if they can't destroy the 8 great sects, they can still share some of the pressure on us. After consuming some of the 8 great sects' forces, we can take them down. When Wenhai nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, what should we do next? Should we just wait? When they're ready, we'll send troops together. Zhao Hai replied, don't worry, let's just wait. I think that the 8 great sects should already know about our actions. Moreover, the Spiritual Realm Alliance would certainly spread the news of our alliance. When the time comes, the 8 great sects would know about our intentions. However, the 8 great sects wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The 8 great sects have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, so how could they give it up? Therefore, they would certainly make a move. When the time comes, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded. When Wenhai said in a deep voice, all right, boss, then we just need to prepare now, right? Zhao Hai replied, do our own things well. First, we'll manage our territory well. Then we'll prepare to send troops. When Wenhai and the others nodded. Things were really as Zhao Hai thought. Ever since the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance heard that Zhao Hai had agreed to their conditions and formed an alliance with them, they immediately spread the news of the alliance. The entire spiritual realm knew about it. The first ones to react were the people of the 8 great sects. Among the 8 great sects, the 2 sects near the Sea Exploring Sects Fire Dragon Mountain immediately stationed their troops there. The 2 sects near the Spiritual Realm Alliance also immediately gathered their troops and arrived at their border. The 2 sects near the Sea Exploring Sect were the 5 Thunder Orthodox Sect and the Cloudpool Sect. The 2 sects near the Spiritual Realm Alliance were the Gale Sect and the Deep Earth Sect. The remaining 4 sects of the 8 great sects, the Blazing Fire Sect, the Surging Wave Sect, the Azurewood Sect, and the Golden Sword Sect, also began to mobilize their troops. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he immediately asked Wen Wenhai and the others to follow him. Together, they led the 2 million troops to the border of the 3 sects. The Sea Exploring Sect bordered the 5 Thunders Righteous Sect and the Cloudpool Sect. The 5 Thunders Righteous Sect was famous in the spiritual world for their 5 Thunders Righteous technique. The thunder technique they used was very powerful and had the power of heavenly tribulation. It was extremely difficult to deal with. The Cloudpool Sect was also a very powerful sect. The Cloudpool technique they used was also very unique and very powerful. Therefore, these 2 sects were not easy to deal with. The 2 sects had now gathered nearly 10 million troops at the border of the Sea Exploring Sect, while the Sea Exploring Sect only had 2 million troops. Although it seemed like a small number, the Sea Exploring Sect's army was still constantly increasing. Therefore, they were not afraid of the 5 Thunder Orthodox Sect and the Cloudpool Sect. Zhao Hai did this deliberately. He wanted the 2 sects to think that it was very difficult for the Sea Exploring Sect to gather troops. He wanted them to think that the Sea Exploring Sect had fewer troops than them. This way, the 2 sects would look down on them and it would be easier for them to take down the 2 sects. The Spiritual Realm Alliance had also gathered their troops and confronted the Violent Wind Sect and the Deep Earth Sect at the border. They also knew that the 8 great sects would definitely make a move this time. The 8 great sects were now the same. They had divided their troops to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect and the Spiritual Realm Alliance. However, they were obviously focusing on the Spiritual Realm Alliance. This was because the Blazing Fire Sect and several other sects were now mobilizing their troops towards the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Only the 5 Thunder Orthodox Sect and the Cloudpool Sect were confronting the Sea Exploring Sect. As soon as he saw this situation, Li Yongping immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai, asking Zhao Hai to help by sending troops to deal with the Five Thunder Orthodox sect and the Cloud Pool sect to reduce the pressure on them. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, a few more sects in the Spiritual Realm Alliance suddenly surrendered to the 8 great sects. This greatly boosted the morale of the 8 great sects, while the Spiritual Realm Alliance's morale was low. The one who led the surrender was Sect Master Zheng, who had a conflict with Zhao Hai at the Ginseng Tree sect. After Zhao Hai heard about this matter, he really didn't know what to say. In fact, he had already felt that something was wrong when Sect Master Zheng attacked him last time. Li Yongping and the others were discussing the alliance with him, but Sect Master Zheng directly jumped out and tried to kill him. This already showed that there was something wrong with Sect Master Zheng. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't kill Sect Master Zheng at that time was because Sect Master Zheng was still a member of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. If he had killed him, the alliance wouldn't have been successful. Zhao Hai originally thought that after he left, Li Yongping would investigate Sect Master Zheng. When the time came, he would find that there was something wrong with Sect Master Zheng. Then, he would be able to deal with Sect Master Zheng and there wouldn't be any problems. However, he didn't expect that Li Yongping didn't do this at all. He still let Sect Master Zheng surrender to the 8 great sects. This was a huge blow to the Spiritual Realm Alliance's morale. In fact, Zhao Hai was wrong about this. Li Yongping sent people to investigate Sect Master Zheng, but Sect Master Zheng was a sect master. The people in his sect would naturally be loyal to him. Li Yongping didn't find anything. Although there was a little bit of information, Li Yongping was only an alliance master, not a sect master. He wasn't an iron-fisted alliance master, so he didn't send people to deal with Sect Master Zheng. This gave Sect Master Zheng a chance. Now, the Spiritual Realm Alliance's morale was low, but the 8 great sects' morale was high. The people of the 8 great sects were fools. They immediately took advantage of this opportunity to attack the Spiritual Realm Alliance directly. The 8 great sects thought that if they could take over the Spiritual Realm Alliance, then it would be equivalent to taking over 4/5 of the Spiritual Realm's territory and population. When the time comes, it would be easy for them to gather their forces and eliminate the Exploration Sea sect in one fell swoop. Although the Spiritual Realm Alliance's morale was low, at the same time, some sects who didn't want to surrender were thoroughly angered by the 8 great sects. They didn't expect that the 8 great sects had long wanted to deal with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suddenly surrendered at this time. This was a huge blow to the Spiritual Realm Alliance. They immediately gathered their army and fought against the 8 great sects' army at the border, blocking the attack of the 8 great sects' army. At this time, Zhao Hai also gathered an army of more than 7 million. Then, the army directly left the Exploration Sea sect and rushed towards the territory of the Five Thunder Righteous sect and the Cloud Pool sect. The people of the two sects didn't think that the Exploration Sea sect would dare to attack them. However, they also gathered an army of more than 10 million. Therefore, they weren't afraid of the Exploration Sea sect's army. They also led their army to meet the Exploration Sea sect's army. The two sides faced each other at the border of the Exploration Sea sect and the Five Thunder Righteous sect. The distance between the two camps was less than 100 li. After the Exploration Sea sect set up their camp, they immediately sent out their army and rushed towards the allied army of the Five Thunder Righteous sect and the Cloud Pool sect. The people of the two sects didn't show any weakness. They directly gathered their army and met the Exploration Sea sect's army. The two armies slowly approached each other and finally stopped about 5 li away from each other. A myriad sword ship flew out from the Exploration Sea sect's army. Zhao Hai was standing on this ship. The Five Thunders Righteous sect and the Cloud Pool sect had also noticed Zhao Haizong's army. 2 large artifacts immediately flew out of their large formations. These 2 artifacts were also in the shape of ships. However, one ship was longer and narrower while the other was wider. The narrower ship had the symbol of 5-colored lightning while the wider ship had the symbol of a swamp under a cloud. The 3 large ships slowly approached each other in the air. When they were about a li away, they stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the people on the 2 ships. On the narrow ship stood a person wearing a navy blue robe. He held a magic staff in his hand. However, this magic staff was somewhat special. It was curved like a lightning bolt. On the other ship stood a person wearing a gray robe. He also held a magic staff in his hand. However, this magic staff didn't look special. It looked very ordinary and simple, just like the person. However, this person's strength was definitely not weak. While Zhao Hai was looking at the people on the two ships, the people on the two ships were also looking at Zhao Hai. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you the sect master of the Exploration Sea sect, Zhao Hai? I didn't think that you would dare to lead an army to attack us. We didn't want to deal with you, but now that you have led an army to deal with us, we can only deal with you first. Ha ha ha, you must be Elder Mu of the Five Thunder Righteous sect. Why do you have to lie in front of us? If the people of the Eight Great Sects deal with the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance, they will turn around and deal with our Exploration Sea sect. When that time comes, will our Exploration Sea sect still have a way to survive? If we don't attack you now, I'm afraid that we won't have another chance in the future. It's better to wait until now and deal with the Eight Great Sects together with the Spiritual Realm Alliance. This will be better for our Exploration Sea sect." Ha ha ha, deal with the Eight Great Sects? You guys are really daring. You want to deal with the Eight Great Sects with just you and those bastards from the Sorcerer World Alliance? Are you guys still dreaming? That's not necessarily true. Do you mean that only you can deal with us and we can't deal with you? If we can take down the Eight Great Sects, then won't the Spiritual Realm Alliance be ours? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't tell me that the people of the Eight Great Sects don't think that this is a good opportunity? You're right. This is a good opportunity, but it's only a good opportunity for the Eight Great Sects, not for you. You should give up. Originally, we wanted to deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance first, before dealing with us. Now that you've come out, we'll deal with you too. It'll save us a lot of trouble in the future. As long as you have the ability, you can come. I'm really not afraid of you. Let's see who will deal with who. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. The Eight Great Sects have joined forces. Even if you really destroy us and the Spiritual Realm Alliance in the future and take over the entire Spiritual Realm Alliance, how are you going to divide the territory? By then, can the Eight Great Sects really rule the entire Spiritual Realm Alliance peacefully together? I really don't believe it. Zhao Hai, you don't have to waste your breath. Do you think you can sow discord between us just like that? Let me tell you, you're wrong. How we rule the Spiritual Realm Alliance in the future is our business. Anyway, when the time comes, your Exploration Sea sect will no longer exist. Is there still a need for you to care? That's true. But I don't think you'll have the chance. The reason I came to see you is to see what kind of people you are. I don't want to die in my hands without knowing who I've killed. Alright, I'll be going back first. Let's meet on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, Zhao Hai, you're already here. Do you still want to go back? Do you know why we sent two ships this time? Do you really think that it's because of our two sects that they sent two boats here? Let me tell you, we're here to make you stay. Since you're here, don't leave. After he said that, the cultivator from the Five Thunder Righteous sect raised his staff and a huge lightning bolt flashed towards Zhao Hai. It was so fast that people didn't even have time to react. On the other side, the cultivator from Cloud Pool sect raised the magic staff in his hand and a gray-colored clump of light flew out from the magic staff to land on the Myriad Sword ship. The Myriad Sword ship felt as though it had fallen into a quagmire. Even moving was difficult. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter came from Zhao Hai's mouth. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and the huge lightning bolt fell on Zhao Hai's hand. Then it was absorbed by Zhao Hai and disappeared. After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand again and another lightning bolt struck the Myriad Sword ship. The gray light on the ship immediately disappeared. After doing this, Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Five Thunder Righteous sect and the Cloud Luster sect, then he coldly smiled and said, I, Zhao Hai, always follow the rules. In front of two armies, I don't want to challenge you. Therefore, I didn't want to make a move against you. But since you don't follow the rules and want to make a move against me, then don't blame me for being impolite. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and several runes flew out of Zhao Hai's hand and attacked the two ships. The cultivators on the two ships immediately took out their staffs and sent energy towards the runes. However, the runes seemed to be alive as they kept moving in the air. Before long, the runes reached the two ships and exploded. After the explosion, the runes immediately turned into huge golden swords. Then these huge swords slashed towards the two ships. How could the two ships block such an attack? In an instant, they were cut into pieces. Almost all the cultivators on the ships died. Only the two leaders were left. Their faces were pale as they floated in the air. They were really scared. This was because when the runes exploded, they were filled with the power of laws. How could they not be afraid? But at this time, two more runes flew towards the two and exploded, turning into two iron chains that wrapped around the two. The moment the two were bound by the iron chains, they felt the strength in their body disappear. They couldn't even move an inch. Their eyes were filled with shock. They really didn't expect that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from the other party. At this moment, the two iron chains exerted force, and the two men were directly tied into several pieces, dying on the spot. Zhao Hai looked at the corpses of the two leaders and said, "Pass down the order. Attack and destroy these guys. Our sea-exploring sect has been hiding for too long. Even cats and dogs think that we're easy to bully." Xing Feng, who was standing behind Zhao Hai, immediately complied and went to pass down the order. Wen Wenhai and Ding Chunming immediately led the army and rushed towards the Five Thunder Righteous Sect and Cloud Luster Sect. On the other hand, the people from the Five Thunder Righteous Sect and Cloud Luster Sect discovered that their commanders had been killed. Now, they had no one to command them. However, the people from the two sects immediately reacted. Elders immediately stood up and organized the people from the two sects to attack the sea-exploring sect's army. But at this time, the people from the two sects suddenly discovered that the sky above them was dark. They couldn't help but look up and see a huge fiery red figure slowly descending from the sky. This figure was very huge, much bigger than their large artifacts. They didn't even have the chance to react before the huge figure landed in the middle of their large artifacts. Then, they saw the figure throwing punches and kicks. When the punches came, a big hole would appear on their large artifacts. When the kicks came, their large artifacts would be broken down from the middle. This huge red figure seemed to be the nemesis of all large artifacts. Therefore, the large artifacts that were targeted by it couldn't escape. The huge figure's actions caused the Five Thunder Orthodox sect and the Cloud Luster sect's Great Array formation to fall into chaos. This also gave the Sea Exploring sect an opportunity. The Sea Exploring sect's army seized this opportunity to charge over. All the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect had experienced hundreds of battles. The disciples that came this time were the elites of the Sea Exploring sect. Not only were their individual abilities very strong, but their teamwork was also very strong. In the cultivation world, ordinary sects only focused on individual combat strength. They weren't very good at teamwork. This was because if a cultivator really cultivated to a very powerful level, a supreme elder could eliminate 10,000 chi refining and spirit realm experts. It was precisely because of this that in the cultivation realm, the requirements for individual combat ability were very high. However, when it came to teamwork, it was very rare. Even if there were some people whose teamwork was very strong, it was only a small-scale teamwork. There were almost no large-scale teamwork. Ever since the establishment of the Sea Exploring sect, teamwork had been the priority for a lot of times. Zhao Hai had also given them some military training. Therefore, the teamwork of the Sea Exploring sect could be said to be the strongest in the entire cultivation world. Now that they were facing the Five Thunder Righteous sect and Cloud Luster sect, the Five Thunder Righteous sect and Cloud Luster sect were naturally at a disadvantage. In addition, the large arrays of the Five Thunder Righteous sect and Cloud Luster sect had been completely disrupted by the statue. Therefore, the Five Thunder Righteous sect and Cloud Luster sect immediately suffered a big loss when they faced the army of the Sea Exploring sect. The Sea Exploring sect's ship of 10,000 swords rampaged through the grand formation of Five Thunders Orthodox sect and Cloud Luster sect. Then, sword boats were released from the ship of 10,000 swords and shuttled back and forth in the grand formation, causing the grand formation of the two sects to become even more fragmented. In addition, the alliance of the two sects was like a group of dragons without a leader. Although an elder immediately took over the command, this kind of temporary change of authority was not known to many people. Most people saw that the two elders were killed by Zhao Hai in one move. Then, the Sea Exploring sect didn't give them a chance and directly attacked them. Therefore, it was normal for them to be in chaos. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "The spirit realm's techniques are really well developed. Although their techniques are large-scale, their individual attacks are still very strong. Jin, you should study the techniques of the spirit realm in the future. Don't think that just because we defeated the spirit realm doesn't mean that they aren't as good as us. Even if they aren't as good as us, they still have some advantages that we can learn from." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't think that the spirit realm is inferior to us. Even if they are inferior to us, they still have some advantages that we can learn from." Xinquang replied, "Yes. Godfather, you can rest assured. I've been studying this aspect. In addition to studying our medium techniques, I've also been studying their magic staves. I'm also trying to combine their magic staves with our energy-gathering formations. I also want to use our formations on magic staves." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Magic staves can be studied, but you don't have to put too much effort into it. Actually, I've studied this aspect before, but I slowly found out that this method will be eliminated. This is because the techniques stored in the magic staves have limited power. After a while, the energy of the techniques will slowly dissipate. However, this won't happen with the magic staves. This is also the reason why I've been studying medium techniques instead of magic staves. The people of the spiritual world have gone too far." Although Zhao Hai said this, his eyes were still focused on the situation on the battlefield. After seeing that the situation on the battlefield had been settled, he felt relieved. When it came to magic staffs, Zhao was the one who had the most say. When he was in the magic world, he had been studying magic staffs. How to make them more powerful, how to use them to enhance their spells, and how to use them to instantly cast spells, he had studied all of these. However, Zhao Hai later found out that this method had its drawbacks. First, even if magic staves were to instantly cast spells, they would need to be converted into formations and stored inside the magic staves. If this was the case, then there was no need to hold a magic stave. It would be enough to prepare more formations that could store spells. Perhaps it would be more convenient to use magic staves. He could also make these formations smaller and turn them into accessories on his body. Then there was the matter of using magic staves to enhance spells. Although it looked good, it was still lacking compared to medium spells. Moreover, there were a lot of restrictions. The most important thing was that if you put all your energy into it, then you would never be able to improve your cultivation. This was completely different from mediating techniques. Mediating techniques were actually a type of technique. You had to study hard in order to slowly master this method. To be honest, Zhao still believed that crystal stones were not necessarily the best mediating material for mediating techniques. Because of this, when Zhao Hai heard that Xinquang was studying the other party's magic staff, he couldn't help but say that the people of the spiritual world were too focused on magic. They had almost given up on close combat. It can be said that they had developed magic to an extreme. Although this might seem good, the real situation wasn't very good. In the future, their development would become smaller and smaller. In the end, there would be no hope for further development. When Xinquang heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "Yes, Godfather. I understand. I'll put more effort into medium spells in the future. Godfather, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You can study the sword technique. I think it's very promising." Xinquang nodded again. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators of the Five Thunder Righteous sect and Cloud Luster sect that were gradually disappearing. But Zhao Hai didn't order the Sea Exploring sect to chase after them. Now that they had defeated the Five Thunder Righteous sect and Cloud Luster sect, they could expand their territory and establish formations. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about the 8 great sects. Moreover, this attack would also give the Spiritual Realm Alliance some confidence. They would let the Alliance know that they weren't giving up on attacking the 8 great sects. At the same time, it would also give the 8 great sects a sense of crisis. They would let the 8 great sects know that they still had the Sea Exploring sect as an enemy. They shouldn't just think about destroying the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Xinquang also looked at the cultivators that were disappearing. Then he said, "Godfather, what should we do next?" Zhao Hai replied, "First, we'll take the territories that we can and then establish formations. Then we'll see if there are any changes in the situation before we make a decision. Xunquang nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. This time, they wouldn't be able to get a lot of territories. But a little was still a little. Slowly, they would be able to occupy the entire Spiritual Realm Alliance. While the Sea Exploring Sect was busy occupying their territory, the 8 Great Sects and the Spiritual Realm Alliance also knew about this matter. However, no one thought that the Sea Exploring Sect would be able to repel the 5 Thunder Righteous Sect and the Cloud Luster Sect. This was truly shocking. But just as Zhao Hai thought, this matter shocked the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. In the past, the Spiritual Realm Alliance already had the idea that the 8 Great Sects were invincible. It wasn't just the ordinary disciples who had this idea, even the higher-ups of the Spiritual Realm Alliance had this idea. Because of this, the Spiritual Realm Alliance was always at a disadvantage when fighting against the 8 Great Sects. They were even on the verge of surrendering at one point in time. But now, it was different. The Sea Exploring Sect directly repelled the 10 million troops of the 5 Thunder Righteous Sect and Cloud Luster Sect. This greatly boosted the morale of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Although the Spiritual Realm Alliance didn't win this time, it shouldn't be forgotten that the Spiritual Realm Alliance had previously announced that the Sea Exploring Sect and the Spiritual Realm Alliance were allies. At this time, the Sea Exploring Sect's victory was no different from their own victory. This gave them hope. Of course, the 8 Great Sects also knew about this matter. They were also stunned. They didn't expect the Sea Exploring Sect to be so powerful. They had no choice but to pay attention to the Sea Exploring Sect. Then, they discovered that the Spiritual Realm Alliance's resistance suddenly became tough. In the past, when they fought against the Spiritual Realm Alliance, except for a few people, many of the Spiritual Realm Alliance's disciples would be timid when they saw the people of the 8 Great Sects. They would immediately turn around and run away if they were in a disadvantageous position. But now, the situation was different. The disciples of the Spiritual Realm Alliance were fighting against the disciples of the 8 Great Sects. Each and every one of them seemed to have the courage to fight with their lives on the line. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy to deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance. One must know that the members of the Spiritual Realm Alliance weren't weak. As soon as they saw this situation, the people of the 8 Great Sects knew that things weren't good. If they couldn't defeat either the Sea Exploring Sect or the Spiritual Realm Alliance as soon as possible, then they might end up in a disadvantageous position. Most importantly, the Sea Exploring Sect had swallowed another piece of territory. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the Sea Exploring Sect to be connected to the 8 Great Sects' original territories. This would really shake the foundations of the 8 Great Sects. Currently, the territories occupied by the Sea Exploring Sect were all territories that had surrendered to the 8 Great Sections. If the territories of the various small sects really bordered the territories of the 8 Great Sects, then it would be really dangerous. The people of the 8 Great Sects immediately gathered to discuss countermeasures to deal with this situation. However, they discovered that it wasn't easy to change the situation. Their previous strategy had been very successful. They hadn't attacked the Seaquake sect, but had instead attacked the Union of Magical Spirits. This wasn't just because they had spies in the Union of Magical Spirits. More importantly, the Union of Magical Spirits was an alliance, and the 8 Great Sects were well aware of the strength of the various sects in the alliance. In their opinion, dealing with the Union of Magical Spirits would be much easier. Their initial decision was correct. It was indeed very easy for them to deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance. However, they didn't expect the Sea Exploring Sect to have the guts to deal with them behind their backs. The reason why the people of the 8 Great Sects didn't directly deal with the Sea Exploring Sect was because their understanding of the Sea Exploring Sect was still too little. Therefore, the 8 Great Sects wanted to deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance first and then gather all their forces to wipe out the Sea Exploring Sect in one fell swoop. Although the people of the 8 Great Sects didn't want to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect right from the start, they were still very conceited. They thought that the Sea Exploring Sect wouldn't dare to take the initiative to attack them. However, they didn't expect the Sea Exploring Sect to actually do so. Moreover, they were ruthless and dealt with an army of 10 million. This made the 8 Great Sects really don't know what to do. Now, they wanted to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect. However, the Spiritual Realm Alliance would also let them off easily. If they were to deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance, the Sea Exploring Sect would attack them again. This made the 8 great sects in a dilemma. In the end, the people of the Sea Exploring Sect decided to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect first. This was because the Sea Exploring Sect dared to take the initiative to attack them. If they couldn't deal with the Sea Exploring Sect, then it would be a very serious matter for the 8 great sects. It would have a huge impact on their prestige. As for the Spiritual Realm Alliance, the 8 great sects didn't really care. Although the Spiritual Realm Alliance's resistance had become stronger, it was still only resistance. Resistance and taking the initiative to attack were two different things. The people of the 8 great sects felt that the Spiritual Realm Alliance wouldn't dare to attack them directly. As long as they don't attack the Spiritual Realm Alliance, the Spiritual Realm Alliance wouldn't dare to attack them. After thinking about this, the people of the 8 great sects immediately issued an order to the Spiritual Realm Alliance's army. They wanted them to immediately stop attacking and defend themselves. Then they would withdraw their army and attack the Sea Exploring Sect. The 8 great sects didn't intend to hide the mobilization of their army. Therefore, whether it was the Sea Exploring Sect or the Spiritual Realm Alliance, everyone knew about it. The people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance felt relieved, but at the same time, they also felt somewhat embarrassed. Naturally, they could tell the Sea Exploring Sect when they formed an alliance. Both sides would deal with the 8 great sects together. Moreover, both sides would have to contribute. If one side didn't contribute, then the alliance would be dissolved. Previously, when the 8 great sects attacked them, the Sea Exploring Sect had contributed. If the 8 great sects didn't contribute now, then it wouldn't be justifiable. But to be honest, they still lacked a little courage to attack the 8 great sects. One must know that the prestige of the 8 great sects wasn't established in a day or two. This made the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance somewhat hesitant. However, no matter what they thought, Zhao Hai smiled when he found out that the 8 great sects had turned around to deal with them. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted the 8 great sects to attack them while they defended. As long as the 8 great sects attacked and they defended, they would be able to defeat the 8 great sects with the least amount of casualties. Zhao Hai and the others were very confident in the formations they arranged. The formations that Zhao Hai and the others arranged were powered by volcanoes. In addition to the formation cores, they absorbed the spiritual chi of the world. The might of the formation was enormous. In this case, Zhao Hai naturally wasn't afraid of the 8 great sects attacking them. They were waiting for the other side to attack. However, the 8 great sects weren't aware of this. They directly transferred their armies to the opposite side of the Sea Exploring Sect. This time, they didn't transfer 10 or 20 million troops, but 150 million troops. An army of more than 100 million. It was no wonder that the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance couldn't stop them at the beginning. In fact, the number of disciples that the 8 major sects could bring was definitely more than this. However, they didn't use their full strength. This was because they had taken over so many sects and still needed time to digest them. They had to leave behind enough disciples to deter those people. Otherwise, there might be trouble. As for why they had come out to attack the Spiritual Realm Alliance before they had completely calmed down, this was mainly because they had no choice. The Sea Exploring Sect and the Spiritual Realm Alliance had made it clear that they were targeting them. The 8 great sects had the intention of striking first to gain the upper hand, so they had made the first move. Now, the 8 great sects had gathered 150 million troops to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect. On the other hand, 20 million troops were left behind by the Spiritual Realm Alliance. In other words, the 8 great sects mobilized 170 million troops this time. In addition to the 170 million troops, they could also transfer more troops to the front line at any time. Because of this, the 8 great sects were very confident in attacking the Sea Exploring Sect. In their view, the Sea Exploring Sect was a small sect. It was impossible for it to have so many troops. This way, the 8 great sects would have the upper hand. As long as they could eliminate the Sea Exploring Sect, it would be easier to deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Maybe the Spiritual Realm Alliance would directly surrender when the time comes. This was the first time in the spiritual realm that an army of more than 100 million was gathered like this. Everyone had no experience. Most importantly, this army of more than 100 million didn't have a unified command. The army of more than 100 million was divided into 8 teams. Each team belonged to a sect. They were commanded by their own sect's people. Every action was discussed by the people of the 8 sections. In fact, this had imperceptibly slowed down the marching speed of the army and made the command very slow. If they were facing the Spiritual Realm Alliance, it would be fine. But now, they were facing the sea-exploring sect. This was no different from courting death. Zhao Hai stood at the bow of the 10,000 swords ship and looked at the army of the 8 great sects. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Too weak, too boring. I really don't know what to say." Wen Hai, how do you think the 8 great sects would react if we deal with their army? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you think?" When Wen Hai also smiled and said, "Boss, if we really deal with their army, I think the 8 great sects will be very nervous. Then they might transfer all their forces to deal with us. If that's the case, the spiritual realm would be able to take advantage of us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The spiritual realm isn't as strong as the 8 great sects. If we really deal with the 8 great sects, then the spiritual realm can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Forget it, let's endure this one last time. We'll use formations to defeat the 8 great sects. Then we'll deal with them. I want to see what they can do." When Wen Hai smiled and said, "Boss, what you mean is that after we deal with the 8 great sects, we'll go all out to deal with them the next time they come?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right. After dealing with them this time, the 8 great sects will certainly panic. Next time, they might gather all their forces to deal with us. But it doesn't matter. If they come to deal with us, then we'll go all out to deal with them. Then the 8 great sects won't have any strength to resist us. Then the 8 great sects will be finished. What's left is to deal with the Spiritual Realm Alliance." When Wen Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's do that. This time, we won't send people to deal with them. We'll use formations to deal with them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, we'll use formations to deal with them this time. I want to see how strong they are. Let's see if the spiritual realm has a way to break our formations." When Wen Hai shook his head and said, "Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. It's not that I'm laughing at them, but they won't be able to break our formations in 10 years. Don't be so sure. Look, aren't they here? Let's see what tricks they have." While Zhao Hai and Wen Hai were talking, the armies of the 8 great sects finally attacked the sea-exploring sect. This time, the formation used by the sea-exploring sect wasn't a barrier, it was an illusory killing formation. This time, their illusory killing formation was somewhat special. It wasn't the same as before, this time, it was a formation with fire energy as the core. Fire energy was a very powerful energy. The destructive power of this energy was very great. Moreover, the illusion formation formed by this energy was very powerful. It looked very terrifying, it was a sea of fire. From the outside, the sea-exploring sect looked like a sea of fire with nothing inside. The armies of the 8 great sects stopped about 10 li away from the sea-exploring sect's formation. They could feel the heat coming from the sea of flames, causing the faces of the 8 great sects to turn ugly. In the end, the leaders of the 8 great sects gathered together. The 8 great sects had sent their elders this time. Naturally, the sect masters wouldn't easily come to the front lines. The elder of the Blazing Flame sect looked to be in his 50s. He had red hair and his eyes were shining. He wore a red robe and looked like a ball of flame. His surname was Yan. Elder Yan glanced at the sea-exploring sect's formation, then he turned to the others and said, "The sea-exploring sect's formation seems to be an illusory formation. However, for an illusory formation to be this strong, it can affect people 10 li away. It's clear that this illusory formation isn't ordinary." Another elder wearing a yellow robe said, "Old Yan, you are experts in using fire. Are you sure that this is an illusory formation? If it was, how could it affect me? But now, I feel like I've been affected. Isn't this strange?" Elder Yan replied, "It's definitely an illusion. Do you know how much power one has to be able to make so much fire if it wasn't an illusion? How big is the sea-exploring sect's territory now? How many places do their territories border with ours? Now, all the places are like this. If it wasn't an illusion, no sect or person would be able to withstand such a consumption. Therefore, this is definitely an illusory formation. Everyone nodded. However, Elder Yan frowned as he looked at the sea-exploring sex formation. Although this is an illusory formation, we can't rule out the possibility that there are true flames inside. If there aren't true flames inside, I'm afraid that the other party's illusory formation wouldn't be able to maintain this state for a long time. True flames? What kind of primordial fire is it? Another elder immediately asked when he heard Elder Yan's question. Elder Yan shook his head and said, I really don't know what kind of true flames they are. However, judging from the situation of these flames, it might be a type of mutated earth fire. Regardless, it's definitely an extremely terrifying mysterious flame. Mysterious flame? The other elders were stunned when they heard Elder Yan's words. Then, their expressions changed. They had all heard of mysterious flames before. Mysterious flames were actually a type of mutated flame. They were also very high-level flames. This was because, under normal circumstances, mysterious flames were very high-level and powerful. Many types of mysterious flames wouldn't be extinguished for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, anything that was related to a mysterious flame wasn't something to be trifled with. Then, do you have any way to deal with it? An elder of the Deep Earth sect asked. Actually, it's a good thing if there's really a mystical flame here. Our Ardent Flame sect really needs this kind of mystical flame for our cultivation. In the past, we always felt that mystical flames were hard to find. If we can really find one, then it would be great. However, the problem lies in the illusion formation that they created. If there's no illusion formation, then we can feel where the mystical flame is. But now, they're using an illusion formation. In the end, the aura of the mystical flame is everywhere. We can't figure out where the mystical flame is. I think that the people of the sea-exploring sect must be using the mystical flame as the core of the formation. If that's the case, then we can only find the mystical flame and take it in order to break this illusion formation. But we don't know where the mysterious flame is now. How can we break this illusory formation? Then there's no other way. We can only break it bit by bit. If there's a mysterious flame in the illusory formation, then it must be an illusory killing formation. It won't be easy to break it. Attack. Anyway, we have so many people. I don't believe that their illusory formation can eliminate so many of us in one go. Let's just press forward. I think we can break this illusory formation. That's also a way. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to break such a large illusory formation. Look at the flame on the illusory formation. It doesn't have any fluctuations. At first glance, we can see that this illusory formation is very stable. If we attack, we can cause fluctuations in the illusory formation. At that time, we can deal with this illusory formation. The others also nodded. The army of 150 million behind them gave them unprecedented confidence. They believed that they didn't need to make any preparations. They only needed to crush their enemies and take them down. After discussing the details of the march, everyone returned to their own sect's army. They were ready to attack the sea-exploring sect from 8 directions. They wanted to see how the sea-exploring sect would react. It didn't take long before they began their attack. 8 armies came from 8 directions and attacked the sea-exploring sect's formation. If this had been an ordinary great array, it would have been broken immediately if so many people had rushed in at once. Unfortunately, they were now facing the people of the sea-exploring sect. The sea-exploring sect had even seen an army of 1.5 billion, let alone 150 million. Why would they care about them? Zhao Hai was standing on the myriad sword ship. When he saw the people of the 8 sects rushing forward, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "They're courting death. If they come together, then it would be difficult for us to deal with them. It would be good if we can kill half of them. But now, they're actually divided into 8 directions. It would be difficult for us to make them leave. Wen Hai, pay attention. Don't let them be completely wiped out. Leave a few people behind." When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. However, they also felt that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. The illusion formation that they arranged this time was somewhat different from the previous ones. In the past, the illusion formation was mainly illusions and was supplemented by killing. But this time, the illusion formation that they arranged was mainly about killing and was supplemented by illusions. This was completely different. If it was the previous illusion formation, then 4 out of 10 people would be able to escape unscathed. But this time only 1 or 2 out of 10 people would be able to escape unscathed. And this was assuming that no one was attacking them from the inside. If someone were to attack them from inside the formation, then more people would die. This time, the Sea Exploring sect didn't want to wipe out the army of the 8 great sections. However, they also couldn't let too many people escape. This time, the other party had 150 million people. It would be a mistake to let even 1/10 of them escape. In fact, the formation didn't need to be commanded. It could operate on its own and kill people by itself. When One High and the others only needed to watch and not let the people of the 8 great sects enter the Sea Exploring sect. After all, the formation had a range. The entire formation had a width of 500 li. If they rushed out of the range of 500 li, then they would enter the hinterland of the Sea Exploring sect. Although there were other formations that could suppress the formation at that time, it would still be troublesome. Therefore, as long as the people of the 8 great sects didn't run out of the range of the formation, they didn't need to worry about them. It was impossible for the people of the 8 great sects to run out of the range of the large formation. The range of the large formation was very large. Coupled with the influence of the force field produced by the illusory formation, these people could only run in circles inside the large formation. It was almost impossible for them to leave the large formation. At this time, the people of the 8 great sects had already rushed into the formation. This time, they didn't only gather 150 million troops, but also more than 1,000 large artifacts. All of them rushed into the formation. As soon as the people of the 8 great sects entered the formation, they were stunned. They didn't feel as if they had entered a sea of fire. There was fire all around them. The temperature was so high that it could roast a person. Most importantly, except for those who were on the large artifacts, the others couldn't see their companions. 150 million people and more than 1,000 large artifacts. Naturally, it was impossible for all of them to stand on the large artifacts. There were still a lot of people who followed behind the large artifacts and flew into the formation. But in the end, after entering the formation, not only were they unable to see the large artifacts, they were also unable to see their companions. They only felt that they were standing in a sea of fire. This was really terrifying. However, the people of the 8 great sects weren't weak. They also knew that they couldn't do anything at this time. While they were supporting themselves with shields, they were carefully looking around, trying to find a way out. They didn't move, they didn't dare to move. This was because they knew that it was best not to move in this formation. If they moved, it was likely that they would get lost in the formation. However, this wasn't the case for everyone. There were still some people who panicked and ran around. And when they moved, the formation would be activated. Those who stood still would discover that there were flaming people running around. Some people who couldn't hold themselves back would attack the flaming people. The flaming people would counterattack, and then the battle would begin. In this situation where they couldn't see anyone, the formation would have a chain reaction. Those who were affected by the energy fluctuations would think that someone was attacking them. They would attack everything around them, even aimlessly. And when they attacked, they would naturally attack other people. When other people looked at them, they would only see people on fire. They would think that the formation was attacking them, so they would fight back. Finally, one attack after another, slowly affecting the battlefield. Nobody knew who was attacking who. Zhao Hai and the others didn't need to do anything, they would kill their own people. The situation of the large artifacts wasn't much better. Not only would they be attacked by the formation, they would also discover other large artifacts. However, in their eyes, these large artifacts would only be fireballs. Because of this, they would fight back. Naturally, this counterattack would cause the situation to become chaotic and out of control. Zhao Hai stood on the myriad swords ship and looked at the people of the 8 great sections. He discovered that the people of the 8 great sects were attacking their own people. He couldn't help but shake his head as he sighed and said, "Their combat ability is too poor. They don't cooperate with each other at all. They don't even know how to use their brains." It can be said that when they entered the formation, they started to panic. If they didn't panic, they wouldn't have ended up like this. When Wenhai looked at the disciples of the 8 sects and said, in the end, it's because their understanding of array formations is too poor. The development of their array formations isn't much better than the original sword spirit boundary. Under such circumstances, they naturally don't know how to deal with our array formations. We should also work harder in this aspect in the future. Zhao Hai smiled and said, our sea exploring sect's disciples shouldn't be too flustered in this situation. This is because they have the jade compass on them. In addition to setting up and breaking formations, the jade compass can also be used to communicate with each other. Moreover, they also have identification cards that can identify each other. However, it's still necessary to carry out some training in this area. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's right. When Wenhai nodded and said, right, it's also necessary to start training in this aspect. I think it's fine. Zhao Hai nodded and said, after we return, I'll talk to Laura and the others so that they can organize the rest of the disciples to start training in this aspect. When Wenhai didn't say anything, he just nodded. He agreed with Zhao Hai's approach. This was because in the future, the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't die in the same situation. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that there were still some experts among the 8 sections. They were currently moving towards the edge of the formation. Although their speed wasn't fast, they didn't attack people casually. They even dodged when they encountered people. Zhao Hai looked at these people and smiled faintly. There are some smart people in the 8 great sections. It's not easy for these people to find a way out of the formation. Zhao Hai looked at these people and smiled faintly. When Wenhai smiled and said, it's indeed not easy. However, this is also because there's no one controlling the formation. If there was someone controlling the formation, then they would have already died. It's impossible for them to have such an opportunity. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you shouldn't ask for too much. To be honest, even if our Sea Exploring sect's disciples were to be thrown in, how many of them would be able to come out safely? I'm afraid there wouldn't be too many, right? When Wenhai smiled and said, there shouldn't be too few. There are a lot of disciples who are interested in formations. Moreover, their strength is very good. Even if they can't break the formation, there shouldn't be a problem for them to come out safely. But just like you said, they should be able to identify each other. Things like attacking each other shouldn't happen. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's enough. Even if the illusory killing formation is a killing formation, it would still use illusions to kill people. Using illusions to kill people isn't a problem. When Wenhai nodded and said, yes. If they can figure out each other's identity and cooperate with each other, then it wouldn't be like this. In fact, the most important thing is that the disciples of the 8 great sects are still the same as the previous sections. Their disciples are constantly competing with each other, even malicious competition. There's no trust between them. Naturally, it's impossible for them to fully trust each other. Without trust, how can they cooperate with each other? Therefore, it's absolutely impossible for them to cooperate with each other. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, these sects train their disciples just like raising poisonous insects. Although it's possible for some powerful disciples to emerge, the number is too small. There's no way for them to compete with us. In fact, they're like poisonous insects raised by heaven and earth. They think that they're defying heaven, but that's not necessarily the case. Perhaps heaven and earth will use this method to select some people. After all, the number of people selected this way is much smaller. When Wenhai nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, boss, what are we doing now? If the Sea Exploring sect continues to develop like this, what will happen in the end? Do you have any ideas? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I've thought about it. Actually, I didn't have this idea before. It's only after reaching this layer that I started to think about it. This layer can actually be divided into high and low levels. This means that this layer can also be upgraded like cultivators. If that's the case, then what we're doing would be very meaningful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I've thought about it. When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, boss, what do you mean? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what do you think? If we develop this layer to a very powerful degree, it might even be comparable to the previous layer. Then wouldn't the entire layer become an upper layer? Wouldn't the entire layer be upgraded? Do you think it's possible? Wen Wenhai was so excited that his whole body trembled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such an idea. Although this idea sounded crazy, it actually made sense after thinking about it. Most importantly, if this idea could really be realized, then it would really be too great. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai and said, "Alright, this is just my guess. We don't need to take it to heart. As long as we work hard, the final result is not something we can control." Wen Wenhai nodded and said, "Alright, this is just my guess. We don't need to worry too much about it. We just need to work hard." Wen Wenhai and the others were people who had been through a lot. When they heard Zhao Hai, they took a deep breath and calmed down. Then they looked at the people from the 8 great sects. At this point, nearly half of the people from the 8 great sects had died. Moreover, they didn't seem to be stopping. Those who escaped to the edge of the formation were about to leave. Zhao Hai didn't want to make them stay, so he just watched them escape. After those people escaped from the array, they looked around and found that there was no one around. This made their faces change. Then they moved and flew away as if someone was chasing them. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. After some time, Zhao Hai turned to Wen Wenhai and the others and said, "After the 8 great sects are defeated, they will certainly go all out against us. But after we deal with them, what we need to do is to take over their territory. This time, we should be able to take over a lot of territory, right?" Wen Wenhai nodded and said, "Alright." Wen Wenhai nodded and said, "Right. This time, we can take over a large territory. Moreover, after this operation, I think the Spiritual Realm Alliance won't be able to sit still. They will certainly deal with the 8 great sects. When that time comes, the 8 great sects will have a hard time." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai replied, "There's no need to worry about them. This time, we've already made some of them lose their courage. In the future, it shouldn't be difficult for us to recruit people from the 8 great sections. This is our main goal. I don't want to kill everyone in the spiritual world." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Wen Wenhai nodded. If they really killed everyone in the spiritual world, it would be the same as obtaining an empty territory. It would be useless in that case. A day later, some people from the 8 great sects managed to escape from the formation. However, more people were still trapped in the formation. 2 days later, the number of people in the formation had decreased from 150 million to less than 50 million. However, nearly 1 million people managed to escape. However, it could be seen that most of the people who could escape had already escaped. Those who couldn't escape were the ones who couldn't. 5 days later, when the last person from the 8 great sects died, Zhao Hai gave the order to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, the army of the Sea Exploring sect began to move forward and take over the territories of the 8 great sects. Although there were still people in those territories, they immediately surrendered when they saw Zhao Hai and the others. Otherwise, they would run away. Zhao Hai and the others didn't encounter any resistance. Therefore, they couldn't be said to be attacking, they could only be said to be taking over. During these 5 days, the 8 great sects didn't send any reinforcements. In fact, it wasn't just the 8 great sects, the spiritual world was also very quiet. The entire spiritual world was paying attention to the Sea Exploring sect's formation. They wanted to see what happened to the people who were trapped inside the formation. Now that they saw the Sea Exploring sect coming out to take over their territory, they naturally understood what happened to those people. This time, the spiritual realm didn't make any noise. Instead, it was silent. The sects didn't make any noise. This was because they were all stunned. Not to mention the 8 great sects, even the spiritual realm didn't know what to do. In the past, the 8 great sects sent more people to attack the spiritual realm than the Sea Exploring sect. In the end, the 8 great sects were forced to retreat. If the Sea Exploring sect didn't defeat the 8 great sects and boost their morale, then they would have already been defeated. But this time, the 8 great sects had sent an army of more than 100 million to cause trouble for the Scouring Sea sect. It was as if they wanted to destroy the Scouring Sea sect. At that time, many people in the spiritual world weren't optimistic about the Scouring Sea sect. In their opinion, it was impossible for the Scouring Sea sect to stop the Eight Great Sects' army. But who would have thought that the Sea Exploring sect didn't even make a move? They just set up a formation. After the Eight Great Sects' army entered the formation, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. 5 days later, less than 2 million people came out of the formation. 2 million sounded like a lot, but compared to 150 million, it was a far cry. Now, the Sea Exploring sect went to take over the Eight Great Sects' territory. Everyone knew that the people who entered the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't be able to come back. Whether they were killed or captured, they wouldn't be able to come back. This was a huge blow to the Eight Great Sects. Although the Eight Great Sects had a lot of disciples, they could gather hundreds of millions of disciples if they wanted to. However, this defeat wasn't as simple as losing disciples. This was a huge blow to the reputation of the Eight Great Sections. It made the spiritual world understand that the Eight Great Sects weren't invincible. They were just SOSO. They could still lose. This was the most important thing. While the Sea Exploring sect was taking over the Eight Great Sects' territory and began to arrange the formation, Zhao Hai suddenly received news that the Spiritual Realm Alliance had sent someone to see him. They wanted to discuss a joint attack. Zhao Hai sat in the study and looked at the person in front of him. This person was none other than Li Yongpeng. Zhao Hai didn't expect Li Yongpeng to come in person. Li Yongpeng wasn't just the sect master of the Ginseng Tree sect, he was also the alliance leader of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Li Yongpeng's expression was complicated as he looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, he smiled bitterly and said, "This Li congratulates Sect Master Zhao. This time, you fought against 8 people and repelled the 8 great sections. This is truly admirable." Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What 1 against 8? The 8 great sects didn't use much strength at all. Moreover, we also used the formation to see the results. If the 8 great sects weren't too arrogant, we wouldn't have exhausted the power of the entire sect to arrange such a large formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to beat the spiritual realm to this extent." Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "In any case, you won. This is the best result that any sect has ever achieved against the 8 great sects. I really admire you. Your strength is truly admirable." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. You didn't come this time just to be polite with me, right?" Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, Sect Zhao Hai, since you're so direct, I won't beat around the bush. Alright, I'll be frank with you. What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng and said, "Plan? It's very simple. We'll attack the 8 great sects and defeat them. Then we'll divide the spiritual realm equally." Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "You might be able to deceive the fools in the alliance, but it's impossible to deceive me. If we really defeat the 8 great sects, do you really think that we'll be able to share the spirit realms with you? I'm afraid that you'll immediately turn around and deal with us." Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng, then he smiled faintly and said, "Alright, Sect Master Li, since you said so, then I won't say anything else. What do you think? What do you want?" Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said in a low voice, "Are you so confident that you can defeat all of us? What if we go back and join forces with the 8 great sects?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng and said, "That's even better. That way, we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. We can deal with all of you in one fell swoop and save ourselves some trouble in the future." Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you really that confident? When the time comes, your Sequake sect will become the enemy of the entire spiritual world." Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng and smiled, "For Sect Master Li to say this, it seems like you've given it a lot of thought. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Me? I'm here to discuss with you. This time, I'm here to discuss a ceasefire with the 8 great sects. To be honest, don't think that you've defeated the 8 great sects twice in a row. The 8 great sects aren't simple. The strength of the 8 great sects isn't as simple as you think. Those fools in the alliance thought that this was an opportunity, but they didn't think about it. However, the 8 great sects are still your sect. If you win, you'll have to deal with them first. I'm not as stupid as them. Therefore, I came here today to discuss this matter with you. Sect Master Zhao, you can speak frankly. Do you really want to deal with the 8 great sects? Zhao Hai replied, I'll definitely deal with the 8 great sects. If I don't deal with the 8 great sects, then once they recover, they'll deal with us. This time, I've killed so many disciples of the 8 great sects. Do you think that the 8 great sects would let me go? We're already at a stalemate with the 8 great sects. Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, You're right. But if you really want to deal with the 8 great sects, then I can only help the 8 great sects in dealing with you. I'll also apologize to you. I know that the people in the alliance wouldn't agree, but I can use my status to make them unable to do anything. Zhao Hai nodded and said, You're right. But if you want to deal with the 8 great sects, then I can help the 8 great sections. Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng and shook his head. It seems like Sect Master Li really wants to go against us. Alright, if you really want to say that, then I'll tell you the truth today. Regardless of whether you help the 8 great sects or not, the spiritual realm will still belong to the Sea Exploring sect. You can't run away. You might think that I'm being arrogant, but it doesn't matter. I'll let you know the true origin of the Sea Exploring sect. I'll also let you know the true strength of the Sea Exploring sect. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and threw it to Li Yongpeng. Then he said, Take it. This is a brief history of the Sea Exploring sect. Some people in the sect made it when they were bored. But it's still useful. It'll let you understand the strength of the Sea Exploring sect. Here. Then he handed the jade slip to Li Yongpeng. Li Yongpeng received the jade slip from Zhao Hai and scanned it with his spiritual force. But when he saw the contents of the jade slip, Li Yongpeng was stunned. The jade slip clearly stated that the sword spirit realm was the sword spirit realm, not the spiritual realm. Moreover, Li Yongpeng had never heard of any of the sects mentioned in the spiritual realm. Moreover, the contents of the jade slip didn't seem to be made up. The entire process of the establishment of the Sea Exploring sect was written in great detail. This made Li Yongpeng very surprised. However, Li Yongpeng continued reading. The more he read, the more surprised he became. It wasn't until he read that the Sea Exploring sect unified the sword spirit realm that he was truly shocked. But what made him even more shocked was that the Sea Exploring sect directly sent troops to the monster spirit realm. After several battles, the monster spirit realm was destroyed. The entire monster spirit realm became the Sea Exploring sect's territory. Then the Sea Exploring sect began to send spies to the spiritual realm. In the end, spies were sent to the entire spiritual realm. However, this brief history only mentioned the establishment of the Sea Exploring sect's branch in Fire Dragon Mountain. Even so, Li Yongpeng was surprised. He now knew that the Sea Exploring sect had taken control of the Gold Spirit Trading Company and the Immortal Realm Trading Company. These two largest trading companies in the spiritual realm belonged to the Sea Exploring sect. In other words, the great sects would know what the Sea Exploring sect wanted them to know. But if the great sects didn't want them to know, then they wouldn't know. Although the great sects had begun to take precautions, there were still a lot of things that they needed to rely on these two companies. Wasn't this the same as sending money to these two companies? After some time, Li Yongpeng put down the jade slip in his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Zhao, aren't you afraid that I'll tell others what you're showing me? If others know that you're from the sword spirit realm, I'm afraid they won't surrender to you. Will they go all out against you? Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng and said, Didn't you see the last statistics of our Sea Exploring sect's disciples at the end of the jade slip? Didn't you see the comprehensive analysis of our sect's strength? Li Yongpeng stared. To be honest, he didn't see it. He thought that the jade slip only contained the history of the Sea Exploring sect. After seeing that there was no more information, he didn't look at it. But now that he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately took out the jade slip and carefully looked at it. At the end of the jade slip was the comprehensive analysis of the Sea Exploring sect's strength. After looking at it, Li Yongpeng's face turned pale. He knew that the Sea Exploring sect was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. This made him very surprised. Li Yongpeng put down the jade slip and turned to look at Zhao Hai. After some time, he said, I really didn't expect the Sea Exploring sect to be this powerful. I admire you. With your strength, you should be able to unify the spiritual realm, right? Why haven't you made a move yet? Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng and smiled faintly. of course we're strong enough to unify the spiritual realm. But why should I go all out to take down your spiritual realm first? Isn't it good right now? The people of the 8 great sects don't know our true strength, so they won't go all out against us. Those sects will also surrender to the sea exploring sect. Isn't this good? Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, formidable. I, Li Yongpeng, have always thought that I'm a smart person who doesn't put people in my eyes. But compared to you, I'm still far behind. Sect Master Zhao, did you show me this jade slip to tell me that if I don't surrender to the sea exploring sect, I'll die? Is it because you don't want the spiritual realm to know about the contents of the jade slip? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not it. The 8 great sects have been beaten to this state by us. They're already scared out of their wits. Moreover, their internal structure is still unstable. Even if they go all out to deal with us, I'm afraid that they won't be able to exert 100% of their strength. Why would our sea exploring sect be afraid of them? Don't look at our sea exploring sect. We don't seem to be afraid of them. It's not like we can't fight head-on. What's there to be afraid of? You can say that the 8 great sects and your world of artificers are the last 2 forces in the world of artificers. As long as we destroy you, there will be no one left who can resist us. Once we unify the world of artificers, who can stop us? Li Yongpeng smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute Zhao Hai's words, it was just that he had no way to refute them. This was because Zhao Hai was right. At this time, they really didn't have the strength to resist the sea exploring sect. The 8 great sects couldn't do it, and the Spiritual Realm Alliance couldn't do it either. Using the ancient conflict between the spiritual realm and the spiritual realm to inspire people's fighting spirit? Don't joke around. That was in the ancient times. Who would still remember these conflicts? Cultivators are not loyal. Asking them to go all out against the probing sea sect for some cultivation concept? Don't joke around. Even Li Yongpeng himself wouldn't believe it. Under such circumstances, how could they fight against the probing sea sect? Li Yongpeng felt discouraged just thinking about it. Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng for a long time before he said, Sect Master Li, the reason why I'm telling you this is to let you know the strength of our sea exploring sect. Moreover, there's something you might not know. Take a look at this and you'll understand. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Li Yongpeng. Li Yongpeng took out the jade slip and carefully looked at its contents. After looking at it, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Is this true? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Is this true? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, The Gold Spirit Trading Company is actually a spy in the spirit world. For many years, the Gold Spirit Trading Company has been destroying the peace of the spirit world. They wanted to make it impossible for the spirit world to unify. When the sea exploring sect unified the sword spirit realm and the spirit world, the biggest enemy we encountered were these people. Because of this, I didn't attack the spirit world with all my strength. This was because I wanted to make sure that the sea exploring sect had enough strength to deal with any situation. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Li Yongpeng's expression turned serious as he said, You mean to say that the conflict between the sword spirit realm and the spiritual realm in ancient times was caused by these people? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Absolutely. Otherwise, why do you think the sword spirit realm and the spiritual realm would have such a situation in ancient times? Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Then what do you want to do now? Unify the sword spirit realm and restore the spiritual realm to its former state? This is not an easy task. In ancient times, the spirit world must have been very powerful. At that time, they all fell for it. Can you do it now? Zhao Hai replied, In ancient times, the spiritual realm was very powerful. But there was one thing. At that time, the spiritual realm was also divided into sections. As long as those people used a little trick, they could provoke a war between these sections. This would cause internal friction in the spiritual realm. Li Yongpeng nodded, then he said, I understand what you mean. Your sea exploring sect is now a sect. I'm afraid that your sect's strength isn't inferior to any of the sects in ancient times. It might even be stronger. Therefore, you have the strength to deal with those people. This is a good thing. I believe you and I understand why you're telling me this. However, although I'm now the leader of the Spiritual Realm Alliance, I don't have much authority. Even if I surrender, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, I don't need your help. If you really want to, then don't join forces with the 8 great sects to deal with my sea exploring sect. This doesn't mean that my sea exploring sect is afraid of your alliance. I just don't want too many people in the spiritual realm to die. Otherwise, I wouldn't be like this, taking things one step at a time. Therefore, even if you surrender to my sea exploring sect, I won't ask you to destroy anything. You just need to follow the current situation. The Spiritual Realm Alliance doesn't want to join forces with us to deal with the 8 great sections. You can do that, I'll also agree. Once the 8 great sects are dealt with, it wouldn't be too late for you to surrender. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, I don't need your help. What do you think? Li Yongpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, alright, I agree. Sect Master, from today onwards, our Ginseng Tree sect will be merged with the Sea Exploring sect. But if I find out that you're lying to me and that your Sea Exploring sect doesn't have that kind of strength, then don't blame me. I won't let you go. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this time, the 8 great sects have suffered a big loss in our hands. With their tempers, they wouldn't let us off. If they let us off, then they wouldn't have any prestige to speak of. Therefore, they would certainly attack us. When the time comes, you'll know the strength of the Sea Exploring sect. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not sure if the Sea Exploring sect is as strong as I said. Li Yongpeng nodded, then he stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, Sect Master, if what you said is true, then I can only say that I'm far inferior compared to you. I, Li Yongpeng, admire you. Zhao Hai looked at Li Yongpeng's appearance and smiled faintly, if you join the Sea Exploring sect in the future, then you'll know what's going on. You might not believe what I'm saying now, but you'll slowly understand. Li Yongpeng nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, then I'll be going back, Sect Master. After he said that, he walked out. Zhao Hai also sent him off. After Li Yongpeng left, Zhao Hai returned to the study and called Wen Hai and the others over. After Wen Hai and the others arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, what are the 8 great sects doing now? They heard that Li Yongpeng came looking for us, didn't they have any reaction? Wen Hai immediately replied, I heard that the 8 great sects are gathering their forces and preparing to fight to the death with us. But now that Li Yongpeng came looking for us, they might not use all their forces to deal with us. They might also be guarding against the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Boss, what did you say to Li Yongpeng? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've told him everything. I've told him about our situation as well as the details of our Sea Exploring sect. Do you think it's okay? Wen Hai faltered slightly before replying, it's not a big deal to tell them about us. Even if everyone in the spiritual world knows about us, it won't affect us much. However, he didn't say that he wanted to surrender to us, right? When he left, he was just being polite to you. It seems like he didn't want to surrender completely. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, he said that he wants to surrender, but not now. He wants to see the true strength of the Sea Exploring sect. He doesn't believe in our strength. He doesn't believe in our strength? Ha ha ha. That's good. This time, we'll let them know our strength. We'll go all out and destroy the 8 great sects. When the time comes, he'll know how strong we are. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I also have the same idea. This time, we'll destroy the armies of the 8 great sects. I want to see what they have to say when the time comes. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Wen Hai said, Boss, do we need to bring the giant tortoise here as well? We'll defeat the 8 great sects in one fell swoop. With the giant tortoise here, we can intimidate them. What do you think? Zhao Hai replied, no problem. We'll bring the giant tortoise here this time. Our Sea Exploring sect has been low-key for too long. It's time for us to show off. This way, the 8 great sects won't think that we're mediocre. If they're not convinced, then it'll be troublesome. Wen Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, alright, then I'll go arrange it now. It will take some time to transfer the giant tortoise over. However, it will also take some time for the armies of the 8 great sects to assemble. I think we should be able to make it in time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, no problem. It's settled then." When Wenhai nodded and then immediately went to prepare. At the same time, the people from the Sea Exploring sect also began to move. The people from the Sea Exploring sect knew that Zhao Hai was going to use his full strength this time. Naturally, they would make a move. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that the day had finally arrived, all of them were very excited. Compared to the Sea Exploring sect, the 8 great sects were in a panic. They were also filled with grief and indignation. They already knew that the people they sent had all died in the Sea Exploring sect's formation. If the Sea Exploring sect were to rely on their army to take them down, then the 8 great sects would be in a panic. However, the Sea Exploring sect relied on their formation. This was something that the 8 great sects couldn't tolerate. Therefore, they were very excited and prepared to go all out to destroy the Sea Exploring sect. As for the Spiritual Realm Alliance, since Li Yongping's return, they had also begun to prepare. They had also gathered their army at the border between them and the 8 great sects. However, they didn't make a move. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about the Spiritual Realm Alliance. Zhao Hai knew what the Spiritual Realm Alliance was thinking. They weren't here to take advantage of the situation. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. As long as the Spiritual Realm Alliance gathered their army there, they would be able to pin down the forces of the 8 great sects. This would make things easier for Zhao Hai and the others. Although Zhao Hai didn't care about the 8 great sects, he didn't need to worry about the 8 great sects. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about anything. Time passed little by little. On the 10th day after Li Yongping left the Sea Exploring sect, the 8 great sects had gathered their army. This time, they had gathered a total of 800 million troops. 800 million. This wasn't a small number. It could be said that this time, they had taken out all their assets. Among the 800 million troops, 100 million had been left behind by the 8 great sects at the Spiritual Realm Alliance. The remaining 700 million troops were all rushing towards the Sea Exploration sect. This time was different from the previous time. Last time, the 8 great sects did not have a unified commander. Each sect's army was managed by their own sect's elders. This time, however, it was different. This time, the 8 great sects' army had a unified commander. The one commanding the 800 million troops was the Blazing Flame sect's sect master, Xianxia. Xianxia could also be considered a legendary figure in the Blazing Flame sect. When he first joined the Blazing Flame sect, the people of the Blazing Flame sect almost didn't accept him because his talent wasn't very good. In the end, he could only become an odd job disciple of the Blazing Flame sect. However, as an odd job disciple, he eventually became an outer sect disciple. After becoming an outer sect disciple, he couldn't be stopped. He had one fortuitous encounter after another. Finally, he became an inner sect disciple, a core disciple, an elder, and finally a sect master. He had completed a complete counterattack. It could be said that he belonged to the kind of people who were born with the halo of a protagonist. After Xianxia became the sect master of the Blazing Flame sect, the strength of the Blazing Flame sect increased very quickly. Now, the Blazing Flame sect had become the strongest sect among the 8 great sects. It was precisely because of this that the 8 great sects allowed Xianxia to command the army. It was because his strength was really strong. Now, Xianxia had led the army to the boundary of the spiritual realm. However, what they saw was a boundless fire in the boundary of the spiritual realm. After failing once, they naturally knew what the fire was. It was the illusory array of the Sea Exploration sect. Now, no one dared to underestimate the illusory array of the Sea Exploration sect. Therefore, the 8 great sects alliance army didn't immediately attack the Sea Exploration sect. Even though Xianxia was able to command the army right now, he was only able to pass down the orders to the elders of the various sects so that the elders of the various sects could arrange for the army to attack. If you were to ask him to command the armies of the other sects, it was truly impossible for him to do so. Although the 8 great sects were now in an alliance, they weren't at peace with each other. There were also secret conflicts between them. Therefore, the people of the other sects naturally had to guard against Xianxia. They didn't give him any chance to command the people of their sections. The place where Xianxia was located wasn't the ground, but a large artifact of the Blazing Flame sect. This large artifact was very famous in the spiritual realm. This artifact was called the Flaming Mountain. It was an active volcano that had been refined into a large artifact by an almighty of the Blazing Flame sect. No one knew which elder had done it, but the Flaming Mountain was definitely a treasure of the Blazing Flame sect. Its power was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Of course, according to legend, the Flaming Mountain was refined by an elder of the Blazing Flame sect in ancient times. It had been guarding the Blazing Flame sect until today. It could be said that the reason why the Blazing Flame sect could become one of the 8 great sects was because of the Flaming Mountain. The Flaming Mountain contained a trace of space law. This trace of space law allowed the Flaming Mountain to be big and small. It even had its own space inside. Usually, it didn't look very big when it was parked there. However, if one entered the range of the Flaming Mountain, it would feel as if one had suddenly entered another space. One's body would shrink and the Flaming Mountain would expand. Therefore, although the Flaming Mountain was usually inconspicuous, it could contain many people. There was also a tall building in the Flaming Mountain. That was the place where Xianxia usually cultivated. This time, he had also invited the elders of the 8 great sects to this place to discuss how to deal with the Exploring Sea sect. The tall building in the Blazing Mountain was 10 stories high. Xianxia lived on this floor, but the place where they were having their meeting was on the first floor. On the first floor, there was a very large hall. In this hall, there were many chairs, but there were only a few people sitting there. And on the main seat of the hall, sat a very handsome man with red hair and a trace of a smile on his face. This man seemed to be in his 30s when you looked at him coldly. However, if you looked carefully, he seemed to be in his 40s. However, when you saw the smile on his face, you would feel that he wasn't even in his 30s. The smile on his face was very arrogant. His expression was also very arrogant. His temperament was also very arrogant. This made him look like a high and mighty emperor who was looking down on the people below with a face full of ridicule. He indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant because he was the sect master of the Ardent Flame sect, the strongest sect in the entire spiritual world. Although the Ardent Flame sect and the other sects were called the 8 great sects and their strength seemed to be about the same, everyone in the spiritual world knew that the Ardent Flame sect had developed very quickly in recent years and had already become the #1 sect in the spiritual world. And all of this originated from Xianxia. Xianxia sat on the main seat, glanced at the others and said, "This time, our 8 great sects have mobilized all our forces to deal with the Scouring Sea sect in order to wash away our previous disgrace. At the same time, we also want to eliminate the Scouring Sea sect. Therefore, all the disciples of the Scouring Sea sect must be executed. This way, people will understand that our 8 great sects cannot be provoked. Anyone who provokes our 8 great sects must die." Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Xianxia glanced at them and said, "It's good that no one has any objections. However, I think everyone already knows that the Scouring Sea sect's illusory killing formation is very powerful. More than 100 million of our disciples went in but only 2 million came out. This is enough to see how powerful the Scouring Sea sect's illusory killing formation is. However, I don't believe that the Scouring Sea sect's illusory killing formation is unbreakable. Don't worry about it." Everyone was silent. They really didn't think that Xianxia would take on everything. However, since Xianxia was willing to do so, they were naturally happy to watch. Xianxia glanced at these people and the smile on his face deepened. Then he opened his mouth and said, "However, I want to make it clear to everyone. Our Ardent Flame sect will contribute to breaking the Scouring Sea sect's illusory killing formation. However, if we eliminate the Scouring Sea sect in the end, our Ardent Flame sect will get the first share of the benefits. Let's divide the Scouring Sea sect's items into 10 portions. Our Ardent Flame sect will get 3 portions and the rest will be given 1 portion each." Hearing Xianxia's words, the faces of the people from the other sects changed. They didn't think that they would fail. In their opinion, with such a large army, there was no reason for them to fail. They would certainly be able to destroy the Exploration Sea sect. Therefore, it was better for them to discuss how to distribute the items of the Exploration Sea sect. The representative of the Five Thunders righteous sect glanced at Yan Santian and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Yan, what you said is a little wrong. Our sects also contributed to dealing with the Sea Exploring sect. Why should your Blazing Flame sect take 30% of the benefits? Isn't that too much?" The representatives of the other sects also nodded. Of course, they wouldn't let the Ardent Flame sect take 3 portions of the spoils. One must know that the Sea Exploring sect had destroyed so many sections. Moreover, the Sea Exploring sect already had their own treasures. If these spoils were divided into 10 portions, then each portion would be a lot. The Ardent Flame sect taking 3 portions was indeed too much. Yan Santian said in a deep voice, "All right. If that's the case, then whoever has the confidence to break the Sea Exploring sect's great formation will do it. Whoever breaks the Sea Exploring sect's great formation will get 3 portions of the spoils. I don't object at all." While saying this, Yan Santian still had a smile on his face. However, the imposing aura coming from his body became even stronger, making it hard for people to breathe. However, the people present were all experts. None of them dared to challenge Yan Santian's imposing aura. However, everyone remained silent. The Sea Exploring sect's great formation really wasn't that easy to break. If their great formation was that easy to break, then the previous 100 million people wouldn't have been trapped in the great formation. In the end, only 2 million people managed to escape. It was precisely because of this that all of them remained silent. None of them spoke because they still didn't have the confidence to break the Sea Exploring sect's great formation. Yan Santian looked at their expressions. The smile on his face had an additional trace of disdain. He continued, "This time, I will use the Blazing Mountain to break the Sea Exploring sect's great formation. Every time the Blazing Flame sect is activated, it requires a huge amount of energy. If we don't get 3 portions of the spoils, then we won't be able to make up for our losses." When the people from the other sects heard Yan Santian's words, they didn't speak. They also knew that Yan Santian's words couldn't be taken seriously. The Blazing Mountain was very powerful. It might consume a lot of energy to activate it, but it definitely wouldn't be that much. However, there was no other way. Yan Santian had said that much and nobody could say anything. After all, their sects didn't have any artifacts like the Blazing Mountain. Therefore, they couldn't refute Yan Santian's words. Yan Santian looked at the expressions of these people and couldn't help but sneer. He understood these people too well. The reason why they were so honest was because they didn't have any good methods to break the Sea Exploring sect's great formation. If 700 million people were to rush into the Sea Exploring sect's great formation, then they might be able to break it. However, the losses they would suffer wouldn't be small. They didn't want to suffer too many losses right now. The loss of more than 100 million people last time had indeed hurt their bones. The reason why Yan Santian did this was because the losses they suffered last time weren't small. Naturally, they needed these people to make up for the losses they suffered. It was precisely because of this that Yan Santian proposed the condition of 30%. Yan Santian was very clear that although the other sects usually acted like humans, after this incident, they would most likely not admit their mistakes. However, Yan Santian wasn't worried about anything. It didn't matter if they didn't admit their mistakes. Yan Santian had already thought about it. As long as he could break through the Scouring Sea sect and enter, he would definitely snatch some of the things that belonged to the sect. Once he snatched them, they would belong to him and no one would be able to snatch them away. No one would be able to snatch them away. Seeing that the others were silent, Yan Santian opened his mouth and said, "All right, this matter has been decided. Let's get ready to attack the Sea Exploring sect tomorrow." Everyone looked at each other. In the end, they didn't say anything and left the Blazing Mountain. In addition to the representatives of the other sects, there were also a few elders of the Blazing Flame sect in the hall. After the representatives of the other sects left, an elder of the Blazing Flame sect said to Yan Santian, "Sect Master, do you think they will agree to give us 30% of the things?" Yan Santian sneered and said, "Impossible, they won't agree to give us those things. Those guys need us now, so they have no choice but to give us those things. When they don't need us anymore, they will immediately go back on their word." However, you should also know that the Flaming Dragon City built by the Exploration Sea Exploring sect is equivalent to their headquarters. There must be a lot of good things stored there. After we defeat the Exploration Sea Exploring sect, I will immediately take the Blazing Mountain and occupy the Flaming Dragon City. At that time, all the things inside will belong to us. Upon hearing Yan Songtian's words, the elders of the Blazing Flame sect nodded. They finally understood Yan Songtian's intention. To be honest, they really admired Yan Songtian. To be able to walk step by step from a janitor disciple to where he is today, this wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Yan Songtian didn't care about what they were thinking. He had always believed that he was the chosen one and that it was only a matter of time before he ascended. He just wanted to be the sect master of the Blazing Flame sect before he ascended, so that the Blazing Flame sect could become stronger. At the same time, he could also use the Blazing Flame sect to collect more cultivation resources. Yan Songtian belonged to the most classic type of cultivator. He was cold, heartless, and selfish. In order to pursue the path of an elder, he could give up everything. This was Yan Songtian. A day's time passed by very quickly. The next morning, the armies of the 8 great sects had gathered. An army of 700 million covered the sky and covered the earth. They were in a formation, eyeing the Exploration Sea Exploring sect's great formation like a tiger watching its prey. As for the Blazing Flame sect's Blazing Mountain, they had also arrived at the front of the great formation. A huge mountain stood there, looking very intimidating. Yan Songtian looked at the Exploration Sea Exploring sect's great formation in the distance and couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. Then, he turned his head and glanced at the army behind him. His face appeared even more high-spirited. Just as Yan Songtian was about to give the order to attack, they suddenly discovered that the Exploration Sea Exploring sect's Blazing Sea Illusion Array was slowly disappearing. The Sea of Flames was shrinking little by little before finally disappearing completely. Behind the disappearing Sea of Flames was the Exploration Sea Exploring sect's great army. It was unknown how many of them there were, but it was still a huge black mass. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that in front of the Exploration Sea Exploring sect's great formation, there was a huge tortoise. This huge tortoise was really huge. Just this huge tortoise alone was enough to scare people. Now, this huge tortoise was slowly moving forward. As this huge tortoise approached, they could feel that this huge tortoise was getting bigger. On top of this huge tortoise's head was a small building. A group of people were standing on top of this small building. Yan Songtian looked at the people standing on top of the huge tortoise's head with some surprise. Among these people, the person standing at the front was the most inconspicuous. His appearance was very ordinary, his body was also very ordinary. There was nothing special about him. Everyone around him looked more imposing than him. However, these people were all standing behind this person. Moreover, they looked very respectful. Therefore, Yan Songtian didn't need to guess to know this person's identity. This person must be the Exploration Sea Exploring sect's sect master, Zhao Hai. It was definitely him, there was no one else. Zhao Hai also saw Yan Songtian. He couldn't be mistaken. This was because there was only one person standing on top of the Flame Mountain. He didn't believe that this person wasn't Yan Songtian. Zhao Hai sized up Yan Songtian. This Yan Songtian looked very terrifying. His imposing aura was very strong. With one look, one could tell that this person wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, Zhao Hai didn't care at all. He already knew what kind of person Yan Songtian was from the Gold Spirit Trading Company's information. He also knew about the Blazing Flame sect's Flame Mountain. This was the most important battle between the 8 great sects and the Exploration Sea Exploring sect. How could Yan Songtian not appear? Therefore, it wasn't strange for the Flame Mountain to appear here. Zhao Hai was also very curious about this Flame Mountain. He didn't think that someone could actually refine a huge mountain into an artifact. Today, he wanted to see it for himself. End of chapter 5348. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.